Lin Yang, do not blame us. If you have to blame someone, blame your own profession. It just makes people feel too insecure. Under the dim lights of the corridor, 4 figures walked away, heartless and cold. On my bracelet screen, 4 scarlet notifications reading voluntary team withdrawal pierced my eyes like 4 sharp blades. There were only 30 days left until the college entrance exam, the test that would change our destinies. And here I was, a classless empowerer with 0 attack power, abandoned by the 4 teammates I had personally nurtured to max level. 10 minutes ago, to kick me out of the team legally, they stooped to exploiting a loophole in the rules, everyone voluntarily withdrawing just to force the disbandment of our school-ranked top star team. 10 minutes later, the pinned post on the school forum even released a doctored recording, painting me as a pathetic, manipulative piece of trash who was blackmailing his own teammates. They stood on my back to claim all the glory, and before they left, they wanted to shatter my spine piece by piece. I stood in the empty corridor, reflecting on this past year. I poured all my resources, all my heart and soul, and even burned out my own life force, just to grant them a 70% stat boost, elevating 4 mediocre people to the status of legends. Did they really think my empowerment was some kind of free charity? I looked down at my trembling hands. The blood that had been boiling with rage just moments ago now felt cold as ice. They thought they had gotten rid of a burden. They thought that by deleting me, quitting the team, and dragging my name through the mud, they could erase every trace of me and walk away with a clean record to top universities. They had no idea that the ultimate essence of an empowerer was never just about giving. It is about taking back. Since you are so desperate to cut ties with me, fine. That 70% stat boost that belongs to me, I am taking every single bit of it back. I closed my eyes, and the ridiculous scene of them ganging up on me in the classroom 10 minutes ago played out clearly in my mind. 10 minutes ago, the classroom was empty, bathed in the slanted light of the setting sun. Lin Yang, Bing has made it very clear. We are all classmates, and I hope you understand. Su Nuinuan spoke softly, her voice filled with a deliberate gentleness. She wore a spotless white dress. 4 people stood facing him. Like a solid wall, Lin Yang stood in the shadows. Shen Bing stepped forward, her heels clicking crisply against the floor. She was wearing the latest mage robe, Frost-bound Whisper, its silver magic threads shimmering with a faint light, a garment of considerable value. Your combat power simply cannot keep up with the team's pace anymore. Lin Yang curled his lips into a mocking smirk. Why did not you say I could not keep up when we formed the team? Back then, it was agreed that I would provide buffs and you would carry me through the college entrance exams. Have you forgotten what you looked like then? You begged me like dogs, you were practically on your knees. Shen Bing did not even twitch an eyebrow, her gaze filled with pity. Times change. We expected you to improve, but it is clear you have not. The team composition is unhealthy. As a support, your contribution is less than 1/5 of Nuinuan's. Lin Yang let out a low, harsh laugh, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This whole year, with my help, your stats have increased by an average of 70%. Without me, would you have even made it this far? Shen Bing looked at him coldly. Business is business, I only look at the facts. The fact is that you can no longer keep up with the team's strength. You are just a burden. Besides, our stats were earned through our own hard work, not just the credit of a support like you. Lin Yang's chest heaved violently, his eyes instantly bloodshot. To hell with your facts. The fact is that I was the one who pulled you all up to this point, and now you think I am weak. Screw you. The roar made the windows hum. Lei Meng, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward, his brawny frame blocking Shen Bing. His heavy armor gave a dull, grinding sound. Watch your mouth, Lin Yang. Lei Meng looked furious, his voice booming like a bell. Shen Bing is being realistic. Stop making trouble. Lin Xiaodo, who had been standing with his hands in his hoodie pockets, also slowly looked up. His face was hidden in the shadows. Lin Yang, you were not like this before. I will speak plainly. Bing is thinking about the whole team, and we all support her. Lin Yang's gaze swept past Lei Meng and landed on Lin Xiaodo's face. Of course you guys support her. You are the beneficiaries, I am the victim. And you have the nerve to talk about being fair. Lin Yang stared intensely at Lin Xiaodo, spacing out every word. If you want to be fair, then give back the stats you took from me. The face beneath Lin Xiaodo's hood stiffened instantly. This crude, blunt demand pierced through all his pretensions. Give back the stats. How? By ripping out his tendons and bones, digging out his magic core, or shattering his sea of consciousness. You're crazy, Lin Yang roared again, a hint of panic in his voice. Can stats just be returned like that? You are being impossible. A crack finally appeared on Shen Bing's cold face. It was the look one gives a madman, a mixture of disgust and impatience. Lin Yang, your behavior is beyond my expectations, Shen Bing said coldly. I thought we could part ways with some decency. It seems you do not even want that anymore. Su Nuan stepped forward at the right moment. Lin Yang, please do not be like this. Everyone remembers what you did for our stats, but the exams are coming up, and Bing is doing this for the team. We cannot gamble everyone's future just for the sake of our past relationships. Her tone was soft, yet every word placed her on the moral high ground. Lin Yang looked at her face, which was painted with sincerity, then turned to her companions who stood in solidarity behind her, and suddenly lost the will to yell. Trying to reason with a bunch of ingrates who kill the donkey after the grinding is done is a joke in itself. You talk about gratitude, they talk about their future. You talk about fairness, they talk about reality. The raging fire in his chest cooled instantly, turning into a bone-chilling coldness. Without a word, under the stunned gaze of the four, Lin Yang turned and walked to the corner of the classroom, dragging a chair over. Scree! The harsh, grating sound echoed through the empty classroom, making them frown. Lin Yang sat down boldly, crossing his legs. His posture was more provocative than any curse. What do you think you're doing? Shen Bing asked, her voice tight. Lin Yang looked up, his face expressionless. Nothing, are you done? If you are, I have things to do. Lei Meng stepped forward, shouting down at him, we are notifying you that you are off the team, not asking for your permission. Pack your stuff and get out now. Lin Yang did not even spare Lei Meng a glance, his eyes fixed on the captain, Shen Bing. My profession is unique. He spoke slowly, every word clear. Even if you all team up to kick me out, I do not have to leave. Shen Bing's unchanging icy expression finally cracked, and a flash of shock flickered in her eyes. What do you mean by that? Are you going to insist on staying? Lin Xiaodao's voice, muffled under his hood, sounded sharp. Lin Yang looked at him, a cold sneer tugging at the corners of his mouth. So what if I am? The rules state as much. Trying to kick me out, keep dreaming. With only a month left until the college entrance exam, this was his only chance to change his fate. As a transmigrator without family, friends, or any special cheat abilities, he had awakened the unranked support profession of enabler. To get into a top university, he had spent an entire year pouring his heart and soul into figuring out how to maximize his buffing capabilities for these four people. Now you want to cross the river and burn the bridge. Why should I satisfy this bunch of treacherous backstabbers? Education Ministry Team Management Regulations during Assessment Period, Chapter 7, Article 3. Lin Yang articulated clearly. Once a bound support profession has signed a long-term contract, the team may not unilaterally expel them unless the individual agrees. Expulsion is only permitted if the member has committed a serious offense, as determined by the discipline committee. My enabler profession fits those criteria perfectly. He leaned back in his chair and spread his hands. May I ask, which rule have I broken? You are just exploiting a loophole in the rules. Lei Meng roared, his face turning red. Exactly, Lin Yang admitted calmly. You can cross the river and burn the bridge, so why is it not fair for me to exploit a loophole? Su Nuan's face turned pale. Her hypocritical excuse about doing it for everyone's sake crumbled instantly in the face of the rules. Lin Yang, what is the point of you staying? We will not take you into dungeons, and we certainly will not share any resources with you. There is only 1 month until the exam. Dragging this out will not do you any good. She was still trying to pressure him. Lin Yang smiled. Do not you worry about that. In any case, I am not quitting this team. He stood up and brushed off his clothes. From today on, wherever you go, I go. I will watch while you fight monsters, and I will be there when you divide the gear. You are right, I am just a parasite. He walked toward the door, brushing past the four of them as their faces turned livid. Just before stepping out, he paused, without turning his head. Oh, right. The college entrance exam team practice requires all members to be present to start. You are welcome to try and see if you can enter the exam venue without me. Bang! The door closed, shutting out those four nauseating faces. Walking down the empty corridor, The fury in Lin Yang's chest transformed into a twisted sense of pleasure. He had won. He had used the rules to pin these egoists right where they stood. They could not kick him out, and they had to grit their teeth and bring him along to the exam, or nobody would be able to enter. Just thinking about Shen Bing's broken composure and Lei Meng's frustrated look, wishing he could act but afraid to, made Lin Yang feel incredibly satisfied. Trying to cast him aside after his usefulness ran out. Not so easy. This month, he would stick to them like a bone-deep parasite, making them live in disgust and torment every single day, paying the price for their betrayal. Lin Yang pulled out his bracelet-style student terminal, wondering where he should grab some dinner. The moment the screen lit up, a bright red notification popped up. System notification. Member Shen Bing has voluntarily withdrawn from the Dawn team. Lin Yang stopped in his tracks abruptly. Shen Bing quit. She is the captain, the core of the team. Is this a joke? Trying to force his hand with a stunt like this. Before the thought could finish, a second notification popped up immediately. System notification. Member Lei Meng has voluntarily withdrawn from the Dawn team. Lin Yang's brain buzzed. If Shen Bing's withdrawal was meant to pressure him, what about Lei Meng, who followed her every command? A chilling realization began to dawn on him. Buzz. System notification. Member Lin Xiaodo has voluntarily withdrawn from the Dawn team. Buzz. System notification. Member Su Nuanuan has voluntarily withdrawn from the Dawn team. Lin Yang stared dead-eyed at his bracelet, frozen in the hallway. That special protection, clause for his profession echoed, repeatedly in his mind. The team may not unilaterally expel them. How laughable. They did not break the rules, they just bypassed them. To shake him off, they were willing to abandon a team they had built for a year, giving up all team bonuses and historical achievements. He thought he had found their weak point, but he never expected that to get rid of him, they would be willing to cut that part of themselves out, skin and flesh alike. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Lin Yang looked up. Shen Bing walked in front, her expensive frost-bound whisper mage robe shimmering with a piercing, faint glow. Lei Meng, Lin Xiaodo, and Su Nuanuan followed closely behind her. The four stepped out of the classroom and looked at Lin Yang in the middle of the hallway. There was no guilt on their faces, only a dead, cold indifference. Shen Bing walked straight past him, her tone calm and cruel as they crossed paths. If you refuse to part on good terms and force us to break ties, do you really think that is fun? Su Nuanuan followed behind, her innocent, pure face wearing a mask of stylized pity. Lin Yang, I am sorry, but we really have no other choice. For the sake of everyone's future, someone has to make sacrifices. Lei Meng snorted heavily and squeezed past, his sturdy frame and heavy armor slamming violently into Lin Yang's shoulder. Lin Xiaodo, who was walking last, slowed his pace, his face obscured by his hood. Do not blame us. If you must blame someone, blame your own profession for being so insecure. We just chose a more stable path. With that, he quickly caught up with the other three. The backs of the four figures disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Only Lin Yang remained in the empty hallway, along with the system notifications on his wristband, declaring that all his efforts had vanished into thin air. With only 1 month left until the college entrance exam, he had been thoroughly abandoned. An entire year of heart and soul had become one colossal joke. A profound numbness enveloped him. He stood frozen in place until the bell rang for lights out and the corridor lights clicked off, leaving only the dim yellow safety lamps. Only then did he move with stiff steps. Where should he go? Back to the dorm. If he went back now, he would only see the pitying or mocking expressions of the other students. He dragged his feet out of the teaching building. As the night wind blew, his chaotic mind cleared slightly, followed by a surge of anger and resentment that nearly overwhelmed his reason. Why did he have to suffer all of this? Buzz. His wristband vibrated. This time it was not a system notification, but a special interest alert from the Academy's internal forum. A post had been pushed to the most prominent position on the homepage within minutes, with a glaring red-hot tag following the title. A bloody accusation, the truth about the 4 members of the Dawn team leaving, and the tumor known as Lin Yang. Lin Yang's breath hitched as he tapped on the post with trembling fingers. Poster, Shen Bing. The content of the post was extremely calm, yet it dripped with grievance and helplessness at every turn. Hello everyone, I am Shen Bing, the former captain of the Dawn team. Today we made an incredibly difficult decision to collectively quit Dawn. Many people do not understand, and I want to tell you the truth here. We once had high hopes for classmate Lin Yang, but his combat power improved slowly, and he had long become the team's greatest weakness. What chilled our hearts the most was his attitude. Not only did he refuse to face the problems, but he also took our help for granted. When we suggested he leave the team, he lost control of his emotions, hurled abuse, and even insulted our families. An audio clip was attached below the post. It was the 2 segments from the classroom earlier, where Lin Yang roared, "Do not talk to me about the facts, and give back the attributes you took." The audio had been maliciously edited, with the beginning and end cut off, leaving only his hysterical screaming. Immediately following was Lin Yu's supplementary statement. "I am Su Nuanuan. Everything Shen Bing said is true. Lin Yang is emotionally unstable, and we are all very afraid. He even threatened to become a parasite and drag everyone down so we could not take the college entrance exam. We really had no choice but to use this desperate way to gain our freedom." Next was Lei Meng. "I am Lei Meng. Sister Bing and Nuanuan are good girls. Lin Yang's insults were so vile, he is just a lunatic." Finally, there was Lin Xiaodo, whose statement was as fair as ever. "I am Lin Xiaodo. A healthy team should not be held hostage by one person using loopholes in the rules. We chose to disband as a last resort. The foundation of cooperation is respect, not threats." The testimonies of the 4 formed a perfect, closed loop. They shifted all the blame onto Lin Yang, packaging their betrayal as a heroic resistance. They were truly killing him both physically and socially. Lin Yang stared fixedly at the screen, his eyes turning bloodshot. Below the post, comments were already pouring in like a tide. "Shocking news, Dawn actually disbanded. I am shaking with rage. What kind of total scum is Lin Yang? He is weak and drags his teammates down, and then goes crazy when he is called out. I listened to the audio, the swearing is so filthy. Where is his class? Shen Bing has a gold-tier epic class. Su Nuanuan and Lei Meng are also top-tier purple. To have them rather disband than keep him, just how toxic must he be? My heart goes out to Goddess Bing. It is so miserable to be entangled with someone like that." That Lin Xiaodo is right. People like this just exploit the rules. Do they think they are special just because they have a unique class? Serves him right to be isolated. Heh, an enabler? I have never even heard of such a trash class. Does he really think he is something? I am with ice. Cutting the Su's not well done. You cannot go soft on scumbags like him. I suggest the Academy launch a strict investigation. Someone with such a questionable character should not be allowed to take the college entrance exam. It is a waste of educational resources. Public opinion had completely turned against him. No one cared to look into the cause and effect. No one bothered to question the holes in the testimonies of those 4 victims. All they saw was a powerful team forced to disband by a dead weight. All they heard was a carefully edited clip of a madman's roar. All they believed was that the strong are always right, while the weak are wrong even for breathing. Striking first to gain the advantage. What a classic move to seize the initiative. They were not just kicking him out physically. They wanted to drag his reputation through the mud and ensure he could never get back up again. Lin Yang's chest heaved violently, and a guttural sound escaped his throat, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. Anger, humiliation, sorrow, resentment. Countless emotions collided and exploded in his chest, eventually converging into a black flame that burned everything in its path. He wanted to scream, to defend himself, to expose the ugly faces of this group to the world. But when he opened his mouth, not a single word came out. What was there to say? To whom should he say it? To this crowd of blind onlookers who only knew how to jump on the bandwagon. It was useless. Whatever he said now would only be seen as the desperate flailing of a cancerous tumor being exposed. His every defense would only become fresh fuel for their ridicule. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. The black metal casing of the student terminal in his hand cracked under the sheer pressure of his grip. The night breeze did nothing to extinguish the fire in his heart. Instead, it fueled the flames, making them burn even brighter. Lin Yang looked down at the cracked screen of his terminal. That fissure looked like an ugly scar etched onto his retina. The posts on the forum kept refreshing, and every new comment was like another knife plunged into his heart. Tumor, trash, madman, serves him right. Every one of these words was painfully clear. With every step he took, his inner agitation mounted, threatening to overflow from his chest. No, it cannot end like this. He stopped and lit up the cracked screen once more. The light illuminated his bloodless face. He deftly opened a class interface he rarely touched. It was unique to his class, Enabler Link Management. 4 names hung clearly on the interface, emitting a faint glow that signified the active links. Shen Bing, Lei Meng, Lin Xiaodo, Su Nuan. A year ago, when he first established these 4 links, his heart had been filled with longing and hope for the future. He thought these 4 connections would be his stepping stones to success. Looking at them now, they were nothing more than 4 nooses around his neck. They had already discarded him like garbage. Why should he keep these links? It was truly laughable. Lin Yang's finger hovered over the first name. Shen Bing. Without the slightest hesitation, he tapped it firmly. A confirmation box popped up. Are you sure you want to disconnect the enabler link with target Shen Bing? Note: once disconnected, a 365-day cooldown period will begin, during which you cannot re-establish a link with this target. Lin Yang pulled at the corners of his mouth, wearing an expression even uglier than weeping. 365 days. He would sooner die than have anything to do with this woman ever again. Confirm. He whispered to himself and pressed the button. On the screen, the light representing Shen Bing dimmed instantly, and with a soft pop, it completely snapped and vanished. Then the second one. Lei Meng. Disconnect. The third one. Lin Xiaodo. Disconnect. The fourth one. Su Nuan. Disconnect. When the last name disappeared from the interface, the entire management screen became completely blank. Lin Yang was back to being on his own. Just as he was about to stow the panel, a new system notification popped up. All enabler links have been disconnected, performing final feedback settlement. Feedback settlement. He had forgotten about that. When an enabler terminates a bind, a one-time final settlement based on the contribution made to the target's growth is performed, returning a portion of energy as compensation. Perhaps a consolation prize. He stared at the progress bar, feeling a flicker of inexplicable anticipation for the first time. The progress bar quickly reached the end. Settlement complete. Based on the total buffs provided during the link and the team members' preferences, your final feedback is as follows. Free attribute point x1. Experience points x50. Lin Yang froze. He stared at the numbers, thinking he had misread them. 1 attribute point. 50 experience points. Was this the final return on a year of his hard work? To research the perfect frost penetration for Shen Bing's Frostweave robe, he had scoured the library for every relevant enchantment document and pulled 3 all-nighters. To calculate the optimal balance for Lei Meng's shield block angle and power feedback, he had gone through hundreds of sheets of scratch paper. To add the strongest armor-piercing effect to Lin Xiaodo's daggers, he had scoured the black market for rare materials, blowing through all his savings. To increase Su Nuan's healing efficiency, he had drained his own mental capacity repeatedly just to find the perfect resonance frequency. He had sacrificed so much, and in the end, it was worth only 1 point and 50 exp. This would not even cover the pocket change from a low-level dungeon run they might take in the future. Lin Yang stood on the empty street and let out a low laugh. As he laughed, his shoulders began to shake violently. He remembered now. Back when they had first formed the team, he had suggested signing a legally binding contribution contract, just in case. What did Shen Bing say at the time? Lin Yang, we are a team, a single unit. I trust you, and I hope you trust us too. Talking about contracts is just bad for our friendship. Su Nuan had chimed in as well. Yeah, Lin Yang, we are going to be a family soon. Why would family members care about such things? A family? What a fine family indeed. He had actually believed it back then. He thought human hearts were made of flesh and blood. He thought that after living together for a year, even if there was no gratitude, there should have been at least some respect for his labor. Only now did Lin Yang understand. They had planned this all along. From the very beginning, they never intended for him to share in the final fruits of victory. They were just using him, squeezing him dry, treating him as a free, convenient tool. Once the tool's value was exhausted, it was time to discard it. And they were so calculating and vicious, even in how they discarded him. First, they provoked him into a rage to record his most uncomposed words. Then, they used the dissolution of the team to bypass the constraints of the rules. Finally, they used a post that turned black into white to nail him firmly to the pillar of shame, ensuring he could never rise again. Quite a move. Truly quite a move. A bone-chilling cold rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. How could people be this disgusting? Lin Yang felt his stomach churning, almost to the point of vomiting. He walked aimlessly along the street, leaving the college grounds. He could not go back to the dormitory. He could not imagine what kind of expressions his roommates would have when he pushed open the door. Sympathy, pity, or the same disdain and mockery as those people on the forum. He did not want to see any of it. Perhaps it was time to go home. The night grew deeper, and the pedestrians on the street became sparse. He passed through the bustling commercial district, walked by the quiet residential buildings, and finally turned into a remote, narrow path. At the end of the path was an area enclosed by high blue metal fences, an under-construction site in the east of the city. Lin Yang skillfully found a gap torn in the corner of the fence and squeezed through. Inside were mountains of building materials and half-finished building frames that looked like silent giant beasts in the night. He bypassed a pile of steel bars and walked to the most secluded corner against the wall. There stood a small, dusty single-person tent. The zipper of the tent was already rusty, and the canvas was covered in dust. Joke's on him, he had no money to rent an apartment outside. This was his true home. Lin Yang bent down and pulled the zipper of the tent. A breath of stale, stuffy air hit his face. He did not turn on the lights, assuming they would not work anyway as the power had long run out. He simply crawled in and collapsed heavily onto the cold sleeping bag. Inside the tent, it was pitch black. Lin Yang lay with his eyes wide open, staring straight at the canvas above, even though he could see nothing. He just lay there, limbs stiff, like a shell drained of all its vitality. The cold sleeping bag could not wrap around his body, nor could it warm his heart. The chill seeping from the gaps in his bones, mixed with the unextinguished anger in his chest, collided back and forth through his body. What else did he have? A joke of a team called Dawn, with only him left on the member list. A reputation as a toxic tumor, nailed to the pillar of shame by the entire faculty and student body, reviled by all. A tiny, broken tent, hidden in a corner of a construction site that could not even keep out the wind. And that ridiculously meager bit of free attribute points, 50 experience points. Gone. Really, there was nothing left. A year of hard work, a year of dedication, a year of patience and concession, all exchanged for this ending. He could not even figure out where he had gone wrong. Was it because his profession was not strong enough? Yet back when they formed the team, it was Shen Bing who personally said that the potential of an enabler was limitless and key to the team's future. Was it because he did not work hard enough? The nights he stayed up, the money he spent, and the heart and soul he poured into the team for their sake, were those all fake? He remembered Shen Bing's face, always wearing that arrogant expression. He remembered Lei Liang's impatient remark, "Why are you lagging behind again?" He remembered Su Nuanuan's words, seemingly caring but actually pushing, "Lin Yang, you have to work harder, otherwise it will be very difficult for us." He remembered Lin Xiaodao's words, always hidden under a hood, "We are a team, you need to think about the bigger picture." The bigger picture. What a high-sounding phrase. So, he was the sacrifice that could be discarded at any moment for the sake of the bigger picture. Lin Yang rolled over, burying his face into the moldy-smelling sleeping bag. He did not want to think anymore. For every second he thought, the churning nausea in his stomach grew heavier. Drip, drip. Outside the tent, a faint sound drifted in. At first, Lin Yang did not pay it any mind. There were all sorts of sounds at the construction site, the wailing of wind through steel bars, the cries of wild cats. He was long used to it. But the sound became more and more frequent. Drip, drip, patter, patter. From scattered droplets to a continuous line. Raindrops tapped against the tent's canvas. The sound was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear, one after another, as if knocking on his heart. It was raining. Of course, even this damned weather had to join in the trouble. Lin Yang tugged at the sleeping bag irritably. The sound of rain only made him more anxious and distressed. Loneliness. An unprecedented sense of loneliness, as if it were about to swallow him whole, swept in from all directions, accompanied by the sound of the rain. In this moment, he felt abandoned by the entire world. No, it was not just a feeling. He had truly been abandoned. Wrestle, wrestle. A slight scratching sound came from the zipper of the tent. Lin Yang's body tensed instantly. Who is it? No one else could possibly know about this place besides him. Could it be people from the college coming after him, or Shen Bing and the others, unwilling to let it go, coming to finish him off? He held his breath and silently reached out from the sleeping bag, reaching for the half-meter-long steel bar he kept by his pillow for self-defense. Its cold touch helped calm his chaotic mind a little. Rustle, a whimper. The scratching stopped, replaced by a weak, sobbing whimper. The sound was very small and pitiful. It was not a person. Lin Yang's tense nerves relaxed. He put down the steel bar, sat up, and fumbled to open the tent zipper. A narrow gap opened up. The outside world was pitch black, with only the weak light pollution from the city's edge outlining the vague silhouettes of those steel giants in the construction site. The cold, rainy mist mixed with the night breeze flooded in, making him shiver. A wet, small, dark shadow was curled up at the entrance of the tent. It seemed startled by the movement of the zipper and shrank back, but because of the heavy rain outside, it dared not run far, only lying on the ground, shivering like a leaf in the wind. By that faint light, Lin Yang saw it clearly. It was a puppy the size of a palm, its fur completely soaked and matted together. He could not tell the breed, only its eyes were bright in the darkness, filled with fear and supplication. Lin Yang recognized it. It was a stray dog from the construction site that usually searched for food in the corners. It was very timid and would run as soon as it saw people. He would occasionally throw the rest of his steamed buns to it, so he had some impression of it. He had never given it a name, just calling it Little Black Fur in his heart. Right now, Little Black Fur was looking at him pitifully, letting out faint whimpers in its throat, seemingly begging him to let it come in and get out of the rain. Lin Yang watched it in silence. Under normal circumstances, he might have just chased it away. He was barely scraping by himself. How could he have the energy to care for a stray dog? But now, looking at the little thing shivering in the rain, Lin Yang suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that looked utterly wretched. He did not mind the mud and filth covering it. Instead, he unzipped his coat further, turned to the side, and made some room. "It is you, little Blackie." His voice was incredibly hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Little Blackie seemed to understand him, or perhaps it sensed there was no malice in him. It tentatively shuffled forward a small step, its front paws carefully stepping into the dry tent. "What is the matter? Did other dogs beat you up?" Lin Yang leaned against the cold wall and spoke to himself. The little black dog lifted its head, looking at him with those wet, watery eyes, and tilted its head in confusion. "Or did you lose a turf war and get driven out? Ha, look at that pathetic state you are in. No wonder you get bullied." His words were mocking, but his movements were gentle. He reached out, grabbed a relatively clean rag from beside his sleeping bag, and tossed it over Little Blackie. Little Blackie was startled, but soon realized the cloth did not hurt. Instead, it blocked out some of the chill. It wagged its barely visible tail in a show of favor, then clumsily began using the cloth to wipe the rain off its body. Watching its bedraggled yet persistent efforts, a spot deep within Lin Yang's heart was suddenly, gently touched. Driven away by stronger beings. Ruthlessly cast aside. In the cold, rainy night, unable to even find a shelter from the wind and rain. How similar. Little Blackie's presence brought a trace of life into this cramped, cold, and despair-filled tent. It also offered a tiny bit of comfort to Lin Yang's heart, which had been on the verge of freezing solid. He stopped speaking and just watched quietly as Little Blackie curled itself into a ball in the corner of the tent, acting cautiously so as not to take up too much space. After a long while, he reached out, scooped up the shivering little thing, and ignoring the mud and water on it, placed it directly into his sleeping bag. Little Blackie's body stiffened for a moment, then felt a warmth it had never known before. It let out a comfortable whimper, found a cozy position, leaned tightly against Lin Yang's chest, and stayed still. The little thing in his arms was very warm. It was the warmth only a living creature could provide, carrying a faint heartbeat that traveled through the thin sleeping bag fabric, continuously warming Lin Yang's cold chest. Little Blackie slept soundly, its forepaws curled inward, occasionally twitching in its dreams and letting out tiny, faint whimpers. It seemed to fully trust this being that had just taken it in, revealing its softness and vulnerability without reservation. Lin Yang lay perfectly still, letting that small heat source press against him. He remembered Su Nuinuan. She would always say, "We are family." Yet, when he was accidentally injured by Shen Bing's ice spear spell, leaving a cut on his arm that went deep to the bone, Su Nuanuan's healing spells were always marked by a reluctant hesitation. She would cast the spell while saying in that seemingly gentle but actually resentful tone, "Lin Yang, you need to be more careful. My mental power is very precious and needs to be saved for critical moments." He also remembered Lei Meng, the man who claimed to be the team's sturdiest shield. Once, during a simulation, an elite-level demonized wild boar broke through the line and charged straight at him. He had instinctively shouted, "Lei Meng." And Lei Meng just shifted slightly to the side, using the edge of his shield to make a token block, letting the massive force send Lin Yang flying. Afterward, Lei Meng patted his shoulder and grinned, saying, "Brother, this was a test for you. Even the main tank has times when they cannot cover everything. You need to learn to protect yourself." Family. What a fine family. Their concern always remained nothing more than words. Their warmth always carried the chill of calculation. In the end, on this rainy night when he was abandoned by the whole world, the only thing that could give him a hint of warmth was a stray dog without even a name. A low sound, indistinguishable between a mockery or a sob, broke from Lin Yang's throat. Human hearts are truly inferior to dogs. Once this thought surfaced, it could no longer be contained. Like vines, it grew and spread wildly in his mind. Dog. Enabler. Link. A thought, absurd to the extreme and utterly mad, sprouted without warning from his nearly withered mental ruins. Why could not he team up with a dog? Lin Yang's body jolted, waking the little blackie in his arms. It lifted its head in confusion and nudged his chin with its wet nose. Lin Yang ignored it, frozen as if struck by lightning. That is right. Why could not he? The class description for enabler only stated that one could establish an empowerment link with a target. It never specified that the target had to be human. This was just everyone's habitual way of thinking. Because the auxiliary effects of the enabler class were used to strengthen the skills, equipment, and attributes of professionals, everyone assumed that the link target must also be a professional. But what if the underlying logic of the rules was not actually like that? This thought, like a bolt of lightning piercing the night, instantly illuminated his chaotic brain. He scrambled out of his sleeping bag, his movements so abrupt they brought a cold gust of air, causing little Blackie to whimper in grievance. The link management interface for the enabler class was empty, silent as the grave. Lin Yang's breathing grew rapid. He reached out and gently pressed his hand onto the small, furry head in the sleeping bag. "Establish link," he chanted inwardly. There was no response on the character panel. As expected, it would not work. Was he being too naive? Just as a deeper wave of despair began to wash over him, a prompt box he had never seen before suddenly popped up. Detected non-intelligent life form eligible for linking. Target meets minimum criteria for linking. Warning, this target lacks a class template and foundational intelligence. Post-link growth potential will be extremely low, and empowerment effects will be severely restricted. Confirm establishment of empowerment link. It worked. It actually worked. Lin Yang stared fixedly at those lines of text on the panel, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of his throat. He did not care about the low growth potential or the limited effects. What he cared about was that this door had truly been pushed open by him. Confirm, just confirm it already. Empowerment link establishing. Link successful. On the empty link management interface, he was finally no longer alone. A brand new entry, radiating a faint white glow, appeared beneath his name. Lin Yang immediately clicked on the details of the unnamed entry. A pitifully crude attribute panel popped up. Target unnamed. Race canine. Level 1. Class none. Attributes: Strength 2. Agility 3. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Skills none. Equipment none. It really was pathetically weak. All the attribute points were obscenely low, worse than even a normal 1-year-old human child. For any professional, even with the lowest ranked white common class, the starting attributes would never look this bad. Anyone else seeing this panel would probably just give up right away. This is essentially trash, with almost zero value to nurture. But Lin Yang, looking at this panel, smiled. He laughed until his shoulders shook, until tears were almost streaming down his face. Yeah, it is pathetic enough. But no matter how pathetic, it is still better than those 4 treacherous scoundrels with their classes. Shen Bing and the others, under his empowerment for a year, had flashy attributes and powerful skills. But so what? Their hearts were black. No matter how strong their attributes, it was just feeding meat to wolves. Lin Yang's low laughter echoed in the cramped tent, carrying a madness born from extreme suppression. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the warm little body in the sleeping bag. Little Blackfur felt his touch, whimpered comfortably, and nudged against his palm. "From now on, you shall be called Blackfur," Lin Yang whispered to himself, simultaneously updating the unnamed entry on the panel to Blackfur. Target Blackfur. Looking at this brand new name, Lin Yang felt a strange sense of stability in his heart for the first time. This was not a team, this was his partner. A partner who would never betray him. But what is the point of just loyalty? The mountain of reality still crushed him so hard he could not breathe. 1 month. Only 1 month left until the Great Zia Unified College Entrance Exam for Professionals. That was the one and only chance for all commoner professionals to leap over the Dragon Gate. Once missed, there would be no chance in a lifetime to enter higher institutions and receive the top-tier resources and training. His original plan was to achieve a stunning result in the exam with the Dawn team, enter the nearby top university, Tianhai University, and incidentally grab a high school scholarship. Now, everything has become a bubble. Not to mention Tianhai University, probably even the lowest-tier professional college would not want him. And Blackfur, bringing a dog to take the entrance exam. They would probably be kicked out for being lunatics. Despair, like a tide, began to drown the tiny spark he had just ignited once again. Number. There must be a way. There must be. Lin Yang's brain began to race. He forced himself to calm down and sort everything out. His fingers subconsciously swiped across the terminal screen, gliding past the academies, various regulations, and the unsightly posts on the forum. Suddenly, his finger stopped on a page. List of academy public training facilities. Gravity chamber, elemental resistance room, realistic combat simulation hall. His gaze finally locked tightly onto the very bottom of the list. Tenfold time flow training room. This was a top-tier facility, specifically prepared for those from wealthy families or those who had made significant contributions to the academy. Spending 1 day inside equals 10 days in the outside world. Of course, the usage fee was also an astronomical figure. Lin Yang's heart began to beat uncontrollably. 1 month. If he could get into the tenfold time flow room, 1 month would be equivalent to 10 months. 10 months of prep time. Although still rushed, it might not be impossible to find a way forward. Once this thought appeared, it grew wildly like weeds. But the problem arose again. Money. How could he afford to rent a place like that? And even if he got in, how would he train? Would he have to lift weights and run? As a support class, even if he trained his constitution to the heavens, he still could not beat a basic fighter. The key still was Blackfur. If Blackfur could become stronger through training. This thought seemed absurd even to Lin Yang. How do you train a dog? Throw a frisbee, fetch a ball. Even if Blackfur could really get stronger, how much stronger could it become? A slightly more muscular dog. You will not know unless you try. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. He already had nothing left. What else was there to fear? He lowered his head, looked at Blackfur sleeping soundly in his arms, focused, and sent a clear command through the invisible link. Blackfur, go out and run a lap at top speed. The little thing in his arms moved and opened its eyes groggily. It seemed a bit puzzled, but its pure nature meant it trusted the person who took it in 100%. Blackfur climbed out of the warm sleeping bag, shook its half-dry fur, and without the slightest hesitation, turned into a bolt of black lightning, instantly charging out of the tent and vanishing into the night of the construction site. Lin Yang's eyes were glued to his class panel. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. No reaction at all. As expected, was he just overthinking it? Just as his heart sank and he prepared to give up, a tiny line of green text popped up beneath Blackfur's attribute panel without warning. Blackfur engaged in running training. Agility +1. Lin Yang went completely rigid. He almost thought he had misread it and blinked hard. That is right. Agility went from 3 to 4. How is that possible? He remembered clearly that to help Lin Xiaodo improve his dagger's attack speed by just a fraction of a second, he spent a whole week with him in the training hall, only to finally have Lin Xiaodao's agility attribute increase by a measly 1 point. Now Black Fur just ran a lap, and it added 1 point of agility. This is unscientific. Lin Yang's breathing became hurried as he issued another command. Keep running, do not stop, run until you cannot anymore. Black Fur faithfully executed his order. Soon, another prompt popped up. Black Fur engaged in endurance running training. Constitution +1. Constitution went from 1 to 2. Lin Yang felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He forced down the joy and shock and continued to give commands. Find something, bite it with all your might. Woof! A response came from Black Fur in the distance. A moment later, Black Fur engaged in bite force training. Strength +1. Strength went from 2 to 3. Lin Yang was completely stunned. In just a few minutes, strength, agility, and constitution all increased by 1 point. What kind of insane growth rate is this? Even a legendary Red Myth grade class could not be this insane, right? Lin Yang suddenly recalled the warning he received during the system link. Warning, this target lacks a class template and foundational wisdom. Growth potential is extremely low after linking. Extremely low growth potential. The hell do you call this extremely low growth potential? Is the system playing a joke on him? God, I cannot worry about that anymore. Since it is feasible, he has not lost yet. The system's definition of extremely low growth likely referred to the lack of a class template, meaning its future ceiling is very low. But does Lin Yang care about the ceiling right now? He does not care. He only cares about the power right in front of him. Uncontrollable, frantic laughter erupted once more. This time, it was not the madness of despair, but the wild joy of someone who had just grasped at a straw. Wrestle, wrestle. A faint noise interrupted his laughter. Blackie is back. It was panting, its tail wagging like a rattled drum, looking quite proud of itself. And following behind it were a few timid little ones. One with white fur, though it was covered in mud. One that was skinny and bony with yellowish fur. And one that was the most cowardly, hiding at the very back, completely gray. They were all longtime residents of this construction site. Blackie ran to Lin Yang's feet, rubbed its head against his pant leg, and then turned back to bark at its little companions, as if showing off that it had found a great master. Blackie has engaged in canine communication, spirit +1. Another point added. Lin Yang looked at the pitiful stray dogs, then at the glaring 1 out of 5 on his Team Link interface. Damn it, training 1 dog is practice, training 4 dogs is also practice. Train them all. I am going absolutely crazy today. He reached out and tapped each of the 3 dogs peeking their heads out. Link. 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 Empowerment link establishing. Link successful. Empowerment link establishing. Link successful. Empowerment link establishing. Link successful. In an instant, his empty team list was filled up. Dawn. Captains Lin Yang. Members, Blackie unnamed, unnamed, unnamed. Team size, 5 out of 5. Lin Yang looked at the brand new list, grinning to show his white teeth. From today on, you are my family. He pointed at the white dog. You are called Whitey. He then pointed at the yellow dog. You, Yellowy. Finally, the most cowardly gray dog. And you will be called Gray. The manic laughter stopped abruptly. As his emotions settled, the air in the tent grew cold and stagnant once again. After the joy and madness receded, a massive reality he could not ignore crashed into his face like an iceberg. Money. He had no money. The newly formed Dawn Squad, with 4 hungry members, was looking at him with 8 innocent eyes. Blackie, Whitey, Yellowy, and the Gray hiding in the back. They knew nothing about classes, the college entrance exams, or the future. They only knew that this man had taken them in and given them a corner to shelter from the wind and rain. But even this corner was about to be lost. A month. Only 1 month left. Lin Yang knew well that trying to train these 4 stray dogs, who were useless for anything but loyalty, to the level required for the college entrance exam in just 1 month was a pipe dream. Even if their growth rate was fast, it would not be enough. The only way to break the deadlock was that top-tier facility he had only ever seen in academy brochures. 10 times time flow training chamber. If he could get in, 1 month would become 10 months. 10 months would be enough to turn these 4 beasts with infinite potential into a real elite force. But that price Lin Yang opened his personal terminal, his fingers trembling as he tapped on the list for academy facility rentals. He moved slowly, as if every swipe took a tremendous amount of effort. When he found the 10 times time flow training chamber entry, he froze completely. Rental fee, 2 million per day. 2 million. Each of the long string of zeros behind it hit his temples like a heavy hammer. His entire net worth, including cash, did not even add up to 2,000. And that was money he had scrounged by living frugally, meant to buy nutrition packs. 2 million for him was an astronomical figure that only existed in his imagination. Despair, more piercing than when he was betrayed by Shen Bing and the others, washed over him once again. The flicker of hope that had just been ignited was ruthlessly extinguished by these cold numbers. What now? Just give up. Admit he is just a loser. Admit he cannot fight fate, and then get eliminated by this world like a stray dog. No. Lin Yang's chest heaved violently, his heavy breathing echoing in the cramped tent. He cannot give up. He already has nothing left. The only thing he has is his wretched life. Money. He needs money. How can he get a large sum of money in a short time? Rob, steal. No. In this era, any illegal act is recorded by the Skynet system. Once there is a black mark, forget about the exams, he would not even be able to survive in the city. It has to be legal. Legal? A crazy idea suddenly leaped out from his chaotic thoughts. Loan. Right, a loan. Anyway, he is alone with nothing but a life to lose, so why fear debt? Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be contained. Lin Yang's eyes were bloodshot. He was like a gambler who had lost everything. No, he was just a gambler with red eyes. Backup power source, activate. He immediately opened the financial services page on his personal terminal. Various loan apps flashed with enticing advertisements. No collateral, instant credit. With one ID card, borrow up to 100,000. Student loans, interest rates as low as ice. Lin Yang could not care less. He clicked on the one that looked most promising and started filling in his information. Name's Lin Yang. Age 18. Class. He hesitated for a moment, then filled in, Empowerer, no grade. Submit application. Under review. Review failed. Reason: applicant's class has no grade certification, no stable source of income, and overall credit score is too low. Failed. Lin Yang's heart sank, but he did not give up and clicked on the second one. Review failed. The third one. Review failed. He applied for over a dozen platforms, all getting the same cold, red notification. His credit had long become precarious due to various debts incurred to support the Dawn Squad. The legitimate platforms would not lend money to someone like him. Damn it. Left with no choice, Lin Yang had no option but to look for some less formal lenders. Instantly, countless even more explicit and dangerous links popped up. Need cash fast? Come to me. Bad credit or no credit, as long as you're brave enough to borrow, I am brave enough to lend. Money is no issue, as long as you can pay it back. Lin Yang did not hesitate for a second. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was quenching his thirst with poison. But right now, poison was exactly what he needed. He clicked on a link, and the requirements were brutally simple. All it needed was his identity information and an emergency contact. Lin Yang filled in his details without hesitation. As for the emergency contact, the faces of Su Nuanuan and the others flashed through his mind, and finally, he entered Lei Meng's number. Submit. This time, the reply was almost instantaneous. Application approved. Credit limit, 50,000. Funds will arrive within 3 minutes. Ding. His personal terminal let out a crisp notification sound, and his account balance jumped from a pathetic 3 digits to over 50,000. It worked. Lin Yang felt a surge of energy and immediately clicked on the next link. 50,000. 30,000. 100,000. And his account balance climbed rapidly, from 50,000 to 100,000, then 200,000. He was like a tireless machine, frantically applying for every loan he could find. When he clicked on a platform that had the strictest requirements but the highest limit, his actions froze. This platform, besides identity information, required a special form of collateral. Nude photos of the applicant holding their ID card. Nude loan. Lin Yang's body stiffened. Dignity. Did he even have any of that left? Ever since those 4 people tossed him aside like garbage at the construction site, his dignity had already been trampled into the mud. Right now, what he needed was money. Power, the power to get back on his feet and crush those people under his heel. For that, let alone a photo, even if they wanted his life, he would not even bat an eyelid. He took off his tattered clothes and used his terminal's camera to take a photo with a blank expression. Upload submit. Verification failed. Lin Yang sneered, covered his hair with some rags, tucked his rear in, and took another shot. Verification passed. Credit limit 200,000. Ding! Another large sum arrived. Lin Yang looked at the number on his terminal, 400,000. He had borrowed from every black market and online lender he could, squeezing out the last bit of his value, only to scrape together 400,000. It was still nowhere near the 2 million he needed. Damn it, I cannot even afford one day's rent. Not enough. Not nearly enough. What else could he offer as collateral? What else did he have that was worth anything? Lin Yang scanned his barren tent, and finally, his gaze landed on his personal information panel. Occupation, enabler. An occupation is a person's greatest asset. Although his occupation was unranked and everyone treated him like trash, he knew for a fact that this was no simple profession. An idea flickered in his mind once again. He returned to those lone platforms, and in the collateral field, he solemnly entered his occupation details, accompanied by a description. Special occupation, enabler, can establish an enabling link with any target, enhancing all attributes of the target. Infinite potential can be used as the highest value collateral. He did not know if this would work. It was more like a gamble. Betting that somewhere in this world, there was someone who could recognize the real value. After submitting, he expected it to go into a black hole. But soon, the legitimate platforms that had rejected him before actually started to show a reaction. Your supplementary information has been received. We are re-evaluating your credit score. Evaluation complete. Congratulations, you have been granted a loan limit of 200,000. Evaluation complete. Congratulations, you have been granted a loan limit of 150,000. And one after another, new funds began pouring into his account. After the final platform approved his request, Lin Yang checked his account balance. 800,000. Added to the previous 400,000, that made 1,200,000. Still not enough. He could not even pay for one day in the training room. Every path he took seemed to have reached a dead end. Just as the fire in his heart was about to go out completely, his personal terminal rang. It was not a message notification, but a communication request. An unknown number with no location ID. Lin Yang hesitated for a moment before picking up. He did not say a word, just listened quietly. There was a silence on the other end for a few seconds, then a processed, electronic synthesized voice, impossible to tell if it was male or female, spoke up. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yang? Lin Yang did not answer. The caller did not seem to mind and continued. Your occupation is enabler, is that correct? Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Are you in desperate need of money? Every question hit the mark precisely. These shady online lenders are really fast at leaking personal information. We would like to meet you. The synthetic voice finally stated its purpose. Would tomorrow work? Kiyuan Tower, top floor. In the luxuriously dazzling office, crystal chandeliers cast a cold light. A woman in a high-end tailored suit with a seductive figure hung up the call, an unconcealable trace of excitement on her face. He agreed. On the sofa opposite her, a man in a sharp suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up abruptly, pacing back and forth on the expensive carpet, nodding repeatedly. Good, good, excellent. There was an irrepressible excitement in his voice. An enabler, a living, wild enabler. I have finally found one. The woman walked slowly to the liquor cabinet, poured 2 glasses of crimson liquid, handed one to the man, and gently swirled her own, her red lips parting with a hint of curiosity. It is just an unranked support class. Is it really worth getting this excited over? The man chuckled. He picked up his glass but did not drink, just watching the liquid swirl, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with sharpness and greed. What do you know? We know everyone in this world has misunderstood this occupation. We have all completely buried the true potential of this class. The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. The man did not explain directly, but instead asked her, Enabler, what do you think is the core of this occupation? Of course it is enabling. Channeling one's own energy into others to boost teammate stats. Is not that obvious? She answered matter-of-factly. Wrong. The man denied it flatly. Dead wrong. The key is not the enabling itself, but the person being linked. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping extremely low, as if telling a world-shattering secret. Our laboratory recently discovered a pattern through massive data backtracking and model deductions. The purer the mind of the target being linked by an enabler, the more like a blank sheet of paper they are, with zero distracting thoughts, the more terrifying the growth effect from the link becomes. The woman stopped what she was doing, ripples spreading across the wine in her glass. What? For the first time, a look of shock appeared on her face. Pure of heart, you mean? Exactly. The man slapped his thigh and said excitedly, so, the true way to use an empowerer is not to support those adults who have already fixed their mindsets and are filled with all sorts of distracting thoughts. Although that is also quite powerful, compared to its true potential, it is a complete waste. It is like using a diamond as a glass marble. The man's breathing became heavy as he waved his arms around like a madman who had just discovered a new world. We ran an internal test, simulating it with the highest precision system. If an empowerer links to a newborn baby, from the moment they are born until they develop basic self-awareness, let us say at 5 years old. Disconnect the link at 5 years old. Do you know what would happen in those 5 years? The woman was completely captivated by his words, asking instinctively what would happen. During those 5 years, every unconscious wave of the hand, every kick, every cry, every time the child rolls over, the system counts it as a focused training session. Their growth would be round the clock and uninterrupted. After 5 years, do you know what the stats they gain out of thin air would be comparable to? The man held out a palm and then clenched it into a fist. It would be comparable to the full bonus provided by a level 100 epic piece of equipment. And this is permanent. It is integrated directly into their body. It is their foundation. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in the woman's mind. She almost dropped the wine glass in her hand. Having stats comparable to level 100 epic gear before even awakening a class. What kind of concept is that? This means that from the starting line, this child flies directly to the finish line, where others spend their whole lives struggling to reach. Damn it, the man could not help but curse, his face showing a mix of annoyance and ecstasy. The empowerer class is so rare. After all these years, not a single person has discovered this secret. How much money have we lost? We lost a fortune. He looked at the woman with a glint of greed in his eyes. Think about it, those centuries-old prestigious families, those billionaire conglomerates. How much would they be willing to pay to let their heirs win at the starting line? The cost of a level 100 epic item? No. He shook his head vigorously. At the very least, it is double, even triple, quintuple, because equipment can be dropped or replaced, but this is a permanent stat increase. It is a talent that stays with you for life. None of them discovered it. Damn it, we deserve to make this money. The woman's breathing also grew rapid as she finally understood. Lin Yang. He is a walking, untapped massive gold mine. Then tomorrow, the woman's voice trembled slightly. Take him, we must secure him. The man said decisively, use every possible means to keep him firmly tied to our ship. The next day, Kiyuan Tower. This landmark building of the city looked like a sharp sword piercing the firmament. Its cold glass curtain walls reflecting the sky and making those standing below seem incredibly insignificant. Lin Yang stood in the shadow of this sword. He looked up, feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him. Compared to this, his shabby tent was basically a garbage dump outside of civilization. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the party link. At the construction site, 4 joyful auras were dancing. Blackie performed a sprint, agility +1, strength +1. Whitey successfully tackled Yellowy, strength +1, spirit +1. Yellowy performed a rolling dodge, agility +1. Gray dug a hole in the corner and buried himself, constitution +1. Lin Yang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The hell do you call this training? Is not this just playing in the mud? Yet it was precisely this purest, most undistracted play that made their stats rocket upward. Can a dog's mind be anything but pure? In their world, there is only eating, drinking, playing, and their master, Lin Yang. Lin Yang exhaled and shook the distractions from his mind. The 4 of them are getting stronger, And as for him, it is time to clear the final obstacle for their growth. He took a step and walked into the gilded entrance of Kiyuan Tower. Top floor CEO office. After a professional screening, Lin Yang met the person who had contacted him on the phone. Maybe it was him, maybe not. Who cares? Sun Hanyu, the CEO of Kiyuan Group, a man who looked refined in gold-rimmed glasses but radiated the aura of a shrewd businessman. The office was terrifyingly large, with an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking most of the city. Mr. Lin Yang, please have a seat. Sun Hanyu lowered his posture and personally poured him a glass of water. Lin Yang did not sit, nor did he take the water. He just stood on the expensive carpet, scanning the luxurious space that felt so alien to him. He knew clearly that the other party's politeness was not because of him, Lin Yang, but because of his empowerer class. Small talk and probing were pointless. What he lacked most right now was time. Sun Hanyu held the glass with a formulaic smile, preparing to say something. Lin Yang interrupted him first. What do you want? The smile on Sun Hanyu's face stiffened for a moment before returning to normal. He set the glass on the table and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. We need you. Need me? Yes, Mr. Lin Yang, you might not fully understand the true value of your profession. Sun Hanyu tried to explain everything with a cajoling tone. But Lin Yang interrupted him again. He did not care how powerful his class was, nor did he care what world-shattering secrets these people had discovered. Those were empty promises. He only cared about what he could get. I need money. Lin Yang spread his hands, staring straight at Sun Hanyu, articulating each word clearly. You want me, fine, but I cannot join you now. I still have the entrance exams to take. Anything after graduation can be discussed then. Right now, I need a sum of money. Sun Hanyu watched him with interest and gestured for him to continue. How much? Lin Yang held up 6 fingers. 60 million. As the number left his lips, the air in the office seemed to freeze. Sun Hanyu did not speak, just stared at him. Lin Yang's heart was racing, but he forced himself to stay calm and finish. Consider this money alone. You can set the interest rate, I do not care. If I cannot pay it back. Lin Yang paused for a moment, then grinned, revealing a wild, crazed smile. If I cannot pay it back, then my life is yours. I will work for you for free until the day I die. He had bet everything he had on this single hand at the table. Sun Hanyu was stunned. He had envisioned many ways for this negotiation to start, but this was certainly not one of them. So direct, so brutal, so unconventional. 60 million. He looked at the young man before him, wearing tattered clothes but with eyes burning with a fierce fire, and only one thought crossed his mind. A living, breathing, walking gold mine with infinite potential is only worth 60 million. Who is he trying to insult? Lin Yang saw the silence on Sun Hanyu's face, and his heart sank. Oh God, did I ask for too much? No, it is just that I was too impatient. I should have heard their terms first before negotiating the price. Damn it, I'm still too green. Just as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, and he was preparing to lower his demands, Sun Hanyu finally spoke. Are you sure? Just 60 million. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. That tone. Oh no, I asked for too little. Once that thought emerged, he could not push it back down. Damn it, I really am just a broke kid. I do not even know how to set a price. 60 million seemed like an astronomical sum to me, but in the eyes of these real capitalists, it might just be pocket change. There was no change in expression on Lin Yang's face, but deep down, he was cursing his ancestors down to the 18th generation. Whatever. He did not care what Kiyuan wanted, he only cared about what he needed. 60 million was enough to solve all the problems right in front of him. Sun Hanyu looked at Lin Yang's face, which was struggling to remain calm, and suddenly smiled. He stood up slowly, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and turned his back to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, I have to admit, you are special. You are more ruthless and more direct than anyone your age I have ever met. He turned around, his eyes flashing behind his glasses. 60 million is too little. This figure does not reflect your value. Sun Hanyu held up one finger. I will give you 100 million. Boom. Lin Yang's brain buzzed. 100 million. He wondered if he had heard wrong. 100 million yuan interest-free loan, available for you to use at any time. Sun Hanyu's voice carried an irresistible allure. Use this money to do whatever you want. I only have one request. Sun Hanyu's expression turned serious. If you cannot repay this money, then as you said, you yourself, your whole life, will belong to the Kiyun group. But if you do pay it back. He walked back to Lin Yang, stepped closer and lowered his voice. I want you to work for the Kiyun group after graduation for at least 40 years. 100 million to buy him for 40 years. Or rather, betting on his entire life. For Sun Hanyu, this deal was an absolute steal. Lin Yang's heart was pounding wildly in his chest. 100 million. 40 years. He is 18 this year, 4 years of college after the Gaokao. He will be 22 when he graduates. 40 years of work means he would have to work for the Kiyun group until he is 62. How the hell is that any different from an indentured servitude contract? No, that is exactly what it is. It is a contract to sell his entire life for 100 million. Lin Yang's breathing became heavy. The temptation of 100 million was huge, but the price of 40 years was far too heavy. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Sun Hanyu was in no rush, just watching him with ease, wearing that gentle yet cold smile typical of a businessman. He was waiting for Lin Yang to break. He had Lin Yang right where he wanted him. He had pegged his desperate need for money, and the fact that he was at the end of his rope. 40 years is too long. Lin Yang finally spoke, his voice gravelly but exceptionally firm. I cannot agree to that. Sun Hanyu's smile did not fade, he just adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Oh, Mr. Lin thinks it is long. That is a full 100 million in interest-free loans. Do you know how much the interest on that money would be in a bank over 40 years? It is an astronomical figure you cannot even imagine. I am exchanging an astronomical sum for 40 years of your future, and I think that is quite fair. Fair? Screw your fairness. Lin Yang cursed inwardly. A capitalist's face is always the same damn thing. I do not understand finance, and I do not want to. Lin Yang looked Sun Hanyu in the eye, not backing down at all. I only know that in 40 years, I will go from a young man to an old one, and my whole life will be tied to your Kiyun group. This is not a partnership, it is selling my soul. Sun Hanyu clapped his hands softly. Well said, Mr. Lin is indeed a sensible man. He changed his tone. But are not you here to sell your soul right now? That one sentence cut right through all of Lin Yang's posturing. He was right. He had just said it himself. If he could not pay the money back, his life would be theirs. And now he was here debating whether it was selling his soul or not, which was just ridiculous. Lin Yang's face felt hot, but he could not back down. This is a negotiation. If he retreats an inch, the other side will advance 10, and they will strip him down to the bone. That is right, I am here to sell my soul. Lin Yang decided to put his cards on the table, straightening his back. But if I am selling it, there has to be a price. 100 million to buy me for 40 years is too cheap. My life is worth more than that. Sun Hanyu paused, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, interesting, truly interesting. He looked at Lin Yang as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Fine, you tell me, how many years do you think it should be? The initiative seemed to have returned to Lin Yang's hands. His heart raced, he knew this was the critical moment. 10 years. He slashed it by a quarter right there. Sun Hanyu's smile faded, and he shook his head. Mr. Lin, you are joking. 100 million for 20 years, that is 5 million a year. You are indeed special, but 5 million a year is not a small amount, and besides, we will still be paying you a salary. This is not an insult. It is already a sign of great respect for you. Working for us will not leave you disappointed. We are the ones who can bring out your true value. Sun Hanyu started buttering him up again. Lin Yang was not buying it. Do not give me that nonsense. He cut him off firmly. I do not care about greatness or whatever. I am just asking you 10 years, do we have a deal or not? If not, then I do not want your 100 million. Lin Yang hardened his heart and burned the bridge behind him. I will stick with my original terms. 60 million. I will treat it as a loan, you set the interest. I will pay it back and we will be even. If I cannot pay, you take my life. Sun Hanyu fell silent. He looked at Lin Yang, whose young face was etched with a desperate, burn the boat's resolve. This kid is a wolf. A starving wolf, brave enough to bare its fangs at a tiger. He is gambling. Gambling that his potential is worth more than the 100 million itself. Damn it, he won the bet. Sun Hanyu cursed under his breath. 100 million meant nothing to him, or to the Kiyun group. But a living, wild, and incredibly high-potential awakened one, that was an absolute treasure. If he let the deal fall through over a few years of service, he would be the world's biggest fool. 18 years. Sun Hanyu finally relented. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. He had a shot. He had gambled right. This guy really, really needed him. 10 years, Lin Yang demanded, refusing to budge. Lin Yang, do not be too greedy, Sun Hanyu said, his face darkening. 18 years is already the most sincere offer I can make, considering your potential. 15 years. Lin Yang countered once again. He was determined to test the limits of his opponent. Sun Hanyu stood up abruptly, seemingly enraged by Lin Yang's audacity. But Lin Yang just stared at him coldly. The two stood in a standoff, sparks practically flying in the air. Finally, Sun Hanyu deflated and sank back into the sofa. He rubbed his brow, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Fine, I admit it, I lost. 15 years. This is my bottom line, and the bottom line for the Kiyun Group. An interest-free loan of 100 million. If you pay it back, you work for Kiyun for 15 years after graduation. If you cannot pay it back, you belong to Kiyun forever. This is the final offer. If it is even 1 day shorter, then there is no deal. It worked. Fireworks exploded in Lin Yang's mind. 15 years. He had managed to cut it down from 40 years all the way to 15. Damn, you really have to swing a giant blade when negotiating. Though it was still a long time, compared to 40 years, this was a totally acceptable number. Worth it. This trip was not in vain. And Sun Hanyu, seeing the irrepressible joy on Lin Yang's face, was thrilled as well. 15 years. That is more than enough. Forget 15 years, give him 5 years, no 3. Just level him up, have him form a dozen contracts in one go, and that 100 million will be earned back in a breeze. No matter how he calculated it, this deal was a massive profit for him. One had outplayed the other, and both thought they were rolling in the dough. Damn, how am I so good? This money is rightfully mine to make. The two men, each harboring their own secret agendas, reached a bizarre state of harmony in that moment. All right, I agree. Lin Yang sealed the deal immediately. He was afraid the other side would change their mind. Pleasure doing business with you, Sun Hanyu said, standing up and extending his hand. Lin Yang took the hand. It was warm and firm. Pleasure doing business with you. Let his future self worry about the future. Right now, he only cared about making money. Sun Hanyu pressed a button on his desk. Moments later, the office door opened, and the voluptuous woman from earlier walked in. Secretary Chin, draft a top-tier contract immediately based on the terms we just discussed. Very well, Director Sun. Secretary Chin's efficiency was staggering. In less than 10 minutes, a thick contract, still warm from the printer, was placed before Lin Yang. Sun Hanyu made a gesture to invite him to sign. Lin Yang picked up the contract. He did not bother reading the dense legal jargon. It was pointless even if he tried, as he would not know what traps lay hidden within. He flipped directly to the last page to check the critical numbers. Loan amount, 100 million yuan, 100 million. Service term, 15 years. The numbers were correct. Lin Yang did not hesitate, grabbed a pen, and scribbled his signature in a few quick strokes. The writing was messy, yet it carried a sense of reckless, forward-moving determination. Sun Hanyu nodded with satisfaction. Secretary Chin, have the finance department transfer the funds immediately. Yes. Secretary Chin took the contract and left. Only Lin Yang and Sun Hanyu remained in the office. Lin Yang, I hope you put this money to good use, Sun Hanyu said with a meaningful tone. This is your first bucket of gold and the first turning point in your life. Do not let us down. Lin Yang said nothing. He did not need anyone to tell him how to do his job. Buzz. At that moment, his personal terminal in his pocket vibrated. Lin Yang took it out to check. A bank notification popped up. Your savings account ending in XXXX received a transfer on date at time. 100 million yuan. Current balance, 101,201,245.32 yuan. Lin Yang stared at that long string of zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 zeros. 100 million. A real, tangible 100 million, just sitting in his account. His hand holding the terminal began to tremble uncontrollably. And Lin Yang walked out of the Kiyun Tower, squinting against the blinding sunlight. The skyscraper behind him loomed like a silent, cold, and heartless beast. He looked back once, then turned and left without a hint of reluctance. A 15-year indenture. Screw that. Future problems are for the future. If he could not even survive the present, there was no point in talking about a future. He had more important things to do now. A thought, one so insane it had been circling in his mind ever since he linked with Blackie last night. He needed to test it. Online shopping was too slow, he could not wait. Lin Yang hailed a taxi on the street and gave the driver an address. The East District was the most chaotic yet vibrant part of the city. There were no shiny glass curtain walls like at Kiyuan Tower here, only crowded streets, dilapidated buildings, and the air filled with a mix of complex smells. Lin Yang wove through the throng of people, surrounded by the constant cries of vendors and bargaining shoppers. Freshly butchered Tier 2 magic wolf meat, 50 a catty. Buying complete claw cat hides, price is negotiable. Weapon repair, equipment enchantment, fair prices for all. He ignored the noise and walked straight to a corner in the deepest part of the market. The lighting here was dim, and the stalls were fewer and farther between. Most of the stall owners here looked like people you did not want to mess with. The items they sold were also far more precious and dangerous. Wang Yang stopped in front of an inconspicuous stall. The owner was a withered old man, eyes closed as if he were asleep. His stall had only a few items, some glowing ores, 2 bottles of murky potions, and a few yellowed, ancient-looking books. Lin Yang's breath caught for a second. This was it. He stepped forward and pointed at a book with a sword drawn on the cover. How much for this, boss? The withered old man did not even open his eyes as he lazily muttered a few words. Class change scroll, swordsman, 200,000 non-negotiable. 200,000. Even with his net worth of over 100 million, Lin Yang was taken aback by the price. Damn, this is just a common-as-dirt swordsman class. It is not some rare hidden job. To think that such a lousy book would dare to ask for 200,000. Is the probability of awakening a combat class in this world really as ridiculously low as this? For an ordinary person to obtain power, the price is just too high. If it were yesterday, even if he stood here until he died, he would not have been able to scrape together this much money. But today, things are different. I will take it. Lin Yang did not hesitate in the slightest and directly pulled up his personal terminal. The old man finally opened his eyes, his murky pupils scanning him, and when he saw his worn-out clothes, a clear look of contempt appeared. Pay first. Lin Yang did not say anything, just operated his terminal and transferred the 200,000 over. Ding, 200,000 received. A crisp notification sound rang out, and the old man's personal terminal lit up. The expression on his face changed instantly. That trace of contempt vanished without a trace, replaced by a vulgar, fawning sycophancy. Oh, you are a generous customer. Lin Yang could not be bothered with him, and pointed to an iron sword in the corner of the stall that looked the most sturdy. How about this one? It is a gift for you. Let us just call it making a friend. The old man beamed and handed over the sword. Lin Yang took the class transfer book and the iron sword, turned around, and left. He did not want to stay here for even one more second. He had to go back immediately to verify that crazy idea. Construction site tent. When Lin Yang returned, the 4 dogs immediately pounced on him like crazy, licking and rubbing against him, their tails wagging like 4 propellers. Blackie rubbed against your pant leg and is in high spirits, spirit +1. Woody bit your hem, trying to engage in a tug-of-war, strength +1. Yellowy rolled around at your feet and showed its belly, constitution +1. Coke Gray is digging holes again, constitution +1. Lin Yang pacified this group of enthusiastic fellows and shooed the 3 dogs other than Blackie to the side. He looked at Blackie, whose black beady eyes were filled with pure adoration and trust. Among the 4 dogs, Blackie was the largest, the calmest in temperament, and the one with the highest strength and agility attributes. It was the most suitable subject for the experiment. Lin Yang opened the swordsman class transfer book that had cost him a whopping 200,000. The pages turned without wind, emitting a soft white light. Immediately after, the entire book turned into countless points of light, like fireflies, and surged toward Blackie's body. Blackie seemed a bit uneasy and whined in a low voice, but it did not dodge, because it believed its master would not harm it. The points of light all submerged into Blackie's body. Lin Yang's heart jumped into his throat. Success or failure, it all depends on this one move. His consciousness was locked tightly onto the team link, staring at Blackie's status panel. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. There was no change at all. Blackie was still the same Blackie, and the class column remained completely blank. Lin Yang's heart sank little by little. Did it fail? Was it really just his wishful thinking? Are racial limitations an uncrossable chasm? Can a dog, after all, only ever be a dog, impossible to transfer into a combat class that only humans can master? Did 200,000 just go down the drain like that? No, the money is a small matter. If this idea could not be realized, then the potential of his empowerer talent would be greatly discounted. Just when he was almost in despair, a sudden mutation occurred. Blackie's body suddenly began to tremble violently. All its black fur stood on end, and it let out bursts of painful low growls. Warning, your contracted partner Blackie is undergoing a forced class matching. Racial barrier collision in progress. Empowerer talent intervening. Collision correction in progress. Correction successful. Your linked partner Blackie has successfully completed the class transfer. A series of messages, like a waterfall, brushed through Lin Yang's mind. He stared abruptly at Blackie's status panel. In the originally empty class column, 2 brand new characters had clearly appeared. Class Swordsman. It worked. It actually fucking worked. Blackie stopped trembling, it shook its head in confusion, and then its gaze landed on the iron sword beside it. That was no longer the look of a stranger looking at an iron lump. It was the look of seeing an extension of its own body. It stepped forward, not using its mouth to carry it, but using its not-so-agile front paws to clumsily, yet with absolute determination, nudge the sword. Hum. The sword body emitted a light ring. It's a ha-ha. Lin Yang watched this scene, first chuckling, then his laughter grew louder, and finally turned into unscrupulous, manic laughter. He laughed so hard that tears were almost coming out. Shen Bing, Lei Meng, Su Nuanuan, Lin Xiaodao, you just wait. You all just fucking wait for me. Dawn will not be disbanded. I will bring my 4 dogs to the college entrance exam and let all of you know, so what if you betrayed me? I can fight just the same with 4 dogs. The manic laughter echoed in the dilapidated tent, carrying the release of suppressed emotions and a hint of madness. The 4 dogs were startled by him. They all stopped moving and looked at their master with some unease. Blackie reacted first. It cautiously crept forward and nudged Lin Yang's arm with its head, as if asking what was wrong. Lin Yang's laughter stopped abruptly. He crouched down, rubbed Blackie's head hard, and then took turns petting Witty, Yellowy, and Gray who had come over. I am fine, I am okay. I am doing great. He looked at Blackie, at the glaring swordsman characters on its status panel. The ecstasy in his heart slowly settled, replaced by a colder, calmer resolve. It worked. His conjecture was confirmed. The empowerer talent could break through the racial barrier and allow his contracted partners to learn human combat classes. This was a discovery that could overturn the entire class system. But it is still not enough. What can a dime a dozen swordsmen do? On the battlefield of the college entrance exam, facing those geniuses raised with heaps of resources since childhood, an ordinary swordsman might not even be worthy of scratching their itch. He did not want to just catch up to them, he wanted to crush them, to trample them under his feet and make them pay the price for their betrayal. To do that, he needed even stronger classes. Rarer class transfer books. And all of these required money, massive amounts of money. Fortunately, he had money now. Lin Yang did not hesitate at all. He stood up, took out his personal terminal again, and directly dialed the number he had just saved. The phone did not ring twice before it was answered. Lin Yang, Sun Hanyu's voice came through, a bit surprised. He clearly did not expect Lin Yang to contact him so soon. CEO Sun, it is me. Lin Yang went straight to the point, without any wasted words. I want to buy something. Oh, Sun Hanyu's interest was piqued. What do you want to buy? 4 class transfer books. Sun Hanyu was silent on the other end of the line, seemingly digesting this information. A poor kid who had just come into 100 million, and instead of improving his living conditions or thinking about investments, his first priority was to spend it all on combat resources. This kid was more interesting than he had imagined. What kind of class transfer manuals? Sun Hanyu asked. I need a top-tier defensive warrior, a long-range magic artillery unit, a high-mobility long-range physical scout, and one more. An all-rounder support unit, Lin Yang said, listing his requirements in one breath. That was a standard 4-man combat squad configuration. Sun Hanyu's mind raced. Was this kid trying to form his own team? Where did he find people? Or was he planning to resell these transfer manuals to make a profit on the price difference? No, that was not right. Sun Hanyu immediately dismissed the thought. Lin Yang was not that short-sighted. Lin Yang, what are you? Do not ask, Lin Yang interrupted him directly. Just tell me if you have the goods. I do not want that garbage on the market. The quality must be at least blue tier. On the other end of the phone, Sun Hanyu smiled. Yes, of course I do. His voice held the shrewdness of a businessman. In the Kiyuan Group's warehouse, we have plenty of these rare strategic materials. However, they are not cheap. Blue-tier rare class transfer manuals are priceless on the open market, and each one is worth over 10 million. 10 million each. Lin Yang's heart twitched. Damn it, that is highway robbery. The swordsman transfer manual he bought for 200,000 did not even count as white quality, it was just gray trash at best. And blue quality cost 10 million. I will give you an internal flat rate. Sun Hanyu's voice was full of temptation. 10 million each, and I will help you pick the best ones. Fine, Lin Yang gritted his teeth, the word squeezed through his teeth. 4 of them, I want them now. He had money now, and money was the one thing he was not lacking. Deduct the money directly from my account. Straightforward, Sun Hanyu laughed. I love doing business with smart people like you. Someone will deliver them to your specified location in half an hour. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yang looked at his personal terminal. 40 million. Just like that, with one phone call, 40 million was gone. His 100 million net worth had evaporated by nearly half in an instant. Whatever was left would all be gone once he paid for the training room rental. But it was worth it. No investment is better than investing in your own dogs. Because dogs will never betray you. Half an hour later, an understated black hovercar pulled up near the construction site. Secretary Chin stepped out and handed an encrypted metal case to Lin Yang. Lin Yang returned to his tent and opened the case. 4 books emanating a faint blue glow lay quietly inside. Imperial Sword Guard, Blue Tier, Warrior Class, the ultimate form of the block and parry style. Star Trek Mage, Blue Tier Mage Class, a long-range artillery unit that manipulates starlight power. Boundary Scout, Blue Tier Marksman Class, combining reconnaissance, traps, and long-range sniping. Melodic Tuner, Blue Tier Support Class, an extremely rare profession capable of controlling the pace of battle. Lin Yang's heart was pounding. These were the ones. He immediately took action, first spending the remaining million-plus through the Kiyuan Group's channels to order a massive supply of high-energy food sufficient for himself and 4 dogs for 10 months, along with various training equipment and chew toys. Then, he took his 4 dogs and all his belongings straight to the best underground training base in Nankiao City. In the private training room, Lin Yang took out all 4 transfer manuals. Kids, are you ready? The real transformation starts now. He first looked at Blackie. He opened the Imperial Sword Guard manual, and the book transformed into a thick, solid stream of golden light that instantly enveloped Blackie. The original white glow of the swordsman class dissolved like ice and snow in the face of this golden light. Warning, your bonded companion Blackie is undergoing a class overwrite. Class Swordsman has been cleared. Advancing to Class Imperial Sword Guard. Class transfer successful. Blackie's build grew noticeably larger. His limbs became thicker and more powerful, and his eyes grew as steady as a mountain. Next was Yellowy. Lin Yang opened the Star Trek Mage manual, and brilliant blue arcane radiance poured into Yellowy's body. Your linked companion Yellowy has successfully completed the class transfer. Class, Star Trek Mage. Then Gray. The Boundary Scout manual transformed into a swift cyan light. Your linked companion Gray has successfully completed the class transfer. Class, Boundary Scout. Finally, Whitey. The pages of Melodic Tuner dispersed, turning into countless dancing musical notes that merged into Whitey's body. Your linked companion Whitey has successfully completed the class transfer. Class, Melodic Tuner. The 4 rays of light faded. Standing in the tent were no longer 4 ordinary stray dogs, but a heavy armored sword guard, an arcane mage, a jungle scout, and a mysterious master of rhythm. A perfect combat squad had begun to take shape. Lin Yang looked at them and walked to the training room's control console. He entered a duration of 30 days. Account deduction, 60 million exactly. 10 times time dilation activated countdown. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yang turned back and looked at his 4 companions. Let us go, time to train. And in a corner of the Nangqiao First High School Student Forum, a post was quietly bumped to the top. Shocking, the Dawnbringer team, which was on the verge of disbanding, is actually fully staffed overnight. This post did not cause much of a stir. The Dawnbringer team. Oh, that loser squad that only had 1 support member left after everyone else quit. So what if they are fully staffed? Probably just picked up some nobodies to fill the slots. In First High, where the strong gather and geniuses are everywhere, a bottom-tier team like that does not deserve any attention. And student cafeteria. A lavish lunch covered the table, and Lei Meng was busy devouring his meal, with the plates in front of him piled up like a small mountain. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Su Nuanuan handed him a glass of juice, her movements gentle and her tone considerate. Hee, training takes a lot out of me, Lei Meng said with a goofy smile, gulping down a large mouthful of juice. Lin Yang, sitting across from them, was scrolling through his personal terminal when he suddenly sneered. Look at this, quite interesting. He turned the terminal screen toward everyone. It was exactly that post about the Dawnbringer team. Dawnbringer, Lei Meng paused his eating, his brow furrowed. Lin Yang's team, he still has not disbanded. Not only did he not disband, he even filled up the roster, Lin Yang said with a playful tone. I am actually quite curious, at a time like this, who would be foolish enough to join his team. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, everyone is pushing themselves to climb as high as they can. Powerful teams are scrambling to recruit talented members, while the weak ones have long since disbanded, with members looking for other paths. As for someone like Lin Yang, who only has a powerless support player and sits at the very bottom of the team rankings, who would even join him? Just to be cannon fodder. Do not say that, Su Nuanuan said softly, her saintly persona kicking in automatically. Lin Yang is not having it easy either. If we all leave, he must be feeling terrible all by himself. That is his own doing. A cold voice rang out. Shen Bing continued to cut a piece of dragon beast steak on her plate with her fork, without even lifting her head. Stubborn, foolish, and unable to see reality. Being weeded out is the inevitable outcome. Her words were few, but each one cut to the bone. Lei Meng opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he kept it to himself and just kept his head down, focused on his meal. In his heart, he actually felt a hint of guilt toward Lin Yang, but Shen Bing's words, they did not seem wrong. They need a stronger team and a higher starting point. What is wrong with that? I am just curious, Lin Yang said, stroking his chin with that usual cheeky attitude. Which backwater did he crawl into to find 4 death-defying warriors brave enough to team up with him for the exam? If you want to know, why not just go and see? Shen Bing wiped her mouth with a napkin and stood up. It is a coincidence. I am heading to the academic office to submit my new team registration anyway. Her new team, Ice Blade, ranks in the top 3 in the school, and the captain is one of the top-tier elemental mages in the 3rd year. Compared to Dawn, they are worlds apart. And the academic office. Teacher Wang, who handles student records, is a kind-hearted man nearing retirement. Seeing Shen Bing and the others walk in, he greeted them with a smile. Oh, if it is not student Shen Bing, and Lei Meng, you all are the pride of our school. Hello, Teacher Wang, Su Nuanuan chirped sweetly. Teacher Wang, we would like to check the current member list for the Dawn team, Shen Bing said, getting straight to the point. Dawn, Teacher Wang paused, clearly unfamiliar with the name. He searched the system for a long time, before finally finding the name in a remote corner. Oh right, I remember now. That is Lin Yang's team, is not it? Let me see. He just submitted a new list of members this morning. Ah, it is full. Lin Yang leaned over with his usual swagger. Teacher, let us see which immortals were bold enough to board Lin Yang's sinking ship. Teacher Wang did not think much of it and turned the screen toward them. Dawn team member list. Captain Lin Yang class, Enhancer. Member Blackie class, Extreme Sword Guard. Member Goldie class, Star Orbit Mage. Member Grey class, World Patrol Scout. Member Witty class, Tuning Sound. The moment the list appeared, the office fell into an eerie silence. A few seconds later, Lin Yang could not hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, Blackie, Goldie, Witty, what kind of ridiculous names are these? Did he pick up some villagers from the middle of nowhere? I am dying of laughter. Lei Meng also stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking. Those names are just too tacky. Su Nunuan also wore a helpless smile and shook her head. Lin Yang really should not give his teammates nicknames like that. It is so disrespectful. Only Shen Bing was frowning. Her intuition told her something was off. Extreme Sword Guard, Star Orbit Mage, World Patrol Scout, Tuning Sound. These are all rare tier jobs. Most of their team members are epic tier, except for Lin Xiaodo, who is still rare tier. But that is only because they are too strong, not because the rare tier is weak. In reality, an entire team of rare tier jobs is already considered a strong squad. Where did Lin Yang find these people? Teacher Wang, can we see their detailed profiles? Shen Bing asked. Detailed profiles, sure. Teacher Wang clicked on Blackie's file. More information popped up. Name, Blackie. Species, canine. Class, Extreme Sword Guard Rare Tier. Canine. The laughter in the office stopped abruptly. Lin Xiaodo's mouth was still frozen in a laugh, but his entire body had stiffened. Lei Meng's eyes widened, as if he had seen something impossible. The smile on Su Nuanuan's face had also frozen. Teacher Wang, Lin Xiaodo's voice was trembling. Is the system broken? Canine, dog. You have got to be kidding me. Teacher Wang was also stunned. He rubbed his glasses and leaned in to look closely at the screen. He was right. In the species column, the word canine was written clearly. He clicked on the profiles of Goldie, Gray, and Witty. Without exception, species canine. Species canine. Species canine. The whole office fell into a dead silence. The air felt like solid concrete. 4 top-tier student geniuses stood there, their minds completely blank. What did they just see? Lin Yang's new teammates are 4 dogs. And these 4 dogs somehow managed to transfer into rare combat classes. Is the world crazy? Or is Lin Yang crazy? He is insane. Lei Meng roared, his face flushing red. Whether from anger or shock, it was hard to tell. He is a complete lunatic. Registering a combat team with 4 dogs, is he insulting the school, or is he insulting us? He is crazy. He is really crazy. Su Nuanuan muttered to herself, all the color drained from her face. It was no longer pity, but a kind of fear of seeing something beyond understanding. I said before he was under too much pressure, Lin Xiaodo said, dropping his playful expression, now filled with absurdity. I did not think he would actually lose his mind like this. Just then, Teacher Wang seemed to recall something and slapped his thigh. Oh right, I remember now. This morning, Teacher Li from the finance department mentioned that this Lin Yang somehow got his hands on a large sum of money, probably through online loans, an enormous amount, over $1 million in total. The school even received a risk alert, suggesting he might be in an unstable mental state and that we should keep an eye on him. Online loans. A huge amount. Unstable mental state. These words hit their hearts like heavy hammers. All the clues finally fell into place. Betrayed by his team, under too much pressure, massive debt, then a complete mental breakdown, hallucinating 4 dogs as his teammates. A complete and logical chain of events formed in their minds. Lin Yang is finished. He has turned into a full-blown madman and a laughingstock. However, for some reason, this conclusion did not make them feel relieved or pleased. Instead, a much stronger, stinging sensation rose from the bottom of their hearts. It is humiliation. Utter and incomparable humiliation. Shen Bing's body was trembling slightly. She did not care whether Lin Yang had gone mad or not. All she knew was that with this act, Lin Yang had declared one thing to everyone. In his eyes, these so-called geniuses, these former teammates and even, were not as good as 4 dogs. He would rather keep company with dogs than walk with them. This was more humiliating than any vicious curse could ever be. Let us go. Shen Bing turned away, her voice as cold as ice. She did not want to stay here for even one more second. The other 3, including Su Nuanuan, hurriedly followed, and no one spoke another word. As they stepped out of the dean's office, the glaring sunlight hit their faces, yet it could not dispel the gloom in their hearts. They were the pride of heaven, the powerhouses of the future. But today, they had been slapped hard in the face by a madman using 4 dogs. Shen Bing, do not be angry, Su Nuanuan said, catching up a few steps and whispering. Lin Yang, he must have been pushed too far to do something so absurd. Let us not lower ourselves to the level of a lunatic, it is not worth it. Her words sounded like comfort, but every syllable felt like a reminder of the humiliation Shen Bing had just endured. A lunatic. They had been humiliated in the most outrageous way by a recognized madman. A lunatic? I think he is a performance art master. Lin Yang kept his hands in his hoodie pockets, his cynical attitude returning. Best joke of the year. Registering a team for the college entrance exam with 4 dogs, this guy is really wasting his talent, not going to a comedy club. Laugh, how the hell can you still laugh? Lei Meng turned his head abruptly and growled at Lin Yang. This is a disgrace, a huge humiliation. He is not just humiliating himself, he is humiliating the 4 of us. He is slapping all of us in the face. Lei Meng's face turned beet red, and the veins on his neck began to bulge. Shen Bing remained silent, only picking up her pace. Comfort, sarcasm, fury. None of these had any meaning. She would use her absolute strength to repay this humiliation 1,000-fold. And the Ice Blade team's exclusive training area. This was one of the school's top-tier training facilities, available only to the top 5 teams. A young man in a loose training suit was leaning against the metal door of the training room, yawning with a lazy, sleepy look. Seeing Shen Bing and the others approach, he finally stood up lazily. Yo, you finally arrived. Any later and I would have fallen asleep right here. He was the new captain of the Ice Blade team, the school's only holder of the Golden Epic Level Commander class and Magic Powerhouse, the Heaven's Strategy Tactician, Lu Jinghui. Lu Jinghui swept his gaze across the 4 of them and raised an eyebrow. What is wrong? You all look like your house is burned down. Why are your expressions so dramatic? Lin Yang twitched his lips, forcing a smile that looked uglier than a cry. Nothing, Captain, just stepped in dog poop on the way out, a bit disgusting. If it could make all 4 of you step in it at once, that must be quite a pile of dung. Lu Jinghui chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. All right, I can probably guess, is not it about that Lin Yang mess? The story was already trending, and those interested had quickly found out that Lin Yang had registered his team with 4 dogs. Remember, you are Ice Blade members now. Do not bring the pathetic, whiny attitude from your old scrub team over here. His words were direct, even somewhat piercing, but it felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking the 4 who were still drowning in humiliation and anger. That is right. They were no longer part of Dawn. They were now one of the top teams in the school, the Ice Blade team. Let us go. Lu Jinghui pushed open the training room door. Let me see if you talents, whom I hired at such a high price, are actually worth the money. The training room was filled with a sense of technology. The central simulation platform was empty, with flowing energy patterns on the surrounding walls. Start a basic training mode. Lu Jinghui found a comfortable commander's chair and sat down, returning to his lazy appearance. Random monsters, random challenges, you said it yourself. You got it. Lei Meng replied and walked up to the control console. This was his specialty. Mode selection, monster challenge. Monster type, random. Monster level, 10 to 20. Let us start from level 10 to 20, warm up and get used to our synergy, Lei Meng said while adjusting the settings. This was the safest, most standard protocol for a new team. However, before he could hit confirm, a hand landed on the control console, stopping his movement. It was Lu Jinghui. He had silently walked over to Lei Meng's side at some point. Warm up, Lu Jinghui repeated lazily, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Are you guys on a kindergarten field trip? Without waiting for an answer, he quickly tapped the screen and cleared all of Lei Meng's settings. Then, under everyone's gaze, he reached out and typed 2 numbers into the level setting field. 30. Warning, training difficulty set to extremely dangerous. Monster level locked at 30. The console emitted a harsh alarm, and bright red text pulsed on the screen. The entire training room fell into a deathly silence. 30, level 30? Lei Meng was the first to cry out, his eyes wide as saucers. Lu Jinghui, are you crazy? We just completed our awakening, we are still low level. Fight level 30 monsters. Are you serious? Lin Yang's expression changed too, failing to maintain his cynical look. Captain, this joke is not funny at all. A level 30 elite monster could flatten our whole team with 1 hit. Yeah, Captain Lu? Su Nuanuan said, her voice trembling. It is too dangerous. My healing output might not even be enough to save Lei Meng from 1 attack. Only Shen Bing said nothing. She just stared intently at the number 30 on the console, her body tense from nervousness. Facing the 3's questions and panic, Lu Jinghui just yawned again. Did you spend every day fighting this level 10 or 20 trash before? His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone clearly. That is why you are so weak. You are missing someone. That sentence was like a blade, piercing exactly into the most painful part of their hearts. I do not care what you were like before. Lu Jinghuai's gaze suddenly sharpened. From today on, you are members of the Ice Blade team. He reached out and slammed his hand onto the console. A top-tier team with almost all purple quality members and 2 golden epic classes, if you cannot even handle a challenge 30 levels above you. A mocking smirk curled his lips. Then, what makes you any different from the 4 dogs Lin Yang brought? Dogs. That single word ignited the fury and humiliation in their hearts all over again. Either trust my command or get out that door right now. Lu Jinghuai's voice turned cold. The languid air he usually carried was gone, replaced by an unquestionable authority. I am not Lin Yang, and I have no interest in playing house with you people in the mud. After saying that, he pressed the button to start the training directly. Training is about to begin. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The cold countdown signaled that there was no turning back for them now. Their expressions changed drastically. Almost instinctively, the 4 of them scattered and fell into their most familiar combat formation. Lei Meng took the front, Shen Bing and Lin Xiaodo held the center, and Su Nuanuan stayed in the back. Countdown ended, training begins. Hum. The air in the center of the training field twisted, light and shadow converged, and a massive, hideous monster appeared out of thin air. Tyrannical Earth Dragon, level 30. It was a sub-dragon species over 5 meters tall, covered in thick, earthy yellow scales. Just the roar it let out upon appearing caused the entire training room to shake violently. Roar! The tyrannical Earth Dragon locked onto Lei Meng in the front, and with a whistle that tore through the air, it slammed down its massive dragon claw. Heavy Shield Bastion. Lei Meng's eyes widened in rage, and he poured every ounce of his strength into his shield. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Lei Meng and his shield were sent flying, rolling 7 or 8 meters before stopping. His health bar evaporated by almost half in an instant. Damn it, Lei Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, his arm in such agony that he could barely keep his grip on the shield. Song of Holy Light. Su Nuanuan's face paled with terror, and she hurriedly began chanting a healing spell. Idiots, who told you to tank that head-on? Just as they were scrambling in confusion, Lu Jinghuai's voice, calm to the point of coldness, rang out. Lin Xiaodo, the bend of its left hind leg, under the 3rd scale, that is its weak spot. Shen Bing, Frost Binding Ring, do not aim for the head, restrict its movement. Su Nuanuan, do not just sit there healing, give Lei Meng Song of Toughness. His commands were so fast they were suffocating, yet they were incredibly clear. The 4 of them did not even have time to think, their bodies already moving subconsciously. Lin Xiaodo's figure turned into a ghostly black line as his dagger pierced precisely into the back of the Earth Dragon's knee. The dragon grunted in pain, its body suddenly sinking down. At that very moment, Shen Bing's Frost Binding Ring exploded under its feet, and the biting frost spread instantly, slowing its movements. Now Lu Jinghuai's voice echoed again. Lei Meng charge, hit its injured leg. Shen Bing, barrage of ice spikes, block its vision. Lei Meng roared and charged forward again, shield held high. This time, he was no longer a brainless meat shield. He was the most lethal piece of the team's tactics. The battle became incredibly difficult, every second feeling like dancing on the tip of a blade. But unlike before, under Lu Jinghuai's scalpel-like precision, the strength of the 4 was perfectly integrated. Offense, defense, crowd control, healing, everything became methodical. After who knows how long, amidst Shen Bing's final ice burst, the arrogant tyrannical Earth Dragon finally let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground and dissipating into countless specks of light. Huffy huff. The 4 of them slumped to the ground, panting heavily, soaked through with sweat. But on their faces was a look of disbelief and the excitement of having survived a brush with death. We won. They actually won. 4 people with 0 levels actually managed to kill a level 30 elite monster. Not bad, not completely hopeless after all. Lu Jinghuai clapped his hands lazily, the sound appearing piercingly loud in the empty training room. All right, stop lying there like dead dogs, get up. There was not a hint of comfort in his words, only commands given as if they were a matter of course. The 4 struggled to their feet, every muscle in their bodies protesting, but their spirits were exceptionally high. Captain, We really took down a level 30 elite monster. Lei Meng's voice trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. Is that difficult? Lu Jinghuai raised an eyebrow. Could not anyone do that with their hands tied? That one sentence left Lei Meng speechless. Lin Xiaodo twitched his lips, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. Captain, your command? You have got some real skill. Obviously. Lu Jinghuai walked to the control console, his fingers swiping across it to pull up their detailed profiles and project them into the air. Take a good look at what kind of team you are in. Ice Blade Squad member list. Captain Lu Jinghuai class, Heaven's Strategist Gold Epic, role, Command/Magic DPS. Member, Shen Bing class, Frost Mage Gold Epic, role, Crowd Control/AoE DPS. Member, Lei Meng class, Heavy Shield Guardian Purple Top Tier, role, Main Tank/Team Wall. Member, Su Nuanuan class, Rain Cleansing Song Purple Top Tier, role, Healer/Buff Support. Member, Lin Keek class, Dark Blade Blue Rare, role, Assassin/Mobile DPS. The golden class names shimmered with a dazzling light, and the purple ones were equally impressive. 2 gold epics, 2 purple top tiers. Even Lin Xiaodo's blue class, Dark Blade, was one of the top branches of the assassin class. This setup is absolutely luxurious. 2 gold epics, one responsible for overall command and supplementary damage, one for core control and burst output. Lu Jinghuai's fingers pointed at each of their names on the light screen. 1 purple top-tier shield, the hardest shield in the entire school, bar none. 1 purple top-tier healer, with maxed out healing output and buffs. And a top-tier blue assassin, responsible for cleaning up and handling key nodes. He paused and looked around at the 4 people with their various expressions. With a lineup like this, if we struggled to fight an elite monster 30 levels above us, we should not even call ourselves Ice Blade anymore. We should rename ourselves the Waste Asylum. His words were harsh, but no one refuted him. Because they knew Lu Jinghuai was speaking the truth. A lineup like this should have this level of strength. The reason they were so weak before was not that they were not strong, but that they lacked a core capable of tying all their strength into a single rope. A real commander. Do not just stand there. Lu Jinghuai yawned and reset the training mode. What just happened was just an appetizer. Now, the real training begins. Mode confirmed, 10 monster loop challenge. Monster level, 30. Training duration, 2 hours. Clear these 10 within 2 hours. Any problems? Lu Jinghuai asked. No way. Lei Meng roared out first, feeling the blood in his entire body start to boil. All the previous humiliation and anger had now transformed into infinite motivation. He had to prove that he, Lei Meng, was no loser. Leaving Dawn was the best decision they had ever made in their lives. Then let us begin. Lu Jinghuai pressed the confirm button once more. However, a subtle glimmer of sharp light flashed across his eyes. Level 30, 10 monster cycle. He certainly did not expect them to clear it, especially under a time limit. This was just to keep these 4 new members in check. On the training ground, light and shadow converged once more. This time, it was not 1 but 2. 1 demonized giant ape and 1 venomous wyvern. Lei Meng, hold the giant ape. Lin Xiaodo, go cut down the wyvern, it is squishy. Shen Bing, prepare a blizzard to cover the left area. Su Nuanuan, cast haste blessing on Xiaodo. Lu Jinghuai's commands were issued the very moment the monsters appeared. The battle erupted again. The entire training room was filled with the roaring of Lu Jinghuai and the screeching of the monsters. The 4 went from their initial flustered state to gradual adaptation, and finally to mechanical execution. Their brains had ceased to think, handing their bodies over completely to Lu Jinghuai's instructions. The final result was beyond Lu Jinghuai's expectations. They actually cleared it, and what is more, Lu Jinghuai immediately tucked away the harsh lecture he had prepared, switching to a different narrative. Not bad. Lu Jinghuai's voice came through, this time carrying a hint of imperceptible surprise. You were 10 minutes faster than I anticipated. He walked to the console and pulled up the overall data report for this training session. Output, damage mitigation, and healing volume all met the standard, and your synergy is finally starting to look like something. Hearing this praise, smiles blossomed on all 4 of their faces. Getting a not bad from this devil of a captain felt better than winning a scholarship. Captain, at this rate. Lin Xiaodo panted, his face brimming with irrepressible excitement. Can we start aiming for the provincial top scorer spot in the college entrance exam? Provincial top scorer. Lu Jinghui chuckled, the smile carrying an air of supreme arrogance. Too small a vision. He turned around, looking at the four of them who were exhausted like dead dogs. My target is national number 1. National number 1. These 4 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in their minds. They had not even dared to dream of it. But coming from Lu Jinghui's lips, it sounded so matter-of-fact. That is right, 2 gold epic, 2 purple top tier. With a top-tier lineup like this, why not fight for that ultimate spot? A sense of unprecedented grand ambition surged within them. Compared to the 4 mutts led by that lunatic Lin Yang, where they stood now was the true peak. However, at that moment, Lu Jinghui's brow suddenly furrowed. His gaze was fixed rigidly on a corner of the data panel. It showed the base attribute values of each member. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit. What is wrong, Captain? Su Nuanuen noticed his anomaly and asked quietly. Lu Jinghui did not answer. His fingers slid rapidly across the light screen, pulling up more detailed personal data comparisons. Then he was completely stunned. How is that possible? Lei Meng's strength and constitution are actually not lower than my own. Shen Bing's mental strength is even slightly higher than mine, the magical commander. And Lin Xiaodao's agility, Su Nuanuen's spirit. The base attributes of these 4 are ridiculously high. No wonder they could clear the 10-monster cycle. But what is going on? You have to know, Lu Jinghui was the only son of the Lu family, raised since childhood on the finest potions and rarest ingredients. The money his family poured into building his foundation was enough to buy an entire residential complex next to Nanqiao No.1 High School. That was why his base attributes could crush his peers by such a wide margin. But what about these people in front of me? According to his investigations, Shen Bing's family background was decent, but only middle class. Lei Meng and Lin Xiaodao came from average working-class families. Su Nuanuen's family was better off, but it certainly did not reach the level of eating heavenly treasures like daily meals. So where did this monstrously high attribute come from? Could it be Lin Yang? That support who only had an enabler class? Impossible. Even if a non-graded support class had some strengthening ability, it would never reach this level. Raising several people's base attributes by an entire tier, that is even more exaggerated than a gold epic class. Absolutely impossible. Then what is the reason? Lu Jinghui's mind raced, and an intense feeling of unease washed over him. He felt as if he had overlooked something critical. Captain, Lei Meng also sensed that something was off. Lu Jinghui snapped back to reality, closed the data panel, and returned to his usual lazy demeanor. He looked at the 4 of them and suddenly asked a baffling question. Back when you were at dawn, what did you all eat? This out-of-the-blue question instantly cooled the hot-blooded atmosphere that had just ignited in the training room. All 4 were taken aback. Lei Meng scratched his head, his face full of question marks. Captain, why are you asking that? Just cafeteria food, what else? Yeah, Su Nuanuen echoed, not quite understanding why the captain was suddenly concerned about their meals. Nutritional sets from the school cafeteria, occasionally we would go out for extra food ourselves. Lin Xiaodao leaned against the wall, twitched his mouth, and joked, What is the matter, Captain? Seeing how hard we train, are you planning to treat us to a feast? If so, I will not be polite. I have had my eye on the dragon rib steak at that place, Long Yin Xuan in the west side for ages. Only Shen Bing furrowed her brow almost imperceptibly. She kept feeling that Lu Jinghui's question was somehow peculiar. Lu Jinghui ignored Lin Xiaodao's banter. His gaze scanned each of their faces in turn, then he repeated the question, his tone growing heavier. I asked, what did Lin Yang feed you all? Lin Yang. Once that name dropped, the expressions of all 4 turned slightly unnatural. Lei Meng's reaction was the strongest. He sneered with unconcealed disdain. What could he feed us? He could barely feed himself. A non-graded support could not make any money, poor as a church mouse. Captain, you might not know, Su Nuanuen whispered, seemingly trying to add context to their previous relationship. Lin Yang, his family situation was not great, he was very frugal. When we ate, we just ate our own things. Right, each paid for their own, Lin Xiaodao shrugged. We could not very well take him to every meal, could we? With his living allowance, 1 good meal with us, and he would have to live on energy bars for the next half-month. Once these words were out, they themselves felt something was off. It made them sound rather mean. A flicker of guilt flashed across Su Nuanuen's face, but it vanished quickly. She added, "It is not that we did not think about helping him, but he had such high self-esteem, he never accepted our charity funding." Lin Yang snorted. "To put it bluntly, it is just being obsessed with saving face and suffering for it. We kindly invited him to dinner, but 8 times out of 10, he made all sorts of excuses. Eventually, we just could not be bothered to ask him anymore." But rather than making excuses, it was actually more like, he did not have time to eat. Yeah, Lin Yang's usually does not have time to eat. He was always busy researching those ability diagrams that no one could understand, busy looking up information at the library, and busy working part-time jobs to earn meager living expenses. When they were gorging themselves at the canteen, Lin Yang might have been chewing on the cheapest dry rations. When they went into the city for a celebratory meal, Lin Yang might have been moving cargo in a warehouse for his part-time job. More often than not, Lin Yang was busy thinking about how to develop training plans for them. This thought flashed through the minds of the 4, bringing a moment of silence and awkwardness. It seemed they had treated Lin Yang a bit unfairly. But this feeling lasted for only a second. Why should they? Why should they feel guilty about a good-for-nothing who was holding them back? The world of professional awakening is inherently cruel. Having a support character in a team who barely contributes in battle is a sin in itself. They had tolerated him for so long, they had already done their duty. Was there anything wrong with kicking him out of the team to seek a brighter future? No. Thinking of this, the 4 instantly adjusted that inappropriate emotion, and even their expressions became righteous once more. No matter how miserable Lin Yang was, what did it have to do with them? Were they destined to be dragged down by a waste of space and struggle in the mud for their whole lives? Watching the complex shift in the 4 people's expressions, Lu Jinghuai's heart sank bit by bit. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Enablers are rare, but they do exist. The improvement margin of ordinary enablers. It is impossible for it to be this huge. Lu Jinghuai's mind was in a complete mess. He had investigated Lin Yang, an unremarkable orphan, no background, and awakened an ordinary job that was not quite trash, but certainly nothing special. Most importantly, he awakened a non-combat profession with a low ceiling. At best, he would just be able to scrape by. Captain. Lin Yang's voice pulled Lu Jinghuai out of his chaotic thoughts. "What is wrong with you? Why is your face so pale?" Lu Jinghuai regained his senses and glanced at the console, where the words "training complete" were still flashing. He closed the data panel, completely hiding those shocking numbers. "Forget it. Why overthink it? It is meaningless to let my mind wander now. The priority is to squeeze out all the potential of these 4. Regardless of how they achieved these abnormal attributes, now that they are members of the Ice Blade team, this power must be put to use by him. As for Lin Yang, there will be plenty of chances to verify it later." Lu Jinghuai returned to his lazy demeanor, yawned, and waved his hand. "Nothing, just felt that your lives were too comfortable before." He changed the subject and returned to the training. Having high base attributes and good profession configuration does not mean you are invincible. Real battles are about coordination, execution, and whether you can still pull off perfect operations when facing a dead end. He walked up to the 4 and looked around. "You performed okay today, but that is all it was, just okay. You are still far from my requirements. Being number 1 in the country is not something you get by just talking about it. Starting tomorrow, the training intensity will be doubled. Besides team synergy, each person's individual training must also be scheduled. Lei Meng's damage mitigation technique, Shen Bing's skill chaining, Lin Xiaodao's timing for engagement, and Su Nuanuan's predictive healing. All of them have issues." He pointed out a series of problems, making the 4, who had just been feeling a bit proud, instantly tense up again. "Do you understand?" "Understood," the 4 replied in unison. Lu Jinghuai nodded with satisfaction and turned toward the door of the training room. "That is enough for today, dismissed. Gather sharp at 8 tomorrow morning. 1 minute late means an extra hour of training for the whole team." With that, he pulled the door open and walked out without looking back. He left behind only the 4, exhausted to the point of collapse, yet exceptionally high-spirited. "Hugh, it is finally over." Lin Xiaodao was the first to slump to the floor. "This captain is simply a devil. But he is really strong." Lei Meng clenched his fists, feeling the power surging inside him. "I feel like I could take on 10 more." Su Nuanuan and Shen Bing did not speak. but their faces were also filled with longing for the future. Number 1 in the country. This dream, once so out of reach, now seemed to have a glimmer of possibility. Looking at each other, they saw an unprecedented determination in each other's eyes. Leaving Dawn and joining Iceblade. This was the best decision they had ever made in their lives. And, stepping out of the training zone, the laziness on Lu Jinghuai's face vanished without a trace. He walked quickly into a deserted corner and immediately opened his personal terminal. He pulled up an encrypted communication channel and dialed. "Hey, Dad. It is me, Jinghuai. Help me look someone up from Nankyo number 1 high school named Lin Yang." "A student." "Yes, him." Lu Jinghuai leaned against the cold wall, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the shell of his terminal. "I want his most detailed file, everything, from childhood to present. Use the highest clearance, I need it right now." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. "Understood." The call was cut off abruptly. Lu Jinghuai stood where he was, unmoving. The corridor lights cast a shadow over his expensive clothes. In his mind, he was replaying that staggering data panel over and over. Lei Meng's strength and constitution. Shen Bing's mental power. Lin Xiaodao's agility. And Su Nuanuan's mental attribute, which was also abnormally high. This is not normal. This is too abnormal. These attributes should not exist on a few students from average backgrounds. The only variable is their mutual former teammate. Lin Yang. An enabler. A support profession with no rank. Is it possible? Can a profession that everyone considers to be mediocre raise the base attributes of 4 people to such a monstrous level? This sounds like a joke. But if it was not him, how else could it be explained? Lu Jinghuai tugged at his collar irritably. He did not like this feeling of being out of control. He did not like having an unsolvable mystery. With the power of his father's Lu family, checking out the background of an ordinary high school student should take no more than 10 minutes to dig up 3 generations of their ancestors. He just needed to wait. However, 10 minutes passed. No reply. Half an hour passed. Still no reply. 1 hour. Lu Jinghuai's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. What is going on? Why is the efficiency so low? It is just a nobody. Does it take this long to check? Lu Jinghuai's sense of unease grew heavier as time passed. Could that Lin Yang really have some monumental background? Just as he was about to lose patience and make another call to urge them on, his personal terminal finally vibrated gently. An encrypted message. From his father. Lu Jinghuai opened it immediately. The content was brief, formal, and purely a cold, detached report. Target, Lin Yang. Status, orphan. Social ties, minimal, no background whatsoever. Residence, a tent at the construction site in the eastern suburbs of Nankyo City. Occupation, empowerer unranked. Comprehensive assessment, worthless. At the end, there was a personal note from his father. Do not waste high-level clearance on such trivial matters again. Lu Jinghuai stared at those lines, completely stunned. That is it. This is the result he waited over an hour for. An orphan, a pauper, a trash class. It is exactly the same as the information he had casually looked up before. How is that possible? Then how do you explain those insane stat numbers? Data does not lie. Lu Jinghuai refused to believe it. He immediately exited the encrypted channel, switched to the public network, and typed the word empowerer into the search bar. He wanted to see what this class was actually about. However, the search results made him frown again. Empty. Almost completely blank. Except for a few top-tier official encyclopedia websites, which were worth clicking, the search results below were all just nonsensical junk information. He clicked on the top-ranked Pan-Blue Planet Professional Compendium. The entry for Empowerer consisted of only a single sentence. Empowerer, support type class, specific capability branches unknown, no rank recorded, extremely rare. That was it. Just that one line of bullshit. Lu Jinghuai clicked on other links, but the results were much the same. Everything was ambiguous, vague nonsense. He even found some old posts on obscure academy forums, though the titles were quite intriguing. Shocking, the forgotten T-tier god-level support, an in-depth analysis of the Empowerer. The true usage of an Empowerer, you have all been lied to. But when he clicked inside, it was either post deleted or the content had been scrubbed clean, leaving only a title and a pile of gibberish. Damn it! Lu Jinghuai cursed it under his breath. These netizens are useless. They do not even know how to archive posts that make wild claims. There was not even a web snapshot. This is insane. However, after the search, the unease in his heart slowly dissipated. It seemed this empowerer was not some hidden god-level class, but actual trash. Trash so worthless that no one even bothered to organize or document it, leaving it to be buried by the dust of time. Thinking about it this way, everything finally made sense. The authoritative investigation report from his father could not be wrong. Lin Yang was just a loser. As for those insane stats of Lei Meng and the others, Lu Jinghuai's brain whirred, and he quickly found a perfect explanation for himself. Luck. Yes, it must be luck. When awakening, everyone gets different base stats. It is normal for some to be slightly higher or lower than the average of the same class. Exactly, that must be it. That is 10,000 times more reasonable than a useless support buffing them into monsters. Having figured this out, Lu Jinghuai felt a sense of relief wash over him. The weight pressing on his heart was instantly lifted. He even felt like laughing. Laughing at his own suspicion, having wasted so much time and energy on a loser. However, that is fine too. No matter how they got these stats, now they are part of Team Ice Peak. These insane stats and this immense power will all be used by him. 2 epic grade, 2 legendary grade, plus 1 top-tier blue grade. The entire team with off-the-charts base stats, combined with his own top-level command as a heavenly strategist. Number 1 in the country. This goal had never been so clear. Lu Jinghuai opened the fridge and poured himself a glass of iced straw liquor. As for Team Ice Peak, he swirled the amber liquid in his glass. This team is the perfect stepping stone for him to reach greater heights. Lei Meng and Lin Xiaodao have decent talent, but their potential is limited. Once they enter university, they will soon be left behind by true geniuses. As for Su Nuanuan and Shen Bing, Lu Jinghuai curled his lips. 2 top-tier beauties, 1 pure and 1 cold, with decent strength. Having them around would be quite a pleasant sight. After the college entrance exam, I will have them. He turned off his personal terminal and tossed it onto the soft sofa. The blueprint for the future was already laid out in his mind. As for Lin Yang, a nobody already stomped into the mud, not worth another half-second of his thought. Kiyuan building, top floor. Sun Hanyo was in a great mood, a very great mood. He leaned back in his expensive leather executive chair, his fingertips tapping on the smooth desktop while humming an off-key tune. At that moment, the office door was pushed open silently. Secretary Chin stepped in quickly in her high heels, a look of solemnity on her face. Mr. Sun. Sun Hanyu stopped tapping his fingers and looked up lazily. What is it so serious? Secretary Chin gently placed an encrypted personal terminal on the desk and pushed it towards Sun Hanyu. An hour ago, our network security department detected an external data query request at the highest authorization level. Oh, Sun Hanyu became a little interested. What did they look up? Target, Ningqiao No. 1 High School, Lin Yang. After a reverse trace, we found that they also looked up Empowerer. Sun Hanyu froze. Lin Yang. Empowerer. Someone is actually looking it up already. What did they find? Sun Hanyu asked with interest. Nothing at all, Secretary Chin answered crisply. Ha ha ha. Sun Hanyu leaned back into his chair, finally unable to contain a low chuckle. Tedohaha. The laughter echoed in the spacious office, carrying the satisfaction of having everything under control. What did I tell you? It seems those preparations we made in advance were not in vain. A trace of admiration appeared on Secretary Chin's face. Mr. Sun, your foresight is impeccable. You ordered the purification of all information across the network even before making contact with Lin Yang. That is not called purification. Sun Hanyu waved his hand, correcting her. That is called information monopoly. When the value of something exceeds everyone's imagination, all information about it becomes gold. We cannot wait for others to discover the gold mine before we scramble for it. What we must do is burn every map that leads to the mine before anyone else finds it. We not only need to burn the maps, but also draw countless wrong paths on the spot, making them go in circles in the trash heap, making them doubt themselves, and ultimately conclude that there is nothing here. Damn it, I deserve to make this money. Enough about those idiots. Sun Hanyu returned to his boss chair and sat back down. How did the task I gave you go? Secretary Chin immediately switched into work mode. and began to report in a clear and organized manner. Mr. Sun, according to your instructions, our people have conducted a secret screening of the known professional database nationwide. We have preliminarily locked onto the identities of 2 other empowerers. Oh, let us hear it. Sun Hanyu's interest grew even stronger. The first one is named Zhou Hao, 34 years old, living in the North District of Xuanjiang City. After his profession awakened, because the empowerer class is almost useless in combat, no team was willing to take him in. To make a living, he currently works as a kitchen assistant in a restaurant. A kitchen assistant, Sun Hanyu repeated, finding it somewhat comical. Yes, Secretary Chin continued. According to our investigation, he rented his empowerment link to the restaurant owner's son, who is in high school, for 800 yuan a month. That kid is a track and field student, and it is said that after linking with the empowerment, his physical fitness test scores improved quite a bit. 800 yuan a month. Sun Hanyu almost laughed out loud. And the other one? The other one is named Wang Fang, female, 41 years old, working as a quality inspector at a textile factory south of Beihai City. Her situation is similar to Zhou Hao's. Her level has remained in the single digits. She gave her empowerment link to the daughter of a fellow worker in the same workshop. The girl has musical talent, and it is said that after the link, her mental power and finger dexterity both improved. In return, that coworker gives her some highly sought-after fabrics every month. Secretary Chin's report was objective and calm. But after hearing it, Sun Hanyu could not hold back anymore. He leaned back in his chair and burst into a fit of hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha, good, too good. Secretary Chin stood there quietly, saying nothing. She knew very well that what Mr. Sun liked was not these empowerers, but their stupidity. Because of their stupidity, they are easy to manipulate. Because of their stupidity, they are easy to control. Because of their stupidity, one can leverage the greatest profits with the smallest cost. Mr. Sun, I have already sent people to approach them. I believe there will be results soon. No rush. Sun Hanyu waved his hand. You cannot be impatient when dealing with people like this. Life has already worn down their edges, and they are accustomed to resigning themselves to their fate. If you suddenly hand them a piece of candy, they will get scared and suspect there is poison in it. It is like boiling a frog in warm water. Give them some benefits first, let them taste the sweetness, and make them realize the little bit of use their profession has. Then, slowly, bring them onto our ship. A calculating light flickered in Sun Hanyu's eyes. They have been buried for too long. We must be the scouts who discover their value. We need to make them grateful to us, willing to sell the rest of their lives, no, the ownership of their profession, to us at Kiyuan. Yes, Mr. Sun, I understand. Damn it, Sun Hanyu cursed softly, but the smile on his face became even brighter. This money, I truly deserve to earn it. He leaned back in his chair, enjoying the joy of victory. The entire group of empowerers is like a virgin land yet to be cultivated, and he is the first colonist to arrive with advanced tools and technology to claim it. In the future, the empowerer training plan defined by the Kiyuan group will become the ultimate luxury, sold to the truly wealthy families. An heir who grows up empowered from childhood will have a starting line far ahead of everyone else. What a terrifying temptation that is. Those families with a century of heritage would pay any price for it. Just as Sun Hanyu was fantasizing about his future business empire, another face uncontrollably appeared in his mind. That young, wild face that dared to slam the table and bargain with him. Lin Yang. By the way, Sun Hanyu spoke up suddenly, any news about Lin Yang recently? Secretary Chin immediately pulled up another file. After Lin Yang got the loan, he went straight to the East District Market. Sun Hanyu nodded. That is normal. A poor kid suddenly getting rich would definitely go out and spend. He spent 200,000 to purchase a swordsman class transfer book. 200,000 for a dime a dozen swordsman book. Although he thought it was a bit stupid, it was still within the realm of understanding. And then he contacted us and spent another 40 million to buy 4 blue-quality class transfer books. Sun Hanyu nodded. He knew about that. He had even clicked his tongue at the time. This kid spent money really fast. Finally, he spent 60 million to rent the highest spec 10 times time flow training room in Nanhua City for 30 days. Sun Hanyu sat upright. 100 million, just like that. 60 million to rent a training room? What is he doing? Is he crazy? Did he go in alone? No, Secretary Chin's expression remained unchanged as she stated the facts. He took 4 dogs inside. A deathly silence fell over the office. The smile on Sun Hanyu's face froze bit by bit. He suspected he had misheard. What? 4 dogs? Secretary Chin repeated, stray dogs of unknown breed. According to our people's observations, there is 1 black, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 gray. Sun Hanyu was completely stunned. Dogs. 4 dogs. 100 million in loans, tens of millions in class transfer books, 60 million for a top-tier training room. Just to train 4 dogs. What kind of move is this? These 4 dogs, Secretary Chin's voice sounded dry, seemed to be Lin Yang's linking targets. However, it is currently unclear whether linking multiple targets and linking non-human organisms is a unique ability exclusive to Lin Yang, or if all empowerers can do it and they just have not discovered it or could not find suitable targets. We need to conduct further contact and testing with Zhou Hao and Wang Fang. What a waste, what an absolute waste. Sun Hanyu was confident that every single link slot could be rented out for at least 30 million a year. 4 dogs, that is 120 million a year. My God. Plus the 100 million Lin Yang spent, back and forth, those 4 dogs are worth 200 million, damn it. Madman. This is definitely a complete and utter madman. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? But then, a surge of ecstasy flooded Sun Hanyu's heart. He previously thought Lin Yang was a wolf, but now it seems he was wrong. This kid is a wolf, but he is a mad wolf that does not play by the rules. He really does not treat money as money. But this is fine too. Spend it, the faster you spend, the better. Throw the money away on these useless beasts, and when he fails the entrance exam and ends up penniless, let us see how he pays back that 100 million loan. If he cannot pay it back, then Lin Yang himself, and that godlike, unpredictable empowerer ability of his, will completely and utterly become the private property of the Qiyuan group. At that point, whether I tell him to link to a baby or anything else, will not it just be a matter of 1 word from me? Hazihahi. A strange cackle came from Sun Hanyu's throat. He was becoming more and more interested in Lin Yang now. However, out of a capitalist's final caution, he still felt that things could not be this simple. Secretary Chin. At your service, President Sun. Send people to watch that training room for me, 24 hours a day. Sun Hanyu stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the city. I want to know his daily training progress, and I want to know every change in the data of those 4 dogs. Use every technical resource at our disposal. I want the most precise reports. President Sun, that might be a bit difficult. What do you mean? That is a top-tier training room with excellent security measures. Even all the equipment is identical to what the military uses, sourced from the same manufacturers. It is fine, just keep an eye on it as best as you can. Understood. And 10 times speed training room. 1 day in the outside world, 10 days in here. When Lin Yang regained consciousness from his light meditation, the timer in the training room had quietly ticked past 100 days and nights. On his personal panel, notifications from the empowerment link were refreshing constantly. Blackie performed shield block training, Constitution +1, Strength +1. Yellowy successfully condensed 3-star TRSEK Chinese letter orbs, Spirit +2. Gray hit the core of the moving target consecutively, Agility +2. Whitey's Requiem restored everyone's energy, Spirit +1. Blackie performed charge training, Strength +1, Agility +1. And 100 days. A full 100 days of near-endless training. Lin Yang watched those 4 figures running and jumping tirelessly in the training ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Back then, to help Shen Bing and the others improve their attributes, he had spent countless efforts accompanying them in various training centers. For a whole year, he had drained almost all his energy just to make those 4 people's attribute panels look impressive. But now, Lin Yang pulled up Blackie's attribute panel. In just 100 days, the total attribute growth for the 4 of them had already doubled what Shen Bing and the others had accumulated over an entire year. This is simply heaven-defying. All right, come over here and take a break. Lin Yang gave the command. The 4 figures immediately stopped their respective training, turning into 4 phantoms as they sprinted from every corner of the vast training ground to surround him. 100 days of togetherness, 100 days of empowerment link, had established an indescribable intimacy between them and Lin Yang. Blackie was now robust and muscular, with smooth lines and a coat of sleek black fur that glistened under the lights. Like a loyal guard, it lay quietly at Lin Yang's feet, resting its massive head on his knees while emitting satisfied purrs from its throat. Whitey had the most graceful build, its snowy white fur completely immaculate. It rubbed its small head affectionately against Lin Yang's arm, extending its soft pink tongue to lick the back of his hand, conveying admiration and reliance. Yellowy and Grey were much livelier. They chased and played around Lin Yang, one feigning a pounce while the other tumbled nimbly, having the time of their lives. Yet, half their attention was always on Lin Yang, as if showing off their vitality to him. Lin Yang reached out and patted each of their little heads. What he felt through his palms was their warm body heat and pure trust. These are his companions. Companions who would not betray him, would not plot against him, and who held only him, their master, in their hearts. Compared to the fake team camaraderie of the Dawn Squad, this current warmth was what he truly longed for. However, loyalty and affection alone are far from enough. Lin Yang's gaze fell back onto the attribute panel. The attribute values were indeed terrifyingly high, but after all, they are dogs. Their base attributes are pitifully low, and they lack the explosive growth that human professionals experience during their class advancement. Numbers alone cannot fully reflect real combat power. How effective are their class skills in actual combat, and is their coordination seamless? All of this remains an unknown. It is time for a real test. Lin Yang stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. "Let us go, little ones. I will take you to play something fun." The 4 dogs barked happily, following close at his heels as they walked toward the training room's central console. Lin Yang stood before the massive console, which was filled with futuristic tech, and felt a sudden headache as he looked at the dense list of options on the screen. Realistic battlefield environment simulation. Infinite monsters, decreasing intensity. 10 monster loop. Unlimited pressure training. 30 monster escalation, no ranged. And what the hell is all this stuff? Back when he was in the Dawn Squad, every time they entered the training room, Lin Xiaoto and Lei Meng would always find excuses to push him aside. "Brother Yang, you are a support. You do not need to worry about these combat settings." "Brother Yang, this stuff is complicated. Just go take a rest. We will handle it." They spoke with polite words, but in reality, they never let him touch any core training settings. In the eyes of his former teammates, he just needed to be like a pendant, staying in the back to provide empowerment link. To save time, Lin Yang would just go do more meaningful things. Now, the retribution has arrived. Lin Yang looked at those technical terms and felt like a country bumpkin who had just come out of the mountains, unable to even figure out a light switch. He swiped at the screen irritably, trying to find an option that looked the simplest. After studying it for a long time, he gave up completely. Forget it, no more studying. His gaze finally locked onto a button in the very center of the screen, marked with the largest font and most eye-catching color. Start training default. This is the one. Default mode, it sounds like the standard mode meant for beginners, the simplest and most common kind. Lin Yang thought to himself, completely failing to notice the line of fine print beneath the big letters, smaller than an ant's leg. Current default mode monster template, level 60 Abyss Elite. He did not even spare a second glance before extending his finger and pressing it hard. This is it. Confirm selection of default training mode. Confirm. As his voice fell, the lights in the entire training room dimmed instantly. The smooth walls undulated like flowing water, rapidly transforming into a gloomy and terrifying primitive jungle. Rotting giant trees, hanging vines, and a damp scent in the air mixed with blood and rot. Everything was so realistic it made his scalp tingle. Lin Yang and the 4 little ones were stunned by this sudden change. Before they could even react, roar! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the jungle. The ground began to shake violently, and giant trees that required several people to encircle were rudely snapped and crushed by an irresistible force. A massive, terrifying shadow that blocked out the light stepped out from the darkness. It was a giant bear the size of a heavy truck, covered in pitch-black horny armor, with cruel, murderous flames burning in its scarlet eyes. Its claws, thicker than an adult's thigh, carved deep trenches into the ground and emitted a chilling, ghostly blue glow. The training ground fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Lin Yang stood frozen on the spot, his mind completely blank. What is this? What the hell is this thing? Lin Yang's brain completely shut down the moment he saw the giant bear. Is the default mode really this strong? Roar! The Abyss Dreadclaw bear's crimson eyes locked onto them. It was not the look of a predator eyeing prey, but the look one gives to trash. It took heavy steps, each one shaking the ground violently, and the thick stench of blood in the air made Lin Yang almost suffocate. Run! That was the only thought in Lin Yang's mind. But he could not move. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, pinned to the spot by that terrifying pressure. The four little ones also felt that absolute suppression from a higher life form. Their fur stood on end, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and low whimpers escaped their throats. Fear is the instinct of every living creature. Yet just as Lin Yang thought they would turn and run, the four small figures moved in unison, huddling toward him and shielding him in the center. They were trembling, but not one of them backed away. Lin Yang's heart felt as if it had been struck hard by something. He looked at black fur, white fur, yellow fur, and gray fur blocking his path, and a wave of heat rushed from his chest to his head. He had made a grave mistake by leading them into this desperate situation. But they were only thinking about protecting him. Screw fear. Lin Yang's eyes instantly turned red. Black fur, he suppressed the tremble in his throat and let out his first roar. Charge in, hold it head on. Gray fur, flank it, go for its eyes. Yellow fur, keep your distance and use the star orbit orbs, do not stop. White fur, keep an eye on black fur's health, be ready to heal at any moment. A series of commands were clearly transmitted to each dog's mind through the mental link. Woof! Black fur was the first to respond. It stopped whimpering, let out a loud bark, summoned all the courage in its life, and turned into a black shadow as it launched a charge directly at the mountain-like giant bear. The knight's sword held in its tail glowed faintly during the charge. This was the beginner skill of the Royal Sword Guardian, armor-piercing thrust. Gray fur's figure instantly blurred, hugging the shadows of the jungle, circling toward the Dreadclaw bear's side like a ghost. Yellow fur quickly retreated as 3 deep blue star orbit orbs materialized around it, whistling sharply as they smashed into the bear's face. White fur raised its head, and a ring of soft sound waves began to build up around it. However, all of this seemed so laughable in the face of absolute level suppression. Pop, pop, pop. The 3 star orbit orbs hit the Dreadclaw bear's face accurately, but they did not even make it blink. The bursting energy did not even ruffle the fur on its face. At the same time, black fur had reached the target. It leaped high, using all its strength to stab the knight's sword into the bear's shin. Clang! A harsh metallic ringing sounded. The sword, imbued with armor-piercing effects, struck the bear's pitch-black keratin layer, leaving only a faint, barely visible white mark before being deflected by a massive force. It could not even break its defense. The damage reduction from level suppression was despairingly terrifying. Roar! The Dreadclaw bear seemed irritated by this little bug's provocation. It could not even be bothered to look down, simply raising a massive claw and backhanding the spot where black fur was. The speed was too fast to react. Bang! Black fur instinctively twisted its sword to parry. Parry successful, but what followed was a continuous claw barrage. Bang! 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 Continuous parry. Unfortunately, black fur could not block the final hit. With a muffled thud, black fur was sent flying like a discarded ragdoll, arching through the air before crashing heavily into a giant tree 10 meters away and rolling to the ground. Its health bar was instantly cut in half. White fur, Lin Yang's eyes were filled with fury. Without needing a command, white fur had already finished casting, and a soft green sound wave spanned the distance, enveloping black fur. Black fur's health was barely stabilized, but it was useless. The Dreadclaw bear had lost patience playing with bugs. It ignored the tickle-like arrows gray fur shot from the side, its crimson eyes locked onto the fallen black fur. It wanted to crush the first bug that dared to provoke it. Run! Lin Yang roared frantically. The dog team was completely suppressed and could not organize any effective counterattack, forced to flee miserably under the bear's pursuit. Lin Yang watched helplessly as they were injured one by one. Black fur had just been healed before being batted away again. Gray fur tried to kite, but was struck by a giant rock the bear pulled from the ground, falling from the tree. Yellow fur's magic barely counted as a scratch. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. An intense sense of powerlessness and regret washed over him like a tide. It was all his fault. He was too arrogant, too presumptuous, and led them into this no-win situation. Roar! The Dreadclaw bear seemed to lose its remaining patience, standing up on its hind legs and slamming its two massive front claws into the ground. Area skill, Earth Stomp. Boom! A visible shockwave swept out from the bear in all directions. The range was too large, there was nowhere to hide. The shockwave instantly rolled over the bodies of the four little ones. They did not even have time to cry out before being blown away, crashing heavily to the ground, their health bars empty and unmoving. It is over. All the strength was drained from Lin Yang's body. At least it is just training, just a simulation. However, the next second, a scene that made his blood run cold unfolded. The training room simulation did not stop just because the four had fallen. The Abyss Dreadclaw bear continued to walk toward the fallen Blackfur with heavy steps, raising a claw larger than a millstone, preparing to crush the corpse into a bloody pulp. The system did not categorize them as players. In the system's logic, these four dogs were just objects that could be destroyed, like the trees and rocks in the environment. No! Lin Yang let out a shrill roar. He did not know where the strength came from, but he leaped up and rushed toward the giant bear like a madman. The bear stopped its movement. It slowly turned its head, and those tyrant-like crimson eyes finally took a real look at the human who had been buzzing around like a fly from the very beginning. It felt a new provocation. Lin Yang's heart was pounding, but he did not retreat. He had to draw the monster's aggro. Even if his stats were pathetically low. Come on, you ugly, stupid beast. Your daddy is right here. Roar! The Dreadclaw bear was absolutely enraged. It abandoned the few corpses beneath its feet, turned its massive body toward Lin Yang, and lunged at him with a foul, bloody stench. Shadows engulfed everything. The giant claws, radiating a ghastly blue light, grew rapidly in his pupils. There is no dodging this. Lin Yang closed his eyes. Bang! The expected agonizing pain did not come. Instead, a heavy, deafening impact rang in his ears. He snapped his eyes open. A small, black figure had somehow appeared in front of him. It was Blackie. Even with its health bar completely depleted, it had stood back up, using that cracked knight's sword to hold back the descending giant claw with all its might. Its body was trembling violently, blood leaking from its 7 orifices, yet its stance showed not a single shred of retreat. Immediately after, Whitey, Goldie, and Gray, all equally battered and covered in wounds, struggled to their feet. Wobbly but unyielding, they shielded Lin Yang once more. To them, Lin Yang was their master, their father, and the only source of the new life and warmth they had ever known. This existence absolutely must not be harmed. An unspeakable, intensely fiery emotion erupted through their mental link. They refused to fall like this, and they refused even more to see their master suffer any injury. That resolute will, that pure heart of protection, seemed to touch some hidden, primordial rule. In Lin Yang's mind, an unprecedented system notification rang out like a booming bell. The sincerity of your companions has been sensed. Empower link level increased. Boom! The moment the voice faded, 4 brilliant beams of light descended from the sky, each enveloping one of the 4 small creatures. Their bodies began to grow at a visible rate, shooting up from a mere half-meter to about a meter tall. Muscles bulged, their fur became thicker and lustrous, and every wound on their bodies healed rapidly within the light. Status instantly fully restored. Blackie's strength surged, its knight's sword inching upward against the giant claw, forcing the mountain-like weight back by a fraction. Roar! The Dreadclaw bear felt an unprecedented provocation. It retracted its claws, stood upright on its hind legs, and locked its 2 scarlet eyes onto these reborn insects. It slammed its claws down hard against the ground. It was that move again, Earth Stomp. This time, the power was even more terrifying. Whitey! Lin Yang's command exploded through the mental link. Without needing to be told twice, Whitey had already acted. As the Earth Stomp descended, it let out a clear, sharp bark toward the sky. An invisible melody radiated from its body, forming a translucent sonic shield that enveloped Lin Yang and all his companions. Tuning sound talent skill, desperate harmony. Rumble! The destructive shockwave crashed violently against the sonic shield. The shield twisted violently, ripples spreading across its surface, before shattering completely after less than half a second. The aftermath swept through, sending the 4 little ones and Lin Yang flying once again. Everyone is near death. But this time, they did not fall. That indomitable fighting spirit had been pushed to its absolute limit. Blackie attack, use death-defying thrust. Goldie, arcane bomb, blast its joints. Gray, flank it, shadow strike its neck. Woofed. Blackie let out a roar and charged out the moment it landed, the knight's sword in its tail glowing with a bloody light of total resolve. The star orbit orbs beside Goldie were no longer 3, but 5. The 5 orbs condensed into a single, more explosive arcane bomb, hurtling toward the bear's knee with an aura of destruction. Gray vanished completely into the shadows, its speed reaching the absolute limit, leaving only glimpses of afterimages flickering around the bear's massive frame. Bang! For the first time, Blackie's death-defying thrust genuinely pierced the keratin layer of the bear's shin. It was not deep, but it had broken the defense. Boom! The arcane bomb detonated on the bear's knee, the massive impact causing its gargantuan body to stagger for the first time. THWIP. A poisoned arrow, fired from a tricky angle, struck the bear's neck with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! The Dreadclaw bear bellowed in pain, its roar shaking the heavens. It thrashed its giant claws wildly at Blackie and Gray, but they dodged the fatal blows by the skin of their teeth, opting for a suicidal exchange of wounds. The battle had entered its most harrowing phase. Lin Yang's mind raced. Standing in the center of the battlefield, he coordinated the 4 little ones perfectly through their mental link. Blackie tanked the front, using its battered body to create openings for its teammates. Goldie provided ranged suppression, delivering spells with surgical precision into the bear's wounds and weak points. Gray was like a ghost, constantly harassing the bear to keep it from focusing. Whitey stayed at the back, its healing melodies pulling a teammate back from the brink of death at the most critical moments. They operated like a precision war machine, using wave after wave of fearless charges and their own accumulating scars to miraculously drive the level 60 elite monster into a constant retreat. The Dreadclaw bear's wounds multiplied, its dark keratin shell covered in cracks. For the first time, its scarlet eyes betrayed an emotion other than rage. It was confusion. It could not understand why these ants could erupt with such tenacious vitality. Seconds and minutes ticked by. Finally, after Blackie sacrificed its shoulder to drive its knight's sword into the bear's chest wound, the behemoth let out a mournful, unwilling wail and collapsed to its knees. Its health bar was down to a sliver. Did they win? Just as a flicker of ecstasy rose in Lin Yang's heart, a sudden change occurred. The bear, kneeling on the ground, snapped its head up. Its remaining sliver of health burned away, transforming into a dark red energy that gathered frantically in its maw. A final counterattack, a suicidal skill. Now, throw all your power back at it, Lin Yang roared with his final ounce of strength. Blackie reversed its broken knight sword, slamming the hilt into its own chest to trigger its final reserves of potential. Goldie converged all its mana into a dazzling beam of light. Gray knocked all its arrows, the tips igniting with eerie green flames. Whitey unleashed its final, most ferocious battle song. Lin Yang and the dog team poured their last remaining strength into their most powerful strike. The dark red energy blast collided midair with their 4 intertwined attacks. There was no sound. It was as if the whole world had been muted. Then a terrifying explosion occurred, loud enough to tear eardrums apart. White light swallowed everything. Lin Yang felt an irresistible force sweep over him. He was tossed high into the air, and then, before his eyes went dark, he lost consciousness completely. I do not know how much time had passed. Lin Yang slowly regained consciousness. The gloomy jungle that had surrounded him was gone, replaced by the cold metal walls of the training room. Training failed. Simulation force terminated. The cold system prompt announced the final result. He struggled to sit up, his body feeling as if it were falling apart, his mind exhausted to the extreme. Not far away, Blackie, Whitey, Yellowy, and Gray were all sprawled on the ground, listless and too weak to even twitch their tails. Lin Yang looked at them, his heart filled with disappointment and self-reproach. Lost. Still lost. Even with the increased link level, even when they had put their lives on the line, they still fell just short. They could not even beat the default difficulty. Was he, as an empowerer, really still too weak? Just then, a series of rapid system notifications rang out in his mind without warning. Link level with Blackie increased, feedback triggered. Link level with Whitey increased, feedback triggered. Link level with Yellowy increased, feedback triggered. Link level with Gray increased, feedback triggered. Following this, an unprecedented system message, radiating a dazzling golden light, slowly emerged from the deepest part of his consciousness. Congratulations, your Empowerer class has met the hidden advancement conditions. Detected that your bond with Link partner Blackie has reached the life and death shared level. Your teammate Blackie has provided you with attribute feedback. You gain 50% of their total trained attributes. Boom! Lin Yang went completely rigid. Gain 50% of Blackie's total trained attributes. What does that mean? Immediately after, more notifications flooded in like a tidal wave. Your teammate Witty has provided you with attribute feedback. You gain 50% of their total trained attributes. Your teammate Yellowy has provided you with attribute feedback. You gain 50% of their total trained attributes. Your teammate Gray has provided you with attribute feedback. You gain 50% of their total trained attributes. Almost instinctively, Lin Yang clicked open his attribute panel with trembling hands. The next second, he witnessed the most shocking sight of his life. Target Lin Yang. Race human. Level 0. Class Empowerer. Attributes: Strength 12. Agility 13. Physique 11. Spirit 11. These were his initial, pathetic, and bottom-tier attributes. But now, these 4 lines of numbers were jumping upward frantically, visible to the naked eye. Strength 12, 15, 30, 58, 1192. Agility 13, 22, 45, 79, 1311. Physique 11, 18, 37, 61, 1856. Spirit 11, 25, 51, 88, 1224. The numbers jumped so fast they left afterimages, like a malfunctioning counter. The 4 little ones gained an average of 30 attribute points a day. In 100 days, that is 3,000 points, half of which is 1,500. 4 of them nearly 6,000 points. Waves of warmth appeared from nowhere, surging from the other ends of the 4 mental links and rushing into his limbs and bones. It was an indescribable feeling, as if a parched riverbed had been instantly filled by heavenly rain. Every single cell was cheering and leaping with joy. The physical exhaustion was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power and fullness. In just a few seconds, his total attribute points had multiplied countless times, directly breaking through the 4-digit mark to a terrifying height he had never even dared to dream of before. And it was not over yet. When the surge in attribute points finally slowed, new system notifications popped up again. You have comprehended the skill Steel Flash from your Link partner Blackie. You have comprehended the skill Starfare Prairie from your Link partner Yellowy. You have comprehended the skill Shadow Step from your Link partner Gray. You have comprehended the skill Healing Cord from your Link partner Witty. Lin Yang was completely stunned. Not only had he gained massive amounts of attributes, but he had also actually learned their skills. A support learning a swordsman's lunge, a mage's attack spell, a scout's movement technique, and a healer's restoration ability. What the hell is this? A master of all trades. He quickly checked the status of the 4, fearing that this heaven-defying feedback came at the cost of draining them dry. But the results shocked him even more. On the attribute panels of the 4, none of the values had decreased. Furthermore, because of the increase in Link level, their base attributes had even risen slightly. This was a pure, one-way gain without any cost. Lin Yang slowly stood up, feeling the surging power within him, and was overcome with immense joy. He finally understood. This is the true power of the Empowerer. It is not just simple attribute boosting, nor being a mere accessory trailing behind. It is the resonance and feedback produced only after establishing a true life-and-death bond with one's partners. This is the true form of this class. After the initial ecstasy, Lin Yang forced himself to calm down. A cold and sharp question slithered into his mind like a viper, sending a chill down his spine. Why had Shen Bing and the others never triggered this feature? He had been with the Dawn Squad for a full year. 365 days a year, he had poured his heart and soul into them. Training with them, feeding them strategies, studying tactics. To make them stronger, he had given everything a support could possibly give. In terms of bonds, in terms of dedication, he believed he had lost to no one. So why had this attribute feedback and skill learning never happened even once? Could it be that his trust and dedication to them were not pure enough, not enough to be life and death shared? Impossible. In countless battles, He had entrusted his back to them without the slightest reservation. Then there's only one possibility. A possibility that made his blood run cold. Lin Yang figured out the reason almost instantly. How complex can a dog's mind be? In their world, apart from eating, drinking, and playing, there was only him, their master. They viewed him as their only one, so their trust and reliance were 100% without reservation. Therefore, they were willing to share their growth with him without reservation. But what about Shen Bing and the others? Human hearts are dark. Their hearts were filled with the most despicable selfishness and calculations of human nature. In the eyes of his former teammates, Lin Yang's empowerment was just something he was supposed to do. He was a support. If he did not provide empowerment, what else could he even do? This was his job description. Taken for granted. Do well and there is no reward. Do poorly and there is punishment. In their eyes, the results of their own training were earned solely through their own hard work. It was bought with their own blood and sweat. Why should they share any of it with a support who did not participate in the training and just stood there watching? Why should they let Lin Yang get stronger for free? Even if this feedback caused them no loss whatsoever. They just did not want to. They could not stand seeing Lin Yang get something for nothing. This is a form of the purest malice. A dark mentality that feels more miserable seeing someone else make money than losing it oneself. Did they know from the start that enablers had this ability? Maybe they did, maybe they did not. But that does not matter. What matters is that their very nature fundamentally ruled out such a possibility. The bond determined by the system requires not unilateral effort, but mutual, absolute trust. And they never truly trusted him. Lin Yang laughed. He laughed until his shoulders shook, and his chest felt sharp stabs of pain. The resentment of being betrayed and abandoned transformed at this moment into a towering rage at having been toyed with like a pet for an entire year. He could even clearly imagine how those four guys talked about him behind his back. Yang is a good guy, but his profession is too useless. He is just a tag-along. Cannot help it, since he awakened such a trashy class. We have done enough by letting him stay with us. His enablement is actually quite useful. It saves us a lot of effort. Yeah, might as well keep him like a pet. He cannot fight monsters on his own anyway. Every word felt like a red-hot iron brand, searing his heart. All the heart and soul he poured in, which he thought was proof of teamwork, was nothing more than a loser trying to prove he was still somewhat useful in others' eyes. Stupid. He was an absolute hopeless fool. Whimper. A low whimper interrupted Lin Yang's train of thought. It was Blackie. Dragging its exhausted body, it slowly crawled to Lin Yang's feet, nudging his pant leg gently with its massive head. Soon after, Whitey, Goldie, and Gray all gathered around as well. They sensed the anger and pain that was about to overflow from the mental link. They did not understand why their master was so sad, but they expressed their concern and comfort in their own direct way. Warm bodies, moist noses, and dependent nudges. Pure care without a hint of impurity. Lin Yang's body stopped trembling. He lowered his head and looked at the four little ones surrounding him. The towering rage was now enveloped by an even more burning emotion. But the system notifications were not over yet. Enabler bond level upgraded to level 2. Team ability unlocked, tactical leap. Lin Yang's attention was instantly captured by the last piece of information. Tactical leap. What is this? He immediately sank his consciousness into the system, where a brand new skill icon was emitting a faint blue light in the shared ability slot between him and the four little ones. He focused his mind and opened the new ability called Tactical Leap. The next second, a detailed description appeared in his mind. Tactical Leap Team Ability. Ability Level 1. Ability Effect. Once activated, you can instantly reach the location of any linked partner on the battlefield or swap positions with them. Usage limit. You have one independent usage chance. Your linked partners Blackie, Whitey, Goldie, and Gray each have one independent usage chance. Cooldown. Each leap usage has an independently calculated cooldown. Current cooldown, 60 seconds. Lin Yang read the description word by word. Halfway through, his breathing had already become rapid. When he saw that they each had an independent usage chance, his heart skipped a beat, and his mind went blank with a buzz. Independent usage chance. Independently calculated cooldown. What kind of concept is this? This means that in the same battle, he could actively perform a repositioning once. And the 4 little ones could also actively initiate 4 repositionings towards him. That makes 5 chances to change the tide of battle. 5 times. Lin Yang went completely rigid. This is not just one skill. These are 5 skills. An ultimate tactical core ability. His brain started racing, and countless tactical scenarios flashed through his mind frantically. When facing the Dreadclaw Bear's unavoidable earth stomp, he could have Whitey stay at a safe distance. The moment the shockwave expanded, he could use tactical leap to swap himself or any partner within the attack range with Whitey who was far away. Perfect evasion. He could even have Whitey leap into the center of the team, cast Desperate Harmony to tank the damage, and then swap in another partner at full status to replace the low health Whitey. This is no longer just simple dodging, this is playing with the opponent. And Gray's assassination. No longer needing to take huge risks to flank and find an opportunity. As long as Blackie kept the enemy occupied from the front, he could teleport Gray directly to the back of the enemy's neck. One fatal strike, then swap out instantly. That is the true ghost, the true shadow assault. Even more terrifying is, Lin Yang looked down at his own hands. He is no longer the support who could only cheer from the back. He himself possesses Steel-Cutting Flash, Starfare Prairie Fire, Shadow Step, Healing Cord. When Blackie created a fleeting opening, he could initiate a leap, deliver himself to that opening, and use all his might to unleash his Steel-Cutting Flash with 1,192 points of strength. When Goldie ran out of mana, he could instantly appear at the rear, take its place, and unleash Fire Suppression with Starfare Prairie Fire, boosted by 1,224 points of spirit. He is the strongest assassin, the strongest warrior, the strongest mage, and the strongest support. He can appear anywhere on the battlefield and play any role. This is what it means to be an enabler. All the previous loss, unwillingness, and self-reproach were swept away at this moment, replaced by an unprecedented self-confidence and a blazing desire to fight that felt like it would burst from his chest. He looked at the 4 little ones by his feet, who were equally sluggish, but looked at him with full trust. The anger and resentment in his heart had completely turned into a cold flame. Thinking of his former team, Lin Yang felt not just anger, but a profound sense of pity. They would never be able to comprehend what it means to entrust one's back and future to a partner without the slightest reservation. They do not deserve to. Whimper. The black-furred one nudged its head against him again, emitting a low whine from its throat as if urging him to rest. Lin Yang squatted down, vigorously ruffled its head, and then stroked the white, yellow, and gray ones in turn. All right, let us take a rest. Once we are back in peak condition, we are going to settle the score. And over the next 2 days, Lin Yang did not perform any further simulation training. He exchanged all his remaining savings for the highest grade of monster meat and energy supplements he could afford. As the 4 little ones grew, their appetites reached a terrifying level. They were like 4 bottomless pits, devouring food crazily and converting it into energy for their own recovery and growth. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training room, Lin Yang was familiarizing himself with his newly acquired power over and over again. He raised his hand, and a cluster of orange flames danced on his palm. The fire sparked skill from the yellow-furred one. However, the flames he released were several times stronger than the yellow ones in both size and temperature. This was the qualitative change brought about by absolute stat suppression. The stats of the 4 little ones were already terrifying, but his own average stats were double that of each of them. He shifted his feet, leaving an afterimage behind as he instantly appeared over 10 meters away, performing the gray one's shadow step with seamless fluidity. He even took out a spare standard-issue longsword. When he poured his power into it, a faint blood-red glow shimmered along the blade. Steel-Cutting Flash. Although he lacked the innate swordsmanship talent that the black-furred one gained after its job transfer, his sheer power and agility meant every swing he made whistled with the sound of tearing air. As for the white one's healing cord, he gave it a try, and a soft wave of sound spread out, significantly reducing the fatigue from his training. All around. Unprecedentedly all around. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yang and the 4 little ones had recovered to their absolute peak. Thanks to the increased link level and sufficient nutrition, their various stats had even improved slightly. Standing together now, the 4 little ones exuded quite an imposing presence. At a meter tall, their muscular definition was clear, and their eyes were sharp and filled with battle intent. The black one, in particular, stood as steady as a mountain, already showing the demeanor of a top-tier tank. Lin Yang stood before them, looking at his partners. "Are you all full?" "Woofed." "Ow." 4 hearty cries vibrated so hard, they made the walls of the training room hum. Lin Yang smiled. He turned and walked toward the cold simulation training device, reaching out to press the start button without hesitation. The familiar system interface popped up. "Please select a training scenario." "Previous plan." Lin Yang looked back at the 4 little ones, who were ready for action. "Are you ready? This time, we are going to wipe the floor with it." Light and shadow twisted, and the familiar eerie forest enveloped them once again. The air was thick with the stench of rotting leaves and heavy blood. Roar! A mountain-like dark shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. Those giant crimson eyes still carried that tyrannical look that viewed all life as mere trash. Abyssal terraclaw bear. Same opening, same suffocating pressure. But this time, there was no fear in Lin Yang's heart, only a cold, calm resolve. The 4 little ones no longer trembled or whined. They crouched low, muscles tense, emitting low growls, the excitement of a hunter locking onto its prey. 2 days ago, we were chased around like dogs. Today, I am going to show it who the real villain is. White, start the war song, hold back for the finale. Black, move up, yellow-gray, free attack. The moment the order was given, the battle erupted. Ow! The white one raised its head, and circles of stirring sonic waves spread out, enveloping all its teammates. Berserk war song, hardening song. A faint red glow and an earthy yellow halo appeared on their bodies, their attack and defense stats surging simultaneously. Woofed! The black one let out a roar, its massive frame transforming into a black cannonball as it charged head-on at the terraclaw bear. It abandoned fancy tricks, holding its knight's sword in front and crashing into the beast with pure, raw power. Bang! The heavy sound of impact echoed through the forest. This time, the black one was not sent flying. The ground beneath its feet cracked inch by inch, and though it was pushed back several meters by the immense force, it held its ground firmly. It had actually withstood the terraclaw bear's charge head-on. Meanwhile, 5 azure star-orbit orbs appeared around the yellow one. It did not even bother to aim. The orbs fired like a machine gun, lining up and pummeling the bear's face. Pop, 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 pop. A series of explosions erupted on the bear's face. While they still could not break through its thick cuticle, the sheer impact force made its massive head snap backward uncontrollably. The gray one flickered in the shadows at the forest's edge, firing poison-tipped arrows like viper fangs, precisely hitting the bear's joints and wounds. The battle entered the white-hot stage right from the start. The terraclaw bear was completely enraged. Ignoring the harassment from the yellow and gray ones, it poured all its fury onto the black bug daring to stand in its way. It raised its giant claw, whistling through the air as it smashed down. The black one did not dodge, instead raising its knight's sword in a precise upward parry. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The black one stepped back once more, but stayed standing tall. Bangs, bangs, bang. Continuous claw strikes fell like a storm. The black one was like a rock standing firm in the storm, pushing its parrying skills to the limit, deflecting those deadly blows time and time again. Roar! Unable to break through after repeated attacks, the terraclaw bear finally lost its patience. It rose to its hind legs, held both massive claws high, and slammed them into the ground. Area skill, Earth Stomp. That move again. A devastating shockwave swept outward in all directions with unstoppable force. But Lin Yang's command was faster than the shockwave. White. A single word, transmitted through the mental link, rang out like a thunderclap. No further explanation was needed. Just as the devastating shockwave was about to crush the team, the white one, which had been waiting at the safe periphery of the circle, activated its tactical leap. Hum! The space warped for a split second. White fur vanished from its spot in an instant, and a millisecond later, it appeared in front of black fur, shielding the entire team behind it. Immediately after, it tilted its head back and let out a clear, resonant bark. An invisible sonic shield known as Desperate Harmony bloomed once again. Boom! The devastating shockwave slammed hard against the newly formed sonic shield. The shield distorted violently, its surface rippling with countless waves, but it shattered with a roar after holding for less than a second. But that 1-second buffer was enough. The residual shockwave swept past, Although it still sent everyone stumbling, it caused no further substantive damage. Whether it was because this was their second fight or their bond had deepened, Lin Yang could not say. He just felt that all his movements had become much more fluid and effortless. The moment desperate harmony shattered, a circle of blood-red melody exploded outward, enveloping all his partners. White Fur's skill, bloody rhythm. Within 10 seconds, all linked partners gained 30% increased attack speed and 20% increased damage dealt. This is the chance. Lin Yang did not hesitate for a second. The moment White Fur was knocked back by the shockwave's aftermath, he activated his ability. Tactical teleport. Lin Yang and White Fur instantly swapped positions. A second ago, he was in the back of the team. Now, he stood at the eye of the storm, face to face with the Abyss Dreadclaw Bear, which was briefly immobilized after unleashing its ultimate move. The nauseating smell of blood washed over him, but this time, Lin Yang's heart did not waver. Screw fear. I can fight too now. My turn. Lin Yang stepped forward with his left foot, dropped his center of gravity, and channeled all his strength from his core into his right arm. He was not a swordsman and knew no refined sword techniques. But he had a strength stat of 1192. And he had the skill inherited from Black Fur. Steel Cleave. The standard issue longsword in his hand glowed with a blood-red light even more blinding than Black Fur's, and he slashed downward with the most basic, unreasonable brute force at the bear's knee joint, which was pressed to the ground from its ground stomp. Squelch. There was no tooth-aching sound of metal clashing like last time. This time, it was the dull thud of a blade slicing into flesh. The bear's hardened keratin layer was as fragile as paper in the face of such absolute strength. A wound deep enough to expose bone suddenly appeared on its knee. Roar! The excruciating pain snapped the bear out of its skill recovery animation. It let out a roar of agony and rage, swung its massive body toward Lin Yang, and brought its uninjured claw down with enough force to shatter boulders. Black Fur. Hum. Another space warp. Black Fur appeared like a phantom between Lin Yang and the giant claw. Without even a glance at its master, it poured all its conviction and strength into the knight's sword held in its tail. Black. Clang. A deafening roar echoed out. Black Fur's massive body shuddered violently, and the ground beneath its feet cracked like a spiderweb, but it did not retreat an inch. It used its own body to perfectly withstand this lethal blow for Lin Yang. And Lin Yang, standing right behind Black Fur, raised his right hand to the sky the moment the claw was deflected. Spark of conflagration. Orange flames erupted from the air, turning into tongues of fire that precisely drilled into the bloody wound on the bear's knee. Sizzle. The stench of charred meat instantly filled the air. Roar. The Dreadclaw bear went completely insane. It had never suffered such a severe injury, nor had it ever been toyed with like this. Before the aggro could even lock onto Black Fur, it was immediately drawn away by Lin Yang. Abandoning the troublesome Black Fur, the bear swung its massive body, opened its blood-stained maw, and lunged at Lin Yang to its rear. Lin Yang did not retreat. He advanced, shifting his steps. Shadow step. His figure blurred, narrowly slipping past the bear's fangs to the other side. Immediately, he raised his hand, and a gentle wave of sonic energy rippled from his palm. Healing Cord. A green aura enveloped Black Fur, which had just taken a hit and lost some HP, instantly topping off its health bar. The entire process was smooth, flowing, and perfectly executed. On the battlefield, Lin Yang and Black Fur stood like two gatekeepers, holding the line against the bear's front. One handled the blocking, while the other managed damage, evasion, healing, and even off-tanking duties. More importantly, they were in perfect sync, holding nothing back. Perfect teamwork. The Dreadclaw bear was now in a frenzy, wildly swinging its claws in a rain of attacks, all of which were neutralized by the unbelievable coordination of this man and his dog. Meanwhile, Yellow Fur in the distance had completely transformed into a ruthless turret. With 5 star orbit spheres circling it, it rained attack after attack without pause, bombarding the bear's head, wounds, and joints. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous explosions interrupted the bear's actions again and again, leaving it frantic and annoyed. Its base stats were so high that this mana consumption was nothing to it. It was casting skills like they were free. The suppressive power of the mage class on the battlefield was on full display. With the pressure on Black Fur reduced, the team finally had the chance to counterattack. Gray fur moved like a ghost, weaving through the jungle shadows, each poison-tipped arrow fired from the most devious angles, aiming straight for the bear's eyes and the wound on its neck. The tide of battle had completely turned. Watching the bear retreat while its wounds multiplied, Lin Yang felt his fighting spirit burn even brighter. Yellow fur. His command echoed through their link. Prepare the big one. Woofed. Yellow fur responded, stopping its endless volley of spheres. Tilting its head back, it focused all its mental energy as a deep blue energy sphere, larger than all previous ones combined and radiating a sense of destruction, slowly gathered above its head. The charged version of Arcane Bomb, Annihilation Cannon. Roar! The Dreadclaw bear was no fool. It instantly sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation that threatened its very life. Locking its crimson eyes onto yellow fur in the distance, it completely ignored Lin Yang and black fur, swung its massive body around, and charged at full speed like an out-of-control heavy truck toward the mage. It was determined to crush the most annoying mage first. However, facing this earth-shattering charge, Huomao stood his ground, motionless. He simply continued to gather his spell with composure, just as the massive shadow of the Direclaw bear was about to engulf him. Now, Lin Yang's command rang out once again. A sharp glint flashed in Huomao's eyes. Tactical swap. Huomao and Haimao's figures swapped places once again. Appearing in the path of the Direclaw bear's charge was Haimao, already poised and ready with his knight's sword held across his chest. Roar! The Direclaw bear's brain clearly stalled. It could not understand why the fragile mage had suddenly turned into this foul and stubborn rock. But its charge could no longer be stopped. Clang! In a thunderous clash, Haimao was knocked off his feet and sent flying backwards for over 10 meters, but he had successfully completed the block, buying the most precious time for his teammates. Beimao! Awu! Beimao, who had been lingering on the edge of the battlefield, let out the most high-pitched and passionate howl since the battle began. The golden sound of a war drum echoed throughout the jungle. All-out attack. All companions, the next skill damage is doubled. Move! Lin Yang gave the order. He hurled the cracked longsword from his hand and raised both arms high, pouring out his 1,224 points of mental energy without reservation. Starfire Prairie Fire. Charged version. Haimao leaped from the shadows, knocking all his arrows on his foreclaws. Their tips ignited with ghostly green flames, transforming into soul-reaping meteors with barrage. And Huomao, who had just swapped places with Haimao and appeared in the center of the battlefield, finally completed the final channeling of the Annihilation Beam cannon above his head, which had been charged to its limit. 3 attacks, each containing destructive energy, locked onto the Direclaw bear, which was still staggering backwards from Haimao's block from 3 different directions simultaneously. Roar! The Direclaw bear let out the final, resentful roar of its life. The next second, white light swallowed everything. Boom! The terrifying explosion overturned a layer of the ground, and as the dust settled, that mountain-like beast lay motionless on the ground, charred and lifeless. We won. And we won so easily. Lin Yang looked at his companions, who were unscathed and only slightly fatigued, and felt a surge of heat in his heart. This time, he even felt like they had energy to spare. Come. Continue. 10 monster cycle training. Default difficulty. Activate. And boom. The last level 30 lava giant crocodile shattered into pieces under Shen Bing's ice burst. On the metal wall of the training room, the bright red timer was locked at 59 minutes and 47 seconds. Huffy huff. Lei Meng slumped onto the ground, his heavy shield crashing beside him with a loud clang. Steam rose from his body and sweat dripped down his cheeks, but he wore an extremely exhilarated smile. An hour? Damn, we actually cleared 10 level 30 elite monsters in under an hour. Captain, you are amazing. Lin Zai leaned against the wall, his chest heaving, his hoodie unzipped to reveal the soaked t-shirt underneath. Su Nuinuan also collapsed to the ground, chanting a group healing spell. A soft halo enveloped everyone, dispelling their muscle soreness. She too wore a smile of relief. Even with a bit of luck involved, it was enough to prove their strength. Only Lu Jinghuai remained as lazy as ever. He had not even broken much of a sweat. He simply tossed his staff aside and walked to the console to pull up the data report. Not bad, there is progress, he yawned. No major mistakes in coordination, and the damage output kept up, finally starting to look like a top-tier team. Hearing a word of praise from this devilish captain was more inspiring than anything else. Of course, look who we are. Lin Yang patted his chest armor proudly. If we keep training like this, will not we just breeze through the college entrance exam? Though Lin Yang scratched the back of his head, the excitement on his face fading slightly, replaced by a touch of confusion. It feels a bit strange. What is wrong? Su Nunuan asked. We have been training so hard lately, exhausted like dogs, but I feel like my attribute panel has not budged at all. Lin Yang opened his personal panel and pointed at the numbers. My strength is still the same, and constitution has not changed either. How about you guys? At his words, Lin Xiaodao and Su Nunuan also froze and hurriedly opened their panels to check. Sure enough, not a single change. Yeah, what is going on? Lin Xiaodao frowned too. We used to train, and sometimes even just going for a run, the system would notify us, you have performed running training. Agility +1. Now that we are risking our lives against level 30 monsters every day, how can we not gain a single stat point? That long-lost system notification of attribute growth after training seemed to have vanished a long time ago. Shen Bing said nothing, but she also silently opened her attribute panel. The number in the mental energy column sat there glaringly, completely stagnant. The four of them looked at each other, and the heated atmosphere in the training room instantly cooled down. A sense of inexplicable unease began to spread in their hearts. Captain Shen Bing took the initiative to speak, asking the figure leaning against the console, "Is there a bottleneck to increasing basic attributes through training?" Hearing this, Lu Jinghui turned back, looking at the four of them with an expression one might reserve for cute pets. Increasing basic attributes? What kind of wishful thinking are you doing? He chuckled, his laugh filled with undisguised mockery. You think you can raise stats just by training? Do you think this is kindergarten PE class? Basic attributes are the foundation of any profession, and every single increase is excruciatingly difficult. Either it happens through a leap during level breakthroughs, by stacking precious treasures, or by encountering some heaven-defying opportunity. Relying on blind, hard training, you could train until you die and you would not get a single point. Lu Jinghui's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over the four of them. Excruciatingly difficult. Training until death would not yield a single point. How can that be? But we used to. Lin Xiaodao instinctively wanted to retort. He wanted to say that they used to improve very quickly. As soon as he spoke, he felt an icy gaze land on him. It was Shen Bing. Lin Xiaodao swallowed the rest of his words. Lu Jinghui did not notice the exchange, waving his hand dismissively. All right, stop thinking about that nonsense. Your base attributes are already ridiculously high, stronger than the descendants of many big families who used resources to stack theirs. Now, what you need to do is translate these attributes into real combat power by practicing combat techniques and team coordination. Lu Jinghui stood up straight. The laid-back air around him vanished, replaced by an aura of arrogance that looked down upon the whole world. Do not fixate on those minor stat gains. Think bigger. Our goal is to be #1 in the country. Only after entering a top-tier university can you achieve real improvement. Having said that, he picked up his staff and turned to walk out of the training room. That is all for today. Continue tomorrow. Do not be late. The door closed, shutting Lu Jinghui's figure away. The training room plunged into a deathly silence. None of the four said a word. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the empty room. Lu Jinghui's words were still circling in their minds. Relying on mindless grinding, you will never gain a single point even if you train yourself to death. Then what about them before? How to explain that? Could it be? Su Nuanuan's voice was very soft, trembling with a disbelief even she could not fathom. Could those stat increases really be because of Lin Yang? Once that name was spoken, it was like a spark igniting a powder keg. Nonsense. Lin Yang was the first to jump up, his face turning beet red. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. A useless, zero-grade support like him, why should he be able to buff our stats? His reaction was so intense, it was nearly unhinged. System notifications? Have you forgotten the system notifications? Lin Yang pointed at the empty air, roaring loudly. It was written clearly. Lin Yang completed shield training, Constitution +1. Shen Bing completed meditation training. Spirit +1, it was us. We trained it ourselves. It has nothing to do with that guy Lin Yang. Right, you are right. Su Nuanuan shied away from his shouting and chimed in, The notifications did say it was our own training. Then how do we explain the current situation? Lin Yang leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, his tone filled with confusion. The same training, even higher intensity, why are not they rising now? Has our effort depreciated since joining the Ice Edge squad? It absolutely cannot be because of him, Lei Meng growled. This was not just about stats. It was about their dignity and whether their decision to leave Dawn was right or wrong. If they admitted that those monstrous stats were brought by Lin Yang, then what were they? A bunch of ingrates who sucked him dry and then kicked the host aside. No, they were the favored children of heaven. Their strength stemmed from their own talent and hard work. Maybe it was just a perk of the newbie phase. Shen Bing, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke. Her voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable power. After just finishing the professional certification, our bodies were in a high-growth phase, so the training results were so significant. Now that our bodies have adapted and entered a plateau period, the stat growth naturally slowed down. This explanation sounded reasonable. Lei Meng and Su Nuanuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, that must be it, a plateau period. I said it, how could it possibly have anything to do with that guy? They desperately needed a reason to convince themselves to defend their pathetic self-esteem. Shen Bing looked at them without saying anything more. But she knew that words alone could not truly erase the seed of doubt in their hearts. They needed a victory that relied on no one but themselves to prove their strength. Since our stats have reached a plateau, it means our foundation is solid enough. Shen Bing stood up and walked toward the training console. Lu Jinghuai can command us to fight level 30 monsters, so we can do the same ourselves. Her fingers swept across the screen, skipping the level 30 options. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she reached out and entered 2 numbers into the level setting field. 40. Warning, student training difficulty set to Nightmare. Monster level locked to level 40. The piercing alarm sounded again. Shen Bing, you. What, are you afraid? Shen Bing looked back at him coldly. If you do not even have the courage to challenge it, how can you talk about being number 1 in the country? Lei Meng was choked by her words, his blood surging. Afraid, that word does not exist in my dictionary. Bring it on. Begin. Shen Bing pressed the confirm button directly. Light and shadow converged, and a purgatory demon hound, larger than a tyrant earth dragon and wreathed in black flames, appeared in the center of the arena. That terrifying pressure was on a completely different level than the level 30 monster. I will take the lead, Lei Meng roared and charged in with his shield. However, the purgatory demon hound just swiped its claw casually. Boom! Lei Meng, along with his shield, was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, slamming into the far wall, his health hitting rock bottom. Holy light, Su Nuanuan's healing spell landed just in time. The purgatory demon hound opened its massive jaws, and a breath of black flames covered the entire arena. Lin Yang dodged clumsily through the flames, and Shen Bing's frost magic hit the demon hound only to explode into insignificant ice chips. Chaos, total chaos. Less than 30 seconds. With Su Nuanuan's final scream, she turned into white light and vanished. The entire training room went quiet. The 4 of them lay on the cold metal floor, their faces ashen. A crushing defeat. They did not even take half of the monster's health. The metal floor was cold and biting, seeping through their thin training clothes into everyone's skin. The training room was deathly silent. The terrifying pressure from that purgatory demon hound seemed to linger, pressing heavily upon the hearts of the 4. One shot. This was a one-shot kill without any suspense. Su Nuanuan was the first to speak, her voice nasal my healing. It was useless. She had just cast a holy light spell on Lei Meng, and before she could even chant a second spell, those earth-shattering black flames swallowed her. The feeling of helplessness as she was instantly evaporated made her tremble all over. Damn it! Lei Meng jumped up from the floor, punching the nearby metal wall with a muffled boom. The wall did not budge, but his fist was bright red. A level 40 monster. Is this damn thing meant for humans to fight? Does the school want to kill people by putting something like this in the training system? He roared at the empty training room, the veins in his neck bulging out. This felt more like looking for an outlet for his own crushing defeat. Lin Yang slowly sat up from the floor, pulling his hood over to cover most of his face. Stop shouting, big guy. No one forced us to choose level 40, we chose it ourselves. Lei Meng's face turned a deep shade of liver purple. He opened his mouth, but could not get a single word out. Who could he blame? Blame Shen Bing for being too impulsive. He was the first one to jump up and support the idea just now. Heh, Lin Yang gave a low chuckle, a sound that felt gratingly harsh in the silent room. It seems we really overestimated ourselves. We could not even last 30 seconds. The strength they were so proud of, and the coordination they thought they had perfected, were as fragile as paper in front of that level 40 hellhound. Enough. Shen Bing, who had remained silent all this time, finally spoke up. She slowly stood up from the floor, smoothed out her slightly disheveled clothes, and kept her face completely expressionless. But her slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil inside her. It was my haste. Shen Bing walked over to the console and stared at the bold red words displayed on the screen. Training failed. Lu Jinghui was right. What we need to do now is get used to his command and practice our team coordination, not aim too high and try to challenge our limits. She took full responsibility upon herself. That made Lei Meng and Su Nuan feel a little better. Right, Shen Bing is right. Lei Meng quickly grabbed the chance to back down. We have only just started working together, no need to rush. We will take it one step at a time. Shen Bing gave a bitter smile. Forget it, let us just stick to level 30. No wonder Lu Jinghui only told us to set it to 30. Anything higher is just impossible for humans to beat. As she spoke, she reset the training mode, adjusting the monster level back to 30. The number that once made them feel suffocated now seemed almost friendly. Everyone nodded, no one had any further objections. The crushing defeat had completely shattered the unrealistic arrogance they once held. They needed a victory, even one that Lu Jinghui would consider child's play, just to regain a little confidence. The atmosphere in the training room remained oppressive. The seeds of doubt, catalyzed by their defeat, had quietly begun to sprout. Why? Why is it that their training now yields no stat improvements at all? Why does the foundation they were so proud of seem so laughable when facing higher-level monsters? Could it be? The name they most hated to admit, despised, and wanted to cast off, resurfaced uncontrollably in everyone's mind. Lin Yang. No matter what. Lei Meng spoke in a muffled voice, breaking the uncomfortable silence. He seemed to be trying to comfort everyone, or perhaps convince himself. At least we are way better than that madman Lin Yang. As soon as the name was mentioned, everyone felt like they had found an outlet for their emotions. Exactly. No matter how bad they had it, they were still better than that lunatic. That is right. Lin Zaiao's mouth curled into that cynical, mocking smirk again. We are here challenging level 30 elite monsters, and though it is a bit messy, at least we are facing strong opponents. And him? What could he possibly do with those 4 dogs? What can he even kill? Level 10? Or level 5? Lei Meng sneered, as if he wanted to dump all the humiliation he just suffered onto that phantom figure. Su Nuan chimed in quietly, her voice filled with pity and superiority. Lin Yang is, after all, just a low-ranked support class. No matter how impressive his dogs are, they are just pets. I doubt they could even beat a level 1 monster. Level 1? You are giving him too much credit. Lei Meng burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing in the empty training room. He is a 0-level non-combat class, and those 4 dogs probably were not even born long ago. A 0-level leading 4 things that are not even 0-level, tell me how that is supposed to fight, by biting them with their mouths. Lin Zaiao started laughing as well. Do not say that, it might actually be possible. I heard some special beasts have poisonous saliva. Maybe Lin Yang's 4 dogs are that type. I do not even want to imagine that fight, it is too ridiculous. They went back and forth, using the most vicious language to mock the companion they had already cast aside. It was as if only by doing this could they prove how right their original decision was, and cover up the fact of their crushing defeat and the lingering haze in their hearts. Shen Bing did not join in the mocking. She just stared quietly at the console, her fingers hovering over the start training button. That is right. They are already part of the Ice Blade team. Their future lies in the national competition, in elite universities, and among the stars. While Lin Yang and his 4 dogs will only rot forever in the tiny mud pit of Nanqiao First High. They were already people from 2 different worlds. Thinking of this, the last bit of hesitation in Shen Bing's heart vanished without a trace. She pressed the button. Nanqiao First High, the auditorium. Blinding lights shone down from the dome, illuminating the crowded hall. The pre-exam motivation meeting. Lin Yang originally did not want to come. He would rather spend this time back home doing more strength training with Blackie and the others. But his homeroom teacher called, saying a new policy was being announced regarding college entrance exam groups, and that attendance was mandatory. He left the 4 dogs in the basement training room, set their training tasks, and came to the venue alone. The moment he stepped through the door, the noisy auditorium fell silent for a split second. Countless gazes locked onto him like searchlights. Then, stifled giggles began to spread through the crowd, quickly turning into unreserved, uproarious laughter. Look, who is here? My God, is not this our school's celebrity, Captain Dog? A boy yelled in a weird, mocking voice, purposely raising his volume. Captain Dog, how rude, you have to call him Brother Dog. No, you're thinking too small, you have to call him Dog King. Hey, ohaha. Dirty insults and mockery surged like a tide, crashing over Lin Yang. He remained expressionless, walking straight to his class section through the pointing fingers of the crowd and sitting in the corner seat. The laughter of these people sounded no different to him than barking dogs on the side of the road. Actually, it was not even as good as barking. At least when Blackie and the others bark, it is quite pleasant to hear. Just as he sat down, several familiar figures appeared not far from him. Shen Bing, Lei Meng, Lin Ziado, Sunuanuan. They were surrounding a tall, lazy-looking boy, the captain of the Ice Blade team, Lu Jinghui. Lu Jinghui naturally noticed the commotion and walked over at a leisurely pace with his new team members, stopping beside the aisle of Lin Yang's seat and looking down at him from above. The laughter in the surrounding area grew even louder. Everyone was waiting for a good show. Oh, is not this student Lin Yang? Lu Jinghui spoke lazily, not even looking at Lin Yang but talking to Shen Bing beside him. Why are you sitting here all alone? Where are your teammates, those 4 battle-hardened warriors of yours? Lu Jinghui deliberately emphasized the word warriors. Su Nuanuan was the first to lose control and let out a laugh, but she immediately realized it was inappropriate and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Lei Meng simply bared his teeth in a wide grin, letting out a low, mocking scoff. Lin Ziado had his hands in his hoodie pockets and his cap pulled low, but his continuously shaking shoulders gave away the fact that he was cracking up. Only Shen Bing remained as cold as frost, but the slight upward curve of her lips was more cutting than any open mockery. Lu Jinghui was very satisfied with his team members' reactions. He intended to step on Lin Yang in front of everyone, both to establish prestige for the Ice Edge squad and to vent his anger for the beauty by his side. He leaned down, moved close to Lin Yang's ear, and said with a look of disdain in a voice only they could hear, I heard you were pretty full of yourself, registering for the Dawn squad with 4 dogs in tow? What, is humiliating me not enough? You want to humiliate every candidate in Southbridge High School too. Lin Yang finally raised his head. He looked at the face feigning handsomeness before him, glanced at the 4 gloating faces behind him, and suddenly laughed. Humiliate you? Lin Yang shook his head with an expression like he was looking at a bunch of delusional idiots. You do not even qualify. In my eyes, the 4 of you combined are not worth a single piece of excrement from my dog Blackie. No, that is not right, Lin Yang corrected himself. That is an insult to the excrement. At least it can be used as fertilizer. What can you guys do? As for you, Lin Yang's gaze landed on Lu Jinghui, filled with pity. Dragging 4 heaps of crap around with you all day without even realizing the stench. I really feel bad for you. The air suddenly froze. The students around them who were waiting to see a show all dropped their jaws, unable to believe their ears. He has lost it. This Lin Yang has truly lost his mind. How dare he insult Lu Lin and Shen Bing like that in front of everyone? You damn well better be ready to die. Lei Meng was the first to react. With a roar, his fist, as big as a mortar, whistled through the air toward Lin Yang's face. He had a fiery temper to begin with. There was no way he could endure being insulted right to his face. Lin Yang sat in his chair, not moving an inch. Just as the fist was about to smash into his face, he spoke. Hit me. Hit me right here. He even pointed a finger at his own temple. Waste, do it. Let us see who is afraid of whom. Lei Meng's fist stopped dead in midair, less than a centimeter from Lin Yang's cheek. He did not dare to strike. The academy had strict regulations. Private fighting is strictly forbidden during the pre-exam preparation period, and violators are disqualified from the college entrance exam immediately. If he threw that punch, he would not just be ruining himself, he would be destroying the future of the entire Ice Edge squad. Lin Yang, stand down. Lu Jinghuai's voice rang out, carrying a trace of suppressed fury. He reached out and stopped Lin Yang, pushing him behind. Why bother arguing with a madman? Lu Jinghuai straightened his collar, returning to his lazy and composed demeanor. He has already given up on himself, but we are different. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Having said that, he prepared to turn and leave. Even saying one more word to a loser was beneath his dignity. However, the moment he turned, Lin Yang's unhurried voice drifted over from behind. Defending those 4 heaps of shit so hard, it seems you are not just leading them. You are their daddy. Hello, shitty daddy. Boom! A string in Lu Jinghuai's brain snapped completely. The stars and the sea. To hell with the stars and the sea. He spun around suddenly, golden magical energy gathering in his palm. His lazy air vanished without a trace, replaced by icy killing intent. I will kill you. He could not hold back anymore and unleashed a punch. However, a figure was faster. The dean appeared between them out of nowhere, holding out a hand to easily block Lu Jinghuai's punch, which was packed with terrifying energy. Stop. The dean's face turned livid. We are holding a meeting. What do you think you're doing? Starting a riot. His eyes scanned Lu Jinghuai and Lin Yang, finally landing on Lin Yang. And you, Lin Yang, watch your mouth. If you dare talk nonsense and disrupt the order of this meeting again, I will give you a major disciplinary mark. Lu Jinghuai's chest heaved violently, and the magical light slowly dissipated, but his stare at Lin Yang looked as if he wanted to eat him alive. Lin Yang gave a cold snort, leaned back into his chair, and closed his eyes. There was nothing to say to a bunch of flies. Seeing this, the dean could only shake his head in exasperation and turn to walk onto the stage. Quiet, everyone, keep quiet. Now, let the meeting begin. The dean's booming voice echoed through the auditorium, finally suppressing all the commotion. Lu Jinghuai glared at Lin Yang as if to say, just you wait, before returning to the Ice Edge squad's designated area with his equally grim-looking team members. The surrounding students did not dare to roar with laughter, but the whispering never ceased, and eyes kept darting back and forth between Lin Yang and Lu Jinghuai, filled with the excitement of watching a good show. Lin Yang leaned back in his chair, paying no mind to any of it. Madman, loser. Let them say what they want. When they reached the exam field, he would show everyone who the real loser was. I could bring 4 dogs, and I would still beat you. On stage, the dean cleared his throat and tapped the microphone. Students, before we begin the pre-exam mobilization, I have an important announcement. Per the orders from the higher-level educational authorities, due to emergency maintenance required for some high-level exam venues, the National College Entrance Exam, originally scheduled for 3 days from now, will be postponed by 2 days. The moment he finished speaking, a buzzing sound of discussion broke out in the audience. Postponed by 2 days? Great, I can practice for 2 more days. What is so great about that? I had already adjusted my condition to its peak. With this delay, my rhythm is completely ruined. Lin Yang felt no ripples in his heart. 2 days? For him, that meant 20 days in the training room with 10 times the time dilation. This was simply fantastic news. He wished they could delay the exam for 2 months. Money, well, he would just have to figure something out at Kiwon again. The dean waited for the chatter to die down before continuing, and what he said next plunged the entire hall into dead silence. The second announcement, it is also the most important policy change. As you all know, our great Zia invests massive resources into the exam secret realms every year, but even so, resources remain very tight. In order to use these precious resources where they count most and cultivate the elite, the Education Department has decided to implement a tracking selection system nationwide this year. The Director of Education's expression turned stern. That is to say, not all squads will be eligible to participate in this year's college entrance examination. Only squads ranked in the top 50% within this school qualify for the official exam. The remaining 50% will be eliminated immediately and must prepare to apply for vocational colleges. Boom! The news hit like a thunderbolt. After a second of deathly silence, the entire auditorium erupted into total chaos. What? You are cutting half the students? Is this a fucking joke? We have worked our asses off for 3 years, and you are telling us to go to vocational school just like that. It is unfair. This is unfair. Why? Desperate roars, angry questions, and panicked weeping instantly drowned out the entire hall. Even the high-achieving students in the front rows wore expressions of shock. Lin Yang's heart sank heavily at that moment. Top 50%. Since Shen Bing and her team left, his Dawn squad had not participated in a single school assessment or competition. Overall ranking? That was 0. They were dead last, no question about it. This policy was nothing but a death sentence for him. The students who were gloating earlier over Lu Jinghuai's frustration could not laugh anymore. They began frantically recalling their own team's ranking, their faces turning deathly pale. Quiet, the director unleashed the pressure of a professional, his voice booming like a bell to command the audience once again. I know this decision is cruel, but rules are rules. However, the school has managed to secure one opportunity for the bottom 50%. Seeing the countless bloodshot eyes below, the director softened his tone. This is not a pure sweep. During these 2 days of postponement, the school will urgently organize an internal qualification tournament. All squads in the bottom 50% are eligible to enter. As long as you place in the top 10% of this tournament and prove your strength, the school will grant you a special qualification for the official entrance exam. With those words, the auditorium, previously filled with despair, was instantly reignited. Although it was still cruel, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Any chance is better than none. Lin Yang let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. An internal tournament, top 10%. Good. A chance was all he needed. Now, we will begin announcing the list of squads in the top 50% that have qualified for the official exam. When your team's name is called, the captain shall come up to receive your admission ticket. The director picked up a list and began to read. 100th place, Gale Squad. 99th place, Rock Squad. And every time a name was called, a burst of suppressed cheering or a sigh of sorrow erupted from the crowd. The tension in the air was extreme. Lu Jinghuai sat in his seat, looking composed, while Lei Meng and Lin Xiaodao beside him cast mocking glances at Lin Yang. The meaning was clear. Look, trash, this is the gap between you and us. Shen Bing and Su Nuanuan said nothing, but that inherent sense of superiority was more stinging than any words. Second place, Red Kite Squad. First place, Ice Blade Squad. As the director read the final name, the spotlights in the hall instantly focused on Lu Jinghuai and his team. Wow. As expected of the Ice Blade Squad, so strong. Senior Lu Jinghuai is so cool. Senior Shen Bing is beautiful. Amidst thunderous applause and cheers, Lu Jinghuai stood up with his 4 brilliant teammates, basking in the glory of being the center of attention. He adjusted his collar, flashed his signature lazy smile, and turned to look down at Lin Yang in the corner, the smirk on his face filled with the posture of a victor. Shen Bing, Lei Meng, Su Nuanuan, and Lin Xiaodao, 4 people, 4 gazes, like 4 sharp swords piercing directly at Lin Yang. They wanted Lin Yang to see clearly what a right decision it was to leave him behind. They were the darlings of heaven, destined to soar in the skies. While Lin Yang was just a piece of dead weight they had discarded, a joke who could not even reach the threshold of the entrance exam. Under the gaze of the whole crowd, Lin Yang slowly raised his hand. Then, under the triumphant stares of Lu Jinghuai and the others, he pointed a clear, unambiguous middle finger toward the podium, toward those figures about to claim their honor. The cheering in the entire auditorium stopped abruptly. Everyone saw it, and everyone was stunned. The smile on Lu Zhao's face froze. Shen Bing's face turned cold in an instant. Lei Meng's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. The director on stage was so angry he nearly choked, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Yang. Insolent, this is utter insolence. He roared, but unable to rush down to take action, he had to force down his rage to maintain order in the hall. Ice Blade Squad, come up to collect your admission tickets. Everyone else remained silent. Lu Jinghuai glared at Lin Yang, the venom in his eyes nearly palpable. Accompanied by his 4 teammates, all equally livid, he walked onto the podium with stiff strides. It should have been a moment of glory, but now, because of Lin Yang's insulting gesture, it became incredibly awkward. The eyes of the crowd shifted back and forth between them and Lin Yang in the corner, with whispers buzzing like gnats. Lin Yang did not care at all. He leaned back in his chair as if he had not just been the one to stir up the entire place. After receiving their tickets, the Ice Blade Squad walked back to their seats under everyone's gaze. None of them looked at Lin Yang as they passed, but the arrogance and hatred radiating from their very bones were clearer than any vicious words. On the podium, the director coughed heavily, trying to pull everyone's attention back. All right, the list for the top 50% has been announced. Now, all squads in the bottom 50% go to your respective homeroom teachers to receive your tournament participation certificates. This is your final chance, and I hope you make the most of it. At these words, the back half of the auditorium erupted into movement. The students who were just in despair felt a flicker of hope rekindled in their eyes. The homeroom teacher for Lin Yang's class, a middle-aged woman who looked exhausted, walked to the front of their section with a stack of thin certificates. Captains of the squads whose names I call, come forward to collect your papers. Her voice was not loud, but it tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Blazing Fire Squad. Running Wolf Squad. And every time a name was called, a team rushed forward as if granted a reprieve, carefully clutching that paper which would determine their fate. Those who were not called became increasingly anxious. Lin Yang sat quietly, not in a hurry at all. Dawn Squad was a newly registered team with no previous performance record, so they were definitely in the bottom 50%. This was just a formality. However, there were fewer and fewer certificates in the teacher's hand as one name after another was read, and teams came up to collect them. Flying Feather Squad, all right, that is all of them. The head teacher put down the list in his hand and announced that it was over. All around, there were scenes of people rejoicing and others lamenting. But from start to finish, the name Dawn Squad never once appeared. Lin Yang's body tensed up instantly. He stood up and, under the sympathetic or gloating gazes of those around him, walked straight up to the head teacher. "Teacher." The head teacher looked up, saw it was him, and adjusted his glasses with a sense of helplessness. "Student Lin Yang, is there something you need?" "Where is my participation certificate?" For the Dawn Squad, Lin Yang's voice was very calm. "Dawn Squad?" The head teacher paused, then picked up the list and checked it again before shaking his head. "No, it is not here. Neither your squad nor the certificate is on the list provided by the school." She spread her hands, indicating there was nothing she could do. "I do not know what happened either. Perhaps there was a glitch in the system." "How could that be?" Just then, the dean of students appeared out of nowhere, his face so dark it could drip ink. "Lin Yang, come with me." He dropped those words and turned to walk toward a quiet corner behind the podium. Lin Yang followed without a word. Lu Jinghui and the others watched this scene, their faces all wearing expressions of anticipation for a good show. When they reached the empty corner, the dean turned abruptly and looked Lin Yang up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. "Stop acting out to get attention here, and go home to prepare for the vocational college entrance exam." "Where is my participation certificate?" Lin Yang asked directly. "The school has decided that you are not qualified to participate," the dean said coldly. "Stop wasting everyone's time and just go prepare for the vocational school admission." That one sentence was a death sentence. Lin Yang's heart sank. On what grounds? On what grounds? The dean scoffed as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. "Lin Yang, the college entrance exam is a team battle. The minimum requirement is a 5-person squad. You are currently alone, which does not meet the regulations at all." "My squad is full," Lin Yang said, enunciating each word clearly. "Dawn Squad has 5 members, officially registered in the system, not a single one short." "How dare you argue with me?" The dean's temper flared up instantly. "Do you think I do not know? 4 dogs, you used 4 dogs to fill up the numbers. Lin Yang, do you think school regulations are just for show? Do you think the college entrance exam is a playground run by your family?" He grew angrier as he spoke, spit almost flying onto Lin Yang's face. "The exam rules only state that a team cannot be empty, not that members cannot be non-humans. My actions fully comply with the regulations." Lin Yang countered, neither humble nor pushy. "You are exploiting loopholes in the rules. This is malicious. It is a blasphemy against the exam system." The dean was so angry his chest was heaving. "Do you really want me to speak bluntly? Do you have no idea why your own 4 teammates preferred to quit rather than stay with you? If you had ever reflected on your own problems, you would not have ended up in this state today." He pointed at Lin Yang's nose, reprimanding him with a look of pained disappointment. "Instead of reflecting on your problems, you have gone even further, making up a dog squad to attract attention. The fact that the school has not given you a demerit for disturbing the order is already out of pity because you are an orphan, and you still want to take the exam. Get out of here, go home and think hard about where you went wrong." Hearing these words, Lin Yang suddenly fell silent. He lowered his head, making it impossible to read his expression. Seeing him like this, the dean thought his words had worked, and his tone softened slightly. Look, even you know you have a lot of problems. Recognizing your mistakes is the beginning of progress. Lin Yang slowly raised his head, a hint of eerie calm on his face. Dean, you are right. I should reflect on it. My mistake was that I had bad luck, bad judgment, and a bad brain, which is why I mistook a pack of ingrates for family. The dean's face turned dark again instantly. You, what kind of talk is that? You are incorrigible. Lin Yang seemed not to hear his angry rebuke and continued on his own. In my opinion, your brain does not seem to be working very well either. What? The dean doubted his own ears. He stared at Lin Yang, his facial muscles twitching with rage. Say that again. I said, your brain does not seem to be working very well either. Lin Yang repeated, each word clear. You bastard. The dean was completely infuriated, abandoning all pretense of being a mentor. He lunged, grabbing Lin Yang's shoulder, preparing to drag the arrogant student away. An orphan with a mere support class, a loser who could not even keep his teammates, dared to challenge his authority again and again. Today, he would show Lin Yang what rules were. As a level 30 professional, even if he was not a pure warrior strength build, handling an average student should be effortless, right? However, when his hand clamped onto Lin Yang's shoulder and he exerted force, the expected sight of Lin Yang stumbling did not happen. Lin Yang stood firmly where he was, without a single movement. The dean was stunned. What is going on? Refusing to believe it, he increased his strength, veins popping out on his arms. That force was enough to deform a sheet of iron. But Lin Yang remained standing there. He was like a mountain merged with the earth, unable to be moved in the slightest, no matter how hard the wind blew. Fine beads of sweat broke out on the dean's forehead. This is impossible. How could a level 0 non-combat class have such strong physical stats? This completely defied common logic. As a level 30 dean, he could not even push a student who had not graduated yet. Although no one dared to come close, the distant, fleeting gazes made him feel as if his face were burning. Lin Yang felt the pressure on his shoulder, his heart entirely calm. Ever since Black Fur and the others fed back their stats, his attribute values had been far higher than the average person's. Now that they have trained for another 200 days, well, they are not higher than Black Fur and the others, but they are still much higher than this dean. He sighed. Reasoning with someone like this is pointless. Now, there is only one path left to take. Under the suspicious and anxious gaze of the dean, Lin Yang took out his student terminal. Seeing this action, a look of deep mockery and disdain appeared on the dean's face. What, want to call someone? I want to see who an orphan like you can call to back you up. He let go and crossed his arms, looking like he was watching a show. Make the call, I am waiting. In the distance, Lu Jinghui, Shen Bing, and others all wore the same cold sneers. Running out of tricks. That was the thought in everyone's mind. The final struggle of an orphan pushed to the edge looked so ridiculous and pathetic. Lin Yang ignored everyone, skillfully pulled up a number and dialed it. The call was answered after just one ring. Hello, President Sun, it is me, Lin Yang. At the top floor office of the Kiyun Group building, Sun Hanyu was holding a cup of coffee. Hearing Lin Yang's voice on the phone, he instantly perked up. Lin Yang, what is it? Are you running low on money? It is not about money. Lin Yang's voice was very calm. I have run into some trouble. The school will not let me take the college entrance exam. Sun Hanyu's eyes lit up instantly. They will not let you take the exam. Is not that even better? He would not even need to go to a vocational college. He could just come straight to Kiyun Group to work. This is simply fantastic news. But he could not say that. He had to make Lin Yang feel that he was helping him and fighting for his interests. This favor had to be done right. Damn it, to be this thoughtful, he deserves the money he makes. They will not let you take the exam? What is going on? Tell me in detail. Sun Hanyu set down his coffee cup and leaned forward slightly. In the most concise language, Lin Yang explained that his team members were 4 dogs, the school's 50% elimination policy, and their refusal to give him the competition certificate. So that is how it is. Sun Hanyu laughed. A small matter. I am familiar with your Nankeo No. 1 high school. Here, give the phone to your dean and I will talk to him. Lin Yang held the terminal and handed it to the dean. He wants to talk to you. The dean sneered, his face full of impatience. Putting on an act? Who do you think you are? You think you can call someone to give me orders? Let me tell you, even if the King of Heaven came down today, you still will not. He snatched the terminal from Lin Yang, ready to unleash a torrent of scolding at the person on the other end. Who is this? Do not mess around with the student here. From the other end of the phone came a steady, magnetic voice. Hello, I am Sun Hanyu from Kiyun Group. The dean's voice cut off abruptly. He froze in place. In just 1 second, the expression on his face shifted from rage to bewilderment, then to shock, and finally dissolved into sheer panic. Kiyun Group. Sun Hanyu, the business mogul of Ningqiao City, that giant figure whose footsteps make the entire city's economy tremble. The Kiyun teaching building he donated stands in the most prominent spot at the school right now. President Sun? The dean's body bent forward involuntarily, holding the small student terminal with both hands as if it were a priceless holy relic. I am sorry, I did not know it was you. His voice trembled, and cold sweat slid down his temples. This scene left everyone in the distance, watching the event completely dumbfounded. The lazy smile on Lu Jinghuai's face froze completely. Shen Bing's ice-cold face was also blanketed with an emotion called shock. Lei Meng and Lin Xiaodo had their mouths wide open, enough to fit an egg. What were they seeing? That high and mighty, imposing dean was currently cowering and bowing to Lin Yang's phone. What the hell is going on here? On the other end of the phone, Sun Hanyu's voice remained steady. I heard about the situation from Lin Yang. Dean, I know the school has its rules, and I respect that highly. The college entrance exam is a major event. It should not be treated as a game. The dean nodded repeatedly. Yes, President Sun, you are absolutely right. However, Sun Hanyu's tone shifted. We at Kiyun Group have always supported giving young people with potential a chance. I think, for the sake of fairness and to keep things easy for the school, you could arrange a separate qualification test for student Lin Yang's team. Find a few professional teachers to act as judges and set a reasonable difficulty level. If he passes, it proves he has the strength to participate in the qualifying matches, and giving him a spot then will also silence any criticism. If he does not pass, then it is just a lack of skill on his part, and he cannot blame anyone. Do you see? This way, you handle it in accordance with regulations while also showing the school's humanistic care. Hearing these words, the dean's heart settled back into his chest. So that is what it is. He immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind President Sun's words. What does a reasonable difficulty mean? It means it must be hard, so hard that Lin Yang himself feels it is a lack of skill, rather than the school making things intentionally difficult. What does silencing the critics mean? It means going through the motions to give President Sun enough face, while letting this troublemaker Lin Yang have nothing to say, and finally sending him packing. This way, he does not offend President Sun and perfectly solves the nuisance that is Lin Yang. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Brilliant, simply brilliant. President Sun, you are truly far-sighted. That is so thoughtful. The dean bent lower, a fawning smile filling his face. Rest assured, I will strictly follow your instructions and arrange the most fair, just, and reasonable qualification test. I will not fail your expectations. That is good. I have another meeting. I will hang up now. Of course, go ahead. The call ended. The dean let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He stood up straight and returned the student terminal to Lin Yang. The anger and disdain on his face had long vanished, replaced by a condescending air of benevolence. Student Lin Yang. He cleared his throat. Out of respect for President Sun, and in the interest of not letting any student's potential go to waste, the school has decided to make an exception and give you 1 chance. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, come to Training Hall 3. The school will organize a few teachers to conduct a qualification assessment for your team. If you pass, we will issue you the competition certificate. This is your last chance, I hope you. Act wisely. After saying this, he turned, put his hands behind his back, and strode toward the podium with an official air, as if the cowering man from just a moment ago was not him at all. Lin Yang let out a breath of relief too. As long as there is a chance to stay in the game, that is all that matters. The entire back half of the auditorium had fallen into dead silence. Everyone's brains were effectively fried. What just happened? One phone call from Lin Yang made the dean do a 180-degree turn. Who exactly is that President Sun? Kiyun Group? Is it that largest enterprise in Ningqiao City, Kiyun Group? How could Lin Yang know such a big shot? Lu Jinghuai's expression was terrifyingly dark. Beside him, Lei Meng finally could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it, what kind of luck does this loser have to be able to latch onto the Kiyun Group's influence? Lin Yang lowered his voice too, his tone full of jealousy and bewilderment. Is not he an orphan? Where did he get those connections? Su Nuanuan's brow furrowed tightly. She watched Lin Yang's retreating figure and whispered, He did not sell himself to some Qiyuan group executive, did he? You know, that kind of relationship. To go to such lengths just to take the college entrance exam. Shen Bing said nothing, but her clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within her. She had always considered Lin Yang a good-for-nothing loser, a piece of social dregs discarded by society. Yet now, this piece of trash had somehow gotten involved with the Qiyuan group. This gave her an incredibly absurd and unpleasant feeling. Lin Yang ignored the complicated gazes and whispered comments behind him. He turned around and walked toward the entrance of the auditorium. As he passed the area where the Ice Peak squad was stationed, Lu Jingyue suddenly spoke up, his voice low but dripping with biting sarcasm. Not bad, Lin Yang. To get an exam qualification, you have even sold yourself out. I wonder what kind of price the Qiyuan group paid to get their hands on you. Lin Yang did not stop his pace, nor did he even look back. He simply raised his hand and gave a casual wave, leaving them with a resolute back as he walked straight out of the auditorium. And the next morning, Combat Training Hall number 3. This was the largest and most well-equipped training facility at Ningqiao, number 1 high school, usually reserved only for the varsity team or major examinations. At this moment, the vast hall was empty, save for a few people sitting at the judging desk in the center. Dinyan Dichang was prominently seated there, accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman, 4 teachers in total. In front of each person was a nameplate showing their name and subject. Old Yan, what is going on? I was in the middle of my break, and a single phone call dragged me back here. A sturdy-looking male teacher rubbed his temples, looking completely annoyed. Exactly, Dean Yan. They said a student's qualification needed reevaluation. What kind of student is important enough for that? A female teacher beside him chimed in, her makeup indicating that her holiday plans had clearly been disrupted. Yan Dichang sighed theatrically and lowered his voice. Sai, do not even ask. There is nothing I could do. General Manager Sun from the Qiyuan group called personally. Qiyuan group. The complaints from the teachers instantly died down. It is that Lin Yang, you have all heard of him, right? The one who caused a scene in the auditorium yesterday. Yan Dichang continued to stir the pot. Normally, by the rules, he did not have enough members and should have been disqualified. But who knew he had found a backer in the Qiyuan group? Their manager personally asked to give him another chance. He spread his hands, putting on an expression of utter helplessness. They are big shots and major sponsors of the school. What can I do? Do I dare to refuse them? I had to call you all back to just go through the motions. At these words, the expressions of the teachers darkened completely. So that was it. A trouble-making student pulling strings to get special treatment, ruining everyone's holiday for his own sake. The sturdy teacher scoffed, pulling strings all the way to the college entrance exam qualification review. Students these days are really getting out of hand. No real skills, but plenty of crooked tricks. Exactly, even his own teammates have broken up with him. Instead of reflecting on his own issues, he resorts to this. The female teacher curled her lips in disgust. Yan Dichang was overjoyed inside, though his face remained pained. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He deliberately did not mention that Lin Yang's teammates were 4 dogs, only emphasizing that a big shot had spoken up. In this way, the anger of the teachers would be focused on Lin Yang for acting arrogant and wasting everyone's time. Once the exam started and they found out his teammates were 4 dogs, it would be a miracle if these disgruntled teachers went easy on him. And just like that, he would perfectly fulfill Manager Sun's task without leaving a trace. In any case, thank you all for your hard work. Yan Dichang cleared his throat. During the assessment, we must adhere to the principles of being fair, just, and transparent, and uphold strict standards. We must not lower our selection standards for Ningqiao number 1 high school just because of external pressure. He made sure to emphasize the word strict standards. Everyone present was experienced, and they could easily hear the implication behind his words. So-called fairness and justice meant giving him an impossible task and forcing him to give up on his own. The teachers nodded knowingly, looking toward the hall entrance, ready to deal with this connection-seeking brat. At 9 o'clock sharp, the training hall door was pushed open. Lin Yang walked in alone. He was wearing a simple sports outfit, walking with a steady pace, his face devoid of any extra expression. He walked straight to the judging desk and gave a slight nod to the teachers. Good morning, teachers. I am Lin Yang from Class 7, Grade 12. Yan Dechang leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly. Student Lin Yang, you are very punctual. However, where are your teammates? He intentionally looked around, a playful smile on his face. Is not your Dawn squad supposed to be full? What is wrong? Did your teammates get so scared of the practical assessment that they did not dare to come? The other teachers also crossed their arms and sized Lin Yang up with scrutinizing gazes. They did not look like they were watching a student there for an assessment, but rather a self-important clown. Lin Yang ignored Yan Dechang's sarcasm. They are right outside and can come in at any time. Oh, Yan Dechang raised an eyebrow. Then let us begin. Let me introduce you. These are the school's most experienced combat teachers who will serve as the judges for your qualification assessment. He pointed to the people beside him. This is Teacher Li Meng, level 35 Berserker, specializing in melee combat. This is Teacher Zhao Qian, level 34 Wind Archer, specializing in ranged attacks. This is Teacher Qian Bing, level 36 Rock Barrier, specializing in defense. And Teacher Sun Hao, level 33 Holy Priest, specializing in healing. Each name announced represented a highly experienced professional. This lineup was more than enough to act as judges for a small regional tournament, let alone assessing a student squad. Yan Dechang was determined to make a grand show of it and ensure Lin Yang was crushed thoroughly. After the introductions, Yan Dechang leaned forward and clasped his hands on the table. Student Lin Yang, since this is an opportunity secured personally by Manager Sun, our school naturally takes it seriously. Therefore, the content of this assessment has been decided upon carefully by our judging panel. He paused and said, word by word, the assessment content is simple. In the standard training arena, lead your squad to hold out for 10 minutes. It sounded simple, but Lin Yang knew the hook was definitely coming later. Sure enough, a cruel smirk appeared on Yan Dechang's face. Your opponents will be a temporary examiner squad consisting of Teacher Li, Teacher Zhao, Teacher Qian, and Teacher Sun. Of course, since you are just a student, this team only has 4 people. Once these words were out, the hall went instantly silent. Sending a veteran teacher squad with an average level of 35 to fight an ungraduated student squad. Even if they were missing one person, what difference would that make? The student squad was all level 0. Even the other teachers felt that Yan Dechang's move was a bit too ruthless. However, they thought it over. It was just going through the motions anyway. If they got rid of this kid quickly, they could return to their holidays, so no one raised any objections. Lin Yang felt no ripples in his heart. He had long expected the other party to pull every dirty trick in the book. I have no problem with that. His calm reply caused the prepared retorts in Yan Dechang's throat to get stuck. He had expected Lin Yang to argue his case or protest angrily, and he had even prepared a script to deal with that. But Lin Yang just agreed like that. Is the kid stupid, or was he scared out of his wits and just gave up? Fine, you have guts. Yan Dechang slapped the table. Since you have no objections, let us get started. Go ahead and bring your teammates in. I want to see just what kind of holy figures are brave enough to follow you in challenging these 4 teachers. He leaned back, his face filled with the expression of someone watching a good show. Lin Yang nodded and turned around. Come in. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the massive arena. The teachers at the judging table adjusted their seating, ready to see which blind students were daring enough to fool around with Lin Yang. Yan Dechang even craned his neck, the sarcasm on his face nearly overflowing. However, what came from the doorway was not the sound of human footsteps. Instead, it was the sound of crisp, rapid, rhythmic claws tapping on the ground. Tap, 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 tap. 4 figures filed into the room one after another. In the lead was a completely black dog with a sturdy build and steady pace. It was wearing a set of miniature dark silver armor, and a knight's sword proportional to its size hung on its back. Following closely behind was a golden-haired dog. As it moved, faint elemental fluctuations seemed to ripple through the air. The third was a gray dog, moving swiftly and silently, with a delicate little telescope hung around its neck and a small quiver on its back. The last one was a snow-white dog, walking with elegance, a small silver bell hanging from its neck. The 4 dogs just walked right into training hall number 3, representing the highest standard of Nengqiao High. They stopped beside Lin Yang, sat down in a neat row, and looked up at him. The entire training hall fell completely silent. The expressions on the faces of the teachers at the judging panel were truly spectacular. They shifted from initial amusement and scrutiny to shock at seeing the dogs, and then to total disbelief as they realized what was happening. Dogs? Where did these dogs come from? What is this? Lin Yang, where are your teammates? The smile on Yan Dichang's face froze completely. He pointed at the 4 dogs and then at Lin Yang, opening his mouth several times before a voice finally came out. Lin Yang, what is the meaning of this? Where are your team members? Lin Yang turned to face the judging table, calmly extending his hand to gesture towards his companions one by one. Teachers, these are my teammates. The Dawn squad is at full capacity. Including me, there are 5 of us. Boom! This statement exploded in the minds of the teachers like a thunderclap. Absurd, this is nothing but a joke. The berserker teacher, named Li Meng, stood up abruptly and slammed his hand onto the table, making the nameplate jump. Lin Yang, what do you take us for? What do you take this school assessment for? Are you playing games with us? You want us to fight 4 dogs? This is an insult to us. The lead defender, Qian Bing, was also fuming with a face flushed red. Director Yan, this assessment cannot proceed. This is an insult to us professionals. Exactly, we are done. The teachers were up in arms, threatening to quit. They were already furious about being called back from vacation, and discovering they had to face 4 dogs caused their anger to boil over. Yan Dichang's face had also turned the color of a pig's liver, perfectly matching their frustration. But he could not let the teachers just leave like that. How would he explain it to Director Sun? Teachers, calm down, please. Yan Dichang hurried to stand up and mediate. There must be some misunderstanding here. Sweating profusely, he tried every possible argument until he finally convinced the teachers not to leave the room. Only Zhao Qian, the female wind-type archer, did not lash out immediately. She kept frowning, observing Lin Yang and the 4 dogs. She held her breath, unable to stay silent anymore. Student Lin Yang, can you tell us why you are doing this? What on earth does this mean? All eyes focused on Lin Yang. Lin Yang lowered his head, reaching out to stroke the black dog's head and scratch the white one's chin, and all 4 dogs rubbed affectionately against his hand. This heartwarming scene was completely at odds with the tension in the room. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Qian again. It is a long story. To me, my previous 4 teammates were not as good as these 4 companions of mine. His voice was quiet but crystal clear. Far less capable. He said those 4 words with absolute finality. Zhao Qian's brow furrowed deeper. Even so, you cannot use this method to. Teacher Lin Yang interrupted her. I am an orphan, and my class is a cultivation-type support. I have no other choice. There was no begging in his voice, only the calmness of stating a fact. Zhao Qian sighed and said nothing more. But the other male teachers were not buying it. Does having no choice mean you can act recklessly? Does it mean you can make a mockery of your teachers? That is no excuse. Director Yan, we are leaving. This is impossible to carry out. Li Meng and Qian Bing stood up again, clearly determined to walk out this time. Yan Dichang was truly desperate now, rushing over to block their path. Hey, Teacher Li, Teacher Qian, do not. Director Yan, do not stop us. Fighting dogs, the very idea. I cannot afford that kind of shame. Exactly. If word gets out, I will have no face left. Watching the stubborn teachers, Yan Dichang's eyes rolled, and an even more malicious plan came to mind. He pulled the 2 teachers aside, beckoned to the other 2, and lowered his voice. Everyone, listen to me. We have to give Director Sun his due, and this formality must be completed. But we can do it in a different way. He glanced back at Lin Yang, a flash of cruelty crossing his face. How about this, Lin Yang? He called out loudly. Did not you say your companions are much stronger than your previous teammates? Let us skip the group match, that would be bullying you. How about you let one of your teammates come up and have a one-on-one match with Teacher Li, our school's top berserker. As long as it lasts 3 minutes against Teacher Li, you pass. What do you say? Dare you try? After finishing, he leaned into Teacher Li Meng's ear and whispered where only the 2 of them could hear. Teacher Li, do me a favor, make it quick, end the fight in 3 seconds and make him lose all hope. When this is over, I will apply to extend your vacation by another day. The burly Mr. Li Meng cast a glance at him and held up one hand. Yan Dichang was stunned. 5 days. Li Meng shook his head, clenched his fist, and spoke slowly. A month. Yan Dichang's facial muscles twitched. A month of paid leave. That is quite a heavy price to pay. However, having worked in this school for many years, he still had that much authority. To solve the massive problem right before his eyes, it was worth it. He gritted his teeth. Fine deal. Then he straightened up and waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up, let us just get it over with. Lin Yang, pick one to come out. His words treated Lin Yang and his dog as nothing more than trash. He was eager to sweep out the door. Lin Yang did not move, nor did he say a word to choose. He just looked at his companions calmly. The teachers at the judging table also felt a subtle shift in their mindsets at this moment. Qian Bing, the lead defender, and Sun Hao, the lead healer, sat back in their chairs, wearing expressions of spectators watching a show. Since Li Meng was willing to step in and end this farce, they were happy to sit back and relax. It was good enough to get this ridiculous business over with quickly. Zhao Qian, the wind archer, was the only one still grappling with complicated feelings. She looked at Lin Yang, then at the four dogs. She did not believe a student would do something so outlandish just to mess around. What he had just said was still echoing in her ears. I am an orphan, and my profession is a nurturing support type. I have no other choice. There was a weight in those two sentences that could not be ignored. Perhaps there really was some hidden reason behind all this. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Hai Mao, who was beside Lin Yang, moved. Without waiting for Lin Yang's command, it stood up on its own and walked with steady, deliberate steps toward the central combat assessment platform. The platform was made of a special metal, and its paws made a light, rhythmic clicking sound as it walked. Once on the platform, Hai Mao stood there silently, looking at Mr. Li Meng opposite it without moving an inch. Li Meng also stepped onto the platform, crossing his arms over his chest as he looked down at the black dog with a face full of mockery. Oh, you actually dare to come up. He waited a few seconds, and seeing that Hai Mao still did not move, he turned his head and shouted toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang, you have raised your dog quite well. It has got good manners, knowing not to bite people at will. Why is not it moving? Is it waiting for your command? Lin Yang finally spoke, his voice carrying across the entire arena. This is a contest. Hai Mao feels you are not ready yet. If it attacks now, it would be a sneak attack, and there is no honor in winning that way. Once those words were spoken, Li Meng was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, not ready. A sneak attack, no honor in winning. He laughed until he was doubled over. Good, very good. Today I will see for myself what this supposed martial virtue of a dog is. I will grant its wish. As the laughter stopped, Li Meng's expression darkened instantly. He flipped his right hand, a flash of light appeared in his palm, and a broad-bladed greatsword that looked like a door panel materialized, which he slammed onto the ground. With a heavy thud, the entire platform shook. The blade was wide and thick, gleaming with a cold, piercing light. It was clearly a heavy-duty weapon designed for brute force. Li Meng felt bored and just wanted to hack this arrogant creature to death so he could go back and enjoy his month of vacation. Seeing Li Meng draw his weapon, Zhao Qian at the judging table frowned repeatedly. This was completely unnecessary. To deal with a dog, is it really necessary to go for a lethal strike? If blood is shed on the spot and that black dog is hacked in two, the scene would be disgusting. Unable to bear watching, she closed her eyes and turned away. Li Meng loosened his wrists, shouldered the greatsword, and walked toward Hai Mao step by step. Little thing, are you ready? Here I come. Though his words sounded casual, his swing showed no mercy. Whoosh! The heavy blade tore through the air with a whistle, crashing down from above directly toward Hai Mao's head. He used at least 50% of his strength in that strike, enough to split a boulder in two. A triumphant smile had already appeared on Yan Dicheng's face. It is over. However, the expected scene of blood and gore did not happen. Instead, there was a crisp, ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Clang! At the critical moment, Hai Mao's fluffy tail lashed out, whipping the knight's sword, still in its scabbard, from its back up to the top of its head with pinpoint precision. Li Meng's powerful, heavy strike landed squarely on the sturdy scabbard. Sparks flew in all directions. Zhao Qian, who had her eyes closed, was startled by the loud crash and opened her eyes, witnessing a scene she would never forget. That black dog, using only its tail to hold the scabbard, had steadily blocked a strike from a level 35 berserker. The expression on Li Meng's face froze from cruel mockery into utter shock. He felt as though his blade had struck a mountain. A massive shockwave traveled back through the weapon, making his hand go numb and his arm tremble. How is this possible? At this moment, a hint of human-like disappointment flashed in Hai Mao's eyes. This person is not strong. In the split second of the parry, Haimao shifted its weight to dissipate the force, its body sinking slightly. Because Lin Yang had exerted too much force and experienced such intense recoil, his body inevitably leaned backward, leaving his chest completely exposed. Now, Haimao's limbs tensed, and its entire body surged forward like a black bolt of lightning. It opened its mouth in midair to grip the hilt of its sword, and gave its body a nimble twist. It did not even draw the blade. Using just the plain, simple pommel of the sword, it poked gently at Lin Yang's exposed chest. To an observer, it was just a light, effortless tap. But Lin Yang felt an irresistible, overwhelming force, like a siege hammer, slam violently into his chest. Bang! A muffled sound followed. Lin Yang felt his breastbone shatter, his insides churning. It was as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, his feet lifting off the ground as he flew backward. He sailed over the edge of the platform, tracing a clumsy arc through the air before landing heavily on the open ground in front of the judging table. Thud! Another loud boom. The entire training arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was petrified. The smile on Yan Dechang's face remained frozen, looking foolish and ridiculous. Teachers Kaiyan Bing and Sun Hao had their mouths hanging open involuntarily. Zhao Kaiyan even covered her mouth with her hand to keep from gasping. On the platform, Haimao released its grip, and the knight's sword clattered back into the clips on its back. It shook its black fur, turned around, and walked calmly off the platform, returning to Lin Yang's side to sit down again, as if nothing had happened at all. Lin Yang lay on the ground, struggling a few times, but remained unable to stand up. Silence. The entire training hall was dead silent. Mr. Sun Hao, the lead healer, finally snapped out of his petrified state. He scrambled down from the judging table, flailing his limbs as he crawled and sprinted toward Lin Yang, who lay on the ground murmuring. Old Li, are you all right? He frantically cast healing spells, sending beams of holy light onto Lin Yang, yet they could barely alleviate the intense pain in his chest. Just then, a calm voice broke the awkward silence. Teacher. Lin Yang looked at the chaotic judging table, then glanced at the black dog sitting obediently by his feet. By that look, does it mean I have passed the assessment? This sentence struck a nerve with the dean, Yan Dechang. Passed? How could I possibly let him pass? General Manager Sun called personally, implying that he wanted me to find an excuse to suppress this Lin Yang and kick him out. And what happened? The chief berserker teacher I arranged, a veteran level 35 professional, was taken out in one hit by his dog. If this got out, where would I hide my face? How could I stay in this school? More importantly, how am I going to answer to General Manager Sun? No, absolutely not. Yan Dechang's brain spun at high speed, beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying and stood up. Cough, cough, student Lin Yang, no need to be in such a rush. He adjusted his glasses, attempting to steady the situation. What just happened was only a strength test for an individual team member. Well, it is not bad, indeed quite good. However, the college entrance exam is a team effort. It tests the comprehensive strength of the entire squad. He emphasized the words entire squad and turned to the two other teachers, who had turned pale. Teacher Kaiyan, Teacher Zhao, do not you agree? As judges, we are responsible for all students and must conduct a comprehensive, thorough assessment. The lead defender, Teacher Kaiyan Bing, and the Windwalker archer, Teacher Zhao Kaiyan, exchanged looks, both seeing hesitation and fear in each other's eyes. Fight a dog? And a monster dog that could take out Lin Yang in one hit. But Yan Dechang's words were reasonable, and his constant winking, filled with pleading and threats, left them unable to refuse. A spark of hope ignited in Yan Dechang's heart. That black dog is absurdly strong, but surely not every dog is that freakish. That black dog must have had some special mutation. Just test another one, and the truth will definitely come out. Teacher Kaiyan, Yan Dechang called out directly, you are our school's strongest defensive teacher. Why do not you test the strength of his other team member? Teacher Kaiyan Bing's face twitched. Him, a level 36 rock wall expert, going to fight a dog. But he was stuck in a tough spot. If he chickened out now, he might as well quit being a teacher. Fine, Kaiyan Bing gritted his teeth, stood up from his chair, and walked onto the platform with a grim expression. Lin Yang changed to another one. Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. He could see that this old man was deliberately making things difficult. Then he could have all the difficulty he wanted. He tilted his head toward the yellow-furred dog. The golden-haired dog understood immediately, trotted onto the platform with light steps, and peered curiously at Qian Bing. Having learned from Li Meng's example, Qian Bing did not dare to be the least bit careless. He planted his feet, lowered his center of gravity, and slammed both hands onto the ground. Rock barrier. Earthy yellow light spread from his feet as 3 heavy stone walls rose from the ground, shielding him firmly in the center and leaving only a small gap at the back. This was his strongest defensive stance. However, the yellow dog did not give him a moment to breathe. It tilted its head up, opened its mouth slightly, and launched fist-sized energy spheres pulsing with arcane light, like a machine gun firing relentlessly at Qian Bing. Starpath Mage Skill, Arcane Missiles. Bang, 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 bang. Dense explosions echoed across the platform as Qian Bing was pushed back by the storm-like assault. Every arcane missile hit his rock barrier precisely, causing ripples of energy to erupt. His stone walls shook violently, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly across them. Damn it! Qian Bing gritted his teeth, maintaining his defense with all his might. He wanted to counterattack, but found the enemy's attack speed too fast. It gave him no window to cast spells. He was being completely suppressed. From beginning to end, the yellow dog just stood there, head tilted, spitting arcane missiles one after another with a pew-pew-pew sound. Qian Bing's rock barrier grew thinner and thinner, more cracks appearing until he was forced back to the edge of the platform. Crack! With a sharp sound, the stone wall shattered completely. The final arcane missile slammed squarely into his chest. Qian Bing let out a grunt as he fell backward, tumbling right off the platform. Another one. This time, even teacher Zhao Qian could not sit still. She looked at Yan Dicheng with a face full of refusal. Dean Yan, this is. Teacher Zhao, Yan Dicheng almost roared. It is your turn. Go, this is an assessment. Helpless, Zhao Qian had no choice but to brace herself and walk onto the platform. This time, Lin Yang sent out the gray-furred dog. The gray dog moved with silent agility. Once on the platform, it crouched down quietly, its eyes locked onto Zhao Qian. As a windwalker archer, Zhao Qian knew the importance of striking first. She drew her longbow, and an arrow imbued with wind elemental energy formed instantly. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air, aimed straight at the gray dog's throat. However, the moment the arrow was about to hit, the gray dog's figure suddenly blurred, leaving only an afterimage behind. In the next second, it appeared ghost-like right beside Zhao Qian. Too fast. Zhao Qian could not even react, feeling only a cold sensation against her neck. Stiffly, she looked down and saw a gray paw, its claws already pressing against her skin. 1 more millimeter, and it would have slit her throat. The gray dog tilted its head, retracted its claws, and stepped back 2 paces, returning to a crouch. One-hit victory. But it had shown mercy. The entire judging panel was left speechless. Yan Dicheng's face had turned from a liverish color to ghastly pale, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. 3 of them now. The school's top 3 combat teachers, a berserker, a defender, and an archer, had all been easily defeated by 3 dogs. The scene was absurd to the extreme. Enough, enough. Yan Dicheng lunged to his feet, pointing at Lin Yang. His voice went out of pitch from extreme anger and fear. Lin Yang, you are cheating. These are not even real dogs. He gasped for air, his eyes bloodshot. You only rely on these monsters. What about you? The college entrance exam is testing you, not your dogs. You must be assessed yourself. Having completely lost his mind, he ripped off his teaching jacket, revealing the fat squeezed tight by his shirt. Damn it, I will do it myself. I am a level 30 blazing mage. I will be the one to assess you. Yan Dicheng had lost his mind. Lin Yang looked at him, his face devoid of any expression. He took a step, walking toward the platform. 1 step, 2 steps. He did not walk fast, but every step landed heavily on everyone's heart. Yan Dicheng was still on the platform, poised in his pre-casting stance, 2 faint flames flickering on his hands. Watch me. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yang was already right in front of him. Lin Yang stomped hard on the edge of the platform, his whole body leaping up, his right leg carving a fierce arc through the air. A whip kick landed solidly against Yan Dicheng's rotund belly. Bang! A dull, resounding thud echoed. Yan Dicheng was sent flying like a kicked ball, rolling twice in the air before hitting the ground heavily, not far from Li Meng, who was still undergoing treatment. Teacher Sun Hao, his holy light still channeling, froze completely as he watched Yan Decheng roll to his feet. It was hard enough saving one, now another one had joined the pile. Lin Yang stepped off the platform and brushed some non-existent dust off his pant legs. He beckoned to the white-furred dog. The snow-white dog leaped happily into the center of the stadium. It tilted its head, and the silver bell on its collar chimed with a crisp, pleasant sound. A soft halo, as clear and bright as moonlight, radiated from it and spread rapidly across the entire stadium. Tuneful melody skill, song of healing. The warm light covered Li Meng and Yan Decheng, who were lying on the ground, and their injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sun Hao, who had been struggling to cast his own spell, suddenly froze. He felt the pure and immense healing energy in the air, then looked at the faint wisp of holy light in his own hand. This level 33 holy priest, the only full-time healing teacher at Ningqiao No. 1 High School, was utterly dumbfounded. Clatter! Sun Hao's priest staff slipped from his hand and hit the floor, the crisp sound waking everyone from their trance. Li Meng and Yan Decheng scrambled up from the ground. While the sharp pain was gone, their expressions were uglier than death. Especially Yan Decheng. As he looked at Lin Yang, his bulky body trembled uncontrollably. It was not anger, it was fear. Just then, Lin Yang moved. He took a steady, unhurried pace, eventually stopping right in front of Yan Decheng. He said nothing, just looked at him calmly. This silent gaze was more oppressive than any interrogation. Cold sweat poured down Yan Decheng's face instantly. He did not even dare to meet Lin Yang's eyes, keeping his head down and staring at his own shoes. Director Yan. Lin Yang finally spoke. My entry permit. It is, in the office, in my drawer, I will go get it for you right now. He blurted out incoherently and turned to run. Lin Yang did not move, just watched him. Yan Decheng ran 2 steps before slamming on the brakes. Remembering something, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. No, student Lin Yang, why do not you go get it yourself? The office is not locked, it is in. In the middle drawer of my desk, you can just take it yourself. He did not dare to face Lin Yang again. Thank you, director. Lin Yang nodded, turned, and walked toward the training center exit, not glancing at anyone else. The black-furred, yellow-furred, gray-furred, and white-furred dogs immediately stood up and followed him in orderly fashion, each with their own unique stride. The figures of the boy and his 4 dogs disappeared out the doorway. Only after they had completely left did the frozen air in the training center seem to flow again. Teacher Qian Bing slumped back into his chair, gasping for breath. Teacher Zhao Qian leaned against the table, the shock still etched clearly on her face. Teacher Sun Hao picked up his staff in a daze, stroking the runes on it with a bewildered expression. Crazy, they have all gone crazy. Li Meng muttered to himself, clutching his chest. As for Yan Decheng, he felt as if his bones had been removed. He slumped limply in his chair. Only after a long while did he remember a much more terrifying situation. President Sun. How was he supposed to explain this to President Sun? He sprang up from his chair and scrambled out of the training center, rushing toward his office. And the dean's office. Yan Decheng's hands shook as he initiated a video call. The screen lit up, revealing Sun Hanyu's young and composed face. Director Yan, is it done? Sun Hanyu's voice sounded relaxed. Yan Decheng's face fell instantly, wearing a mournful look. President Sun, I tried my best, I really did. Sun Hanyu's brows furrowed slightly. Tried your best? What does that mean? Yan Decheng stammered, unsure how to explain the absurd ordeal. Sun Hanyu's expression darkened. Director Yan, I gave you instructions to go through the motions and get things sorted. And now you are telling me you tried your best. He paused for a moment, appearing incredulous. You, a dean, leading 4 of the school's star teachers, could not beat 1 support class student and 4 dogs. Yan Decheng turned bright red from the jab and hurriedly defended himself. That is not it, President Sun. It is not what you think. Those are not ordinary dogs at all. To guard against any unexpected events and to have evidence for himself, Yan Decheng had recorded the entire process in the stadium. He frantically sent the video file over. President Sun, take a look. You will understand once you see it. This whole thing is just plain eerie. There was a moment of silence from Sun Hanyu's end as he received the file. Soon, the connection was temporarily cut off. Yan Decheng paced his office restlessly, sweat rolling down his forehead and soaking his collar. Every second felt like a century. He did not know how Sun Hanyu would react after watching the video. Would he be furious, or think that Yan Dicheng was just useless? Either way, his career was finished. On the other end, after watching the video, Sun Hanyu questioned reality for half a second. He was deep in thought. The incident looked terrifying, but if applied to their theories, it was actually logical. Yes, God, no matter how pure a child's heart is, it cannot be purer than a small animal. Sun Hanyu snapped out of it, looking at the boy in the video who calmly asked for his entry permit and could not help but mutter to himself, "Damn, what a talent." He snapped his head up, his eyes bursting with an unprecedented brilliance. Secretary Chin. The office door pushed open, and Secretary Chin walked in. President Sun. Sun Hanyu pointed at the screen, a tremor of uncontrollable excitement in his voice. Contact Lin Yang now. Immediately, I need to see him. Just as Lin Yang stepped out of the dean's office building, before he could even take a breath of fresh air, his student terminal began to vibrate. It was Secretary Chin. Mr. Lin Yang, President Sun would like to see you immediately. It will be at the Kiyuan building again. Lin Yang did not stop walking. Got it. He hung up the communication and, with his 4 dogs in tow, headed straight for the school gate. Arriving at the top floor of the Kingyan building once more, the atmosphere was completely different from last time. Sun Hanyu was standing at the office door waiting to welcome him personally, a warm smile on his face as if he were greeting a long-lost brother. Brother Lin Yang, you have truly given me an incredible surprise. He went in for a hug the moment they met, which made Lin Yang feel quite uncomfortable. You are too kind, President Sun, Lin Yang said, pulling away from his arms. Forget about President Sun, just call me Brother Sun. Sun Hanyu pulled him into the office, and Secretary Chin tactfully closed the door behind them. Sun Hanyu did not return to his executive chair. Instead, he sat on the sofa with Lin Yang, leaning forward and looking very impatient. Brother, those partners of yours, they really opened my eyes. I watched the video Yan Dicheng sent at least 10 times. It is too powerful. It is simply art. Lin Yang did not respond, just watched him calmly. He knew that Sun Hanyu had not gone to such great lengths to bring him here just for simple flattery. Sure enough, Sun Hanyu rubbed his hands together and got straight to the point. Brother, I have a bold request. Would you be able to let me see it again? He pointed to the 4 dogs following at Lin Yang's heels. I want to see it with my own eyes, not through a video. Lin Yang thought for a moment and tilted his head toward Whitefur. Whitefur, show him. The snow-white dog stepped forward and stood in the center of the office. It did not trigger any offensive skills. It simply tilted its head, and the bell on its collar chimed softly. Hum. An invisible wave expanded outward, centered on the dog. Lin Yang felt a warm current wash over his entire body, and the fatigue and mental tension of the past few days began to fade away. Sun Hanyu felt it too. He froze on the sofa, his breathing, previously hurried from excitement, instantly settling. The tension of a business meeting in the office was swept away by this wave, replaced by a sense of peace and comfort. Is this a support skill? Area of effect mental soothing and status buffing. My God, it is real. That video was not AI-generated. Sun Hanyu's breathing became rapid once again. A crazy thought took shape in his mind and quickly consumed all his focus. Lin Yang, he grabbed Lin Yang's arm. If the dogs can do it, what if it were a real phantom beast, a dream beast? Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. He had thought about this question himself. However, he was broke again and could not find a phantom beast. And he would not abandon these 4 good kids who helped him get back on his feet. I do not know, he answered honestly. I have not tried it. Then let us try it now. Sun Hanyu stood up abruptly and paced back and forth in the office, his face filled with irrepressible excitement. I remember your empowerment link slots should have 1 spot left, right? Lin Yang nodded. Good, excellent, Sun Hanyu clapped his hands together, little chin. The office door pushed open, and Secretary Chin walked in. President Sun. Go, bring over the golden feather wind eagle we have in stock. Use the highest spec stasis pod. Secretary Chin stiffened. A golden feather wind eagle. That is a golden epic level phantom beast. President Sun, this. Go now, Sun Hanyu cut her off, brooking no argument. Secretary Chin said no more, bowed, and retreated. Sun Hanyu sat back down next to Lin Yang, looking at him, word by word. Lin Yang, that is a golden epic level phantom beast. as long as you can successfully establish an empowerment link with it. He held up one finger. We will develop this project together. If it works, I will lease this one empowerment slot from you in the name of Kiyun Group. One day, 1 million. One day, 1 million. Lin Yang's heart gave a violent tug. He had not forgot that he owed over 101.2 million in debt. I need to see the Phantom Beast first. Lin Yang forced down his inner excitement. Of course. Before long, Secretary Qin returned with several staff members in protective suits, pushing a large metal stasis pod. The stasis pod opened, and a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 3 meters, its body covered in golden feathers, lay quietly inside. Although it was in a dormant state, the inherent royal aura made the air in the office feel heavy. Lin Yang walked up to the stasis pod. System prompt, high-level life form, golden feather wind eagle detected. Quality, golden epic. Would you like to establish an empowerment link? Lin Yang did not hesitate. Link. The next second, he felt his spiritual energy turn into an invisible thread, reaching toward the golden feather wind eagle. That spiritual barrier was like a wall of copper and iron, impenetrable. But at the moment his mental power was about to be repelled, a strange force surged from within him. It was the special talent belonging to an empowerer. This power ignored the solid barrier and merged directly into the golden feather wind eagle's spiritual core. Empowerer talent intervention, correcting link conflict. Link successful. Please name your new partner. Goldie, Lin Yang said casually. The eyelids of the golden feather, wind, eagle in the stasis pod fluttered slightly. Sun Hanyu and Secretary Qin held their breath, staring intently. Train, Lin Yang commanded the newly named Goldie. The golden feather wind eagle remained lying down, but a faint halo began to appear on its body surface, and the energy inside it began to cycle at a unique frequency. Goldie performed meditation training, Spirit +1. Goldie performed meditation training, Spirit +1. Goldie performed meditation training, Strength +1. And a stream of system prompts flooded Lin Yang's mind. In just over 10 seconds, the golden feather wind eagle's attributes had grown visibly. Sun Hanyu could not see the system prompts, but the detection device in his pocket was vibrating wildly. The values on the screen representing the Phantom Beast's energy level were rising continuously. It worked, it really worked. Sun Hanyu's face was flushed with excitement. He felt as though he could already see mountains of gold flowing toward him. An empowerer, mass-producing epic-level Phantom Beasts with high attributes, then selling them at a high price. This is basically a money printer. No, faster than a money printer. He forced himself to calm down. There was still one key question left. Lin Yang, can this link be disconnected? If it cannot be disconnected, then this business model cannot form a closed loop. Fine, Lin Yang nodded. But once disconnected, I cannot link to the same target again for 1 year. No problem, absolutely no problem. Sun Hanyu waved his hand dismissively. Once a high-stat Phantom Beast is sold, who cares about its future growth? Then try disconnecting it now, Sun Hanyu said, his tone filled with nervous anticipation. Lin Yang did not hesitate and issued the command. Are you sure you want to disconnect the empowerment link with Goldie? Confirmed. The moment the link was broken, the halo around the golden feather wind eagle vanished, and its energy growth stopped abruptly. The detection device in Sun Hanyu's pocket also stopped vibrating. A perfect commercial closed loop. Sun Hanyu suppressed his inner euphoria. He cleared his throat and resumed his composed merchant persona. Ahem, Brother Lin Yang, this project has massive potential, but it is of great importance, so I still need to discuss it with the company board. He began to stall, pretending to be deep in thought. Lin Yang watched his act quietly without interrupting. Only after he finished speaking did Lin Yang slowly open his mouth. Mr. Sun, you gave me a loan when I needed help the most. Even though it was a business transaction, I still keep it in my heart. His tone shifted. I am a man who values relationships, and I would not want our future cooperation to reach an ugly point. Lin Yang looked at Sun Hanyu and continued. After all, not every walkthrough will be just a farce like it was back at school. The smile on Sun Hanyu's face froze. He understood. Lin Yang was calling him out. Lin Yang knew everything about the little schemes he had instructed Yan Dechang to pull during the assessment. He was baring his fangs, telling him in advance that he, Lin Yang, was not a soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will. After a brief moment of shock, Sun Hanyu immediately piled on a smile, one even more enthusiastic than before. What are you talking about? Brother Lin Yang, we are brothers, and we have a long road to walk together in the future. Lin Yang nodded. I hope so too. I will head back now. He finished speaking, turned, and left, with the 4 dogs following closely behind. Once Lin Yang's figure completely vanished through the door, the atmosphere in the office turned icy. The smile on Sun Hanyu's face vanished without a trace. He turned and looked at Secretary Qin. Have you contacted the other 2 empowerers? Secretary Qin bowed. People have already been sent. They are on their way. Very good. Sun Hanyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling traffic below. Scarcity creates value. Lin Yang, you are not necessarily the rarest one. He let out 2 cold laughs. Talk about personal feelings. How can one make money if they are driven by feelings? Forget about a brother like Lin Yang. Sun Hanyu would treat even his own blood brother as a business transaction. If he worried about personal feelings, how would he deserve to make money? And Lin Yang walked out of the Kiyuan building, the glaring sun making him squint slightly. He did not look back, just walked along the sidewalk at a steady pace with the 4 dogs. He had not held any expectations for Sun Hanyu. A businessman is a businessman. They can call you brother today and sell you out entirely for profit tomorrow. Lin Yang was well aware of this, but he did not care. What he needed now were the resources of the Kiyuan group, and what Sun Hanyu needed was his value as an empowerer. This was a transaction, and it had been from the very beginning. His subtle warning was just to show his edge. Just then, the system interface popped up automatically. Final feedback settlement, after disconnecting the link with Goldie, is in progress. Settlement complete. Congratulations, your base stats have increased. Spirit +2, strength +1. Lin Yang's footsteps stopped abruptly. He stood on the crowded street, frozen in place, as if the bustle around him had been instantly withdrawn. What? Spirit +2, strength +1. Just from that few-minute link, after disconnecting, it gave him 3 base stat points. And it was not over yet. The next notification popped up immediately. You have acquired a new talent, Wind Affinity. My God. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. A talent? He actually managed to snag a talent from the Golden Feather Wind Eagle. An immense, indescribable euphoria instantly shattered all his composure. He remembered that year he could not bear to look back on. Like a nanny, he poured all his heart and soul into those 4 people. Shen Bing, Lei Meng, Lin Xiaodo, and Su Nuanuan. He lived frugally, gave them the best resources, and empowered them relentlessly every single day. And the result? A whole year. When the link was broken, what did the system give him? A pathetic amount of free stat points, plus 50 experience points. And now, just from being linked to that golden epic tier Golden Feather Wind Eagle for less than 10 minutes, after disconnecting, the system fed him 3 specific stat points and a real, genuine talent. The contrast was too stark, too ironic. A brand new, wild thought began to sprout and spread in his mind uncontrollably. Sun Hanyu wanted to use him to mass-produce high-stat phantom beasts to sell at high prices and form a business closed loop. What about himself? He could totally use this process to plot the greatest benefit for himself. Helping the Kiyuan group cultivate phantom beasts, every link and every disconnect was an opportunity to fleece them. He could siphon stats and talents from it. It turns out that apart from increasing link levels, this method of disconnecting, if the target is suitable, can also yield massive feedback. The huge debt of over 100 million pressing on his heart seemed, in this moment, to become less heavy. Life really seemed to be getting better. Lin Yang let out a long breath and began to walk again. The college entrance exam had been postponed by 2 days, and before that, all high school seniors in the bottom 50 ranking had to participate in an in-school qualifying competition to win one of those 10% spots. So after today, he would not need to go to that training room with 10 times the time dilation anymore. He took the 4 dogs and headed toward the place where he had spent 300 days. Looking back at the seemingly unremarkable training base, Lin Yang felt a wave of emotion. 1 month, 300 days. He had welcomed a thorough rebirth here. A thought popped up from the bottom of his heart without warning. Perhaps he should even thank Shen Bing and the others for leaving the team. If it were not for their betrayal, he might never have discovered the true potential of the Empowerer, and would always have been just that unknown support standing behind them. This thought appeared for only a second before he ruthlessly snuffed it out himself. No, absolutely not. He even had the absurd thought that perhaps everything he was experiencing now was just a dream. An unrealistic dream he had while cuddling with little Blackie for warmth on that stormy night. Perhaps on another timeline, he had already died in that tent at the abandoned construction site. That Lin Yang who was kicked away by Shen Bing, abandoned heartlessly by his teammates, failed to contract Blackie, and died alone in humiliation and despair. Would he thank Shen Bing and the others? Would he forgive those 4 people who threw him away like trash? Absolutely not. Since that version of him who might have died would never forgive them. Then what right did he, the self who survived and gained a new life, have to speak of forgiveness? On what grounds? Lin Yang's footsteps stopped. He turned around and stopped looking at the training room. Forgiveness is a game for the strong, the mercy of saints. He, Lin Yang, is neither the strong nor a saint. He is just an ordinary person who crawled out of the mud and does not want to be trampled by anyone ever again. Therefore, he will absolutely never forgive them. He lowered his head, looked at Blackie quietly sitting by his feet, reached out his hand, and ruffled its pitch-black head. Let us go home. Outside the tent at the small construction site, Blackie and the others had grown too large to squeeze inside anymore. But they did not seem to mind. There was no fancy dog food like before, just broth and rice cooked in a large pot. Lin Yang ate along with the dogs. The rich aroma of meat filled the small space. The 4 dogs gathered quietly around their respective bowls. There was no fighting, no barking, only the faint sound of tails occasionally sweeping across the ground. After eating, Lin Yang sat on a small stool nearby, watching them finish their meal. Blackie ate steadily, chewing every bite slowly like a seasoned warrior. Yellowy devoured his food like a whirlwind, his head almost buried in the bowl, finishing the fastest. Gray was very alert, lifting his head to scan the surroundings after every bite to ensure they were safe. Whitey was the most refined, licking small mouthfuls as the bell on her neck made a soft, tinkling sound with every movement. This scene gave Lin Yang more peace of mind than any exotic delicacy. He reached out and stroked the head of Blackie, who was closest to him. Blackie paused for a moment, nudged his palm with its head, and then continued eating. This was his family. After a full meal, Lin Yang took them for a walk. The evening sun shone on them, dispelling the gloom of the past few days. He did not think about the 100 million loan or Sun Hanyu schemes, just enjoying this moment of tranquility. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the auditorium of Ningqiao No. 1 High School. 3 days left until the college entrance exam. The bottom 50 of the students were gathered here, each looking solemn and anxious as they waited for the school to announce the rules of the so-called internal selection match. Lin Yang, with his 4 dogs, sat alone in the corner of the back row, like an isolated island. His appearance once again drew countless strange stares and whispers. Look, the dog captain is here again. My God, it really is 4 dogs. Can he even enter the competition with those? Did not they say he did not get the qualification certificate? I heard he beat up Yan Chang, beat him so badly that is how he got the certificate. Nonsense, I heard he crawled into the boss of Kiyuan's bed. Pity the poor, but there is a reason they are hated. He chose to be a dog king instead of living a normal life. SHH, keep it down. This guy is a madman, watch out or he might set his dogs on you. Lin Yang turned a blind eye to all of this. He just calmly groomed the fur on Gray's back, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Finally, the dean of students, Yan Chang, walked onto the podium. His face was still somewhat swollen and his gait was unnatural. When he looked in Lin Yang's direction, his body stiffened noticeably. But he quickly looked away and cleared his throat. Students, quiet down. The auditorium fell silent instantly. Regarding the postponement of the college entrance exam and the internal selection match, I assume you are all already aware. Yan Chang's voice echoed through the auditorium. I know many students have opinions about the decision to split the selections and feel it is unfair. However, the college entrance exam itself is a brutal screening process. The future battlefield is 10,000 times more ruthless than this. He paused and scanned the students below. Therefore, after final deliberation by the school board and faculty representatives, we have decided that this internal selection will be conducted in the most direct way that reflects overall strength. Everyone held their breaths. Yan Dicheng announced the rules word by word. All teams in the bottom 50 will be sent together into Simulation Training Area 121. It is a complex terrain containing jungles, ruins, and mountains. The rules are simple. He revealed a sinister smile. A battle royale, a melee. In the end, the 10 teams that are still standing will receive their final qualification for the college entrance exam. Whoosh! The entire auditorium erupted in chaos. What battle royale this? How can this be a selection match? A boy stood up excitedly. Director Yan, this is not fair. Our team's strength is not weak, but if we run into a strong team at the very beginning, are not we eliminated straight away? How is this any different from drawing lots? Yeah, this relies too much on luck. Protest, we demand a fairer competition format. Voices of protest rose one after another. Yan Dicheng let out a cold snort, the aura of a level 30 mage pressing down on them. The temperature in the auditorium seemed to rise slightly. Fairness, luck is part of strength. On the battlefield, will the enemy talk to you about fairness? If you cannot even handle this much pressure, why are you even taking the college entrance exam? You might as well go home early. His words were cold and mean, instantly quenching everyone's sense of resistance. Yes, they had no choice. Accept it or get out. Yan Dicheng was satisfied with the reaction below, and he waved his hand. Now, all teams participating in the selection proceed immediately to Simulation Training Area 121. The portals will open in 10 minutes. The crowd began to surge. Students walked out dejectedly, each of their faces filled with despair and anxiety. Outside Simulation Training Area 121, over 100 teams and more than 500 students gathered. The air was thick with tension, hostility, and suspicion. Everyone instinctively kept their distance from surrounding teams, warily eyeing every potential opponent. A massive blue light gate was slowly rotating in the center of the field. Portals are now open. Please have each squad enter one by one. Following the instructor's command, one team braced themselves and were the first to enter the light gate. Then, one after another, teams vanished into the light gate. When it was Lin Yang's turn, the whispers around him started again. Is he really going in with just 4 dogs? He is crazy. In this kind of melee, what use is a support with pets? They are not even worth being cannon fodder. Lin Yang ignored them and with blacky, yellowy, gray, and whitey, calmly walked into the portal. After a bout of dizziness, he appeared in a dense jungle. Towering trees blocked the sunlight. The air was humid and stuffy, and the roars of unknown beasts could be heard in the distance from time to time. Welcome to Simulation Battlefield 121, the Forest of Oblivion. Mission objective: survive to the end and be one of the 10 surviving squads. Warning, there are no simulated monsters in this field. Pain simulation is set to 70%, please act with caution. Lin Yang immediately had Gray begin scouting. Gray's figure instantly merged into the shadows and disappeared. Soon, Su brought back information. The area nearby was safe. No traces of other teams were found for the moment. Lin Yang found a hidden tree hollow and settled down for a while with the 3 dogs. He was in no rush. Battle Royale, 10 teams left standing. This rule sounded exciting, but if you thought about it carefully, you would find a huge loophole. Whoever strikes first loses. If you struggle through a fight with someone and manage to win, you are bound to have suffered losses yourself. At that point, the fisherman hiding nearby could just rush out and take you out easily. So, for the vast majority of teams without absolute strength, what is the best choice? Just camp. Find a place to hide, play like a total coward, wait for others to wipe each other out, or just outlast everyone and see who has the most patience. These teams are all in the bottom 50 of the overall rankings, so their strategies lean toward being conservative, camping and waiting for a breakthrough. And then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The entire Forest of Oblivion, after the initial few minutes of noise, quickly fell into a dead silence. All the teams that entered the arena seemed to have vanished into thin air, each finding a hidden corner to tuck themselves away. Nobody wanted to be the fool who stuck their neck out to break the stalemate. Outside the arena, on the massive monitor screen, over 100 green dots representing the teams came to a sudden halt in various corners the moment they entered the field, remaining completely motionless. The instructors watching the match looked at each other in bewilderment. Yan Dicheng's face turned grim. These little brats, do they think this competition is a game of hide-and-seek? An instructor nearby chuckled. Director Yan is not this great. The rules state 10 teams must survive. If they keep stalling like this and time runs out without 10 teams remaining, then none of them get to take the exam. Another instructor chimed in. That is right. If they do not decide on 10 teams, it just proves they are all unqualified and none of them deserve a spot. This actually saves us the trouble. As Yan Dichang listened, his expression cleared up. Right. This internal selection was only meant to shut these underachievers up and pacify them so they would not cause any trouble. If they do not have the drive and their mutual suspicion leads to no results, then the school cannot be blamed. Thinking of this, Yan Dichang actually started to feel happy. He pulled up a chair, sat down comfortably, and watched the motionless dots on the screen. Let them stall then. I would like to see how long they can keep this up. And time ticked away, second by second. Half an hour later, the entire simulated battlefield remained deathly quiet. Lin Yang was leaning back in a hollowed-out tree, even finding the leisure to groom Whitey. He was in no rush at all. Compared to going out to fight and kill, he enjoyed the feeling of working with his 4 little companions much more. He could feel their loyalty. There were no arguments, no disagreements, no internal friction, and no pressure in his squad. Blackie was keeping watch at the entrance, Yellowy was replenishing energy, and Gray's vision served as his own eyes, capturing every rustle and movement in the surroundings. Gray was a dog to begin with, and a scout dog at that. His reconnaissance efficiency was so high that even the top assassin-class students in the school could not compare. Plus, the tactical teleportation ability for rapid repositioning, it was simply invincible. Once a target and an opening were identified, Aya Yang and the 3 little ones could strike with the force of a thunderbolt. Forget these students. Even true top-tier professionals would be caught off guard by a person and 3 dogs teleporting in suddenly. Once an engagement started, Lin Yang was confident he could wipe out any team, or even a group of teams, in an instant. Looking at the map, he knew in his heart. The current balance in the arena was as fragile as glass. It would only take one variable to make the whole chessboard collapse instantly. Just then, a system announcement echoed abruptly in everyone's mind. The Flying Bird Squad has been eliminated. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the middle of the forest of oblivion. Every hiding student felt their heart skip a beat. Someone finally made a move. Who was it? Before they could even react, a second announcement followed right after. The Stoneheart Squad has been eliminated. And then a third. The Green Vine Squad has been eliminated. Within a single minute, 3 squads, 12 people in total, had been wiped out. On the monitor screen, 3 green dots faded to gray at almost the exact same time. Yan Dichang shot up from his chair. What is going on? Which team did this? All the instructors crowded around, eyes locked on the monitor, trying to identify the culprit from the movement trails of the dots. A red dot was moving at high speed across the map. It slammed into a green dot, which struggled for a moment before turning gray. Then, the red dot lunged toward its next target. It is them, the Raging Fire Squad. A young instructor exclaimed in shock. The Raging Fire Squad? How are they here? Are not they a team guaranteed to be in the top 20? I heard. The 2 core damage dealers of their team were seriously injured during a mission outside of school last month. The whole team stayed to nurse them back to health for a month, missing the school's overall ranking assessment, which is why they were placed in the bottom 50%. Damn, is not that just a total stomp? Their leader, Zhou Wu, is a purple-grade barbarian berserker. His axe-wielding skills are legendary. This is bad. These students have run into a brick wall. Amidst the commotion, the squad known as Raging Fire finally stopped after clearing out 3 unlucky teams. Their leader, Zhou Wu, a burly young man carrying a giant axe, stepped onto the highest point of the ruins. He cleared his throat, drew a deep breath, and his voice boomed like a giant bell, echoing across half the forest. All you friends hiding out there, listen up. The game of hide-and-seek is over. I, Zhou Wu, leader of the Raging Fire Squad, am giving you a chance now. We are planning to form a clear-out alliance with the goal of securing the 10 spots in this selection. However, we do not need too many allies. We only want 5 teams, including us, that make 6. We will leave the last 4 spots for those lucky friends, or perhaps those who are exceptionally good at hiding. Now you have 5 minutes to decide. Those who want to join, gather at the signal tower in the central ruins. Remember, we only take 5 teams, first come, first served. Once we are full, the hunting will officially begin. Zhou Wu's voice, filled with undeniable dominance and confidence, rang in everyone's ears. The whole forest was in an absolute frenzy. Hide. Hide my ass. They have literally announced that the hunting has begun. Everyone had just seen the strength of the Raging Fire Squad. It was overwhelming and on an entirely different level. Going against them is a one-way ticket to death. The only way out seemed to be joining them. But there were only 5 spots. Zhou Wu's tactic was brilliant. He did not claim all 10 spots, but left 4 open. This gave a shred of hope to teams that were weaker or afraid to gather. They would think, as long as I hide well enough, after the Raging Fire Alliance finishes their sweep, maybe I will be one of the 4 survivors. In doing so, he completely neutralized the possibility of all the weaker teams uniting for a final stand. Brilliant, simply brilliant. In an instant, countless teams hiding in the shadows made their decisions. Quick to the central signal tower. Damn it, let us go for it. Being a lackey is better than being eliminated. Charge, grab a spot. At that moment, over a dozen previously motionless green dots started moving simultaneously. They rushed out from their hideouts like madmen, sprinting with all their might toward the signal tower in the center of the map. This was a race against time and an all-in gamble on their future. In the tree hollow where Lin Yang was, Yellowy was scratching the ground, bored. Every team in the arena was restless, arguing or debating. Only Lin Yang's spot remained calm and peaceful. Whoa. Lin Yang patted Yellowy's back reassuringly. Soon, 5 squads had gathered beneath the central signal tower. They were panting for breath, eyeing each other with caution, and looking with awe at Zhou Wu and the 4 cold-faced team members behind him. Zhou Wu scanned the surroundings with satisfaction. Very good, you have made a wise choice. Just then, another team came scrambling and crawling over from the distance. Wait for us, Brother Zhou, count us in. The captain of that team begged, completely out of breath. Zhou Wu glanced at him as the blade of his axe scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. I said only 5 squads. Now we are full. The captain's face turned pale in an instant. Brother Zhou, I beg you, we are willing to be your pawns. We will do anything. Zhou Wu smiled. Not necessary. He tilted his head toward one of his teammates. See them off. Yes, Captain. The teammate stepped forward, flames erupting from both his hands. No, do not. Amidst the screams, the flames consumed everything. The Gale squad has been eliminated. Beneath the signal tower, a dead silence fell. The members of the 5 squads that had just joined the alliance were trembling in silence. Zhou Wu hoisted his giant axe onto his shoulder and looked around with a cruel smile on his face. Now everyone is here. The hunt begins. The Clearance Alliance, composed of 6 squads, began to harvest wildly in the Forest of Oblivion, like an efficient and cold meat grinder. They did not even need to search deliberately. Zhou Wu's domineering declaration had already scared many teams out of their hiding spots. The unlucky ones who had hoped for a chance and rushed toward the signal tower only to arrive a step late became the first batch of prey for the Alliance to sweep up. It was not a battle at all, it was a one-sided slaughter. In the ruins, one team had just set up a defensive formation when it was crushed. Zhou Wu's giant axe descended like the strike of a deity, shattering the tower shield of the enemy's heavy shield guardian in a single blow, while the mages behind him poured out devastating spells, clearing the area instantly. The Solid Rock squad has been eliminated. Deep in the swamp, another team thought they were perfectly hidden, but the Alliance happened to have a scout proficient in tracking. Within 3 minutes, their hiding spot was found, and they vanished into white light amidst desperate screams. The Swamp Walkers have been eliminated. The system announcements, which had been silent for over half an hour, now rang out in the minds of every survivor like death knells. The Windblade squad has been eliminated. The Iron Wall squad has been eliminated. The Shadow Fang has been eliminated. And each announcement hit like a heavy hammer on everyone's heart. On the surveillance screen outside the field, the green dots representing the teams were dimming in swathes at an alarming speed, turning into dead gray. The relaxed expressions on the faces of the teachers watching the match had long since vanished. Yan Dichang's expression, however, was complex, filled with both shock at the bloody scene and a hint of twisted pleasure. This is what you call selection. This is what you call screening. Survival of the fittest. The weak deserve to be ruthlessly eliminated. The Alliance's cleanup operation was chillingly efficient. They broke into smaller groups and advanced like a comb, sweeping through the map from all directions. Any team they encountered met only one fate. In the forest, the roars of combat and the dying wails rose and fell, only to fall back into silence quickly. Inside a tree hollow, Lin Yang sat quietly, turning a deaf ear to the carnage outside. He did not even need gray fur to scout. The entire simulation battlefield was now a giant slaughterhouse. The Wildfire Alliance was a storm sweeping everything in its path, while he remained, for the time being, in a pocket of calm outside the storm. Ultimately, it was because his team had only one core, himself. The other 4 little ones obeyed his commands unconditionally. No mistakes, no wandering, no causing trouble. Compared to other teams, they were much harder to track. Yellow Fur had long stopped its restless digging and was curled up on the side, its ears twitching every time a distant explosion occurred. Black Fur stood guard at the entrance like a statue, motionless. White Fur rested its head on Lin Yang's lap, offering a comforting warmth. About 20 minutes later, the pace of the slaughter finally slowed. When the final system announcement rang out, the entire forest fell completely quiet. The lone wolf squad has been eliminated. Beneath the central signal tower, the 6 squads of the Wildfire Alliance regrouped. 24 people still carried the residual heat of battle. Although a few had minor injuries, everyone wore the pride of a victor. The fire mage beside Zhou Wu checked the map on his terminal. Captain Dun, including our 6, there are now 10 squads left on the field. The other 4 are just lucky rats. The captain of another Alliance squad licked his lips and spoke greedily. Brother Zhou, why not just finish it and root out those 4 rats too? We could take all 10 spots. Zhou Wu glanced at him and slammed his giant axe onto the ground with a dull thud. No need. He was not a saint. Leaving 4 spots was merely a strategy to divide the weaker squads and prevent them from banding together in a desperate fight. But now that the overall situation was settled, he did not care to do something as ruthless as wiping everyone out, which would only invite criticism. I, Zhou Wu, keep my word. He looked around. We will wait here. The selection trial will end soon. The members of the Alliance fully relaxed, sitting down in groups to rest among the ruins. They were the victors of this cruel game, and the remaining 4 spots were nothing more than their generous charity. Inside the tree hollow, Lin Yang also saw the number of remaining teams displayed on his terminal. 10 squads, neither more nor less. The hunt was over. He could absolutely stay here and wait until the time ran out. That would be the safest choice. But he did not want to. He was not a rat hiding in a drain. He and his companions had stood here by their own strength. Besides, he wanted to see what kind of person this captain of the Wildfire Squad actually was. Let us go. Lin Yang patted White Fur's head, stood up, and walked out of the tree hollow that had sheltered them for so long. Accompanied by his 4 dogs, he walked unhurriedly toward the central signal tower. His appearance instantly shattered the calm of the area. The other 3 lucky survivor squads were cautiously emerging from their respective hiding spots, preparing to move toward the center. When they saw Lin Yang and his 4 dogs, the relief of having survived turned instantly into astonishment, jealousy, and disdain. It is him, the dog captain. Damn, he actually survived too. What kind of god-tier hiding spot did he find? How shameless. Hiding and playing hide-and-seek with 4 dogs and still managing to advance. This is so unfair to us who fought tooth and nail. What a lucky bastard. Although their whispering was hushed, the bitterness and disdain in their tones were undisguised. Lin Yang turned a deaf ear to these noises. He could not even be bothered to glance at those people. His attention was entirely fixed on the group gathered beneath the signal tower. The Wildfire Alliance. They had naturally spotted Lin Yang as well. The previously relaxed chatter ceased, and over 20 pairs of eyes snapped toward him, filled with scrutiny and amusement. Look, another lucky little mouse has crawled out of its hole on its own, the Fire Mage member said as he stood up with a playful smirk. Zhou Wu stood up as well. He stood a full head taller than everyone around him, his burly frame and that menacing giant axe giving off an immense sense of pressure. He watched as Lin Yang walked steadily closer, his 4 dogs at his side, his stride calm and his eyes vigilant, showing not a hint of panic. This guy, he is interesting. He was not cowering like the other 3 teams. There was no survivor's fear in him, but rather a strange sense of composure. Zhou Wu motioned for the others to stay calm and stepped forward alone to meet him. Seeing this, the survivors from the other 3 teams felt a surge of malicious anticipation. They were dying for Zhou Wu to change his mind and personally wipe out this eyesore who had gotten lucky, even though they were themselves beneficiaries of pure luck. Zhou Wu stopped a few meters in front of Lin Yang. "You must be Lin Yang." His voice boomed like a giant bell. Lin Yang looked up, meeting his gaze calmly. "That is me." He was neither arrogant nor servile, showing not the slightest bit of timidity. This reaction caught Zhou Wu off guard, and then he let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting." The laughter echoed over the ruins, leaving everyone else confused. Zhou Wu's laughter subsided, and he looked at Lin Yang and his 4 impressive-looking dogs with great interest. "You might not know this," Zhou Wu said with his smile still intact. "Shen Bing from the Ice Blade team. Ah, the former captain of the Dawn team, she is my cousin." The air froze instantly. Everyone gasped. Well then, this is going to be a good show. Who does not know about that mess between Lin Yang and Shen Bing? Now her cousin is here to settle the score. Lin Yang's muscles tensed up as well. "I really could not avoid trouble after all, could I?" He looked at Zhou Wu, while Black Fur lowered his body, a faint growl vibrating in his throat. A brutal fight seemed unavoidable. Just as everyone expected Zhou Wu to raise his axe and split Lin Yang in two, he let out a long sigh. He shook his head, a strange expression of mixed sympathy and relief appearing on his face. Brother, to have been on the same team as her for a year. Zhou Wu looked at Lin Yang and said in an incredibly sincere tone, "I really feel for you." The entire place went dead silent. Ignoring the horrified looks of those around him, Zhou Wu continued his rant. "My aunt calls me every few days to complain that her daughter has grown wings and will not listen to her parents anymore. She is always going on about survival of the fittest, independent confidence, and original family, like she has been possessed." He spat on the ground. "I have met her teammates too. They all swarm around her like little lapdogs. And as for her, she really thinks she is a queen. Honestly, I have disliked her for a long time. So, when I heard she had posted you online, I knew right then that you must have been a victim of hers." Zhou Wu walked forward and slapped his fan-like hand heavily on Lin Yang's shoulder. "Well done, brother. You did exactly what I have always wanted to do but never had the chance." He turned his gaze toward Lin Yang's 4 dogs. "A real genius, to think you would come up with such a brilliant tactic. Forget about winning or losing. The fact that Lin Yang could enter the exam with 4 dogs must have made Shen Bing livid." Lin Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. What is this? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And this enemy happens to be the person's own cousin. This relationship is just insane. You really made a huge sacrifice. Zhou Wu sighed, his eyes filled with pity. There is no such thing as a retake for the professional assessment. It is a once-in-a-lifetime test that decides your future. In his view, Lin Yang choosing to bring 4 dogs to the competition meant he had completely given up on his future, just to discuss Shen Bing one last time before going down. What a display of cutting off one's own arm for a cause. Lin Yang opened his mouth, wanting to explain that his dogs were actually quite strong, but the words died on his tongue. Whatever, let him keep misunderstanding. Sometimes, a misunderstanding makes for a great protective camouflage. Just then, a hysterical roar shattered this eerie harmony. "Damn it, why?" A disheveled student with bloodshot eyes charged out from the distance. He was the only lone wolf who had managed to escape the Wildfire Alliance's sweep by using a special item. He had accepted that he was not strong enough, but then this guy with a bunch of dogs took the final spot. He lost it. Why? I fought so hard, and my teammates all died. Why you? How can you just hide behind 4 vicious dogs and get into the college entrance exam? I do not accept this. Having completely lost his mind, he channeled his remaining strength and charged straight at Lin Yang like a mad bull. Lin Yang frowned, preparing to have Black Fur intervene. A black shadow was faster than him. Without even turning around, Zhou Wu swung his axe back. He did not use the blade, but rather the broad, flat side of the axe, striking the student accurately on the back of the neck. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The student did not even grunt. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. Zhou Wu retrieved his axe and shouldered it, glancing at the person on the ground with disdain. Waste of space. At that moment, a grand, emotionless system announcement echoed across the entire simulation field. Internal selection process ended. The 10 surviving teams have been confirmed. Teleportation will begin in 10 seconds. All students please be prepared. Outside the light screen, Yan Decheng watched the final results inside. Whatever it is what it is. He took a deep breath and transmitted his voice through the arena speakers. All qualified students, gather at the auditorium tomorrow morning at 9 to receive your official college entrance exam admission tickets and hear the briefing on this year's exam format. The day after tomorrow, everyone will have a day of rest and adjustment. The day after that, the college entrance exam officially begins. And the next day, the auditorium. When Lin Yang walked through the auditorium doors with his 4 energetic dogs, black fur, yellow fur, gray fur, and white fur, the room went silent for a moment before erupting in an even louder commotion than during yesterday's selection. My God, he actually came, and he brought those 4 dogs too. Is he crazy, bringing dogs to pick up the admission tickets? What kind of performance art is this? This guy, how did he even manage to qualify yesterday? The auditorium was packed with students, including those who had survived the qualifying rounds and those top-tier students who had already been in the top 50%. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Yang and his 4 special teammates, filled with surprise, contempt, and a thick sense of being here for the show. A candidate who had just returned from training outside was completely unaware of the situation and poked the student next to him. Hey brother, what is the deal with that guy? Is he a newly released beast masterclass? He looks pretty cool, and those 4 dogs seem to be of decent quality. Beast master? A load of crap. The student next to him immediately perked up, lowered his voice, and spoke with the tone of someone sharing a massive secret. His name is Lin Yang, a support class nobody. He used to be in the same squad as Goddess Shen Bing and the Ice Blade squad, but he got kicked out. And then the guy just gave up on himself. He got 4 dogs as teammates to take the qualification exams and the tryouts purely to disgust his former teammates. Just think about it, Shen Bing and her group are the best in the school, and their former teammate became a dog captain. That is a slap in the face if I have ever seen one. I just do not know what kind of luck he had yesterday to actually make it in. Damn, really? That is explosive news. The gossip among the onlookers was unbridled, but Lin Yang turned a deaf ear. He walked straight toward the empty seats in the back. The 4 dogs followed quietly at his heels, sitting down in perfect unison without making a single sound. This calmness only made certain people even more annoyed. Yo, is not this our famous dog king? What is it? You need to bring your 4 prized companions along for courage while picking up your college entrance exam admission ticket. Lu Jinghuai's lazy voice drifted over from not far away. He sat with his legs crossed, surrounded by members of the Ice Blade squad. Shen Bing looked cold as frost and did not even glance at Lin Yang, but her tightly pursed lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Su Nuanuan furrowed her brows with a heartbroken expression. Lin Yang, please stop this. Why go to such lengths? The college entrance exam is a serious matter. By grandstanding like this, you are humiliating yourself and all of us. Humiliating. Lin Yang finally raised his head and smiled. He looked at Su Nuanuan, who still wore her familiar, compassionate expression. Su Nuanuan, is your holier-than-thou complex acting up again? It is only right for me to bring my teammates to pick up my ticket. What the hell does it have to do with you? Or do you think my teammates are less noble than yours? You, Su Nuanuan's face turned pale instantly. Lei Meng beside her slammed the table and stood up. Lin Yang, who the hell are you calling a dog? Lin Yang's gaze swept over Lei Meng, looked at Lin Xiaodao beside him, and finally landed back on Lu Jinghuai. I did not say you were dogs. Dogs are humanity's most loyal friends. They are smart, brave, and know how to show gratitude. Do you even deserve to be compared to them? Some people change masters one after another, wagging their tails in a way that looks even uglier than a dog. Once those words were out, the faces of Lei Meng and Lin Xiaodao turned a deep liver purple. This was practically pointing at their noses and insulting them. You are looking for death. Lei Meng roared, the aura of a heavy shield guardian surging as he prepared to charge forward. What, wanna fight? Lin Yang stood up slowly. Blackie also stood up, leaning forward slightly, and its bright black eyes locked onto Lei Meng. The invisible pressure made Lei Meng's footsteps come to a screeching halt. Lu Jinghuai waved his hand, signaling Lei Meng to stay calm. He watched Lin Yang with interest. You have a sharp tongue. But it is useless, Lin Yang. Do you think that by relying on luck to sneak into the exam you can change anything? Trash is trash after all. Even if you put it in a nice box, you cannot change the fact that it stinks. Well said, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. He glanced around at everyone in the Ice Blade squad. Trash is indeed trash, but but shit smells a lot worse than trash. You. Especially you, Lu Jinghui. Lin Yang's gaze finally fixed on him. As the father of a piece of shit, do you feel a special sense of achievement? The lazy and composed expression on Lu Jinghui's face finally crumbled. His face instantly darkened. Shen Bing also stood up abruptly, a chill radiating from her. Lin Yang, that is enough. What? I said your man is a shit father and your heart aches? Right? Birds of a feather flock together. Like people hang out with like people. You guys are quite the bunch. You shameless bastard. Shen Bing was trembling with anger. She had always thought highly of herself and had never been insulted like this to her face. Lin Yang sneered, preparing to continue his barrage. Quiet, all of you. An angry shout came from the podium, and a teacher in charge of discipline walked over, looking furious. This is a school, not the neighborhood market. If you want to argue, get out. The teacher glared sternly at both Lin Yang and Lu Jinghui's sides. The exam format is about to be announced. Anyone who disrupts discipline again will be disqualified immediately. Do you hear me? Lu Jinghui gave Lin Yang a deep look, filled with repressed rage. He sat back down, but an atmosphere of gloom radiated from him. Shen Bing also sat back down resentfully, her chest heaving violently. Lin Yang shrugged, sat down, and reached out to pet Blackie's head. The confrontation was temporarily suppressed. But everyone knew that the feud was now completely solidified. The atmosphere in the auditorium cooled temporarily due to the teacher's intervention, but the smell of gunpowder in the air became even thicker, hanging over everyone's heads. The teacher in charge of discipline snorted, walked back to the podium, picked up a terminal device, and connected it to the light screen in the center of the auditorium. Listen up. Next, I will explain the format and procedures for this college entrance exam in detail. Listen to every word. This concerns your future. His voice echoed through the auditorium via a magic amplifier, forcibly pulling everyone's attention back. The light screen lit up, and rows of huge characters appeared. This college entrance exam is divided into 4 stages. The first stage involves separating into test sites and batches to conduct basic teammate capability tests. The teacher tapped his finger heavily on the screen. The so-called basic capability test uses different methods based on your individual class and function to comprehensively detect your core ability values. Strength, agility, spirit, constitution, energy intensity, skill proficiency, etc. will all have a clear, quantified representation. He paused and surveyed the room. I will say this first. This stage is mainly for assessment and also to prevent cheating as much as possible. Do not think about using temporary boosters or equipment to get through it. Our testing equipment can precisely analyze the origin of your energy. This is a rigorous assessment of your personal strength and proof of your performance. No sooner had the words fallen than a wave of whispers broke out in the hall. From the direction of the Ice Blade team, one of Lu Jinghui's lackeys, the warrior who had been clamoring the loudest, deliberately raised his voice. Teacher, what if the team members are not human? How do we test them? Should we test their bite force or how fast they wag their tails? A roar of laughter erupted from those around him. Everyone turned their eyes toward Lin Yang in the back row, looking at him as if he were a performing monkey. Shen Bing did not laugh, but the faint, elusive curve of her lips was more cutting than any mockery. Su Nuanuan frowned, gently tugging at the warrior's sleeve and whispering, "Stop it," but her demeanor only seemed to pour oil on the flames. Lin Yang acted as if he had not heard a thing. Basic ability test. Hilarious. Even he gets scared looking at his 4 little ones' stat values now. Ever since the link level reached 2, the growth rate of their attributes has nearly doubled. Plus, because they train so evenly. Since all their running and jumping counts as training, their stats are actually absurdly balanced. During the first 100 days, each attribute averaged 750. Now, each stat averages 3,500. Add all 4 together. That is over 10,000, around 14 or 15,000. A swordsman with 3 or 4,000 in agility and spirit, and a mage with 3 or 4,000 in strength and constitution. That is just ridiculous. The teacher on the podium gave a heavy cough to suppress the commotion. Silence. Anyone who disrupts the class again gets out immediately. He continued to explain the second stage. Teams that pass the first stage of basic testing will enter the second stage, the 10-monster comprehensive cyclic trial. Each team will be transported to an independent trial space to take on a series of random monster combinations across 10 rounds. The number of monsters in each round is also randomized. The shorter your total time to complete the 10 rounds, and the higher the average level of the monsters, the higher your final score will be. Remember, every team has exactly 3 attempts, and the system will take your best performance as your final grade. Once this rule was announced, the atmosphere in the auditorium became heavy. 3 chances might sound like a lot, but everyone knew that every attempt would drain an immense amount of stamina and mental energy. This tests more than just a team's sheer strength. It tests tactical choices and the margin for error. A confident smile appeared on Lin Yang's face. As a golden epic class Sky strategist, he excels at planning and handling unexpected, random situations. This kind of assessment is practically tailor-made for him. Shen Bing, beside him, was equally composed. Her Frostbound Mage class has powerful crowd control and area of effect output, enough to deal with the vast majority of monster combinations. They are the chosen few, and they have the capital to be confident. Besides, this is their most common training exercise, so they are incredibly familiar with it. The other teams, especially those who barely qualified through the selection tournament, all wore grave expressions and began whispering to their teammates. Lin Yang remained seated quietly. But in reality, he was a bit uneasy. The 10-monster comprehensive training was his personal nightmare. Even now, he felt exhausted after clearing the 10 monsters, and his time was well over an hour. He had never managed to break the 1-hour mark. Still, if it is hard for him, it must be even harder for others. It should be fine. He clearly did not realize that he had been playing on the default difficulty settings the whole time, facing level 60 monsters. The maximum level for the college entrance exam is level 30. Do you all understand? The teacher's voice sounded again, becoming extremely serious. If the first 2 stages were just appetizers, then this third part is the true exam that will determine your destiny. The text on the light screen changed, the blood-red characters striking fear into everyone. Third stage, main exam arena, large-scale comprehensive secret realm combat. Only teams that pass the first 2 exams are eligible to enter. All eligible teams will be deployed into a massive, cleared-out secret realm dungeon. You have only one mission: survive for 7 days. In the realm, you can earn points by killing monsters, completing random tasks, and exploring unknown areas. Ultimately, your group ranking will be determined by your team's total points. Every 1,000 points represent 1 tier. The teacher stopped there and added in a tone of unprecedented gravity. Finally, I must warn you all. There is a real risk of injury and death in this stage. Although the monsters' levels and danger in the exam area have been strictly screened and controlled, theoretically, those who pass the first 2 rounds should not have much trouble. Accidents can happen at any time during combat. Therefore, I personally do not recommend that students who performed poorly in the first 2 rounds or who lack sufficient strength risk their lives. Of course, danger and opportunity coexist. This stage is also a free high-level dungeon opportunity for all of you. You can explore freely, level up, collect gear, and coordinate your teams to prepare as best as you can for the final ranking exam. Do you all understand? The entire auditorium was deathly silent. If it had only been an exam before, the words risk of injury and death brought everything back to a cruel reality. Many students turned pale. Even Lin Yang dropped his lazy demeanor, his expression now serious. The teacher watched the students' reactions, seemingly satisfied with the deterrent effect. Finally, the 4th stage. After the 7-day survival trial, all surviving teams will engage in an internal ranking competition based on the tiers they achieved, ultimately deciding your final rankings at the provincial, municipal, and national levels. That is the entire process of the college entrance exam. The teacher finished speaking and turned off the light screen. Now, if there are any questions, you may ask. The hall was completely quiet. Everyone was still digesting the massive amount of information and the immense pressure it contained. People asked a few trivial questions. Nobody cared about Lin Yang or his dogs anymore. Everyone's mind was focused entirely on the exam. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, after all. And on the day of the college entrance exam, the area outside the Nankiao City 4th branch exam site was bustling with people. As soon as Lin Yang appeared with his 4 dogs, he instantly became the center of attention. The black one stood with its head held high, the yellow one curiously looked around, the gray one kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings, and the white one stayed close to Lin Yang's leg, walking with elegance. This bizarre combination, immediately ignited discussions among the examinees and their parents. Look, the one with the dogs. That is Lin Yang from Nankyo No. 1 High School, is not it? Which Lin Yang? You do not know? He is the one involved in that huge scandal a while back. The savage guy who got kicked by his teammates, then took 4 dogs as his new team and actually passed the selection tournament. Holy cow, is this for real? I thought it was just a joke. This is actually happening. You are telling me? Look at those 4 dogs of his, their coats are shiny and well-groomed. But this is the college entrance exam. Bringing dogs to an exam? Is he completely insane or just out of his mind? Exclamations and whispers merged into a buzzing background noise. Countless gazes fixed upon Lin Yang, ranging from pity and disdain to, more than anything, the curiosity of spectators looking for a show. Lin Yang remained deaf to it all, leading his Dawn squad straight toward the entrance of the exam hall. Student, hold on a moment. A teacher in charge of maintaining order stopped him, a professional smile on his face, but his tone left no room for argument. This is the college entrance exam hall. Pets are not allowed inside. The surrounding chatter died down. Everyone stretched their necks, ready to watch the drama unfold. Lin Yang did not argue, simply handing over his admission ticket respectfully. Teacher, they are not pets. They are my teammates. The smile on the teacher's face stiffened, clearly thinking he was being pranked. He lowered his eyes to the admission ticket, preparing to follow procedure and warn this student who was clearly just seeking attention. But the very next second, his expression froze. On the admission ticket, the captain's name was listed as Lin Yang with the class empowerer. And below that, in the teammate information section, it was clearly listed. Teammate Blackie class, Polar Sword Guard. Teammate Goldie class, Star Trek Mage. Teammate Grey class, Realm Scout. Teammate Whitey class, Harmonic Melody. The species for all of them was listed as dog. The teacher's mouth hung slightly open, his hand holding the ticket suspended in midair. He rubbed his eyes and checked again. The information was correct, and the seal was an authentic certification from the Nankyo City Bureau of Education, the real deal. He was completely dumbfounded on the spot. This. The teacher's brain struggled to process this. Having worked in exam administration for over a decade, what kind of odd examinees had not he seen? People with weird weapons, people in cosplay, even those performing rituals at the gate to pray for good luck. But bringing 4 dogs and having their names and classes officially written on the admission ticket, this was definitely a first. Student, you, hold on a second. I need to confirm this with my superiors. The teacher's voice sounded shaky as he clutched the ticket and hurried toward the temporary tent for the exam staff. The students nearby erupted. My God, it is for real. Are their names actually on the ticket? You have to be kidding me. Is that even how you exploit loopholes in the exam system? This is ridiculous. I think my worldview just got shattered. Before long, the teacher returned at a jog, followed by a middle-aged examiner who looked higher in rank. The examiner looked Lin Yang and his 4 dogs up and down several times. His expression was a sight to behold, like he had been constipated for 10 days, yet had just won the lottery. It was complex, to say the least. He returned the ticket to Lin Yang and cleared his throat. Student Lin Yang, the information has been confirmed as correct. Please proceed. With that, he turned and walked away as if fleeing a plague. Lin Yang nodded calmly, led his 4 little companions, and stepped into the first stage of the exam under countless shocked gazes, the attribute detection gate. All examinees must pass through this high-tech, shimmering archway, which automatically detects and displays the total sum of the examinees' 4 basic attributes. Several teachers stood behind the gate, directing the flow of students into 2 separate queues. Attention, everyone! If your total attribute sum is below 500, pass through directly and head to the waiting area. If it is above 500, line up on the right to undergo the performance test. A teacher shouted through a megaphone, while 2 veteran-looking teachers nearby chatted while monitoring the data. Old Lee, what do you think of this year's batch of recruits? Not bad. So far, only about a dozen or so have broken 500, but the big names will not be passing through our station. You mean, those 2 kids from the Wu and Tang families? Who else? The teacher called Old Lee brightened up. Those are kids from ancient martial arts families, raised on all sorts of rare elixirs and treasures since birth. Their foundations are terrifyingly solid, and their awakened classes are all top tier. I reckon that in either strength or physique, each of them could break 1,000. Gasp, break 1,000 in a single stat. How much money does that take? Money? Old Lee scoffed. For families like that, money is just a number. Look at that guy, Lu Jinghui, the heir to the Lu Group and a well-known rich kid in the city. His family must have dumped tens of millions into him, right? And even then, I heard he is still a bit off from breaking 1,000 in his main stat. The younger teacher was even more puzzled. Is there any point in spending that much money early on? Do not attribute points come faster when you level up later. That is where you are wrong. Old Lee spoke like a true veteran. This is the snowball effect. If you're stronger than others from the start, your mindset is different, your confidence is high, and everything goes more smoothly. More importantly, it directly determines your starting speed. Take this exam for instance. A normal student entering a dungeon has to start by fighting level 1 or 5 monsters. People with high base stats like them go straight for the level 20 or 30 elite monsters. After 7 days, think about the gap. It is a world of difference. The young teacher listened, mesmerized and full of longing. A world of difference. So that is the importance of a starting line. Old Lee nodded, just about to share more life wisdom, when he noticed the center of all the attention walking up to the detection gate with his 4 dogs. Here he comes, another headline maker. Old Lee perked up, leaning forward slightly. The young teacher also stretched his neck to see. I want to see what kind of stats an auxiliary class can have. Probably will not even reach 100 total, right? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yang looked calm as he stepped into the shimmering attribute detection gate first. Hum. A soft buzzing sound. As soon as Lin Yang stepped into the gate, the screen above the archway suddenly lit up, rows of data scrolling rapidly before finally locking in. Strength, 1193. Agility, 1311. Physique, 1856. Spirit, 1224. The 4 lines of basic attributes were clearly displayed for everyone to see. Dead silence. The noisy chatter at the entrance of the exam hall was as if extinguished by an invisible hand. The young teacher responsible for directing traffic had not even finished his line about those with a sum below 500 passing through. The words caught in his throat, and he stared blankly at the screen, completely petrified. Beside him, Old Lee, who had just been acting like a worldly expert, had forgotten to screw the lid back on his thermos, letting the goji berry tea spill all over the floor. Old Lee, is this machine malfunctioning? The young teacher's voice was hoarse. Malfunctioning? Old Lee looked like he had been struck by a club. It took him a long time to snap out of it, and he reflexively retorted, nonsense. This is a 3rd-generation detection gate phased out by the military, so stable it could be passed down as a family heirloom. How could it possibly malfunction? Despite his words, his body was honest. He leaned forward, almost pressing his face against the light screen, counting the numbers one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. They are all 4-digit numbers. Every single stat is over 1,000. My God, Old Lee choked for a long time, finally uttering only these 2 words. He had just been bragging to the young man about how terrifying it was for the geniuses of the Wu and Tang families to have a single stat exceed 1,000. But what about the one in front of him? This damn kid has all 4 stats over 1,000. After a brief, dead silence, the line of examinees behind Lin Yang exploded. Over 5,000. Did I see that wrong? Did it display an extra digit by mistake? Total value of 5584. My God, what kind of monster is this? This must be fake, right? I awakened a blue-grade profession and fought tooth and nail for a year, and my total stats just passed 400. He has over 5,000. Why is not he flying in the sky? Lu Jinghui, what is Lu Jinghui's total stat? I remember the school announced it. It was around 2,900, right? Not even 3,000. So, this guy's stats are nearly double those of Lu Jinghui. Wait a minute, that is not the most crucial question. A student suddenly thought of something, his expression becoming incredibly weird. If he really is this strong, was Shen Bing's team brain-dead to kick him out? This question detonated in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Everyone's expression became incredibly colorful. That is right. A monster-level teammate with a total stat approaching 6,000, even if he were a support class, would be a super carry capable of lifting the entire team to heaven. Shen Bing, Lei Meng. What were they thinking? Kicking out a god and then picking a decent mortal as a teammate. Is this some kind of confused behavior award? Lin Yang turned a deaf ear to the commotion behind him. To his relief, this detection gate seemed to be effective only on humans. The 4 dogs, Blackie and the others, followed him inside, and the gate did not react at all. It did not even show a 0 on the light screen. Perhaps because they are a different species, the recognition logic for their energy circuits is different. That is fine too. If these people knew that each of the 4 dogs beside him had total stats exceeding 10,000, it would not just be shock, it would be terror. "Teacher, can I go in now?" Lin Yang turned back to look at the 2 dazed teachers. "Student Lin Yang, your total base stats are extremely excellent. According to system judgment, you need to proceed directly to the performance test stage. Please follow me." The young teacher said this, then turned to lead the way, his steps a bit unsteady. Lin Yang nodded and followed calmly. Blackie, Yellowy, Gray, and Whitey, the 4 dogs, walked with steady paces, following him step by step. 1 man and 4 dogs walked toward the other side of the testing area, under the gaze of countless eyes. After they left, the long line of students was in total chaos. "Why are we still queuing? Let us go follow them and see." "Right, I want to see with my own eyes just how fierce a monster with over 5,000 stats is." The biggest gossip of this year's college entrance exam is right here. It would be a huge loss not to watch. Even the teachers in charge of guidance could not sit still. Old Lee shoved the megaphone in his hand into the arms of an intern nearby. "You keep an eye on things. We are going to support the performance testing area. They might be short-handed over there." After speaking, he dragged a few colleagues along and hurriedly followed. "Just kidding. This is the most talked-about person in Nankeo City this year. No, for the last 10 years. A dog captain mocked by the whole school, a poor wretch betrayed by his former teammates, suddenly revealed terrifying stats that could crush every genius on the field. What kind of earth-shattering secret is hidden in here? This is way more exciting than the exam itself." Thus, a very strange scene appeared in the exam hall. Lin Yang walked in front with his 4 dogs. Behind him followed a huge group of students who were just there for the spectacle. And further back were the teachers who had abandoned their duties just to get the latest scoop. The massive crowd flowed toward the performance testing area deep in the hall like a long dragon. That was an independent, massive space separated by special alloy. At the entrance, a tall examiner wearing standard issue armor was leaning against the wall in boredom. When he saw Lin Yang and the swarm of people behind him, he was completely stunned. He stood up straight and frowned. "What is going on? Are there so many good prospects this year?" The young teacher leading the way saw the armored examiner and quickly ran up to salute him. "Chief Examiner Wang Shen, this is Lin Yang, an examinee from Nankeo No. 1 High School. His total base stats exceed 500 and he needs to undergo a performance test." The examiner called Wang Shen was the person in charge of this testing area. He ignored the young teacher and looked at the noisy group of teachers and students behind him, his brows knitting even tighter. "What is this? Is this place a wet market?" Old Lee squeezed forward, panting. He did not even have time to wipe his sweat before handing over the terminal in his hand. "Chief Examiner Wang, look, this student. His data is too exaggerated." Wang Zhen took the terminal and glanced down at it. In the next second, a crack appeared on his calm, stoic face. Strength, 1193. Agility, 1311. Constitution, 1856. Spirit, 1224. Wang Zhen's fingertips slid across the screen to confirm this was not a photoshopped image. He looked up, re-examining Lin Yang not far away. This young man looked ordinary, and he did not have the arrogance of a noble family's heir. Yet, every one of these 4 stats broke 1,000, and his constitution was nearing the 2,000 mark. This is no longer the category of a genius. This is a monster. All irrelevant personnel, retreat to the waiting area immediately. Wang Zhen's voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Anyone who causes a disturbance again will have their exam qualifications directly canceled. His words were like cold water splashed into a pan of hot oil, instantly quieting the boiling crowd. Those students who were there for the gossip, though reluctant, did not dare risk their future, so they dispersed with lingering glances. Wang Zhen looked at Old Lee and the other teachers. "You lot stay and witness this." With the area cleared, only Wang Zhen, a few testing teachers, and Lin Yang with his 4 dogs remained at the entrance of the massive testing space. Wang Zhen walked toward Lin Yang step by step. His tall frame and standard issue armor, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the lights, exuded an intense sense of pressure. "Student Lin Yang." He spoke. The National College Entrance Exam is a matter of great national importance, a single log bridge upon which countless people change their destinies. Its fairness and gravity must never be challenged by anyone in any form. He paused, every word hitting hard like a hammer blow to the heart. Acquiring attributes through unconventional means, falsifying data, and cheating during the entrance exam are extremely serious crimes. Once confirmed, it is not as simple as just canceling your scores. A stain that can never be erased will be left on your permanent record, and you may even face imprisonment. I hope you understand that an impulsive act could ruin your entire life. It is not too late to turn back now. Wang Zhen was not interrogating, nor was he angry. He was simply stating a cold, hard fact. These words carried more weight than any outburst. Old Li and the other teachers held their breath, watching Lin Yang anxiously, terrified that the young man might do something foolish in a moment of desperation. However, Lin Yang's reaction caught everyone by surprise once again. He showed no signs of panic or fear, meeting Wang Zhen's gaze with calm composure. "Chief Examiner, my conscience is clear." Wang Zhen fell silent. He stared into Lin Yang's face, trying to find even the slightest hint of guilt or deception. There was none. Nothing at all. Only a profound sense of ease. What is going on with this Lin Yang? Either he is a sociopath with acting skills good enough to fool a lie detector, or he is telling the truth. But if that were the truth, then it would be even more unreasonable. Wang Zhen nodded, choosing not to dwell on it further. His gaze fell upon the 4 dogs at Lin Yang's feet. The black one was as steady as a mountain, the yellow one had sharp, clever eyes, the gray one was alertly scanning its surroundings, and the white one sat quietly. Each one of them seemed extraordinary. Since the attribute detection gate could not read the data of your companions, we might as well test them here. Understood, Lin Yang nodded. I will add one more thing, Wang Zhen continued. The performance test is not just about data. It is an assessment of a professional's comprehensive combat capability. If the results show that your companions lack the strength to handle the intensity of the subsequent entrance exam stages. He looked at Lin Yang, enunciating every word clearly. Then, out of humanitarian considerations and responsibility for your personal safety, I will exercise my authority as Chief Examiner to prohibit you from participating in the 3rd stage of the large-scale Secret Realm combat assessment. As soon as he said this, the faces of Old Lei and the others changed. That is too cruel. This means that if these 4 dogs fail even slightly, Lin Yang's journey through the college entrance exam ends right here. This essentially cuts off all his hopes. Everyone expected Lin Yang to protest or argue. Yet he simply nodded calmly as before. I agree. Wang Zhen was genuinely baffled now. This Lin Yang is completely unfazed. Where on earth does his confidence come from? Could it be that these 4 unremarkable-looking dogs really possess some earth-shattering ability? An absurd thought uncontrollably surfaced in Wang Zhen's mind. He said no more, turned around, and walked toward the control console of the testing ground. Prepare to begin. Wang Zhen's voice echoed through the empty arena. Then let me see what qualifications you and your teammates have to stand here. The alloy doors of the testing arena closed slowly behind them, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. Wang Zhen walked to the central console and made a few quick operations on the light screen. The lighting throughout the space brightened, and several testing areas with different functions emerged from the ground, full of high-tech aesthetics. The performance test consists of 3 segments. Wang Zhen's voice echoed in the vast arena with a metallic resonance. Strength, agility, and stress testing. He turned and looked at Lin Yang. I will provide a comprehensive evaluation based on the performance of you and your companions for each item. Begin. First, the strength test. He pointed to a massive instrument on the side of the arena. It was a precision device connected to a heavy metal target, its surface covered in complex energy conduction patterns. Lin Yang nodded and was about to step forward. Just then, with a click, a small alloy door on the side was pushed open. A man wearing staff uniforms ran in, drenched in sweat. Behind him followed a young man and woman. The man was tall with a stern face, wearing sleek black combat gear with an unsheathed long blade hanging at his waist. The woman was tall and lithe, with short, sharp hair and form-fitting silver light armor, wearing fingerless combat gloves. Following behind them were several calm-looking attendants, who clearly were not ordinary people. Old Li and the teacher's expressions changed the moment they saw the new arrivals. It is the little overlord of the Wu family and the little phoenix of the Tang family. Why are they here for the performance test? Are not they guaranteed admission? Admission is guaranteed, but the procedure must still be followed. I just did not expect them to cross paths with this Lin Yang. The young man known as the Wu family's little overlord walked straight up to Wang Zhen and bowed slightly, showing plenty of courtesy. Chief Examiner Wang, Wu Beishan of the Wu family, reporting. The woman with short hair bowed as well. Tang Jiao of the Tang family greets the chief examiner. Wang Zhen's brow knitted tightly. Why did these two ancestors show up? Both the Wu and Tang families were true top-tier dynasties in Ningqiao City, with deep foundations and intertwined connections with the military and the government. These two were the most outstanding descendants of their generation, born with silver spoons in their mouths. Their tests were supposed to be conducted separately and kept strictly confidential. Was not your testing time scheduled for this afternoon? Wang Zhen asked, his tone stiff. Wu Beishan showed a slightly apologetic smile. Our elders had urgent business and wanted to see the results early, so we came ahead of schedule. We hope you can make an exception, Chief Examiner Wang. The words were polite, but the meaning was crystal clear. We are testing now, deal with it. Wang Zhen was caught in a dilemma. On one side was Lin Yang, with his mysterious identity and absurdly high data. On the other, two aristocratic descendants he could absolutely not afford to offend. He remained silent for a few seconds before finally turning to Lin Yang. To the surprise of old Li and the others, Wang Zhen's tone softened significantly, even carrying a hint of negotiation. Student Lin Yang, how about, why do not you take a rest on the side for a moment? Let me finish their test first, it will be very quick. Wang Zhen sighed. He remained convinced that Lin Yang's scores were obtained through cheating. However, wanting to save face and dignity for Lin Yang, he suggested that Lin Yang wait a moment while he tested the two children from the Wu and Tang families first. The expressions on the faces of old Li and the other teachers, as they looked at Lin Yang, were filled with a touch of sympathy. In their view, Examiner Wang Zhen was already being incredibly lenient. By letting the true geniuses test first and drawing everyone's attention, he was giving Lin Yang, the cheater, a chance to go through the motions quietly so he would not be exposed and humiliated in front of everyone. This was Examiner Wang's final act of kindness. However, Lin Yang shook his head. No need for the trouble. His answer was crisp and direct, leaving everyone present stunned. Lin Yang looked at Wang Zhen, then glanced at the two young people standing nearby with their imposing presence. Since everyone is in a rush, let us just test together. It will save time. As soon as he said this, silence fell over the room. Wang Zhen frowned even deeper. How could this Lin Yang be so ungrateful? He offered him an easy way out, but not only did he refuse, he was actively asking for trouble. Old Li and the others were also incredulous. Is this kid genuinely stupid, or just pretending? Insisting on testing alongside the prodigies of the Wu and Tang families is just asking to be humiliated. Wu Beishan, known as the little tyrant of the Wu family, had been standing there as a mere formality. But hearing this, he finally shifted his attention from Wang Zhen to Lin Yang. He looked Lin Yang up and down, then glanced at the four quiet dogs at his feet, his face showing a look of interest. Interesting. Wu Beishan spoke, turning to Wang Zhen, who is this brother? Wang Zhen looked troubled. He could not exactly say that this guy was a monster with a total base stat over 5,000, whom he suspected of cheating. A candidate from Ningqiao High School, Wang Zhen answered vaguely. Tang Jiao, who had been silent, also fixed her sharp eyes on Lin Yang. She had noticed the four dogs even earlier than Wu Beishan. Each stood with a steady posture and restrained aura, looking nothing like ordinary pets. There was a strange sense of composure about this guy named Lin Yang. Facing them and Examiner Wang, he showed none of the nervousness or awe that a typical candidate would have. A bit peculiar. Since this student does not mind, let us go together, Tang Jiao suddenly said, her decision surprising even Wu Beishan. Wu Beishan shrugged. Sure, I have no objections, the more the merrier. Seeing that both highborn heirs had spoken, what could Wang Zhen do? He gave Lin Yang one last look, conveying a silent warning to behave himself. Then let us begin. Wang Zhen turned and walked toward the control console, skipping any further small talk. First item, strength test. Who wants to go first? I will go first and break the ice. Wu Beishan stepped forward without hesitation. He strode toward the massive strength testing machine. Its main component was a heavy metal target covered in complex energy circuits, clearly very expensive. Wu Beishan stopped 3 meters from the target, not drawing any weapon, just slowly clenching his right fist. Hum! A visible red aura surged from his body, wrapping around his arm. Huh? He gave a low shout, stepped forward, and threw a fierce punch. His fist did not directly touch the target. Instead, it sent that mass of red energy crashing into it from a distance. Bang! A dull, thunderous roar echoed through the empty testing arena. The entire metal target shook violently, and the numbers on the screen above it flickered wildly before settling. Strength peak 1210. Hiss! Old Li and the others gasped in unison. A single attribute breaking 1,000, and the punch power peaking 200 points higher. Is this the foundation of an ancient martial arts family? Terrifying, and that is without even using a weapon. Wu Beishan pulled back his fist, feeling the lingering energy on his arm, a smug smile on his face. He did not look at the shocked examiners, but instead cast a provocative gaze toward Tang Jiao in the distance. Tang Jiao, it is your turn. Do not hold back, let me see how far your Tang family's little phoenix has practiced. Tang Jiao did not even spare an extra expression, just let out a contemptuous snort. She did not even walk to the spot where Wu Beishan had stood, just stopped casually 5 meters away from the target. Neither striking a pose, nor gathering any energy. Just as everyone thought she was about to wind up, she moved. No warning at all. Her figure, clad in silver soft armor, became a blur. With one step, the ground seemed to tremble. Then, her long leg, wrapped in tactical gear, whistled through the air as it smashed into the heavy metal target. Bang! A sound even louder, and more dull than Wu Beishan's punch exploded. The terrifying impact echoed throughout the arena. The massive machine was pushed backward, and the numbers on the screen skyrocketed at an unprecedented speed, finally settling in deathly silence. Strength peak 2300. The entire room fell into absolute silence. The smug smile on Wu Beishan's face froze, as if hit by ice. His attendants from the Wu family also stood with mouths agape, looking like they had seen a ghost. 2003. Old Li's voice was shaking. The terminal device in his hand clattered to the floor, but he did not even notice. Are you kidding me? How is that possible? The Tang family attendants, on the other hand, were filled with undisguised pride and satisfaction. The leader bowed slightly and whispered to the person next to him, Master, the young lady has reached mastery in Phoenix Shatter. Wang Zhen stood at the control console, his usually stoic face showing a clear fluctuation for the first time. What a powerful kick. This Tang Jiao not only had astonishing base stats, but her mastery of her own power and skills had reached an inconceivable level. Wu Beishan's face turned pale and then blue, looking absolutely miserable. He had hoped to show her up with his score of 1210, only for her to slap him back with a 2300. However, just as he felt utterly humiliated, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Yang, who was still standing aside, silent as ever. A sense of superiority washed away the sting of his shame. At least I have someone to fall back on. When this dog-toting guy goes up and scores 100 or 2, everyone's attention will be shifted to him. Thinking of this, Wu Beishan's mood actually improved, and he almost felt grateful to Lin Yang. Wu Beishan cleared his throat, and with a deliberately condescending tone, shouted toward Lin Yang. Hey kid, it is your turn. Tang Jiao withdrew her long legs. Without even glancing at the numbers on the screen, she examined Lin Yang with a strange look in her eyes. She did not believe that someone daring to take the test alongside her, and Wu Beishan on an occasion like this, could be some simple, cute amateur. Wang Zhen also looked at Lin Yang, sighing inwardly. What must come will come eventually. He had already given this young man a chance, but he chose not to cherish it. Student Lin Yang, it is your turn. Lin Yang nodded, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked toward the strength tester at a leisurely pace. He did not try to project his power from a distance, like Wu Beishan, nor did he display the astonishing speed of Tang Jiao. He simply stood there naturally and adjusted his breathing rhythm. Then, raising his right fist toward the center of the target, he threw an utterly plain and unremarkable punch. No surge of energy, no impressive display of force. It was as if he were just casually knocking on a door. Bang! A soft sound, negligible compared to the commotion caused by the previous two. Wu Beishan almost laughed out loud. A total loser indeed. However, in the next second, the smile on his face froze once again. On the tester's screen, the numbers scrolled rapidly before coming to a stop. Peak power, 1193. The muscles in Wu Beishan's face twitched violently. He stared fixedly at the number, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. 1193. How is this possible? Is not that just a dozen points shy of the 1210 he just achieved? How could this Lin Yang pull that off with such an ordinary punch? Lin Yang himself was also somewhat surprised. He looked at the number on the screen and felt the feedback from his own fist. This tester is very precise. The strength attribute on his own base stat panel was exactly 1193, no more and no less. He had used no technique for this punch, it was pure muscle power. It seems this machine measures the raw base attribute rather than explosive force enhanced by skills. Wang Zhen's body leaned forward abruptly. He stared intensely at the 1193 on the screen, then turned to look at Lin Yang. If he had been 99% certain that the stats on Lin Yang's panel, totaling over 5,000, were cheated earlier, then now his firm conviction was faltering for the first time. This Lin Yang's attributes, could they actually be real? An ordinary student with no background, and all 4 basic attributes are over 1,000. The Wu and Tang families were in an uproar. What is going on? 1193. Did I read that right? Who is this guy? Does anyone here know him? I have never heard of him. There is no one with the surname Lin among the prominent families in Nankiao City. Could he be a descendant from some reclusive family? Wu Beishan was completely bewildered. He felt his brain just could not process this. After finishing the test, Lin Yang stepped back and tilted his head toward the black-furred dog by his feet. All right, my test is over. He looked at the chief examiner, Wang Zhen. Next up are my teammates. As soon as he said this, the testing arena, which had already fallen into an eerie silence due to the number 1193, became even more bizarre. Wu Beishan froze once again. Teammates. He looked around. The vast arena contained only their 2 families, some examiners, and Lin Yang, with those 4 dogs at his feet. What does that mean? Wu Beishan blurted out. Tang Jiao's sharp eyes also revealed clear curiosity for the first time. The expression on Wang Zhen's face was nothing short of spectacular. He cleared his throat and announced in a tone that even he found absurd. Indeed, according to the registration info provided by candidate Lin Yang, his teammates are them. Wang Zhen pointed at the black, yellow, gray, and white dogs. Hi. Wu Beishan felt his sense of hearing might have a serious problem. Since he and Tang Jiao had been given automatic entry, they had not paid any attention to the previous selection tournament rumors and knew nothing of Lin Yang's legendary feats. Now, they only felt that everything happening before them had reached an unprecedented level of absurdity. An ordinary student who appeared out of nowhere had just achieved a strength score on par with his own. And now, this student was saying his teammates were 4 dogs. And the chief examiner had actually confirmed it. Wu Beishan even began to wonder if he was still in the Wu family's training room, suffering from hallucinations due to overtraining. This all had to be a dream. Yes, it must be a dream. Otherwise, how to explain that he was first crushed by that woman Tang Jiao with a score of 2300, then had his strength matched by some unknown nobody with a score of 1193. And now he had to stand here and watch a dog, no, 4 dogs, take a strength test. If this is not a dream, what is? The entourages of the Wu and Tang families were also watching with a look of expecting a good show. Their facial expressions varied and colorful. They wanted to see what other tricks this kid, named Lin Yang, could pull out. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yang patted the black dog's head. Blackie, go ahead, just give it a little nudge. Woof! Blackie gave a happy bark, wagging its tail, and trotted toward the strength tester with an arrogant gait. It tilted its head, curiously examining the massive metal target before it. Then it took 2 steps back and took a small running start. It smashed its shiny black head straight into the center of the target. Bang! A dull sound of impact resonated. Everyone was stunned. Wang Zhen's mouth fell slightly open. The eyes of Teacher Li and the other teachers were about to pop out. Wu Beishan's facial expression could no longer be described as shock. It was the blank look of someone whose entire worldview had been utterly crushed. The sound of the impact was not particularly loud, but the numbers on the tester's screen were like wild horses soaring upward frantically. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The ticking of the numbers hammered against everyone's heart. Finally, in the midst of a dead silence, the numbers on the screen slowly came to a halt. Peak power 3790. The entire field fell dead silent. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. The control terminal in Wang Zhen's hand dropped to the floor with a clatter, shattering the screen, but he did not even notice. Before anyone could snap out of the daze from those earth-shattering numbers, the yellow dog also ran up excitedly, followed suit, and bumped its head into the target. Peak power 3650. Next up was the gray one. It did not even take a running start. With just a light leap, it tapped the target with its front paw. Power peak 3910. Finally, the white one, which looked the most refined, walked elegantly to the instrument, stretched out its little head, and rubbed against the target. Power peak 3722. 4 light screens, 4 glaring 4-digit numbers, stood side by side in the testing area. 3790, 3650, 3910, 3722. Everyone subconsciously rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were experiencing a collective hallucination. Wang Zhen did not say a word. He took heavy, deliberate steps toward the solitary power tester. Old Li and the other teachers watched him nervously. Everyone held their breaths. Wang Zhen stood still before the metal target. He did not use any flashy techniques. He just set up a basic punch stance, just like Lin Yang had done earlier. Then he moved. Whoosh! An invisible gust of wind exploded from the center of his fist. Boom! A roar, far more terrifying than any impact before, erupted through the entire enclosed space. The test instrument, made of special alloys and weighing several tons, was shoved back by half a meter from the force of that punch, leaving 2 glaring white marks on the ground. The numbers on the light screen blurred into a shadow, leaping upward frantically. Finally, amidst a buzzing sound that made eardrums ache, they slowly settled. Power peak 7100. Wang Zhen slowly retracted his fist and glanced at the numbers on the screen. Good, it is not broken. He turned around and looked back at Lin Yang and the 4 dogs, which had returned to Lin Yang's side and were happily wagging their tails. Wang Zhen fell silent. The machine was not broken. That meant those 4 readings, all in the high 3000s, were real. This conclusion was even harder to accept than the machine being broken. Wang Zhen once again fell into a long, profound silence. At this moment, there was nothing but silence. He realized that all the experience and common sense he had accumulated over his many years in the profession were being utterly crushed at this very moment, leaving nothing behind. He had no idea what to say. What else was there to say? Tang Jiao, who had felt a hint of pride just moments ago for hitting a 2300 and defeating Wu Beishan, also fell into a long silence. She looked at the 4 dogs that seemed so harmless, then looked at Lin Yang, who was standing there with a calm expression. For the first time, she began to doubt her own life and the world she lived in. The people from the Tang and Wu families could not utter a single word either. Wu Beishan stared fixedly at the 7100 that Wang Zhen had hit, then at the 3910 belonging to the Black One and the others. His brain was a complete mess. Chief Examiner Wang Zhen was a well-known expert in the Nanchang City military. At over 40, he was in his prime. Even if he had retired from the front lines due to injury, a score of over 7,000 was not strange. But these dogs, these are freaking dogs. Wang Zhen remained silent as he led the equally silent group toward the other side of the field. Second test, agility. His voice sounded somewhat dry and weary. The agility test area was a special 100-meter track filled with randomly appearing laser obstacles. Candidates had to pass through in the shortest time possible, and the fewer times they were touched by a laser, the higher their score would be, which would finally be calculated into an agility peak. I will go first. Wu Beishan gritted his teeth and was the first to rush out. He needed to vent. He wanted to win back all the face he had just lost. Although his primary attributes were strength and constitution, his agility was definitely no slouch. Swish! His figure turned into a black whirlwind on the track, twisting and turning, precisely avoiding the deadly red lasers. Finally, he crossed the finish line with a graceful roll. The light screen lit up. Agility peak, 1050. A quite respectable score. Wu Beishan panted, finally finding a little confidence. Tang Jiao walked out. She did not even glance at Wu Lin as she stepped onto the track. If Wu Beishan was a whirlwind, Tang Jiao was a bolt of silver lightning. Her movements were fast to the extreme, yet filled with an indescribable beauty. Every dodge looked like it had been calculated to the millimeter. The crowd only saw a flash before she was already standing at the finish line. Agility peak, 2355. The confidence Wu Beishan had just regained was instantly shattered. He was already numb. Then it was Lin Yang's turn. Lin Yang's movements lacked the raw strength of Wu Beishan and the fluid grace of Tang Jiao. He simply maintained a steady pace, moving through the laser array neither too fast nor too slow. Every step he took landed at an incredibly subtle node, allowing him to avoid all obstacles perfectly. Agility peak, 1311. Wu Beishan looked at Lin Yang's score, then at his own 1050. He could not even summon the energy to feel jealous. Fine, forget it, just let it all burn. Next were the Black One and the others. The 4 dogs surged into the laser array like 4 arrows released from a bow. The scene could no longer be described as a test. It was a performance that left everyone dumbfounded. They were not even dodging the lasers. They were playing with them. The yellow one even jumped up, batting at the red light beams with its paws, having the time of its life. Agility peak, 30 at 20. Agility peak, 3774. Agility peak, 4015. Agility peak, 3690. When the gray one's score popped up, breaking 4,000, Wang Zhen silently turned around. He did not want to watch anymore. He was afraid his heart could not take it. The final mental and stress test results were even more astonishing. Lin Yang's mental power score completely crushed the combined total of Wu Beishan and Tang Jiao. And those 4 dogs. When the tests ended and the final comprehensive data panel was displayed on the massive screen in the center of the field, the whole world went quiet. Candidate Lin Yang. Class Empowerer. Strength 1193. Agility 1311. Constitution 1856. Mental power 1224. Overall assessment pass. Teammate Blackie. Class Star Rail Sword Guardian. Strength 3790. Agility 30 at 20. Constitution 4150. Mental power 3500. Overall assessment pass. Teammate Yelly. Class Star Trek Mage. Strength 3650. Agility 3774. And all the data was laid out in full view. Lin Yang's attributes were completely authentic. All 4 base attributes were over 1,000. But that did not matter anymore. Everyone's gaze was pinned firmly on the 4 attribute panels below that belonged to the dogs. On average, every single attribute was over 3,700 points. The high ones even broke 4,000. Even the lowest was 3,500. Every single person who saw this data fell into a long, inescapable silence. Wang Zhen looked at the report and silently stamped it with pass. He looked up at Lin Yang. You may go to the waiting area for the second examination hall. After Lin Yang thanked the teacher and left, Wang Zhen lit a cigarette for the first time in ages. In another independent testing zone of the 7th examination hall in Nankiao City, the atmosphere was just as serious. The examiner in charge of this area was surnamed Zhao, a man in his late 40s with slightly graying hair. He was leaning back in his chair at the console, bored watching students go in one by one and come out crestfallen. He had seen too many geniuses and even more mediocrities. To him, the college entrance examination had long ago become a job he had repeated for over 20 years, no longer capable of stirring the slightest ripple in his heart. Until the 5 members of the Ice Blade squad walked in. Lu Jinghuai, leading the group, still wore that lazy, sleepy look, but the 4 behind him all possessed an extraordinary presence. Shen Bing was cold as ice, radiating a chill that kept strangers at a distance. Lei Meng was hulking, like a moving wall. Lin Zaiado hid himself in the shadow of his hood, with only his pale chin visible. Su Nuanuan had a gentle expression, as if she were a spring breeze that could soothe any heart. The moment these 5 appeared, the air in the entire testing zone seemed to stagnate. Examiner Zhao sat up straight. Let me see just how much real talent these geniuses bought with money actually have. Examiner Zhao muttered to himself and pressed the button to start the test. Follow the order one by one. The first to step forward was Lin Zaiado. He slid into the testing area silently, without making a single unnecessary sound. As the only blue-tier profession in the squad, he was holding back a surge of determination. The test began, and the numbers on the light screen jumped rapidly. Strength 355, agility 610, physique 305, spirit 248. Overall rating passed. Total value 1518. Examiner Zhao raised an eyebrow. A blue-grade assassin with a base stat total over 1500. This is not just excellent, it is top tier. Rare is the golden grade professional who can hit this number before graduation. Not bad, he commented, a rare remark from him. Lin Yang walked out of the testing area, nodded at Lu Jinghui, and stepped aside. The second was Lin Yang. He strode inside, each step causing the ground to vibrate slightly. He let out a roar at the strength target and slammed a heavy punch into it. Boom! Strength 620. Agility 215. Physique 830. Spirit 202. Overall rating passed. Total value 1867. Examiner Zhao's expression began to turn serious. What a solid stat line. The physique is terrifyingly high, and the strength is also impressive. This is a true bulwark capable of absorbing damage at the front of the squad. A purple top-tier profession, true to its reputation. Next was Su Nuanuan. She did not perform an attack test. She simply stood before the mental sensor, put her hands together, and a soft white light radiated from her body. Strength 210. Agility 330. Physique 405. Spirit 955. Overall rating passed. Total value 1900. Spiritual power approaching the 1000 mark. Examiner Zhao completely cast aside the last of his disdain. This team had no weaknesses. Even the support stats were this staggering. Then it was Shen Bing. As soon as she walked into the testing area, the temperature in the entire space seemed to drop a few degrees. She made no unnecessary movements, simply raising her hand as ice crystals condensed in her palm. The data on the test screen flickered more violently than ever before. Strength 305. Agility 750. Physique 520. Spirit 1010. Overall rating passed. Total value 2585. Spiritual power, it broke 1000. Examiner Zhao leaned forward slightly, staring at the numbers on the screen for a long time without moving. Golden Epic. Is this the true weight of a Golden Epic profession? Too strong. This is completely beyond the scope of a high school graduate. Even many professionals who have been grinding in society for years do not necessarily have such a gorgeous stat sheet. Finally, it was Lu Jinghui's turn. He yawned and strolled inside, looking less like he was taking a life-altering exam and more like he was walking in the park. He waved his hand casually, and several invisible energy fluctuations swept across the testing instruments. The next second, the numbers on the central screen flashed wildly. Strength 658. Agility 762. Physique 600. Spirit 975. Overall rating passed. Total value 2995. Just 5 points shy of breaking the 3000 total stat barrier. The entire testing area was dead silent. Examiner Zhao looked at the final combined report for all 5 people and did not speak for a long time. This team is a monster. A Golden Epic strategist with a total stat near 3000. A Golden Epic mage with a total over 2500. 2 purple top-tier teammates nearing 2000 each, and even the weakest link, that blue-grade assassin, had a total over 1500. This is no longer something money can buy. This requires talent, resources, sweat, and perfect team composition, all of which are indispensable. You all, Examiner Zhao cleared his throat. He looked at Lu Jinghui and asked, for the first time in a tone that was equal and even carried a hint of respect, "What is your goal?" Lu Jinghui was still his lazy self as he scratched his head. What else could it be? The national first place, of course. He said it nonchalantly, as if speaking of some trivial matter. But this time, Examiner Zhao did not think he was being arrogant. He was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. The nation is huge, filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. First place, that might be hard. He shifted his tone. But with your strength, looking across the nation, you are definitely in the top 100. You have the qualification to compete for that highest position. This was the highest praise Examiner Zhao had given in over 20 years of his career. Confirmed by the examiner, the members of the Ice Blade squad all wore expressions of pride. Lei Meng puffed out his chest and cast a provocative glance at Shen Bing. Shen Bing, however, did not even look at him. Her attention was always on Lu Jinghui. All right, the test is passed. You may proceed to the waiting area of the second examination hall. Examiner Zhao waved his hand. Lu Jinghui and his team members turned and left under the awe-filled gazes of the exam staff. Watching them walk away, Examiner Zhao let out a long sigh. The top scorer of Ningqiao City this year, no, possibly the entire province's top scorer, will likely be this team. There will never be a team stronger than them. Absolutely never. Just as he was thinking this, the alloy door to the testing zone was suddenly slammed open. A young teacher from the neighboring examination team rushed in, stumbling and crawling, his face full of ghost-like horror. Examiner Zhao, it is bad. Examiner Zhao frowned, panic and disorder, how unbecoming. Number, it is not that. The young teacher was out of breath, pointing in the direction outside, his voice trembling over at. Examiner Wang Zhen sighed, something huge has happened. Inside the monitoring room, the atmosphere was dreadfully stifling. Wang Zhen and Chief Examiner Zhao stood like two statues, neither uttering a word. Ultimately, it was Chief Examiner Zhao who broke the silence, his voice somewhat hoarse. Old Wang, what do you intend to do? Wang Zhen tore his gaze away from the monitor and looked at Chief Examiner Zhao's face. What do I do? Nothing we can do. He stood up abruptly and began pacing back and forth in the small monitoring room. A monster with a total base attribute over 5,000, leading 4 dogs with a total attribute exceeding 10,000. And you are asking me what to do. Wang Zhen stopped his pacing and looked back at Chief Examiner Zhao. I have been in this business for 30 years, and I have never seen anything like this. We cannot handle this. Chief Examiner Zhao nodded, fully agreeing with Wang Zhen's assessment. An examinee of this caliber was already well beyond the scope of what they, as examiners, could manage. Any decision they made could affect the destiny of an existence destined to stir up the world. Then what are you suggesting? Report it, Wang Zhen said decisively. Immediately, right now, package all the videos we recorded, along with the raw data from the first examination hall, and send it with the highest security clearance to the big bosses in the military and the Ministry of Education. He paused and added, however, before I report it, I need to confirm one last thing. Wang Zhen's gaze returned to the figure, sitting in the corner on the monitor. I want to see for myself exactly what level this Lin Yang and his 4 teammates are at in actual combat. He turned and ordered a trembling examination staff member nearby. Notify the system, move the test sequence for the Dawn squad from Ningqiao, number 1 high school to the very front. Yes. And in the rest area, the noise was deafening. All the examinees had their attention fixed firmly on the giant light screen. On it were the scorecards written with sweat and strength by all the elite teams in Ningqiao City. And the name hanging at the top of the list was like a scorching sun, blinding everyone who dared to look at it. First place, Wildfire Squad. Monster difficulty, level 20. Completion time, 1 hour, 35 minutes, 21 seconds. They are too strong, truly too strong. A student who had just come out of the trial space slumped to the ground, his face ashen. His team had challenged level 12 monsters, taking over 3 hours and even failing once in the middle, barely managing to pass in the end. But the Wildfire Squad was challenging level 20. That was a difficulty from 2 completely different worlds. Zhou Wu and his team are not even on our level. I heard their goal is to reach the top 10 in the country this year. Top 10 in the country, that is too exaggerated. Exaggerated? Look at their scores, is it exaggerated? This was their first attempt, they were clearly just feeling things out. I bet they will run it again, and the time will be significantly shorter. Just as everyone was whispering and idolizing the Wildfire Squad, a sudden change occurred. At the top of the light screen, the golden text belonging to the Wildfire Squad flashed violently. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them again, the data on the screen had undergone an earth-shattering change. First place, Wildfire Squad. Monster difficulty, level 20. Completion time, 59 minutes, 43 seconds. The entire rest area fell into a deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! After the suffocating silence, came an eruption of exclamations like a volcano. My God! 59 minutes. They cleared the 10 monster cycle at level 20 difficulty in under an hour. They are crazy. These guys are completely insane. How are others supposed to play now? What does this even mean? That is an average of less than 6 minutes to clear one monster, and these are level 20 monster combinations. How terrifying is their output? How insane is their stamina? A god, Joe Wu is my god. A student who seemed very well informed, looked flushed, and excitedly boasted to those around him. I tell you what, my cousin's classmate's neighbor is the scout in the wildfire squad. I heard that Captain Joe Wu was in berserk mode the whole time. With one axe, he was cutting down those level 20 elite monsters like chopping vegetables. Really, that is too fierce. More than just fierce. With this result, let alone our Nangqiao city, even if it were placed in the whole province or even the country, it would be among the very best. Everyone was completely stunned by this result. The string of digits, 59 minutes and 43 seconds, stood like an insurmountable monument, crashing down on every candidate's heart, making them lose even the thought of catching up. The Wildfire Squad, with a nearly perfect score, had declared their dominance over the Nangqiao City champion spot early. But this dominance did not even last 5 minutes. On the light screen, another team's name flickered, and then a new set of data pushed the Wildfire Squad down to second place. First place, Black Blade Squad. Monster difficulty, level 20. Completion time, 40 minutes 0 seconds. And the entire rest area fell back into an eerie silence. If it was shock before, now it was complete bewilderment. 40 minutes, a full 40 minutes. Where did this Black Blade Squad pop up from? How have I never heard of them? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That is almost 20 minutes faster than the Wildfire Squad. How is that possible? However, that was not the end of it. As if to prove the saying that anything is possible. Before the Black Blade Squad's name could even get warm at the top, yet another unknown name jumped up, refreshing everyone's perception once again with an even more absurd score. First place, Thunderbolt Squad. Monster difficulty, level 20. Completion time, 30 minutes 12 seconds. At this point, no one screamed anymore. Everyone was numb. They stared blankly at the light screen, their minds completely blank. Half an hour. Clearing a level 20 difficulty 10 monster cycle in half an hour. Are we taking the same college entrance exam? What is going on this year? Where did these monsters come from? A student muttered to himself, his face filled with despair. It is over, it is completely over. The cutoff scores this year are going to the moon. And this is just Nangqiao City. Heavens, how many such freaks are there across the whole country? A sense of panic spread like a plague among all the examinees. Various news outlets and social media accounts online had also completely exploded. Headline, crazy. A god-tier team in Nangqiao City finishes the level 20 difficulty in just half an hour. Headline, are you kidding me? Is this year's college entrance exam starting on hell mode? Headline, breaking news. The record in neighboring Jiangcheng City has also been broken. 28 minutes. Post after shocking post kept refreshing everyone's worldview. The most brutal year yet. It is unknown who shouted this first, but it immediately resonated with everyone. This year's exam was destined to be a bloody meat grinder. Amidst this atmosphere of collective despair, the leaderboard on the light screen began a frenzied battle. Team names flickered in and out of the top spot like a carousel. 29 minutes. 28.5 minutes. 28 minutes. The Wildfire team's record of 59 minutes and 43 seconds, once hailed as a miracle, had long since been shoved into some obscure corner. Their name could not even be found on the top 10 list anymore. Finally, the rankings on the light screen stabilized. First place, Heavenly Judgment Team. Monster Strength, level 20. Completion time, 25 minutes and 3 seconds. Second place, Verdict Team. Monster Strength, level 20. Completion time, 27 minutes and 15 seconds. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them again, the data on the screen had undergone a complete, earth-shattering change. A brand new name had pushed the Heavenly Judgment Team down to second place. First place, Ice Edge Team. Monster Strength, level 30. Completion time, 1 hour, 5 minutes and 50 seconds. The entire lounge fell into a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Boom. After the suffocating silence came an outburst of exclamations like a volcanic eruption. My God, are my eyes failing me? Over an hour. How did this score get to first place? Is the system bugged? That is impossible. The Heavenly Judgment team only took 25 minutes. Wait, look everyone, look at the monster strength. A sharp voice pierced through all the skepticism. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on that inconspicuous, yet fatal line of small text. Monster strength, level 30. Level 30. If the previous records were shocking enough to make people back down, then this record was a complete dimensional strike. They and the Ice Edge team were not even taking the same test. A level 30 monster cycle. My God, what does that even mean? Every single monster, there is an elite boss that we would usually need a massive raid group to take down. No wonder it took over an hour. Just surviving in there for an hour without dying is a miracle in itself. The Ice Edge team, that is Lu Jinghuai and Shen Bing's squad, have they really become this strong? The students who were just lamenting the level 20 difficulty did not even have the energy to mourn anymore. They finally understood what it meant to be true prodigies. They did not even put the level 20 test in their eyes. They went straight for the highest difficulty. This seemed to have opened Pandora's box. Just as everyone was feeling breathless from the Ice Edge team's terrifying strength, the leaderboard refreshed again. First place, Divine Judgment team. Monster strength, level 30. Completion time, 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 41 seconds. Another team that challenged level 30. And they were 9 seconds faster than the Ice Edge team. Crazy, it is all crazy. What the hell is going on this year? Where are all these monsters coming from? Divine Judgment team, never heard of them. Which hidden family produced these freaks? There is always someone better. I have completely given up. The atmosphere of despair deepened. However, it was not over yet. As if to declare their absolute dominance, the Ice Edge team's name erupted in a dazzling golden light at the top of the screen once more. Everyone's heart was in their throats. They ran it again. The final score settled. First place, Ice Edge team. Monster strength, level 30. Completion time, 1 hour, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. 1 hour. Not a second more, not a second less. A perfect, infuriatingly clean integer. At this point, no one screamed anymore. Everyone was numb. They stared blankly at the screen, their minds completely empty. This score was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression and dominance. It felt as if it were declaring to everyone, game over. In the corner, Lin Yang calmly watched the final ranking on the screen. 1 hour HUD. It takes me about an hour to clear the default difficulty too. This score was well within his expectations. It is just that Lin Yang, being a tech illiterate, still did not know that the default difficulty he played in the training room featured level 60 monsters. Right then, a mechanical system broadcast echoed throughout the entire lounge. Next up, Dawn team, please prepare to enter. This abrupt broadcast silenced the noisy lounge for a moment. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. Dawn team. What team is that? Why have I never heard of them? Immediately after, when they saw the person standing up from the corner, along with the 4 dogs by his side that also stood up and wagged their tails, the entire lounge exploded. It is him, the dog captain. No way, is it his turn so soon? I thought he was scheduled for much later. Damn, the Ice Edge team just set a god-tier record, and now it is his turn? The drama is off the charts. It is a public execution. Hahaha, I am already looking forward to this. What difficulty do you think he will pick? I bet 50 cents he picks level 1, then runs out crying in 5 minutes. Lin Yang ignored the chatter around him. He was a bit surprised, too. According to the normal queue, it should not have been his turn yet. But that is fine, get it over with. This highly anticipated exam had to be faced eventually. He patted the black-haired dog on the head, and, with his 4 spirited team members, walked toward that massive portal under the gaze of countless people waiting to see a show. Passing through the light gate, there was a pure white independent space. In the center of the space was a massive operation console, with several examiners standing there. Among them were the 2 lead examiners, Wang Zhen and Zhao. Lin Yang walked forward and bowed slightly to the examiners. Hello, teachers. A young examiner in charge of the procedure pushed up his glasses and spoke in a professional manner. Student, please have your team members step forward as well. We need to verify everyone's information. Lin Yang turned to the side and pointed at his feet. Blackie, Goldie, Gray, and White, the 4 dogs, ran around him joyfully, then sat down in perfect unison, heads held high, tongues lolling out, and tails wagging like 4 high-speed propellers. "Teacher, they are right here." The muscles on the young teacher's face twitched noticeably. He lowered his head to look at the digital file in his hand, carefully verifying the information. Team Dawn Squad. Captain Lin Yang class, Enabler. Member Blackie class, Polemic Sword Guard race, Canine. Member Goldie class, Star Orbit Mage race, Canine. And looking at the rows of clear text, the young teacher felt his worldview being repeatedly crushed. He opened his mouth, but could not say a word for a long time. "Fine, since it is written like that on the admission ticket, what else can I do?" The information is verified correctly. Student Lin Yang, please go to the console and select the difficulty of the monsters for this challenge. The minimum is level 1 and the maximum is level 30. Lin Yang nodded and walked over to the familiar machine. He recognized it at a glance. This 10-monster loop trial machine was the same model he had used in the 10 times time flow training room. A thought flashed through his mind. He turned his head to look at the young proctor, speaking with a hint of awkwardness. "Teacher, I would like to ask for this machine. What is the default difficulty option?" As soon as he said this, not only the young teacher, but also the other proctors nearby looked at him with an expression reserved for something cute and naive. Default difficulty? The young teacher paused, then laughed as if he had heard a massive joke. "Student, the system's default difficulty is of course level 1, which is meant for candidates to warm up. Are you sure? You want to choose the default difficulty." Just when everyone thought Lin Yang had stage fright and was looking for a way out, Wang Zhen, who was standing on the side with a calm, stoic expression, had his face change abruptly. He realized it instantly. Lin Yang was not asking about the college entrance exam system's default difficulty. He was asking about the default factory setting of this machine. As a retired high-ranking military officer, Wang Zhen was all too familiar with this military training equipment. The machine's default difficulty, that is level 60. My God, does Lin Yang usually fight at level 60? Is he seriously fighting level 60 at level 0? Is this for real? Wang Zhen's heart raced. In 30 years of his career, he had never felt such an absurd and bizarre sensation. Chief Examiner Zhao, who was nearby, sensed Wang Zhen's abnormality immediately. Watching Wang Zhen's ghost-like expression and recalling the terrifying, otherworldly data report from before, he made a decision instantly. This Lin Yang is definitely not ordinary. Let us go with level 30. Chief Examiner Zhao spoke suddenly, interrupting the young teacher's mockery. What? The young teacher and the other proctors were stunned. Chief Examiner Zhao, this is not according to the rules, is it? One of the middle-aged teachers could not help but advise. Only monster squads like the Ice Blade Squad dare to challenge level 30. This Dawn Squad. With such unique members, if something happens inside, none of us can bear the responsibility. After all, the combat phase has not started yet. If an accident occurs in such a simulation test, it would be a major incident. Yes, Chief Examiner Zhao, please reconsider. What if someone dies? Chief Examiner Zhao ignored their persuasion and just looked at Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen had also recovered from the shock and understood what Chief Examiner Zhao meant. If this kid usually fights at level 60, would not level 30 be a piece of cake for him? This was the perfect opportunity to verify the authenticity of that data with his own eyes. It is decided. Wang Zhen's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. If something happens, I will take responsibility. He looked at Chief Examiner Zhao again. We will take responsibility together. The 2 chief examiners, the highest officials of the 7th examination hall in Nankiao City, were actually vouching for an unknown dog captain. The other teachers were completely bewildered. Why are Examiner Wang and Examiner Zhao acting a bit crazy today? They looked at Lin Yang, then at the 4 dogs still wagging their tails, and could not understand at all. What are you waiting for? Wang Zhen scolded the young teacher. Execute the order. Yes. The young teacher dared not ask further, his fingers trembling as he entered the commands into the console, locking the challenge difficulty at the maximum level. Difficulty selected, level 30. The trial is about to begin. All members, please enter the designated area. Countdown 10, 9, 8. A cold mechanical voice rang out, and the teachers quickly exited the arena, leaving only Lin Yang and his 4 partners behind. "Let us go." Lin Yang patted Blackie's head and led them into the center of the pure white space. A flash of light, and the surrounding scene transformed instantly. They were simulated into a massive circular gladiator arena. And inside the monitoring room, the atmosphere was depressingly heavy. Wang Zhen and Chief Examiner Zhao stood like 2 statues, staring intently at the surveillance screen. "Old Wang, do you think he can really do it?" Chief Examiner Zhao was still feeling uncertain. "I do not know," Wang Zhen shook his head, "but my intuition tells me we might be about to witness history." Just then, Chief Examiner Zhao pointed at the screen suddenly. "Look at him, why does he look so nervous?" On the screen, Lin Yang stood in the center of the arena, his body tense, slowly adjusting his breathing. This should not be happening, right? Wang Zhen and Chief Examiner Zhao looked at each other, seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. For someone with such terrifying attributes, and 4 dogs whose attributes were unfathomably insane, why be nervous about fighting a measly level 30? Could it be that the data report was fake? Or maybe I overthought the idea of him usually fighting at level 60. Inside the arena, Lin Yang was indeed nervous. But this tension was not born from fear of the enemy. It was born from awe of this stage and the excitement that had been repressed for too long. The college entrance exam. This is the college entrance exam. The stage he once dreamed of and was ruthlessly stripped of the qualifications for. He once thought he would stand here with Shen Bing and Lei Meng, shining brightly to prove that he was no failure. But reality dealt him the heaviest blow. 300 days. In the training room with 10 times time flow, he spent days and nights that were like hell. Bearing a huge debt of over 100 million, enduring the mockery and misunderstanding of everyone, and relying on his 4 most loyal partners to survive. All this sweat, all this patience, will be put to the final test today, right here. He is not doing this to prove anything to anyone. He just wants to get justice for himself, for the Dawn Squad, and for these 300 days of persistence. Lin Yang breathed out slowly, the tension and excitement in his chest turning into a boiling fighting spirit. He turned around, looking at Blackie, Goldie, Gray, and White standing proudly beside him. "Give it your all." His voice echoed in the empty arena. "Prove what we Dawn are made of." "Ow. Woof woof." The 4 dogs seemed to understand his declaration, emitting thunderous howls in unison, with waves of sound rolling out and killing intent soaring to the heavens. "Round 1 begin." The cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. Before the sound had even faded, light twisted at 3 different spots in the arena, and 3 terrifying monsters manifested out of thin air. One was a rock troll, 3 meters tall, covered in thick stone armor and wielding a massive stone shield. Another was a raptor predator, agile and lithe, with cold metallic glints on its claws and bared fangs. The last one was a void eye, floating in midair, wreathed in shadow energy and emitting a constant hissing sound. Defense melee ranged. This was an incredibly standard, yet extremely troublesome monster combination. In the monitoring room, all the teachers' hearts skipped a beat. This combination for the first round, did the system malfunction? The young teacher blurted out. "It is not a mistake." Chief Examiner Zhao's expression was grave. "This is the standard configuration for level 30 difficulty. It tests the team's comprehensive ability. Any weak link will be magnified infinitely, leading to an instant collapse." Can they do it? This thought crossed every teacher's mind at the same time. Even Wang Zhen, who had prepared himself mentally, clenched his fists. He knew Lin Yang was strong, but this textbook-perfect triangle formation was a massive test of team coordination and timing. However, in the arena, Lin Yang had not even had time to issue any commands. The moment the monsters appeared, Greyfur moved. Shadow step. Its figure instantly turned into a pale gray phantom, ignoring the distance of space, and appeared directly beside the void eye floating in midair. Fast. Extremely fast. The people in the monitoring room only saw a blurred shadow flash by. Then came a scene that everyone would never forget for the rest of their lives. Reaching midair, Greyfur twisted its body in an incredible maneuver, and its powerful hind legs kicked out with immense force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 energy-infused arrows flew in a triangle formation, piercing the air with a sharp whistle, and nailed themselves precisely into the void eye's 3 vital points. No screams, no struggle. That remote-ranged monster, which had given countless candidates a headache, had not even managed to cast its first spell before its giant eye lost all light and exploded into a cloud of black mist. One-shot kill. At the same time, another figure also activated Shadow Step, arriving on the battlefield almost simultaneously with Grayfur. It was Lin Yang. He had instinctively wanted to seize the initiative and coordinate with Grayfur to take out the biggest threat, the ranged unit. But he had only just appeared when he witnessed the void eye exploding. Lin Yang was completely stunned. It is already dead. Are these monsters this weak? 300 days of hellish training had caused his definition of strong to deviate in a terrifying way. But he was a battle-hardened warrior after all. His days lasted only a second. With a steel-cleaving flash, he immediately shifted his target, a sharp blade of light cutting through the air and hacking fiercely at the raptor predator that was just starting its charge. Just then, Whitefur moved. Tactical jump. Its figure vanished instantly, and the next second, it appeared right beside Lin Yang. A soft white light spread out from it as the center. Rotation melody. A marvelous rhythm swept over him. Lin Yang felt the slight sluggishness he usually had after using a skill instantly vanish, and his body was filled with power again. Skill cooldowns refreshed. It was the same for Grayfur. In the monitoring room, Chief Examiner Zhao stood up abruptly and shouted, "Area of effect cooldown reset." That is an advanced skill of the melody of tuning. All the teachers were stunned. A support using a teleportation skill to precisely enter the battlefield just to reset the Su for 2 damage dealers. What kind of extravagant and precise tactical judgment was this? However, something even more jaw-dropping happened. The moment Whitefur's rotation melody finished, a light flashed in Blackfur's eyes from the rear. Tactical jump. Its figure swapped places with Whitefur's instantly. Whitefur, having just finished its support task, was precisely swapped back to the safety of the rear. And taking its place on the front line was the fully armed sword guardian, Blackfur. Ow! With a roar, Blackfur swung its incredibly flexible tail. The long sword wrapped around it turned into a silver stream of light, carrying an unbeatable momentum and hacked heavily onto the last remaining rock troll. Clang! A deafening sound. The giant stone shield, capable of withstanding heavy cannon fire, shattered into 2 halves right down the middle under this strike, as if it were made of paper. The momentum of the sword did not stop, slicing the rock troll's massive body in 2. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, accomplished in one go. From the moment the 3 monsters appeared to them, all dissolving into points of light. The total time taken: 1 second. Inside the arena, there was deathly silence. Inside the monitoring room, there was also deathly silence. Everyone had their mouths agape, blankly watching the empty arena on the screen, their minds completely blank. What just happened? The young teacher's voice was trembling. No one answered him, because they themselves did not know how to describe what they had just seen. One-shot kills. Coordination. Position swapping. Protection. A perfect tactical routine that only top-tier professional teams could potentially pull off after rigorous practice was completed flawlessly in 3 seconds by 1 person and 4 dogs. Old Wang. Chief Examiner Zhao's throat felt dry. He turned his head mechanically to look at Wang Zhen beside him. Am I dreaming? Wang Zhen did not speak. He just stared intently at the boy, standing in the middle of the field on the screen, who was also looking a bit dazed. So that is how it is. So that is what it was. That kid, he has been training at level 60 difficulty all this time. But he did not even know. He thought the default difficulty was low. That is why he was nervous. For him and his team, level 30 monsters were no different from weeds on the roadside. This realization made even Wang Zhen, a retired officer who had seen it all, feel a chill crawl up his scalp. What kind of monster is this? Inside the arena, Lin Yang let out a long breath. He looked at his 4 partners wagging their tails beside him with expressions that said, praise me, and an indescribable sense of pride surged in his heart. 300 days of suffering, 300 days of exhaustion, it was all worth it at this moment. He looked up as if he could see through the walls to the faces in the monitoring room that were dropping in shock. This is my answer. This is the answer of our Dawn team. Round 1 finished, time taken, 1 second. Round 2 is about to begin. The cold, mechanical voice rang out again. In the monitoring room, Wang Zhen suddenly snapped back to reality, and in an authoritative tone that brooked no argument, he gave the command to the staff. Open the recording access. Connect to the military special line. I want this broadcasted live throughout. The young teacher was startled by Wang Zhen's roar, scrambling in a panic toward the other side of the console, where the ports for external communication and recording permissions were located. Connect to the military dedicated line. Chief Examiner Wang, this requires an S-level authorization code. I do not have that clearance. Use mine. Wang Zhen pulled a black metal card from his pocket and tossed it over. Hurry, no more talking. Yes, sir. The young teacher's hands were trembling. He had never imagined he would one day come into contact with such a legendary item. Just as the monitoring room erupted into chaos, inside the arena, Lin Yang finally recovered from those 3 seconds of combat. He took a look at his 4 companions. Blackie was tapping the stone floor with the tip of its tail, looking as though it had not had enough yet. Yellowy yawned, a wisp of arcane smoke drifting from its mouth. Gray and Whitey were sitting at his feet, looking up, waiting for the next command. Everything felt so effortless, so matter-of-fact. Lin Yang's mind finally cleared. So that was it. Level 30 monsters were only at this level. This was a completely different concept from his usual experiences in the training room, where he was chased around by those insane level 60 monsters. All his previous tension and awe turned into a sense of absurdity that left him wanting to both laugh and cry. After all that, he was the strongest one here. He had always thought he was a bronze tier player, being brutally crushed by kings every day. Only to find out today that his opponents did not even seem to qualify as iron tier. This massive shift in perception allowed the frustration and combat spirit that Lin Yang had suppressed for 300 days to instantly find an outlet. In that case, do not blame me. Round 2 begin. The mechanical voice rang out again. At the edge of the arena, light flickered as 3 brand new monsters materialized. One was a mind flayer skilled in psychic shock, one was a lightning-fast shadow panther, and the third was a swamp hydra capable of releasing toxic spores. In the monitoring room, Chief Examiner Zhao had just steadied his nerves and was preparing to observe the Dawn Squad's response strategy closely. Watch carefully, this round tests how they handle abnormal status. Before he could finish his sentence, Yellowy on the field made a move. It did not even chant, it just lazily lifted its eyelids. Above its head, a small fragment of arcane energy left over from the previous fight instantly coalesced into 3 brilliant stars. Starflare burst. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 thick beams of energy, like orbital bombardment, descended from above, precisely engulfing the 3 monsters that had not even finished spawning. No explosion, no roar. Where the light beams touched, everything was decomposed into primitive specks of light. Silence. The entire process did not even take a second. In the monitoring room, Chief Examiner Zhao stood with his mouth agape, the second half of his sentence stuck in his throat. The young teacher had just inserted Wang Zhen's authorization card and was about to enter the password when a new prompt appeared on the screen. Round 2 ended, time elapsed 1 second. The young teacher's hand froze in midair. The entire monitoring room fell into that suffocating silence once again. If the 1 second completion of the first round was shocking and mind-bending, then the 1 second completion of this round was pure annihilation, a god's contempt for mortals. I saw it. A teacher in charge of data logging stammered. That yellow one. It did not cast any spells, it was instantaneous. It recycled the residual energy from the previous round. This discovery sent a chill through everyone. Wang Zhen did not answer. He just stared fixedly at the screen, his breathing halted. Round 3 begin. This time, they did not even wait for the monsters to fully materialize. Lin Yang and Gray moved simultaneously. Shadow step. 2 figures, one after the other, appeared like ghosts directly within the light of the spawn point. The monsters had only just begun to manifest their upper bodies, not even having time to see the world. They were met with Lin Yang's sharp sword light and Gray's lethal energy-crafted arrows. Another instant kill. Round 3 ended, time elapsed 1 second. The password? The password is correct. The young teacher shouted excitedly, finally completing the first step of authorization. Round 4 begin. This time, it was yellowy. Another starflare burst. Another instant kill. Round 4 ended, time elapsed 1 second. Dedicated line, Connection in progress. Military signal verification. Round 5 begin. Lin Yang gray. Instant kill. Round 5 ended, time elapsed, 1 second. Signal is unstable. Reconnecting. Round 6. Round 7. Round 8. In the monitoring room, everyone was numb. Wait, was not at 10 monsters. How many is this now? The teacher who set the parameters was alarmed. Oh no, I said it wrong. He is doing the 10-round loop training. No wonder there were 3 of them in the first round. Everyone was speechless. But at this point, it did not matter. Lin Yang and Gray handled the odd-numbered rounds. Yellowy handled the even-numbered rounds. Blackie and Whitey did not even move the whole time. The former was closing its eyes to rest, while the latter was boredly chasing its own tail. The entire 10-round cycle had turned into a rhythmically perfect game of whack-a-mole. 1 round per second, with absolute precision. It is connected. The young teacher finally cheered, tears of joy in his eyes. Through the communicator came a stern and urgent voice. Wang Zhen, what are you doing? Emergency S-level dedicated line call. Did something happen on the front lines? Wang Zhen opened his mouth, preparing to speak. In the arena, the cold mechanical voice sounded for the final time. Round 10, final round begin. An abyssal balrog of immense size, over 10 meters tall, wielding a double-edged giant axe, descended with overwhelming pressure. This was the final boss of the level 30 difficulty. In the monitoring room, all the teachers' hearts skipped a beat instinctively. However, just as the abyssal balrog stood steady, preparing to unleash a roar that would command respect, Lin Yang and Blackie vanished from their positions simultaneously. Tactical leap. The next second, they appeared on the left and right sides of the balrog. Lin Yang's long sword and the sword held by Blackie's tail formed a perfect cross, slashing through in unison. Squelch. The massive body, along with its indestructible demonic armor, was instantly sliced into 4 pieces. Round 10 ended, time elapsed, 1 second. 10-round loop trial fully completed. Calculating final results. Inside the monitoring room, there was deathly silence. On the other end of the communicator, the military general was still roaring. Wang Zhen, speak up. What the hell is going on? Why is your live feed showing nothing? Wang Zhen looked at the empty arena on the screen, then back at the timer next to it that was trembling as it prepared to display the final score. He felt as if his throat had been firmly gripped by an invisible hand. Finally, amid the gazes of everyone waiting for judgment, the final result appeared on the light screen. Final score, Dawn Squad. Monster level, 30. Completion time, 10 seconds. Project 10-round loop trial. In the communicator, that majestic voice was still roaring, carrying a trace of increasingly obvious impatience and irritability. Wang Zhen, speak. What exactly is going on? Why is your real-time feed empty? Is the signal being jammed? Wang Zhen opened his mouth, but it felt as if a lump of scorching cotton had been stuffed into his throat, and he could not utter a single word. Wang Yu, I am giving you 3 more seconds. If you do not answer, I am sending the Special Forces unit over immediately. The general on the other end of the communicator was clearly truly enraged. Wang Zhen gave a start and finally regained some of his senses. He shouted hoarsely into the communicator, Old Chief, I. Beep. Before he could finish his sentence, a busy tone came through the communicator. The person on the other end had hung up. And at the distant military command center, a middle-aged man with a rigid face and stars on his shoulders put down the communicator, his brows furrowed. What on earth is going on? He muttered to himself and pulled up the external surveillance for Examination Hall 7 of Ningqiao City. Everything was normal. There were no abnormal energy fluctuations, nor were there any signs of conflict. Forget it. Even the biggest issue in the world is not as important as what is right in front of me. The general tapped his fingers lightly on the desk and turned his gaze toward another massive screen. On the screen, battle footage from another examination hall was playing in real time. A team composed of 5 young people, working in perfect coordination and well-equipped, was encircling a level 40 sub-dragon species. Every one of their moves carried the strong influence of military combat techniques, clean, sharp, and lethal. This was the target he was truly focused on today, an ace team secretly cultivated by the military with immense resources. They had only one mission: to secure the national top scholar title in this year's college entrance exam with an unstoppable stance. To demonstrate the absolute superiority of military training methods to the whole of society, and even the world. A cold curve appeared on the corner of the general's mouth. Now that is what you call an assessment. Those other people are just playing house. He picked up another internal phone and dialed the Minister of Education's private line directly. "Old Lee, it is me. Regarding this year's entrance exam, I have a small suggestion. What about all those students with guaranteed admission or those earmarked for special colleges and majors? Should not we bring them out to show what they have got? How about having them participate in the Unified Live Combat Assessment as well? Do not talk to me about rules. This is the most brutal year yet. Are not rules meant to be broken? It is perfect. It will give my soldiers a few more decent stepping stones. Let those geniuses hiding in their ivory towers get a taste of real blood." Yes, that is decided. Hanging up, the general looked back at the military team on the screen, an expectant expression on his face. This year's college entrance exam is definitely going to be lively. And in the surveillance room of Examination Hall 7, Wang Zhen, having been hung up on, felt completely numb. The old chief definitely would not blame him, but he could not just keep calling to push for an answer either. After all, he had no idea what the old chief was actually thinking. He would better send an internal email instead. But this inexplicable behavior of his would definitely go on his record. "Old Wang, this." Chief Examiner Zhao was standing to the side, also at a total loss. Wang Zhen waved his hand. He was in no mood to think about how to explain things to the old chief. In his mind, he kept replaying those astonishing 10 seconds. 1 round, 1 second. Was this pure numerical domination? No, it seemed like more than that. Chief Examiner Zhao seemed to read his mind and said in a dry voice, "That teleportation skill. Did you notice it?" Wang Zhen nodded blankly. "I noticed it. More than just noticed it. In the first round, the Gray Scout dog and Lin Yang himself used it to cut to the back row. Immediately after, the white support used it to enter precisely and refresh the skill cooldowns. Then, the black swordsman actually performed a tactical swap with the support, moving the support back to the safe zone. Finally, in the boss fight, Lin Yang and that black swordsman used it again to complete a perfect pincer movement. Is this even one damn skill? This is clearly a mature, hair-raisingly sophisticated tactical system. In one team, almost everyone, even the dogs, can use this broken-like displacement skill. How is that possible? What the hell? This is truly seeing a ghost. Wang Zhen had lived for 60 years, spent half a lifetime in the military, and considered himself to have seen countless geniuses and monsters. But what happened today had completely shattered his understanding of the world. Kriek. Just then, the doors to the trial grounds slowly opened. Lin Yang walked out from behind the pure white light barrier with his 4 companions. He let out a long breath. Refreshing. Never felt so good. 300 days of hellish training and the relentless torture of level 60 monstrous creatures had given him a false impression of his own strength. He had always thought he was weak, struggling on the edge of life and death every day. Only today did he realize exactly how terrifying he had become after walking out of that training room. The sense of power that could tear his enemies to shreds with a single movement made every cell in his body shiver with excitement. All the teachers in the surveillance room stood up instinctively, looking stiffly at the teenager walking in. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Wang Zhen took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew that what happened today could absolutely not end just like this. The secret hidden within this Lin Yang might be bigger than anyone could imagine. He strode out of the surveillance room and blocked Lin Yang's path. "Student Lin Yang." Wang Zhen's voice carried a trace of complex emotion he himself had not noticed. Lin Yang stopped and looked at him calmly. The black ones and the others stopped too, sitting quietly behind Lin Yang, though the occasional wag of their tails indicated they were in a great mood. Chief Examiner Wang. Wang Zhen looked at Jianghai Yang's expressionless face, a stomach full of questions, but no idea where to start. Ask him why he was so strong. Ask him why his dogs could perform team teleports. Ask him if he was really training against level 60 mobs. These questions were simply inappropriate to ask here, in front of so many people. Besides, today was the college entrance exam, a nationwide event. He could not let his own curiosity delay all the other candidates. Wang Zhen was silent for a moment before finally pulling a specially textured black card from his pocket and handing it over. Your performance was excellent. Wang Zhen weighed his words carefully. Time is tight today, and there are some things I cannot ask right now. This is my private contact information. Contact me after the college entrance exam is over. His manner was incredibly solemn. I have many questions I would like to chat with you about in private. The surrounding teachers were stunned. Who was Wang Zhen? A retired military bigwig, one of the top officials for the Nankiao City examination halls. And he was voluntarily handing a business card to a candidate, a private one at that. Even Lu Jinghui from the Ice Edge team would not get such treatment. Lin Yang glanced at the card, but did not immediately take it. He just looked at Wang Zhen. Are my results valid? Wang Zhen was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. Of course they are valid. More than valid, they are outrageously valid. 10 minutes from now, this report would likely be sitting on the desk of the military's highest command. Getting a definite answer, Lin Yang finally reached out and took the card. All right, thank you, teacher. He nodded, did not say another word, turned around, and walked toward the lounge area outside the exam hall with his 4 dogs. Lin Yang walked out of the trial ground gate with his 4 dogs, and the waiting hall outside was buzzing with noise. Almost all the examinees had finished the first round of the attribute test. They were huddled together in small groups, some looking relieved to have survived, others excited about their scores. The entire hall hummed with noise, sounding like a pot of boiling water. At the same time, they were also keeping a constant watch on the leaderboard for the second round. Look, the ranking board has been updated. Wait, what are those staff members doing? What is going on? Why have the top 5 places been blacked out? A shout of surprise instantly drew everyone's attention to the massive light screen in the center of the hall. It was the real-time ranking board for the internal candidates of Nankiao City. At this moment, the top 5 names were completely obscured by 5 thick black bars, making it impossible to tell which teams they were. Damn, what is going on? Is the system bugged? It is not a bug. I just heard the exam proctor say it was an emergency notice from above. A well-informed examinee immediately began showing off the inside information he had heard. Rumor has it that there is a super strong team from Madu, and their goal this year is the national championship. They complained to the Ministry of Education, claiming that revealing their achievements in public like this would leak their team's tactics and formation, making them easy targets for top teams from other cities in the upcoming Secret Realm combat. Once this was said, the whole room was in an uproar. A team from Madu complained, can they actually do that? They can, why would not they be able to? The well-informed examinee wore an expression that suggested everyone else was too naive. They have connections that reach the heavens, and it is said they even have military backing. The Ministry of Education could not withstand the pressure, so they had to make a temporary decision to encrypt and hide the information of all the top 30 teams in the National Comprehensive Ranking. The National Top 30. Wait, are you saying that these 5 black bars in our Nankiao City represent 5 teams that made it into the National Top 30? Once this question was raised, the entire hall fell silent for a moment, followed by a burst of discussion even more intense than before. My God, 5, is our Nankiao City really this fierce this year? We are going to take off. Is Nankiao City going to become the #1 city for the National College Entrance Exam? That is so awesome. Quickly, guess which 5 teams they are. The Ice Blade team must be one of them. They are our #1 in Nankiao City after all. Exactly. Captain Lu Jinghui's Celestial Tactician, combined with Senior Shen Bing's Frostbound Mage, is definitely at the national team level. Then what about the other 4? The Mad Fire team, the Grey Wolf team? What are you talking about? The Mad Fire team was eliminated long ago. The students discussed it excitedly, their young faces filled with pride and a sense of shared glory, as if they themselves had played a part in those 5 blacked-out spots. Lin Yang walked past the edge of the crowd with his 4 dogs, listening to the discussion without any expression on his face. Ranking. He could not be bothered to look at it. After the earth-shattering 10 seconds earlier, he finally had a clear idea of the strength of himself and his partners. In this assessment, the monsters came out round by round, and no matter how strong one is, one still has to follow the basic rules. 1 second per round is already the fastest speed physically possible under these rules. There is no way any team could be faster than him. He was just that confident. Therefore, one of those 5 black bars must belong to his Dawn team. Thinking of this, Lin Yang's mood improved a little. He led Blackie and the others to find a quiet corner to sit in. The 4 dogs were very quiet. Blackie closed its eyes to rest, Yellowy dozed off on the ground, Gray watched the surroundings vigilantly, and White affectionately rubbed its head against Lin Yang's calf. 300 days of hellish training, 300 days of life-and-death struggle. He had been mocked, betrayed, slandered, and treated like a joke by everyone. And today, he used 10 seconds to put himself in the ranks of the national top 30. Even though no one knew it yet. But soon, they would all know. Just as Lin Yang was enjoying this piece that belonged solely to him, a discordant sound came over. "Yo, is not this our dog king, Lin Yang?" A voice that sounded lazy, yet mocking rang out. Lin Yang looked up and saw Lu Jinghui leading his Ice Blade team toward him. Shen Bing, Su Nuanuan, Lei Meng, and Huzhen Ziaotao, the 4 faces he had once known so well, followed behind. Their expressions were all different. Lu Jinghui was his usual cynical self, acting as if nothing mattered to him. Shen Bing had an icy expression, and when her eyes swept over the 4 dogs beside Lin Yang, they were filled with undisguised disgust and contempt. Su Nuanuan's expression was the most complex. It held guilt, curiosity, and a hint of indefinable pity. Lei Meng and Lin Ziaotao kept their heads down, not daring to meet Lin Yang's eyes. "What is wrong? Is the exam over?" Lu Jinghui walked up to Lin Yang and looked down at him. "How were your scores? You're little." Team members, they did not go around peeing in the exam hall, did they? The team members behind him let out a suppressed, low laugh. Lin Yang did not speak, just looked at him calmly. This indifference made Lu Jinghui feel like he had punched a cotton ball. He raised an eyebrow, changed the subject, and pointed at the light screen in the center of the hall. "See that? The information for the top 30 national teams is hidden. We in Nankao City have 5 whole spots," he said, his tone full of boasting. "Our Ice Blade team has already secured one. Well, are you envious?" "Captain Lu, do not waste your breath on him," Shen Bing said coldly. "What is the point of talking to someone who only got into the exam by fawning over others?" She still believed that Lin Yang had only gotten this opportunity by selling himself to some executive. Su Nuanuan tugged on Shen Bing's sleeve and whispered, "Bing Bing, do not say that." "Did I say anything wrong?" Shen Bing shook her hand off. Look at that dead look on his face. He was probably eliminated in the first round and is just hiding here feeling sad. Lin Yang finally moved. He stood up slowly and brushed the dust off his pants. Then, without even glancing at them, he took his dogs and turned to leave. Ever since his strength had been proven, he had no interest in petty arguments. Otherwise, even if these 5 idiots added together, they could not out-argue him. He was in no mood to play house with this group of people. "Stop right there." Lu Jinghui's voice sank. "I am talking to you. What kind of attitude is that?" Lin Yang stopped, turned half his body around, and finally looked him in the eye. "My attitude depends on what you have to say. If you are here to ask about my scores," Lin Yang's mouth curved into a faint arc, "then I advise you not to. I am afraid your fragile self-esteem will shatter right here on the spot." "Shit, Dad." These 2 words were uttered softly by Lin Yang, yet they fell like 2 heavy bombs, instantly plunging the noisy hall into a dead silence. All the students around who were still discussing the rankings stopped mid-sentence, turning their heads with stiff, mechanical movements to look over here. The lazy smile on Lu Jinghui's face froze bit by bit. He had to stop Lin Yang from calling him that every single time. This nickname was already spreading like wildfire behind everyone's backs. His reputation as Daddy Poop was about to be set in stone. Behind him, Lei Meng's honest face instantly flushed a deep liver red, blue veins bulged on his neck, and his fan-sized palms clenched until the joints cracked loudly. He took a step forward, and the entire floor shook. "You damn fool, you're looking for death." Lin Yang did not even look at him, keeping his eyes calmly fixed on Lu Jinghui. "Woo, woo, woo." The 4 dogs crouching behind Lin Yang let out low growls from their throats. Blackie stood up slowly. Sparks of arcane energy flickered on Yellowy's body. Gray crouched slightly, and White shrank back behind Lin Yang, though its eyes remained locked on the opponents. It was a pure, predatory killing intent that originated from beasts. Lei Meng's momentum was abruptly halted by this aura. "Say that again?" Shen Bing's voice sharpened. She could not stand Lin Yang treating Lu Jinghui with such an attitude. In her heart, Lu Jinghui was a child of heaven, a future powerhouse, while Lin Yang was nothing more than a discarded piece of trash, a pathetic worm who traded himself for opportunities. Who did he think he was? Lin Yang finally moved his gaze from Lu Jinghuai's face and landed it on Blackie by his feet. He reached out and patted Blackie's head very seriously. "Blackie, be a good boy." His movements were gentle and solemn. "That is poop, do not eat it. Let us go home, I will stew some big bones for you, we will have meat." Someone in the crowd could not hold it in and burst out laughing. Lei Meng's eyes turned bloodshot instantly, the thread of his sanity snapped, and he roared as he charged forward. Lin Zai even went straight for the dagger at his waist. "Enough!" Lu Jinghuai's voice rang out, stopping his enraged teammates. His face looked hideous, but he still retained a shred of rationality. This was the exam hall, filled with examiners and surveillance cameras. If they started a fight here, regardless of who was right or wrong, their exam qualifications would likely be cancelled. It was not worth it for a piece of trash. Lu Jinghuai stared at Lin Yang, trying to find a hint of pretense or a shred of bluffing on his face. But he failed. Lin Yang's face was as calm as a deep pool, without a single ripple. That calmness was not faked. It was an indifference that stemmed from his very bones, as if nothing mattered at all. This was not right. Something was very wrong. How could a person who had just earned his exam qualifications by begging and wagging his tail, a dog team leader mocked by the entire school, have such confidence? Could it be that his assessment score was actually good? As soon as this thought occurred, Lu Jinghuai crushed it himself. Impossible. Their Ice Blade squad had spent a whole month preparing for this assessment. They had spent an hour just to finish off the 10-level 30 monsters earlier. That was their best possible performance, one enough to look down on everyone else. "Let us go." Lu Jinghuai suppressed his anger, dropped a cold remark, and turned to lead his squad away. Shen Bing shot Lin Yang a resentful glare and followed them. "Captain, are we just going to let it go like that?" Lei Meng followed behind, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "He is just a clown, why bother with him?" Lu Jinghuai answered distractedly, his mind filled with Lin Yang's calm face. He walked up to the ranking board and took a casual glance. "I want to see exactly what score this dog team leader got that makes him so arrogant." Lin Zai chimed in, his tone full of malice. The group began to search for the name Dawn Squad on the ranking board. They searched from the very last place all the way to the top. Nothing. There was absolutely no mention of the Dawn Squad. "Ha, I knew it." Lin Zai laughed, probably because his score was so bad he did not even qualify for the list. Maybe he got eliminated already. Su Nuanuan said in a low voice, "But I saw how he looked, he should have passed the second round of the assessment." "So what if he passed?" Shen Bing snorted. "This kind of assessment just requires finishing within the time limit. Even the last place is still a pass. He must have dragged it to the very last second just to barely finish. With a score like that, how could he possibly make the list?" This explanation was logical and reasonable. Everyone accepted it. The bit of doubt in Lu Jinghuai's heart dissipated for the most part. Yes, that must be it. That guy was just bluffing, using a facade of calmness to cover up his failure. All right, forget about him. Either way, he is absolutely incomparable to us and not worth our time. Lu Jinghuai waved his hand and led his team away to rest, waiting for the third round to officially start. But for some reason, the nickname Daddy Poop and Lin Yang's calm face kept lingering in his mind. And by dusk, all the second round assessments had finished. The examinees left the hall one after another, and the noisy hall gradually became empty. Lu Jinghuai, however, lingered. He felt a sense of blockage in his heart, and that lingering feeling of unease grew stronger and stronger. He had to find out. Ninkyo City had 5 squads that made it into the top 30 in the country this year, and these 5 slots were covered by black tape. He was 100% sure the Ice Blade squad was among them, and certainly in first place. But as for who the other squads were, he really wanted to see for himself. Although their information was encrypted, the most high-end cracking often required only the simplest methods. He saw an elderly man in a cleaning uniform mopping the floor. His eyes darted, and he walked over, handing him a pack of unopened premium cigarettes and a few red banknotes. "Sir, thank you for your hard work. Could you do me a small favor? Let me stay in for a while, just a little while." The cleaner looked at the items in his hand, then at the empty hall, accepted them with a tacit understanding, and nodded. Lu Jinghuai walked back to the center of the hall alone. He stood before the massive light screen. The most high-end encryption often employs the simplest encryption methods. The encryption method in Nankiao City was extremely simple. They just stuck black tape over the top 5. Contrary to what the students thought, that Nankiao City had 5 teams in the national top 30. The Ministry of Education required the top 30 to be hidden. Nankiao City figured at most only the top 3 could make it into the top 30, so they intended to physically cover the top 3, but just to be safe, they hid the top 5. Lu Jinghui looked at the 5 striking black tapes at the very top. First place, it has to be the Ice Blade team. That much is beyond question. He was just curious about who the teams in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place would be, whether they were old rivals or new faces. He reached out his hand and gently started peeling the black tape from the edge of the 2nd place spot. In his eyes, he was already number 1, so he would start peeling from 2nd place to see who the lucky ones were. The black tape was peeled away bit by bit, revealing the white text underneath. 2nd place, Ice Blade team. Monster intensity, level 30. Completion time, 1 hour 0 minutes 0 seconds. Lu Jinghui's movements froze. The confidence and smugness on his face solidified in an instant, then shattered piece by piece. 2nd place, the Ice Blade team, is in 2nd place. How could that be? How could it possibly be 2nd place? They had given it their all and finished the assessment right against the time limit, yet they were only 2nd. Then who is 1st? In Nankiao City, what other team could possibly be stronger than their Ice Blade team? A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Lu Jinghui's mind went blank, and he frantically reached out to tear off the black tape covering the 1st place spot. He had to see. He absolutely had to see who on earth had stepped over their heads. However, the very moment his fingertips were about to touch that piece of tape. Click! The light screen in the hall, along with all the lighting, went dark all at once. Everything plunged into darkness. Hey young man, time's up, the system is off, time to lock up. The janitor's voice drifted in from the distance. Lu Jinghui stood in the pitch-black hall like a statue. The janitor had already locked up and left. Only his own heavy, stifled breathing filled the empty space. 2nd place. The Ice Blade team is in 2nd place. Those 2 words were like 2 red-hot branding irons, searing into his brain, his reason sizzling under the heat. How could it be 2nd? In Nankiao City, besides their Ice Blade team, who else is there? Who else could put up a faster time than them? Impossible. He could not think of anyone, not a single soul. Wu Beishan from the Wu family, Tang Jiao from the Tang family, those 2 might have strong attributes, but they were not even participating in the 2nd round. As for the other teams, they were not even fit to carry their shoes. Then who on earth could it be? Lu Jinghui's brain was racing, running through every strong team that could possibly exist in Nankiao City, over and over again. None. Not a single one. This feeling of being unknown, of being kicked off the throne, made him want to go mad. He pulled out his phone, the screen's light illuminating his distorted face. He made call after call. Hello, Uncle Zhang, help me check on something. Brother Li, are you asleep? The ranking for the 2nd round of the Nankiao City College entrance exam? Right, the encrypted one, could you possibly? Director Wang, it is me, Jinghui, I wanted to ask. On the other end of the line, without exception, were only excuses and refusals. Jinghui, it is not that I do not want to help, but this is a strict order from the Ministry of Education and the military. Whoever touches this is done for. Do not put me in a tough spot. Brother, I really cannot do this. I do not have the clearance. Student Lu, follow the exam discipline, and do not try to pry into information you should not know. Click. Lu Jinghui hung up the last call and slammed his phone onto the floor. The screen shattered into pieces. He was destined not to sleep tonight. And one of the most luxurious hotels in Nankiao City, the Imperial Pavilion. The Ice Blade team had booked a private room to celebrate today's great victory. The table was full of delicacies and expensive drinks, yet the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Lei Meng, Lin Xiaodo, Shen Bing, and Su Nuanuan were all boasting and chatting away. But only Lu Jinghui, who sat at the head of the table, remained silent, drinking with an expressionless face. Damn it, that Lin Yang really got off easy today. Lei Meng slammed his fist on the table, making the plates jump. If we were not at the exam site, I would have broken the legs of those few dogs of his. Lin Xiaodo chimed in maliciously, Captain, that kid is too arrogant. He dared to talk to you like that. We cannot just let this slide. Shen Bing held her glass, her face cold and proud. Why bother with a loser? The more he acts like that, the more it shows his deep-seated inferiority. He probably did so poorly he is too ashamed to show his face, so he is just using his mouth to regain a bit of dignity. She looked at Lu Jinghui and took the initiative to toast. Jinghui, do not be angry at a person like that. We are a team aiming for the top 30 in the country. We are not in the same world as him. I will toast to you. Lu Jinghui twitched the corner of his mouth as a response and downed the wine in his glass. But the irritation in his heart was growing like wild weeds. Top 30 in the country. They are not even first in Ningqiao City right now. Could he say that? No. He glanced at his teammates. Lei Meng was short-tempered, Lin Ziada was sinister, Shen Bing was arrogant, and Su Nuanuan was fickle. These people could fight well when things were going smoothly, but once they hit a setback, their willpower was thinner than paper. If they found out that they only managed to get second place after giving it their all, and did not even know who got first, the team's morale would instantly collapse. No, absolutely must not say it. Captain, what is wrong? You have not said a word since a while ago. Su Nuanuan finally noticed something was off and asked softly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Lu Jinghui put down his glass, a lazy, devil-may-care smile returning to his face. Nothing much, just thinking about that loser Lin Yang. He successfully changed the topic. I just find it laughable. A piece of trash who cannot even make it onto the leaderboards, daring to bluster in front of us. He deliberately emphasized his tone, dripping with disdain. Do you think he actually believes he can turn the tables by relying on a few dogs, truly pitiable in his innocence? That one sentence successfully ignited the group's emotions. Exactly, who does he think he is? Dog Captain, haha, that nickname is so fitting. When we get to the third round of Secret Realm combat, if we run into him, just watch how we handle him. Watching his teammates regain their fighting spirit, Lu Jinghui did not feel any lighter. He raised his glass. All right, let us not talk about that buzzkill. Come on, for our Ice Blade team, for being #1 in Ningqiao City, cheers. Cheers. Everyone cheered in unison, the atmosphere heating up. Lu Jinghui smiled as he poured the alcohol down his throat. The spicy liquid burned his esophagus, yet it could not suppress the chill that was growing ever stronger in his heart. First place, who on earth could it be? Damn it all. And at the same time, on the other side of the city, at a remote construction site, the night breeze, carrying the scent of dust, blew against a lone tent. In front of the tent, a campfire was burning bright. Lin Yang was squatting by the fire, skillfully turning the meat skewers on a makeshift grill. The meat was ordinary pork belly, seasoned with the simplest spices. As it roasted over the flames, the fat dripped down with a sizzling sound, and a rich, meaty aroma filled the air. In a small pot nearby, a vegetable and tofu soup was simmering. 112 million. This huge sum had been mostly drained during those 300 days of hellish training. Now, he was almost back to being penniless again. But what did that matter? Money could be earned again, but the strength he had gained was real. 4 dogs, Blackie, Yellowy, Gray, and Whitey, sat quietly around him, staring longingly at the grill with their mouths watering, yet none dared to step forward to snatch the food. Do not be impatient, it will be ready soon. Lin Yang smiled, took off a cooked skewer, blew on it, tore off a small piece, and handed it to Whitey. I will not put any extra seasoning on the pieces for them. Whitey took it gingerly and squinted its eyes in bliss. Then came Gray, Yellowy, and Blackie, treating them all the same. The rain did not fall, and above him was a night sky turned yellowish by the city lights. No hotel luxury, no fancy delicacies, just a tent, a campfire, some simple food, and 4 loyal companions. The 4 little ones ate with wagging tails, looking very happy. Lin Yang picked up a skewer himself and took a big bite. The meat was delicious, and the soup was fresh. He let out a long breath. So comfortable. He was just enjoying life to the fullest. A rustling sound suddenly came from behind a pile of discarded building materials not far away. The 4 dogs instantly stopped eating, lifted their heads in unison, growling warily with their muscles tensed, ready for action. Lin Yang also put down his skewer, lowered his body slightly, and placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. This place is so remote that even birds do not come here. Who could it be in the middle of the night? Footsteps grew closer, and a figure emerged from the shadows. Before Lin Yang could see the person's face clearly, a familiar and slightly helpless voice rang out. I could not find you at the school dormitory, and I guessed you would be here." Hearing this voice, Lin Yang's tense body relaxed instantly, and genuine joy appeared on his face. "Brother Heyu." He quickly gestured to the 4 dogs, and they immediately stood down, though they still kept a watchful eye on the newcomer. The man was Teng Heyu, a senior from Nankao No. 1 Middle School, 2 years above Lin Yang. Back then, when Lin Yang was ostracized at school and had nowhere to stay, forced to nest in this construction site, it was Teng Heyu who could not stand it and used his influence as a student council member to secure him a dormitory room. Beyond that, he had helped him a lot in his daily life as well. Lin Yang had always kept that kindness in his heart. Teng Heyu strode over, first curiously eyeing the 4 dogs around the fire, then slapped Lin Yang on the shoulder. "You kid, you have got guts, daring to enter the college entrance exams with a dog pack. It is the talk of the whole Nankao city." He said it without a hint of mockery, but rather with admiration and curiosity. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Teng Heyu tacitly avoided mentioning any of the frustrating drama surrounding Shen Bing or Lu Jinghui, asking instead about how Lin Yang had been lately and how his health was. This heartfelt concern warmed Lin Yang's heart. "Brother Heyu, did not you go to university already? Why are you back?" Lin Yang asked with curiosity. Logically speaking, Teng Heyu should be struggling with his final exams at university right now. At the mention of this, a look of embarrassment appeared on Teng Heiyu's open face, and he scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, this is embarrassing to talk about." He sat down on a brick next to Lin Yang and poked the fire with a stick. "Once I got to university, I realized there is always someone better. The skills I had were fine at school, but at university, they just did not measure up. I could not keep up with the coursework, I lagged in combat, and my ability just could not keep pace with the team. In the end, I was kicked back to retake the exams." Teng Heiyu's tone was full of bitterness and helplessness. So that was it. It was the first time Lin Yang had heard that you could be kicked out of university and sent back for retesting if your abilities did not meet the standards. "So I am considered a social candidate. I do not have to participate in the basic tests. I start directly from the 3rd stage Secret Realm Combat exam." Teng Heyu explained further. "The school just approved my leave today, and as soon as I got back, I wanted to come see how you were doing." He looked at Lin Yang and added, "You kid, you have got much more grit than I had back then." Lin Yang fell silent. He could feel the disappointment in Teng Heiyu's words. Once a star at school, a chosen one, only to suffer setbacks on a larger stage. Such a fall could crush many people. "And your old team?" Lin Yang asked. Do not even mention them." Teng Heyu curled his lips in self-mockery. "Once we reached university, people drifted apart. When I was cut, they did not say a word, probably even ashamed to be associated with me. Coming back this time, I thought since we were classmates, I would reach out to see if we could form a temporary team and help each other out. And guess what happened?" Teng Heyu threw the stick in his hand hard into the fire, sending sparks flying. "1 or 2 of them just named a price, wanting me to pay them for their help. That amount, I could not pay it even if I sold myself. Or they just left my messages unread, ignoring me entirely. People really." He did not finish the sentence, just let out a heavy sigh. These words resonated deeply with Lin Yang. What a similar experience. Being abandoned by former teammates, treated as dead weight and trash. Nothing I can do? I have had to find a few other social candidates in similar situations. Everyone's skill level is just average, but we have cobbled together a team, hoping to help each other out and just scrape through each hurdle. Teng Heyu pulled himself together and managed a small smile again. Enough about my pathetic mess. How about you? How did the second round go? I saw the ranking board outside, and the top 5 were covered with black strips, all mysterious-like. Lin Yang looked at him and handed over a freshly roasted skewer, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Not too bad. Teng Heyu took the skewer, took a big bite, and his eyes lit up. Not bad at all. Come on, stop eating here. I will take you out for a real meal to celebrate you passing the exam. Lin Yang looked at the 4 little ones waiting expectantly by his feet and shook his head. Never mind, Brother Heyu, it is not convenient to bring them. What is inconvenient about that? Before Teng Heyu could finish his sentence, footsteps echoed from behind the pile of building materials. This time, there was more than one person. Heyu, who are you talking to? A man with a slightly weary voice called out. Teng Heyu looked back. Old cow, you are here. A man who looked to be around 30 walked over, followed by 3 girls who appeared a bit reserved. The man was Cao Xing, a member of Teng Heiyu's new team and also a candidate from the social stream. He paused for a moment when he saw Lin Yang and the 4 dogs. "Who is this?" "My junior, Lin Yang." "Lin Yang, this is my teammate, Cao Xing, and these are Chen Jing, Li Li, and Wang Xiaoxiao," Teng Heiyu introduced. Cao Xing sized up the 4 dogs. Seeing them sitting quietly without showing any aggression, he relaxed and beckoned to the 3 girls behind him. "Come on over, it is fine." Only then did the 3 girls approach cautiously, looking at the 4 dogs with curiosity, especially the pure white one, which instantly caught their attention. "Wow, what a cute dog." Wang Xiaoxiao was a lively girl and could not help but exclaim in a low voice. The white dog seemed to understand the compliment and wagged its tail in response. "I just invited him to dinner, but he said it would not be convenient with these guys here," Teng Heiyu explained to Cao Xing. Wang Xiaoxiao immediately chimed in, "Why would not it be convenient? How about we just eat here? It will be so much more lively." "Yeah, exactly," Li Li agreed. "This place is so spacious. It is way better than being cramped in a restaurant. We can just order delivery." "I will order right now." Chen Jing had already pulled out her phone. "Barbecue, crayfish, beer. Oh wait, we have the exam tomorrow, no alcohol. Then we will have juice." Cao Xing also smiled. "Sounds good. I will head to the nearby convenience store to buy some snacks and water." No sooner said than done. The group immediately sprang into action. Some ordered food, others went to find supplies. Not long after, steaming hot late-night snacks were delivered. They simply found a huge tarp to spread on the ground, placed all the food in the center, and sat in a circle. The campfire crackled, and the aroma of the food mingled together, dispelling the desolation of the construction site. The 3 girls quickly hit it off with the 4 little ones, constantly feeding and interacting with them, having a great time. Lin Yang watched this lively scene, and the frozen part of his heart caused by the betrayal seemed to melt just a little. "Lin Yang, do not worry about tomorrow's exam," Teng Heiyu said, nudging his arm. "I just received notice that the policy has changed this year. We social candidates will be participating in the 3rd round of the Secret Realm Practical Assessment alongside the fresh high school graduates." Lin Yang was taken aback. "Taking it together, then how will the scores be calculated?" "The scores will still be ranked separately," Cao Xing explained from the side. "But it will be in the same secret realm. No one knows what the higher-ups are thinking. Maybe they just thought it would be more exciting." Teng Heiyu took a swig of juice and continued, "Our team cannot compare to top-tier ones like Lu Jinghuai's, but we have plenty of experience, and our strength is definitely better than most average students. Tomorrow, you just stick with us. We will look out for you, and we will ensure you pass safely. Never mind the top universities. You will definitely have no problem getting into a school." Lin Yang felt a stir in his heart. "It can be done like this." Cao Xing noticed his confusion and lowered his voice. "You probably did not know this. The 3rd stage of the Secret Realm Practical Test covers such a vast area that the invigilators cannot keep track of everything. Inside, it is very common for people to form temporary teams and alliances. The authorities basically turn a blind eye to this. After all, it is part of the assessment." "Part of the assessment?" Yes, Cao Xing nodded firmly. "Leadership, organizational skills, the ability to judge the situation and find allies. These are all indispensable qualities for a powerful awakener. What is the use of just being able to fight? Survival is the key. So tomorrow, do not just blindly charge in alone." Teng Heiyu patted his chest. "Do not worry, you have got me. Protecting you will be a piece of cake." The whole group laughed together. In Nankiao City, within a brightly lit villa in the hilltop wealthy district, there were soft wool carpets, a luxurious crystal chandelier, and a bar counter filled with all kinds of expensive drinks. Waya, a beautiful girl dressed in a hot outfit, was clutching a cup of cola, crying her heart out. "I cannot accept this. I, Tang Jiao, have never been wronged like this in my life. I beat that big fool Wu Beishan from the Wu family to the ground. And then what? I lost to a dog. No, to 4 dogs." Tang Jiao cried even harder. Beside her, a cute girl with a pure temperament, wearing a white dress, was frantically patting her back. All right, Jiao Jiao, do not cry. There is no shame in losing to a dog. Have not you never been able to beat my bowling since you were little?" As if hearing its name, a small wolf with silver-bright fur and a heroic build, lying at the girl's feet, slowly stood up and nuzzled her calf. "That is not the same?" Tang Jiao cried out. Zyoro, yours is a phantom beast. You are Chu Xinru, the pride of the Chu family, a beast-tamer household. Your bowling is an elite-level phantom beast. Today, I lost to 4 ordinary dogs. I, the dignified little phoenix of the Tang family, humiliated like this by dogs today. How can I swallow this anger? Chu Xinru felt helpless. She looked at her best friend and did not know how to comfort her. She had also heard from the Tang family about what happened at the college entrance exam test site today. Tang family's eldest young lady, Tang Jiao, had a peak strength value of 2300, which shocked everyone. And yet, she was rubbed into the ground by the strength data of the 4 dogs: 3790, 3650, 3910, and 3722. If this got out, it would definitely be a bit damaging to her self-esteem. Do not stop me, let me drink until I am wasted. Tang Jiao raised her cup. Dias Jiao, you will not get drunk drinking cola, Chu Xinru reminded her. I do not dare to drink alcohol. Tang Jiao's voice instantly lowered, filled with sobs. What are you afraid of? We children of the ancient martial families and beast-tamer families do not have to take the Unified National College entrance exam anyway, Chu Xinru said indifferently. You're right, Tang Jiao's crying stopped. Then what are we waiting for? Zyoro, bring the wine, tonight we drink till we drop. Chu Xinru shook her head with a smile, took a can of beer from the wine cabinet, and popped it open with a click. However, before they could even clink their glasses, their phones simultaneously emitted urgent alert sounds. It was an emergency notification from their families. Tang Jiao picked up her phone in confusion and opened the family group chat. Chu Xinru also put down the beer and looked at her own screen. The next second, both girls froze. Emergency notice. Following a joint directive from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Defense, in order to cope with the increasingly complex situation on the Secret Realm battlefield, and to select comprehensive talents with greater practical capabilities. Starting this year, all direct descendants of age from ancient martial families and beast-tamer families must participate in the Unified National College entrance exam. The results will serve as a key basis for future resource allocation. Supplementary regulation. All candidates must form their own teams. Among them, for the beast-tamer profession, each phantom beast possessed will be calculated independently and will occupy 1 team member slot. This message was like a deep-sea bomb. Tang Jiao's family group chat exploded instantly. What is going on? Mandatory participation in the college entrance exam. You have to be kidding. Does our Tang family's progeny really need to take exams alongside those commoners? The main point is the last line. Beast masters have to count their phantom beasts toward the quota? Why? Our phantom beasts have not even grown up yet. How could they have such combat power? Exactly, my little fire sparrow just broke out of its shell. You want it to go fight? Is not that a joke? The chat group was in chaos, with complaints flying one after another. Tang Jiao's face turned pale with anger. The grievance and shame she felt from losing to a few dogs were instantly replaced by the massive shock brought by this notification. Ru, what is this? Chu Xinru's phone was buzzing frantically as well. Her family group, Beast Master Covenant, had also erupted in turmoil. But soon, a pinned message from the head of the Chu family silenced all the clamor. Chu family head, be quiet everyone. The simple 4-character command carried an unquestionable majesty. Chu family head, the directive is final, further talk is useless. Instead of complaining, think about how to respond. Chu family head, this change is a challenge, but also an opportunity. The outside world has coveted our elite families for a long time. Let us take this chance to demonstrate the true strength of our Beastmaster lineage. Chu family head, I propose that all Beastmaster families form an alliance for this exam, coordinate our actions, and share resources. Immediately following, another message popped up. Chu family head, this alliance will be under the unified command and coordination of my granddaughter, Chu Xinru. Chu family head, we must show our spirit, our strength, and our true prowess in this exam. You could hear a pin drop in the villa's room. Tang Jiao stared blankly at Chu Xinru, who was holding her phone, her wrist trembling uncontrollably. She wants her to lead. Command everyone. Chu Xinru's mind went blank. Faces of young people flashed before her eyes. The one from the Li family had an ironclad rhino that had just learned to walk. The one from the Wang family had a windrider rabbit that was still nursing. These beast masters did not have much individual combat power. Their true reliance was on the phantom beasts they shared a mental connection with. But the problem was, their phantom beasts were all just babies. How could they fight? Show their strength, show the world their strength at running away in panic. A crushing pressure made her almost unable to breathe. Ru, are you okay? Tang Jiao noticed something was wrong and shook her shoulders firmly. Chu Xinru's face was deathly pale. Are they insane? How is this supposed to work? There is only 1 day left, and most of their phantom beasts have not even awakened their combat instincts. Is not the higher-ups just sending us to our deaths? Her voice was filled with bitterness and despair. They really just open their mouths and say whatever they want. It is just like that old saying about the higher-ups. A sudden thought, and they have got it. A sudden urge, and they do it. A sudden regret, and it is ruined. A sudden decision, and they run off. And now, by taking this commander position, she has become the scapegoat. Seeing her best friend like this, the last of Tang Jiao's temper vanished instantly. She slapped her thigh and stood up. What are you afraid of? Her voice was clear and firm. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. She puffed out her chest proudly. It is just the college entrance exam. It is just bringing along a deadweight. Oops, I mean a phantom beast. Tang Jiao pointed a thumb at herself, her face full of absolute confidence. Ru, your grades are covered by me. I, the little phoenix of the Tang family, will take you to the top. Chu Xinru stared at her, and after a moment, she finally managed a faint smile. Jiao, you are the best. But she was not worried about herself. She had Balin, who was just as strong as Tang Jiao's. What she was truly worried about was the entire Beastmaster lineage. Just as the tension eased slightly, both their phones popped up with another notification simultaneously. Family Administrator, emergency notification, electronic exam permits have been issued to personal terminals. Please print a paper copy for backup. Attached, a sample exam permit from a special candidate this year for formatting reference. Below the notification was an attached image. It was a screenshot of an exam permit. Exam permit. Name Lin **. Exam number 2024 GKNQ. Team Dawn Team. Member 1 Lin Human. Member 2 Black Canine. Member 3 Yellow Canine. Member 4 Gray Canine. Member 5 White Canine. Most of the information was hidden by black bars. Only the words canine in the species column were clearly visible and glaringly prominent. The family group that had just gone quiet exploded again. Damn, there really is a dog team. Ha canine, is this year's exam really that exciting? Who is this guy named Lin, so talented? Tang Jiao's face instantly turned the color of liver. It is him, he is the guy who made her lose all face at the testing ground. It is those same dogs, they are really like persistent ghosts. She screamed, throwing a cushion hard onto the floor. Chu Xinru also stared at the screenshot, but she did not laugh. She had a feeling that something was wrong with this. Very wrong. Why would the authorities choose to release this specific exam permit as a sample? Just to mock this candidate named Lin? Or was there another deeper meaning? The composition of this team was very strange. 1 human and 4 dogs, exactly hitting the 5-person limit. But dogs. Her own Balin, that little silver wolf, was an elite-level phantom beast cultivated over generations by the Chu family, possessing high intelligence and potential. But the ones in the screenshot were just ordinary canines. Jiao, she said slowly, what were those dogs you saw at the testing center today actually like? Like what? They were just dogs. 1 black, 1 yellow, 1 gray, and 1 white. They looked so stupid, but they were terrifyingly strong. Tang Jiao was still in a rage. Chu Xinru did not ask anymore. She opened her contact list and found a number. Granduncle, it is me, Xinru. I need the original files for the exam permit starting with 2025 GKNQ from the 7th testing site in Nankiao City, the unmasked version. Yes, right now, it is very important. She directly used her new status as the Alliance's general commander. The person on the other end was silent for a moment, but eventually agreed. The mission was a reckless decision from the top, and her granduncle knew Xinru was going to have a hard time this year, so he would help where he could. A few minutes later, an encrypted file was sent to her phone. Tang Jiao leaned over. Why are you looking at that, Ru? It is bad luck. I just feel like something is wrong, Chu Xinru said while quickly decrypting the file. The file opened. A high-definition image of the exam permit appeared on the screen. This time, there were no obstructions. Exam admission ticket. Name, Lin Yang. Exam number, 2025 GKNQ. Team Dawn Squad. Team Member 1, Lin Yang Human Class Empowerer Unranked. Team Member 2, Blackie Canine Class Pole Sword Guard. Team Member 3, Yellowy Canine Class Star Trek Mage. Team Member 4, Gray Canine Class World Patrol Scout. Team Member 5, Whitey Canine Class Tuning Echo. Tang Jiao glanced at the first line and gave a scornful scoff. Empowerer, and unranked at that? I thought he was some hidden big shot, but he is just a trash tier support. But Chu Xinru did not hear a word she said. All her attention was fixed firmly on the lines below. Pole Sword Guard. Star Trek Mage. World Patrol Scout. Tuning Echo. These were not nicknames, nor were they self-proclaimed titles. These were officially certified, genuine, and powerful class names. The source of a Beastmaster's power is their phantom beasts, but beasts are beasts after all. They can be very strong, but they do not have classes. This is one of the most fundamental laws of this world. And yet, the admission ticket before her shattered this law into pieces. This was not simply one person leading 4 dogs. These were 4 powerful combatants with official classes. They just happened to look like dogs. Chu Xinru's voice was dry and barely audible. Look at their classes. Tang Jiao finally moved her eyes away from Lin Yang's name and looked down. She saw those class names that exuded such powerful energy. The anger and disdain on her face froze instantly, then shattered piece by piece, leaving only pure, incomprehensible shock and blankness. What the hell is this? The air in the villa turned stagnant. Tang Jiao's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. She pointed at the phone screen with a trembling finger, spitting the words out one by one. Pole Sword Guard. Star Trek Mage. Even if they were not top-tier classes, these were still 4 dogs. So Zioru, Tang Jiao's voice carried a hint of a sob, completely stripped of her previous arrogance. I did not lose to dogs. I lost to 4 class holders. It is very likely. Chu Xinru nodded slowly, switched off her phone screen, and stood up. We do not know what is going on here yet. She had to see this Lin Yang. Right now, immediately. This matter had already exceeded the scope of the college entrance exam and might involve deeper secrets. As the one just appointed as the general commander of the Beastmaster Alliance, she could not turn a blind eye. Jiao, you stay here. Chu Xinru picked up her jacket. Where are you going? I am going to find him. Tang Jiao bristled immediately. I am going too. You cannot. Chu Xinru's tone was firm. You are too agitated right now. You will just mess things up. Tang Jiao tried to argue. Listen to me, Chu Xinru cut her off. I am not talking to you as your friend right now. I am ordering you as your general commander. Tang Jiao was silenced instantly. She looked at Chu Xinru and realized that her best friend, who she had grown up with, seemed to have become a stranger overnight, authoritative and formidable. Chu Xinru said nothing more, turned, and headed out, her figure quickly vanishing into the night. Tang Jiao was left alone in the villa. Hey, wait a minute, I am not even part of your Beastmaster clan. Why should your position as general commander matter to me? She stomped her feet in anger and grabbed a cushion, throwing it violently onto the sofa. I am so annoyed. After venting, she collapsed onto the carpet and began to consider her situation. Mandatory college entrance exam, and phantom beasts take up team slots. Right now, her team included herself, Chu Xinru, and Chu Xinru's Silver Wolf Bowling. That was already 3 slots filled. Only 2 spots remained. Chu Xinru was completely obsessed with Lin Yang and her alliance ambitions, so she could not be counted on. She had to find 2 strong teammates. A series of faces flashed through her mind. Finally, it settled on a face that was muscular and looked a bit dim-witted. Wu Beishan. Tang Jiao's face twisted into a sour grimace. Damn, do I really have to go and find that big dummy? Even though it was embarrassing that his stats were crushed by her single flying kick, his power was real and his attributes were top-notch. In times like these, strong alliances are the only way to go. Tang Jiao gritted her teeth, scrambled off the floor, and grabbed her phone to start making calls. Meanwhile, Chu Xinru was in a car, speeding through the night sky over Nankiao City. The car landed slowly outside a desolate construction site. Chu Xinru stepped out, and a warm breeze mixed with the scent of roasted meat drifted over. Following the aroma and the faint sound of voices, she carefully skirted around piles of steel and concrete, heading toward the firelight deep within the site. Before she even got close, she heard a young man's voice, full of pride and swagger. You guys should have seen Lu Jinghuai's face. It turned green instantly. like he had just eaten crap. Right in front of everyone in the exam hall, I asked him, "How's the taste, daddy crap?" Hehehehe, a roar of laughter erupted. "That is amazing, brother Lin Yang," a grizzled male voice sounded. "Well said. That kind of self-righteous prick deserves exactly that kind of treatment." Exactly, that was so satisfying. Several girls' voices chimed in. And then, what happened then? Then, what could he do? His teammates that Lei Mengai and Lin Xiaodo tried to do something, but he stopped them. I reckon he was nervous at the time, afraid I might start spitting out more insults. Lin Yang took a big gulp of juice and continued to brag. As I was leaving, I threw in another line. "You know why I would rather team up with dogs than you? Because dogs are cleaner than you are." You guess what he did? He did not dare make a peep. By the campfire, Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing were doubled over with laughter, and the girls were bending over, giggling. The 4 dogs sat nearby, licking their lips contentedly in front of empty plates. Lin Yang looked at the lively scene before him, feeling completely at ease. Unlike Shen Bing or Lu Jinghui, who each had 800 ulterior motives in their hearts, he was just about to brag about the glorious deed of kicking Yan Dichang flying when suddenly, the laughter around the campfire ceased. Everyone looked behind him. Lin Yang sensed something and turned his head. There, at the edge of the flickering firelight, where darkness met the light, a girl in a white dress stood silently. The campfire crackled, casting long, dancing shadows of everyone against the ground. Lin Yang had just finished bragging about his glorious exploits and was basking in the admiring laughter of the group, when, suddenly, the laughter died out completely. It was as if someone had hit a pause button. The smiles on Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing's faces froze, the girls stopped their playful banter, and everyone stared fixedly at something behind him. An inexplicable premonition welled up in his heart. Lin Yang turned around slowly. At the edge of the firelight, where darkness met light, a girl in a white dress stood silently. She looked entirely out of place amidst the steel bars, concrete, and dust of this abandoned construction site. Trouble. The thought flashed through Lin Yang's mind in an instant. A girl appearing in a place like this, at a time like this, was definitely no coincidence. "Excuse me, which one of you is Lin Yang?" The girl spoke, her voice clear and crisp, sounding unusually distinct in the ruins. No one answered. Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing exchanged a look, their bodies instinctively tensing as they silently moved to block Lin Yang. Lin Yang stepped out from behind them and brushed the dust off his clothes. "That would be me. Can I help you?" His expression was calm, but he was already calculating. If she made a move, should he have Blackie use his shield to tank, or let Gray provide ranged harassment? The girl walked forward, stepping into the range of the firelight and revealing a clean, beautiful face. "Hello, my name is Chu Xinru." She introduced herself and added another sentence. "I am a friend of Tang Jiao." "Tang Jiao?" Teng Heiyu frowned, his tone unfriendly. "Lin Yang, a friend of yours. Just met once during the exam." The atmosphere in the air turned tense instantly. The 4 dogs also sensed this subtle shift, letting out low whimpers in their throats, a warning signal. "I am not here to cause trouble," Chu Xinru said, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender with a helpless smile on her face. "I am just a little curious." "Curious?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "Yeah," Chu Xinru nodded, her gaze sweeping over Lin Yang and then landing on the 4 dogs beside him. "After Tang Jiao got back, she described you all as if you were some sort of ferocious monsters. I honestly could not imagine what kind of person and what kind of teammates could make her that angry." Her words were clever. They were not provocative, yet held a hint of inquiry. This actually caught Lin Yang off guard. All the internal responses he had prepared for a confrontation were now completely useless. Teng Heiyu leaned into Lin Yang's ear, whispering in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. "Yangzi, something is not right here." He lowered his voice and winked. "Does this girl have a crush on you? Listen to her, curious, want to see what kind of person you are. Is not that a classic pickup line?" Lin Yang gave him a speechless look. "Crush on me?" He looked down at his dusty pants and the faint scent of barbecue on his clothes. "What would she like about me? The fact that I do not shower, or that I live in a tent?" The senior, always thinking about nonsense all day long. Still, Teng Heiyu's interruption helped ease the tense atmosphere quite a bit. Cao Xing relaxed too, scratching his head and giving Chu Xinru a good-natured smile. "Look, miss, do not just stand there. Why do not you have a seat and talk?" Chu Xinru did not hesitate at all. She walked over gracefully, found a piece of tarp near the fire that looked reasonably clean, and sat right down without a care about the dirt. This gesture stunned everyone present. They had assumed a young lady, who looked like she came from an elite background, would be very particular about such things. Thanks, Chu Xinru smiled at Cao Xing, then turned her gaze to Lin Yang. I do not mean anything by it, I just wanted to get to know you. After all, this year's college entrance exam policies changed so suddenly, making another friend never hurts. I forgot to introduce myself properly. I am Chu Xinru. You can just call me Xinru. Her words sounded very sincere. The three girls on Teng Heiyu's side were also full of curiosity about this suddenly appearing beautiful visitor, and took the initiative to move over to make more room for her. Xinru, are you taking the exam this year too? You seem so impressive. Yeah, to come to a place like this all by yourself. They were referring to her aura. Chu Xinru suddenly projected the kind of demeanor only a strong person would have. Chu Xinru was soon chatting away with them, her manner easy and elegant with no airs, and within a few sentences, they were all getting along perfectly. Lin Yang sat on the side, observing silently. His guard was not entirely down. Just then, Whitey, who had been lying at his feet the whole time, suddenly stood up and trotted cautiously toward Chu Xinru. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Whitey was the support of the team, the gentlest but also the most sensitive, capable of clearly sensing both goodwill and malice. It walked up to Chu Xinru, stopped, tilted its head, and examined her with its black, shiny eyes, its nose sniffing gently in the air. Chu Xinru noticed it too. She paused her conversation with the girls, leaned forward slightly, and held out a hand, palm down, hovering quietly in the air. This was a very standard and friendly gesture for an initial encounter with a strange animal. Whitey hesitated, then leaned in, touched its wet nose to her fingertips, and gave them a light lick. It seemed to be confirming something. Whitey sat down by her leg, its tail starting to wag gently and rhythmically. Seeing Whitey's reaction, Yellowy and Gray, who had been somewhat alert, also relaxed and curiously crowded around, circling Chu Xinru. Though Blackie still stood guard near Lin Yang, its tense muscles visibly relaxed. All four dogs, surprisingly, seemed to like the scent of this strange girl. A genuine smile appeared on Chu Xinru's face as she gently scratched Whitey's chin and patted Gray's head, her movements skilled and tender. Watching this, the last bit of Lin Yang's defense crumbled silently. He knew his dogs best. Whoever they could accept was certainly not a bad person. Since you are here, have something to eat with us. Lin Yang picked up a skewer of freshly grilled chicken wings from the fire and handed it over. Thanks, Chu Xinru took it, and without being reserved, she took a bite. Her eyes lit up. Wow, this is delicious. You have got some real skills. Skills? That was ordered through delivery by my big brother Heiyu. The campfire party grew from 6 people and 4 dogs to 7 people and 4 dogs. The atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. Everyone ate barbecue, drank fruit juice, and chatted about everything under the sun. Chu Xinru soon blended into this makeshift group. She was like an older sister from next door, complaining to Teng Heiyu and the others about the ridiculous test questions, sharing cosmetic tips with the girls, and occasionally sharing food with the 4 dogs surrounding her. Want another skewer? Lin Yang handed over another mushroom, grilled to a charred, savory perfection. Chu Xinru accepted it with a smile and was about to speak, but the previously harmonious atmosphere around the campfire suddenly froze. It was not just one person who felt it. It was everyone. The laughter from Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing died out, and the 3 girls stopped their conversation as well. Even the 4 dogs resting at Chu Xinru's feet all stood up in unison. Blackie even stepped forward, shielding Lin Yang while letting out a low, repressed growl, the fur on its back standing straight up. Trouble is here. Lin Yang did not even need to look back. Just by sensing that familiar, nauseating aura, he knew exactly who it was. He leisurely finished the mushroom in his hand before slowly turning around. 3 figures emerged from the shadows at the entrance of the construction site. Leading them was Shen Bing. She still wore that air of superiority, clad in an expensive mage robe, her arms crossed over her chest. To her left was Lei Meng, his massive frame like a wall, his face etched with unconcealed hostility. To her right was Lin Xiaodao, wearing a dark hoodie with most of his face hidden in shadow, revealing only a pale chin. Old acquaintances, every single one of them. Except for that expert of pretension, Su Nuanuan. Seeing the trio, Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing stood up immediately, flanking Lin Yang and assuming a defensive posture. The girls, though a bit scared, had one among them who reacted quickly, quietly stepping back and turning on the recording function of her personal terminal. Chu Xinru did not move. She just sat quietly where she was, watching this sudden development with great interest, while casually stroking Whitey to calm it down. Lin Yang. Shen Bing spoke, her gaze sweeping over Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing before landing on Lin Yang with a condescending air of scrutiny. We are here to warn you. Lin Yang chuckled and picked up a bottle of juice, taking a swig. Warn me on what grounds, because you have got such a thick skin. Lei Meng took a step forward, the ground seemingly trembling under his weight. Do not be so arrogant, kid. I am the arrogant one. Lin Yang gestured at himself and then at them. You three showed up uninvited on my turf to give me a warning. Tell me, who is really being arrogant here? Shen Bing raised a hand, stopping the impulsive Lei Meng. Lin Yang, we know you have a grudge against us. That is understandable. She lowered her tone, but the sense of superiority in her words remained clear. But you should not have provoked Lu Jinghuai time and time again. Who is Lu Jinghuai? The young master of the Lu Group, whose family holds the economic lifeline of half of Ningqiao City. Do you really think he will just let it slide after you humiliated him in the exam hall? Shen Bing spoke slowly, but every word hit like a needle. It is the college entrance exam season now, so he does not want any complications, which is why he has not touched you. Do you really think he could not? She gestured to the surrounding abandoned construction site. You did not know, did you? The site you are currently staying at is owned by the Lu Group. Teng Heiyu's expression shifted. It was the first time he confirmed that Lin Yang's former teammates had truly sold themselves out to the Lu Group. We came today out of consideration for our past team bond to advise you one last time. Do not throw your life away. Keep your head down after the exam, it will not do you any harm. Team bond. Lin Yang laughed out loud, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the century. Shen Bing, how dare you even say those words? Who kicked me off the team? Who wrote those hit pieces about me online? Our team bond was fed to the dogs the moment you decided to latch onto Lu Jinghuai's coattails. Actually, no, even calling it dog food is an insult to my dogs. Lin Yang patted Blackie's head. Good boy, Blackie, we do not eat trash. You, Shen Bing's face flushed bright red instantly. Lin Zaiado, who had not said a word until now, stepped out from the shadows. Lin Yang, do not be ungrateful. His voice was thin and sharp, which felt deeply unsettling. We are here to offer you a way out, not to listen to you whine. A way out? Lin Yang looked at him. What kind? To be a son to your master. Sorry, that path is too foul, I am not taking it. That stripped away the pretense entirely. Shen Bing could no longer maintain her composed expression. Fine, Lin Yang, you asked for this? Her words became sharp. We were going to put in a good word for you with young Master Lu to make your life easier in the future. Since you are so ungrateful, then see for yourself what happens. It is our talent that we have climbed the tree of the Lu Group. If you lack that talent, stay out of our way. That was their real objective. It was not a warning, and it was not old friendship. They were here to clear an obstacle. They feared Lin Yang, this variable, might affect their standing with Lu Jinghuai and their future. I am in your way? Lin Yang laughed in disbelief. You think too highly of yourselves. You go your way, I go mine. We were never on the same path to begin with. Better hope that is the case, Lin Zaiado said sinisterly. But before you worry about others, you should worry about yourself. He paused, appearing to relish what he was about to say next. We know all about the 100 million you took out as a personal loan from the Qiyuan Group. Think carefully about how you plan to pay that back. 100 million. This figure struck like a thunderclap, exploding around the campfire. Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing's expressions froze instantly. They looked at Lin Yang in disbelief. The hands of the three girls, recording the scene, trembled. What is the concept of 100 million? That is an astronomical number they could not even begin to imagine. Lin Yang actually carrying such a massive debt. In an instant, their perception of Lin Yang shifted from an awesome avenger to that of a tragic gambler. Chu Xinru's movements also paused. Qiyuan Group, a 100 million. So that was it. She finally understood where Lin Yang's training resources and his terrifying stats that far surpassed ordinary candidates came from. It was bought with money. The Beastmaster faction does not lack money either. Why could not they pile up stats like that? What the hell? Facing everyone's shock, Lin Yang himself remained terrifyingly calm. He just looked at the three of them indifferently. "My business is none of your concern." Shen Bing stared at Lin Yang, and seeing not a shred of panic on his face, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease rise within her. She had expected that throwing this bombshell would cause Lin Yang to panic and scatter those who had just gathered around him. But nothing happened. Lin Yang was still Lin Yang, calm enough to make one's heart skip a beat. The people around him, though shocked, did not choose to leave. Even that beautiful girl who had not said a word picked up a skewer and ate slowly, as if she were watching a play that had nothing to do with her. Shen Bing felt as though she had punched a pile of cotton. "Let us go." She did not want to stay a moment longer. Lei Meng and Lin Xiaodo glared viciously at Lin Yang before turning and following Shen Bing, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Su Nuanuan was not with them. Maybe they really had intended to take action, but seeing the number of people on Lin Yang's side and the cameras running, they backed down. Shen Bing and the other two vanished into the darkness, as if they had never appeared at all. But the words they left behind were like a bucket of icy water, dousing the warm, lively atmosphere of the campfire. A massive debt of 100 million. The assets of the Lu Group. Each of these terms carried the weight of a mountain, crushing and suffocating. Especially for ordinary people. The campfire was still crackling, but no one was laughing anymore. Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing's faces had stiffened. They were still holding their skewers, but had lost all appetite to eat. The three girls huddled together, holding their breath. What had felt like satisfying defiance when Lin Yang was shouting now only left them chilled to the bone. After hearing that, it was no longer just a petty dispute between students. This was a collision between an ordinary person and a titan. And Lin Yang was the one recklessly charging into the iceberg alone. Awkwardness, a deathly silence began to spread. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue, which now felt greasy and oppressive. After a long silence, Yu Heiyu seemed to reach a decision. He put down what he was holding, stood up, and walked over to Lin Yang. He meant to pat Lin Yang on the shoulder, but his hand stopped halfway, stiffened, and finally turned into a long, heavy sigh. "Yangzi." Teng Heiyu's voice sounded dry and tinged with apology. We have something to take care of tomorrow, so we need to head back early to prepare. We will be going now." It was a clumsy excuse. Anyone could tell. Cao Xing stood up as well. He scratched his head, unable to look Lin Yang in the eye, and mumbled vaguely, yeah, we need to go back." The three girls hurriedly rose, keeping their heads down, and whispered a quick goodbye to Yang and Xingsaru before rushing off behind Teng Heiyu and Cao Xing, desperate to escape this place of trouble. They did not even dare to cast another glance at Lin Yang. The cool guy who had just been their idol for daring to humiliate Lu Jinghuai in public had, in the face of the words 100 million and Lu Group, instantly become a hot potato and a massive whirlpool of trouble. It had to be this way. Lin Yang felt calm. He did not look up to watch them leave either. He could not, and should not, expect these strangers, linked only by a single meal, to choose to stand with him against the Lu Group and get tangled up with a madman carrying a $100 million debt. Human nature is just like that, seeking advantages and avoiding harm. When Shen Bing and the others appeared, Teng Heiyu and the others had not immediately distanced themselves and had even instinctively shielded him. After hearing about the astronomical debt, they had not turned on him or hurled insults. They just chose to leave quietly. That was already more than enough. They were good people. Lin Yang silently added a piece of wood to the fire. Sparks scattered, illuminating his calm face. If he ran into them at the exam hall tomorrow, he would not mind giving them a hand. It would settle the debt for tonight's meal. The footsteps faded and soon vanished completely. The previously busy construction site instantly became empty and silent, leaving only the sound of the crackling fire and the occasional low whimper from the four dogs. Blackie, yellow, gray, and white seemed to sense the change in atmosphere. They stopped playing, gathered around quietly, and shielded Lin Yang in the center, using their own bodies to build a warm and loyal defensive line. Lin Yang reached out and patted each of their heads. With them here, that was enough. He was just about to pack up and find a place to rest when he suddenly sensed someone else's presence nearby. He turned his head. On the other side of the fire, the girl named Chu Xingsaru was still sitting in her spot. She had not left. She did not show a hint of surprise or fear, remaining in her original pose, holding a half-eaten skewer of grilled mushrooms, nibbling on it elegantly, as if the event that could have changed an ordinary person's fate was nothing more than a dull farce. Lin Yang looked at her. Sensing his gaze, she looked up and smiled at him. "Why are you looking at me?" "Everyone else left. Why did not you?" Lin Yang asked directly. "Leave." Chu Xingxiru finished the last mushroom, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and answered unhurriedly, "Why would I leave?" The question caught Lin Yang off guard. Why? Had she not heard what Shen Bing said? $100 million debt, the threat of the Lu Group, were not those enough of a reason to leave. "The barbecue is not finished yet," Chu Xingxiru said, gesturing matter-of-factly at the remaining ingredients over the fire. "It'd be such a waste to leave now." Lin Yang was stumped by her reasoning. "Are not you afraid of being implicated?" Lin Yang tried a different approach. "You should know better than me what kind of presence the Lu Group is in Nankiao City." "I am," Chu Xingxiru nodded, answering with startling frankness, "Of course I am. The Lu family is deeply entrenched in Nankiao, with businesses everywhere. Everyone has to give them some respect. How could a girl like me, with no power or influence, not be afraid?" Though she said she was afraid, not a trace of it could be seen on her face. Instead, she looked at Lin Yang with keen interest. "But I am more curious." "Curious about what?" "Curious about you." Chu Xingxiru leaned forward slightly, her bright eyes glinting in the firelight. "Qiyuan Group and Sun Hanyo. I have heard of him. He is notorious for chewing people up without even spitting out the bones. Would he really lend someone $100 million in the company's name just to get them to take the college entrance exam? This deal looks like a losing one no matter how you slice it. So, you must have a value far exceeding $100 million to him." Chu Xingxiru's logic was terrifyingly clear. Someone who can make Sun Hanyu bet so heavily on them. Would they really be afraid of someone like Lu Jinghuai? After she finished speaking, she added, "Besides, your companions there are far more capable than that pack of riffraff Lu Jinghuai keeps." Her gaze settled on the 4 dogs by Lin Yang's side. It was not a look one would give to pets. It was the look of an equal, one filled with appreciation and respect for strong beings. Lin Yang went silent. This woman was no simple person. In just a few sentences, she had stripped away all his pretenses and hit the heart of the matter. "What exactly do you want?" Lin Yang asked. Chu Xingxiru did not beat around the bush. She stood up and dusted off her skirt. "I do not want anything in particular. I just think we might be able to collaborate." "Collaborate?" "Yes." Chu Xingxiru took 2 steps forward and stood before Lin Yang. "My family has some small business interests, and we have run into some trouble recently that requires some special things, and you might just fit our requirements." Chu Xinru's words were vague, but Lin Yang understood what she meant. She was here to recruit him. "Why should I trust you?" Lin Yang asked back. "I do not even know who you are." "You will." A powerful sense of confidence appeared on Chu Xinru's face. She reached out a hand and spread her 5 fair, slender fingers. "If you can do what we ask, I will pay 1 million for each empowerment link." "What did you say?" Lin Yang doubted he had heard her correctly. "I said," Chu Xinru repeated, enunciating each word, "for every empowerment link you perform on my target, I will pay you 1 million. Cash or direct transfer, it is your choice." 1 million. A debt of 100 million. 1 million per time. That would only take 100 times. Empowering and undoing are not difficult for Lin Yang. 100 times. It would not even take half a day. In half a day, he could pay off that astronomical debt to the Qiyuan Group. This was practically a pie falling from the sky. No, this was far more tempting than a pie. This was shoving a mountain of gold directly into his mouth. After the euphoria came a rapidly cooling sense of vigilance. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Much less a lunch that pays you to eat it with an absurd salary. Behind such good fortune often lies an even more absurd price. Lin Yang forced himself to calm down. He looked at Chu Xinru and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I know very well what an empowerment link can do. Attribute improvement is not something that happens overnight. It cannot be calculated by count." "That is a long story." Chu Xinru withdrew her hand and looked at the desolate surroundings. "This is not the place to talk." She extended an invitation. "If you do not mind, you can stay at my place tonight. It is not a large place, but there is more than enough room to arrange a few bedrooms for you and your teammates." "Go to her place." Lin Yang's guard went up even higher. "Tomorrow morning, I will tell you everything from start to finish, including my identity, my purpose, and the specific details of our cooperation." Chu Xinru's expression was sincere. At that time, you can decide whether to accept my offer. I promise I will not force you. She gave the power of choice entirely to Lin Yang. Lin Yang fell into deep thought. On one side is continuing to stay in this abandoned construction site, exposed to the elements and vulnerable to Lu Jinghuai's men finding him at any time. On the other side is a seemingly kind yet mysterious invitation, along with an earth-shattering offer that could change his fate. Fine, Lin Yang stood up. He glanced at the 4 dogs by his side. They were all watching him quietly, as if waiting for his decision. I accept your offer. The vehicle Chu Xinru called was a luxury craft hovering in midair, pitch black with sleek lines, almost invisible in the night. Lin Yang brought the 4 dogs inside. The interior space was much larger than it looked from the outside. The soft seats even adjusted automatically to their bodies, and there were specialized seating areas for exotic beasts, which fit the 4 little ones perfectly. Interesting. This thing is probably more expensive than Sun Hanyu's ride. The vehicle ascended silently, and soon left the desolate construction site far behind. Lin Yang watched the city's nightscape flashing past outside the window, pondering in his heart. 1 million per time. This price is quite outrageous. What is she after? The vehicle finally landed in a manor. Not a villa, but a manor. Lin Yang stepped out of the vehicle, looking at the brilliantly lit massive building and the perfectly manicured vast lawn before him. He could not find the right words to describe it. This place was far larger than he had imagined. Please, this way, Chu Xinru led the way. Passing through a courtyard filled with exotic flowers and rare plants, she pushed open a heavy wooden door. Your room is here. I hope you are comfortable with it. Chu Xinru pointed to a room at the end of the corridor. Lin Yang pushed the door open and went in. The room was ridiculously large, with a huge bed that could sleep 4 or 5 people in the center. It was fully equipped, more luxurious than any hotel he had ever been to. Your teammates are staying next door. Chu Xinru pointed to the adjacent room. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment. He walked over following Chu Xinru's instruction and pushed open that door. A warm breeze rushed to meet him. The sight before him left him completely dumbfounded. This was no guest room. This was a top-tier lounge, specifically designed for pet beasts and phantom beasts. A constant temperature and humidity air circulation system, and the floor was covered with soft, non-slip specialized carpets. In one corner of the room was an automatic cleaning and bathing area, with various professional grooming tools placed beside it. On the other side were several individual, incredibly comfortable-looking luxury sleeping pads, next to machines that automatically dispensed food and clean water. The 4 of them, Blackie and the others, started playing happily as soon as they entered. Yellowy curiously poked its head toward the automatic water dispenser, licked it with its tongue, and then wagged its tail with satisfaction. Whitey jumped into that high-end-looking bathing area, seemingly quite interested in the showerhead. Gray and Black each chose the most comfortable bed and curled up, rolling around with delight. Is Chu Xinru a beast tamer? This thought flashed through Lin Yang's mind, instantly connecting all the clues. Seen in this light, the possibility of cooperation was indeed quite high. After all, judging from the previous link he had performed with Sun Hanyu, his professional ability was indeed very beneficial to phantom beasts. How is it? Are you satisfied? Chu Xinru leaned against the doorframe with a smile on her face. It is okay. Lin Yang retracted his shocked expression and answered, pretending to be calm. Good. Chu Xinru did not press the matter. Regardless of whether we reach a cooperation in the end, you can stay here for free until the college entrance exam is over. It is safer than staying at a construction site. Get some rest, and we will talk in detail tomorrow. Having said that, she turned and left. Lin Yang closed the door, listening to the light, frolicking sounds from next door, and the last shred of hesitation in his heart vanished. Forget it, no matter what they want. Being able to get a free, safe place to stay, plus top-tier VIP service for the 4 little ones, is worth it. This is great. He walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The warm water washed over his body, washing away the exhaustion of the past few days. Lying on that overly soft bed, Lin Yang soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the manor's study, Chu Xinru finished her conversation with Mayan Yang, the ease and friendliness on her face instantly fading, replaced by a sense of majesty and decisiveness that belied her age. She opened an encrypted communication channel. An image of a middle-aged man appeared on the light screen. He was wearing butler's attire, his demeanor respectful. Miss, Uncle Fu, help me retrieve something. Chu Xinru ordered directly. Please go ahead, miss. The best profession transfer scroll currently available. I remember the family inventory has a gold epic grade 1. Uncle Fu's expression shifted slightly. Miss this. Strategic resources of this level, there are only 3 in the inventory, and each one requires the approval of the family head and more than half of the elders to use. Moreover, as far as I know, there has not been a fixed gold grade transfer scroll on the market for a long time, and the 3 we have are all randomized. The risk of randomness is too high. Randomized? Randomized is enough. Chu Xinru interrupted him. I will explain the reasons to my father and the council of elders myself. You just need to tell me when it can be delivered to me at the earliest. Uncle Fu fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly making quick calculations. Bypassing all standard procedures is expected to take 3 hours. Good, I will wait for your news. Chu Xinru ended the call. The study returned to silence. She walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the heavy night, but her heart was surging with anticipation and excitement far beyond what was normal. Enabler. It can allow canines to possess official combat professions. Then could he enable phantom beasts to change professions? Once this succeeds, it will completely change the future of the entire beast tamer community. All beast tamers will be freed from the shackles of phantom beasts, being unable to hold a profession. If it could really be done. 1 million a pop, that is nothing at all. Even the most ordinary profession would be enough to let a phantom beast attain a level far beyond its own. 1 enablement, 10 times the value. And top floor of the Qiyuan Group, CEO's office. Sun Hanyu stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the glittering nightscape of Ningqiao City. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, but had no interest in tasting it. The office was deathly quiet, and even the airflow felt oppressive. Secretary Qin stood 3 steps behind him, head bowed, holding his breath. Taken away by someone from the Chu family, Sun Hanyu finally spoke, breaking the dead silence. His voice was flat and devoid of emotion, yet Secretary Qin felt the temperature in the office drop by several degrees. Yes, Mr. Sun. Secretary Qin answered cautiously, according to news from our people. It was the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Xinru, who went personally. Chu Xinru? Sun Hanyu muttered the name, swirling the liquid in his glass. The Chu family. A special entity in Ningqiao City. The family's business hardly touches any conventional sectors. They only deal with one thing, phantom beasts. From the breeding and trading of phantom beasts to related equipment, potions, and training grounds, the Chu family holds a monopoly on over 70% of the market in Ningqiao City and surrounding areas. They are, without question, a prestigious beast-taming family. Originally, the Qiyuan Group and the Chu family minded their own business. But now, things are different. The emergence of the enabler profession has shown Sun Hanyu a brand new, massive business opportunity, capable of overturning the entire phantom beast market. Now, the pawn he had his eyes on has been snatched away by the opponent's master. This put Sun Hanyu in a foul mood. However, it was only a foul mood. He still holds a contract over Lin Yang that is practically an indenture, along with a massive debt that an ordinary person could never repay in several lifetimes. The Chu family wants to pick the fruit. Not so easy. What is more, Lin Yang is not his only trump card. Thinking of this, Sun Hanyu set down his glass and sat back in his expansive executive chair. How is our own testing going? Secretary Qin's body stiffened. Mr. Sun, the testing. Speak. Sun Hanyu tapped his knuckles on the expensive solid wood tabletop, one after another, like a death knell beat. The testing has failed. The tapping stopped abruptly. The air pressure in the office plummeted to freezing point. Sun Hanyu did not get angry. He simply watched Secretary Qin calmly, but this calmness was more terrifying than any roar. Which aspect failed? Linking non-human subjects. That project failed completely. Secretary Qin's voice trembled slightly. He did not dare to look up, focusing only on the tips of his polished leather shoes. 2 enablers, no matter how many times they tried, could not establish an effective enablement link with any non-human subjects. Whether it was canines, felines, or low-level phantom beasts bought at high prices from the Chu family, the results were the same. The link would collapse as soon as it started, and one time, one of the enablers even suffered a mental backlash and is currently still under observation in the medical department. Sun Hanyu did not speak, waiting for the rest. Secretary Chin braced himself to continue. However, the test involving infant subjects succeeded. Oh, Sun Hanyu raised an eyebrow. Yes, we selected a healthy male infant from an orphanage as a test subject, and the linking process was very smooth. Based on preliminary observations, after the enablement link was established, the growth rate curve of the infant's various basic physiological data fully matched our expected model. Success, but also failure. The corner of Sun Hanyu's mouth curled into an unpleasant expression. His original goal was to link infants. Being able to help prestigious families create batches of super tribute humans from birth was the projected core competitiveness for the Kiyuan Group's future. But Lin Yang's appearance revealed another path to him. A path leading to a phantom beast market filled with gold. How can one make money without being aggressive? He cannot just let the meat already at his lips be stolen by someone else. If the project for linking non-human subjects does not work, the phantom beast enablement market is not controlled by Sun Hanyu's enablers at all. It is monopolized by Lin Yang alone. This realization caused the balance in Sun Hanyu's heart to tilt violently. This cannot be something only Lin Yang can do. There must be a solution, and perhaps that method lies within Lin Yang himself. Cannot wait any longer. Absolutely cannot wait for Lin Yang to graduate from university and find his footing before negotiating terms with him. Lin Yang is not a pushover, he has thorns. He must, right now, immediately, seize this goose that lays golden eggs and hold it firmly in his own hands. Are Lin Yang's college entrance exam scores out? Sun Hanyu asked. The results for the second round of trial simulations are out. His squad took first place in the Nangqiao City's 7th testing zone with a 30-level difficulty and a time of 10 seconds. As for the national scale, it cannot be queried, but it will not be low. Secretary Chin felt ridiculous himself when reporting this data. So, he will definitely enter tomorrow's third round of practical assessments. The third round. Sun Hanyu's fingers began tapping on the table again. I recall the policy this year says social candidates and current students are assessed in the same secret realm. Yes, Mr. Sun. On the surface, it was ordered jointly by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Defense to increase unpredictability and viewing value. Excellent. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Sun Hanyu's face. Secretary Chin. Yes, Mr. Sun. Go contact those social candidates and give them a task. Sun Hanyu leaned forward, resting his hands folded on the table. In tomorrow's practical assessment, cause our student Lin Yang a little trouble. You do not need to take his life, I just want a result. Make his final assessment score so low that even he himself feels that getting into a university is a humiliation, and he would be better off working honestly at Kiyuan Group to pay off his debts. Secretary Chin's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately understood Sun Hanyu's intentions. A layer of cold sweat had already broken out on her back. He really meant to drive Lin Yang to his death. She hesitated for a moment, but decided she had to offer a word of caution. Mr. Sun, in the contract we signed with Lin Yang, there is a supplementary clause. Back then, to put his mind at ease, we promised not to harm him actively in any way otherwise. A contract? Sun Hanyu acted as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. He leaned back in his chair and burst into loud laughter. The laughter echoed in the empty office, sounding piercingly harsh. Secretary Chin, oh Secretary Chin, you have been with me for so many years. How are you still so naive? He stopped laughing, leaned forward again, and spoke word by word. Contracts are meant to restrict Lin Yang, not to restrict our Kiyuan Group. Do you think I am sitting here today because I follow the rules? Sun Hanyu stood up, walked over to Secretary Chin, and patted her on the shoulder. Remember, only by breaking contracts, or even breaking the law, can you make real money. Go and get it done. Do not stop the Asper experiment either. Do not wait for them to heal. As long as they can move, make them continue. Every second counts. Secretary Chin bowed and exited the office. Yes, I will get it done immediately. Wait, Sun Hanyu called her back. He seemed to have come up with a better plan. Do not be in such a rush. First, help me check the information on the chairman of the Lu Group. I remember their Lu Jinghuai is also taking the exam tomorrow. Sun Hanyu picked up his glass and drained it in one gulp, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat and bringing a searing wave of pleasure. He picked up the encrypted phone on the table and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call was connected, and a young man's voice, lazy yet tinged with vigilance, came through. "Who is this?" "Nephew Lu, this is Sun Hanyu." Sun Hanyu leaned back into his large executive chair, adjusting to a comfortable position. On the other end of the line, Lu Jinghui was lying on the sofa of his villa, listening to Shen Bing and Su Nuanuan discussing tactics for tomorrow's actual combat assessment. He felt extremely irritated. Second place. This number felt like 10,000 thorns, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Suddenly receiving this strange, encrypted call, he had wanted to hang up directly, but the name Sun Hanyu made him sit upright instantly. The president of Kiyuan Group. What does he want with me? "Mr. Sun," Lu Jinghui's voice held a hint of surprise. "Why are you calling me?" "Nothing important." Sun Hanyu chuckled. "Just heard that my nephew performed excellently in this entrance exam, so I wanted to offer my congratulations in advance." Lu Jinghui arched an eyebrow. "Congratulations." A tycoon who heads a 100 billion level conglomerate would personally call to congratulate a candidate over such a small matter. No one would believe that. "Mr. Sun, you flatter me." Lu Jinghui replied coldly, "It was just luck, not worth your congratulations." He did not mention his own ranking, so as not to invite humiliation. "Nephew, you are too modest." Sun Hanyu changed the subject, "but I did hear an interesting story. A candidate named Lin Yang seems to have some history with you." "Lin Yang?" Lu Jinghui sneered inwardly. So he really did come for him. He had guessed from Yan Dechang that Kiyuan and Lin Yang had a connection. "Mr. Sun, your sources are indeed well informed." Lu Jinghui leaned back, feeling completely relaxed. "We do have some minor friction. I recall he is actually someone from your Kiyuan group, right?" "What, Mr. Sun, are you calling personally to stand up for your subordinate?" This remark already carried a note of confrontation. "Your person offended me, so what is the meaning of this call?" "Nephew, you are joking." Sun Hanyu's laughter came through the receiver, carrying a condescending tone. "Our Kiyuan group and your Lu group are equal partners. To put it bluntly, we are the ones in the same class. What is Lin Yang anyway?" "To be blunt, he is just a dog we keep outside." Lu Jinghui was stunned. "A dog?" Sun Hanyu would actually use such a word to describe Lin Yang. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Sometimes, when you keep a dog for too long, it gets wild and untamed, always thinking it is a wolf, wanting to bare its teeth at anyone. Sun Hanyu continued slowly. "At such times, you need a friend of some standing to help swing a stick to beat it, grind down its arrogance, and let it know who the real master is. That way, it is easier to control in the future." Lu Jinghui understood perfectly. So he did not come to stand up for him, he came to use his blade to kill. No, to use his blade to discipline a dog. Sun Hanyu thinks Lin Yang is disobedient and wants to use his hands to suppress him. This is getting more and more interesting. What does Mr. Sun mean? Lu Jinghui played dumb. Tomorrow's third round of actual combat assessment is a good opportunity. Sun Hanyu laid his cards on the table. "We at Kiyuan have made contact with a group of capable social candidates. If you do not mind, tomorrow in the secret realm, these people will be under your command." Lu Jinghui's heart skipped a beat. This is a force that cannot be underestimated. With this group as cannon fodder and hired thugs, he could not only complete the assessment more easily and get a higher score, but he could practically walk all over the secret realm. "Mr. Sun, you are truly generous." "Nephew, you are too kind." Sun Hanyu continued to throw out bait. "You have a grudge against that Lin Yang, so let this be an opportunity for you to vent your anger. I only have one small request. Do not crush him to death, just beat him half to death. I still have use for this dog later. In other words, do not kill him, but beat him until he is as good as dead." The call ended. Lu Jinghui held the communicator, his expression shifting uncertainly. So that is how it is. He figured it all out completely. All that talk about disciplining a dog or grinding down arrogance is nonsense. Sun Hanyu's real goal is that he is afraid that I will lose my head tomorrow in the exam hall and actually kill Lin Yang because of a personal grudge. That is why he is sending people and giving me command, putting on such a big show. It is called venting anger, but it is actually begging for mercy. He is using massive benefits to buy Lin Yang's life. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Does Sun Hanyu really think I, Lu Jinghui, am such a reckless person who lacks judgment and gets blinded by anger? Actually, I might just be. Originally, my plan for tomorrow was to find a suitable excuse and moment to quietly keep Lin Yang and his 4 eyesores of dogs in the secret realm forever. An orphan with massive debts. If he dies, who would pursue it? However, I am quite satisfied with this condition. Kiyun Group is actually willing to pay such a high price to protect him. Fine then. Since Mr. Sun has already paved the way for me, I have to give him this face. Capital punishment may be spared, but suffering is inevitable. Lin Yang's life can be spared, but he must suffer, and those 4 dogs must die. Thinking of this, Lu Jinghuai's face returned to that lazy and confident smile. He stood up and clapped his hands at the team members in the living room. Stop studying. I have new plans for tomorrow's assessment. Kiyun Group, top floor office. Sun Hanyu put down the phone and could not help but hum to himself. That fool Lu Jinghuai has taken the bait. He must think I am begging him to show some mercy. Perfect. Let him keep thinking that, so he will work even harder to suppress Lin Yang out of jealousy, resentment, and all the rest, while at the same time being afraid to go for the kill because he thinks he is getting a good deal. A perfect shield for taming a vicious dog. Once Lin Yang is completely broken by Lu Jinghuai and those private candidates, with his confidence shattered and his grades in ruins, I will step in as the caring big brother and savior. Zio Lin, do not be discouraged. Failing the college entrance exam does not mean your life is over. Look, the university path is not for you. Why not come to Kiyun early? I will set you up with a good position, housing, a high salary, maybe even help you find a wife and pay off those debts for you. By then, what choice will Lin Yang have but to be grateful and become an obedient dog? None at all. And tomorrow, I can still go and earn some goodwill. Sun Hanyu swirled his glass, looking at the night view outside the window. Damn, how am I so brilliant? I deserve to make all this money. And the next morning, the entrance time for the 3rd round of the exam was in the afternoon. The secret realm of the examination site still required final adjustments in the morning since the 2nd round had only just finished yesterday, and many proctors were being reassigned to the 3rd round today. There was no rush, but Lin Yang had already finished washing up. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He opened it, and Chu Xinru was standing there quietly. She had swapped her white dress from last night for a fitted black combat suit, her long hair tied into a neat ponytail, giving off an aura of sharpness. Beside her was a massive silver giant wolf. Its fur shimmered like metal under moonlight, its muscles were fluid and powerful, and its vertical pupils scanned the surroundings coldly. An intangible pressure spread out, making the air in the corridor feel heavy. This was her life-bound magical beast, Bailing. Inside the room behind Lin Yang, Blackie and the other 3 sensed this powerful aura and came out, lining up beside him. The 4 little ones did not make a sound, but standing together, the pressure accumulated from countless battles and attribute enhancements was no weaker than that of the silver giant wolf. In fact, it seemed to be faintly overpowering it. 4 distinct, yet equally terrifying auras intertwined, standing in a standoff against Bailing's aloof presence. Lin Yang looked at her, then at the giant wolf beside her. The main event is here. Sure enough, Chu Xinru did not waste any time and opened her palm. An ancient-looking book appeared in her hand. The cover of the book was pure dark gold, devoid of text, with only arcane and complex patterns flowing slowly, as if containing the truths of heaven and earth. A majestic and vast aura emanated from the book. Just looking at it made one feel the urge to bow down and worship. A gold-tier epic item. This is a gold-tier epic random class transfer book. Chu Xinru handed the book to Lin Yang. I want you to use it to give Bailing a class. Lin Yang understood everything in an instant. The $1 million connection fee. The free room and board. Those were just appetizers, stepping stones. This was Chu Xinru's true goal. To give a magical beast a class. In the laws of this world, a beastmaster's power comes from their magical beasts, but the beasts themselves cannot have a class. This is common knowledge to everyone. But Lin Yang's appearance might just break that consensus. His 4 dogs were living proof. Chu Xinru's ambition was immense. She was not satisfied with merely enhancing the beast's attributes. She wanted a total revolution that would overturn the entire Beastmaster system. A single connection is not worth $1 million. A single class transfer opportunity might not be either. But a magical beast with a class and an attribute panel. Its value would far exceed $1 million. That is a strategic resource that is truly priceless. Having realized this, the last bit of doubt in Lin Yang's mind vanished. Chu Xinru was worth cooperating with. He certainly had enough value for her to treat him with respect. So this partnership was not a scam. He took the heavy transfer book. It felt warm in his hand, as if it were alive. "I have to warn you," Lin Yang said solemnly, "I have never empowered anything other than canines, nor have I ever tried a class transfer on a magical beast. I do not know what will happen in the process, and I do not know the success rate." And Lin Yang weighed the book in his hand. A blue-tier high-quality transfer book costs 10 million on the market, and it is hard to get even with money. This gold one of yours, an epic tier, I cannot even estimate its value. If it fails, the book is completely ruined. Are you sure you want to bet everything on this? Chu Xinru did not answer, but her actions showed her determination. She gently patted Beiling's head, and the imposing giant wolf walked forward obediently, lying down before Lin Yang. "I am sure." Chu Xinru's answer was calm, but beneath the calm lay the determination of someone burning their bridges. "I have no choice." She certainly knew the risks. This book was something she had pulled every favor for, even overdrawing her family contributions for the next several years, just to borrow it from the family vault. She had not told anyone about this. If the family elders found out, she was using a family heirloom-level treasure to conduct a crazy experiment that lacked even a theoretical foundation. She, the newly appointed commander-in-chief of the Alliance, would be stripped of her position or even locked away. But she had no choice. The Beastmaster family alliance sounded impressive, but it was just an empty shell. Those old people pushed her into the position of commander, regardless of their original intent, and the final result was that she became the scapegoat. The new college entrance exam rules state that magical beasts take up team slots. This is a devastating blow for all Beastmasters. Most of the life-bound beasts of the family scions are still in their infancy and have almost no combat power. When they reach the actual secret realm, let alone competing for rankings, just staying alive would be a challenge. If she, the commander-in-chief, could not provide any effective countermeasures and watched as all the Beastmaster families were crushed in the first mandatory college entrance exam, becoming a national laughingstock. She could not bear the weight of such an unprecedented failure. So she had to bet. Bet on Lin Yang, the only chance to break the deadlock. Lin Yang looked at her, then at Beiling, the giant wolf lying on the ground with fearless eyes. He stopped trying to persuade her. If the client herself was not afraid, there was nothing left for a hired hand to say. "All right." Lin Yang took the transfer book, feeling the warm, jade-like texture. He did not say another word. Chu Xinru had laid everything on the table, betting her life on this. Any further attempt to persuade her would be an insult to her resolution. He crouched down, reached out, and gently placed his hand on the giant wolf Beiling's head. "Do you want to establish an empowerment link with the target, Silver Moon Battle Wolf Bowling?" "Yes," Lin Yang muttered in his heart. A feeling of connection, completely different from what he had experienced before, instantly surged through his mind. When linking with the four dogs, it felt like four warm and familiar streams flowing into the ocean of his consciousness, kind, natural, and without any resistance. But linking with Bowling felt entirely different. It was as if he had dived headfirst into a cold, an aloof snowy plain under the moonlight. This snowy plain was filled with wildness, pride, and absolute loyalty to its master. Yet, beneath that loyalty lay the lonely pride and detachment characteristic of a powerful phantom beast. It did not reject him, but it was not close to him either. Just like a proud warrior, it allowed a stranger into its tent temporarily, but remained constantly on guard. Success. Although it felt strange, the link was indeed successful. Lin Yang did not hesitate and immediately focused his attention on the golden job change scroll in his hand. Golden epic item detected, random class change scroll. Do you want to use it on the linked unit, Silver Moon Battle Wolf Bowling? Use it. He gave the command once again. The scroll in his hand instantly transformed into billions of golden light particles, like dandelions scattered by the wind, following his arm and surging crazily toward the crouching Bowling through the invisible empowerment link. Standing to the side, Chu Xinru's body was tense to the extreme. Watching her own phantom beast being completely swallowed by the golden light, her heart, which had been trying so hard to stay calm, almost jumped out of her throat. All her hopes, her family's future, and the fate of the entire Beast Master Alliance were being gambled on these few short minutes. Time became incredibly long at this moment. A golden cocoon of light completely enveloped Bowling, with only a blurred silhouette rising and falling slightly inside. Beads of sweat began to drip from Lin Yang's forehead. His mental power was being consumed at an unprecedented rate. Maintaining the link with the beast while channeling this massive energy for the job change was a huge burden for him. This energy was more massive and wild than any empowerment he had experienced before. Suddenly, the golden cocoon began to tremble violently. Bowling's silhouette twisted and expanded painfully within the cocoon, as if something was about to burst out from within its body. Ooh! A suppressed, painful growl came from the cocoon. Chu Xinru's face turned pale instantly. She instinctively stepped forward, but Lin Yang raised a hand to stop her. Do not go over there. The energy seems to be out of control. Lin Yang gritted his teeth. He could feel that Bowling's spirit at the other end of the link was undergoing a violent shock, as if it were about to be torn apart by this golden energy. Has it failed? As expected, an interspecies empowerment job change was too naive after all. Just as Lin Yang was about to give up and force the link to break to save Bowling's life. Matching class. Match successful. Golden Epic class, Blood Prison Justiciar, job change starting. The trembling of the cocoon stopped abruptly. The next second, an aura far more terrifying and fierce than before erupted from the cocoon. It was no longer the cold aloofness of the Silver Moon battle wolf, but an absolute pressure mixed with bloodlust, madness, and judgment. Cracks and crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the golden cocoon. What leaked through the cracks was no longer golden light, but a heart-palpitating dark red glow. Boom! The cocoon shattered completely. A brand new giant wolf appeared before them. Its size had expanded by nearly a third, and its original silver-white fur had turned into a deep dark red, as if soaked in countless blood. The tips of its fur shimmered with a metallic, black luster. Chinese letter black bone spikes grew from its limb joints, and its claws became longer and sharper, like blades polished from obsidian. The most shocking change was its back. Mysterious dark golden patterns ran from its spine all the way to its tail, forming a complex and majestic totem. It stood up slowly and opened its eyes. Those were no longer the cold vertical pupils from before, but a pair of eyes burning with dark red flames. Just standing there quietly, it brought a sense of suffocation as if hell had descended. Chu Xinru was completely stunned. She looked at the partner before her, both familiar and strange, watching its brand new form, full of strength and the beauty of destruction. Her mind went blank. It succeeded. It actually succeeded. All her worries, fears, and despair vanished in an instant. An overwhelming joy shattered all her defenses and reserve. Chu Xinru could no longer control herself. She jumped up, letting out a joyful scream like a child who had just received a favorite toy. She rushed over, hugged the giant wolf's neck, and buried her face deep into the dark red fur. The fierce aura on Bowling faded instantly. It lowered its head gently, nuzzling its master's cheek with its head. Watching this scene, Lin Yang also breathed a long sigh of relief. At least I did not wreck her meal ticket. He tiredly chose to disconnect the link. And the moment the link broke, a massive stream of information, like a burst dam, flooded into his mind. Empowerment link disconnected. Processing empowerment feedback. Congratulations, you have obtained a new class skill, Blade of Blood Judgment. Blade of Blood Judgment, Golden Epic. Consumes mental power to summon a blood judgment weapon for yourself or a designated friendly unit. Attacks deal an additional 30% true damage based on the target's lost HP and apply a grievous wound effect. My God. Lin Yang's heart pounded wildly. And that was not even the end. Congratulations, you have obtained a new talent, Fury Blood. Fury Blood Golden Epic. Unyielding rage flows through your veins. Every time you lose HP or deal damage to an enemy, all your attributes increase and all incoming healing effects are enhanced. The more damage you deal and receive, the stronger this effect becomes. The lower the health, the better you fight. The harder you hit, the more you can fight, and the recovery is amazing. This is simply the perfect template for a berserker. Lin Yang almost wanted to jump up along with Chu Xinru. This haul was totally worth it, a golden epic skill and a golden epic talent. If put on the market, these would be priceless treasures that money could not buy. However, the surprises kept coming. A brand new, never-before-seen notification box popped up. Talent, Fury Blood has available targets for empowerment. Do you want to synchronously empower this talent to all your linked units? Blackie, Huomao, Bame. Lin Yang's breathing stalled for a moment. It can do that. One talent shared by the whole team. Holy. Empower. He made the choice without hesitation. In an instant, he felt the invisible links between him and the four little ones glow brightly. An arcane power transferred through the links. Standing beside him, Blackie, Huomao, and Beimao shook slightly, with no changes to their appearance. But Lin Yang could clearly feel that their auras became deeper and more dangerous in that split second. On their attribute panels, a line of golden text appeared under the talent section. Talent Fury Blood Golden Epic. Lin Yang forcibly suppressed the surging joy in his heart, keeping his expression calm. He looked at Chu Xinru, who was laughing and shouting while hugging Bowling, and felt that this operation of his was absolutely worth it. And that is not even all. He still has 1 million to collect. Chu Xinru's scream echoed through the empty corridor, carrying a sense of ecstasy released after a long period of suppression. Casting aside all pretense of being a dignified noble lady, she hugged Bailing's dark red neck tightly, laughing and jumping like a 3-year-old child. The hellish, murderous aura that had surrounded Bailing had completely vanished. It let its master revel in the moment, even sticking out its tongue to lick Chu Xinru's cheek. After a long while, Chu Xinru finally calmed down from the overwhelming joy. She smoothed out her slightly messy clothes and hair, regaining her usual capable and calm appearance, but her flushed cheeks and glistening eyes betrayed the excitement within. The little heiress did not waste a single word. She simply lifted her wrist and operated her communicator a few times. Ding! Lin Yang's phone buzzed with a bank notification. Your savings account ending in XXXX received a transfer on the XDH of X month at 9:15 for the amount of 1 million yuan. 1 million. Cash on the spot. Sister Ru is so generous. It is not like the debt to son Hanyu that required risking his life to pay back. This is real money he can spend however he likes. All those online debts he had scraped together to pay off can finally be cleared. Damn, the first thing I think of when I get money is paying off debts. I will never make it as a capitalist. Lin Yang silently cursed at himself. It is a pleasure doing business with you, Chu Xinru said with a sincere smile. This is the payment we agreed upon. It is certainly a pleasure, Lin Yang said, putting his phone away, feeling great. So, Chu Xinru looked at him. We can discuss the next step of our cooperation now. Let us talk. We absolutely must talk. With Lin Yang's current favorability towards Chu Xinru, let alone cooperation, if she wanted to become sworn siblings, Lin Yang would buy 3 pounds of ritual paper right now. My requirement is very simple. Chu Xinru went straight to the point, without beating around the bush. I need you to provide empowerment and class promotion for other members of our beast-tamer alliance. We will provide the class promotion scrolls ourselves. The price is the same as this time, 1 million per session. After she finished, she just watched Lin Yang quietly, waiting for his answer. Lin Yang did not respond immediately. His brain was racing. This woman has big ambitions. She wants to mass-produce professional fantasy beasts. Chu Xinru was also calculating in her heart. The new college entrance exam rules, where fantasy beasts take up a team slot, are a devastating blow to the entire beast-tamer community. But what if those fantasy beasts, which were previously just dead weight, all had formal professions? Then the situation would be completely reversed. The beast-tamer alliance would transform from a flock of lambs, waiting for the slaughter, into a pack of hungry wolves. Fantasy beasts have higher base stats than humans of the same rarity and profession. It is just that after entering a secret realm, combat professions can level up quickly, while fantasy beasts cannot. But with Lin Yang, the beasts can overcome their shortcomings. And as the facilitator of all this, and the only person who can contact this empowerer, her position in the alliance would be unshakable. And then there is this price. 1 million. For those wealthy heirs, it is the perfect price point. It makes them wince, yet they can definitely afford it, and as a result, they will cherish this opportunity immensely. Too high, and it would scare people away. Too low, and it would seem cheap. This rich girl calculates human nature perfectly. However, for Lin Yang, this is a godsend. Whatever schemes or calculations there are, Lin Yang does not know, and he does not want to know. He only sees so much money waving at him. And it is not just the money. More importantly, the feedback from empowerment. One promotion scroll, one empowerment, and he already got a skill and a talent of the same level. Could the fantasy beasts of these wealthy heirs be anything less? For a moment, he even wanted to stay in the Chu family and just coast through life. And Chu family manor, reception hall. It could hold hundreds of people, but right now it felt messy due to heated discussions, with the air thick with the scent of expensive perfume and anxiety. It was packed with people, young beast tamers. They were the scions of various major families, urgently summoned by Chu Xinru in her name as the commander of the alliance. By rights, these proud sons of heaven should be high-spirited. But right now, everyone had the same look on their faces. I do not want to go to work. Or rather, I do not want to go to the exam. A young man in a floral shirt, feet propped up on a priceless rosewood coffee table, shouted listlessly. Screw the exam. My fire cloud sparrow is molting. It is hideous, can barely fly. Take it to the arena? What, to put on a live molting show for everyone? A girl with smoky makeup next to him rolled her eyes. That is nothing. My phantom cat faints at the sight of blood. You do not expect me to carry it into a fight, do you? The young man in the floral shirt slapped his thigh. Exactly, and this crappy exam has a death quota. We are beast tamers, not berserkers. Why should we risk our lives against those lunatics in the secret realm? Count me out. I vote to surrender. His shout immediately drew many nods of agreement. Right, surrender and save half the loss. Fight hard and you will die fast. What is reputation worth? Life is more important. My dad said he does not count on me getting into college through the exam. Our family has shares in the beast tamer universities anyway. These are the defeatists. Morale collapsed before the fighting even started. In another corner of the hall, it was a completely different scene. A group of people surrounded a serious-looking young man, all indignant. This rule is definitely flawed. Why should a fantasy beast take up a team slot? This is a devastating blow to our beast tamer system. It is discrimination. We should unite, make our families put pressure on the higher-ups. They must change this garbage rule. Right, if they do not change the rules, we will not take the exam. A collective boycott, see what they can do about that. These are the rebels. The idea is great, but reality probably will not go the way they want. After all, the real decision makers have already nodded in agreement. There was also a small group huddled in the corner, whispering, their phone screens lit up as if they were contacting scalpers. Those bastards doing ancient martial arts. A single team slot is already being hyped up to 3 million, and we still have to handle the logistics and equipment. That expensive, they are robbing us. No choice, those guys are counting on this to get rich. Fine, we still have some money. Let us buy 2 slots, one for ourselves, one for the beast, go in, act as dead weight, and just pass. 6 million? Hiss, fine, bite the bullet. Once we are in college, there will be plenty of reasons to ask for money. These are the mercenary seekers. Flexible in thought, heavy on the cash. Most of the others sat there looking dazed, scrolling through their phones intensely while not actually reading a word. These are the wait-and-see crowd. They have no opinions of their own. They follow orders, waiting for notification from their families and Chu Xinru. Relying on Sister Ru as their backbone. Qin Feng, holding a glass of juice, leaned against the railing on the second floor, looking down at the variety of life below. Damn, a heap of scattered sand. No, they do not even qualify as sand. They are just a plate of amoebas, moving only when poked and otherwise just randomly splitting apart. Had enough of watching. A calm male voice sounded from nearby. Qin Feng did not even have to turn around to know. It was Zhao Qing from the Zhao family. Behind him, 11 more people followed one after another. The 13 of them were the most unique existence in the Beast Tamer Alliance. Like Chu Xinru, they had grown up with their life-bound beasts since childhood, and with full family resources, their beasts' combat power far exceeded that of their peers. They were the true core of the Alliance's younger generation. And also a bunch of unlucky folks who had been beaten up by Chu Xinru and her wolf since they were little. Known collectively as Sister Ru's 13 lackeys, but publicly known as the 13 geniuses of beast taming. As for the others, they were not even qualified to be beaten by Chu Xinru. How are we supposed to lead this group? A cute girl with twin tails spoke with a distressed look. She was Sun Xiaoxiao from the Sun family. Even if Sister Xinru came down right now and said, "Follow me in charge," I bet half the people downstairs would open their ride-hailing apps on the spot, ready to bolt. Zhao Qing's expression was also grave. Blocking is not as good as diverting. He slowly spat out the 4 words. Everyone looked at him. Qin Feng took a sip of his fruit juice, intrigued. Let us hear it. Zhao Qing looked around and lowered his voice. Since we cannot control them, we join them. Everyone was stunned. Qin Feng's brain whirred, and he understood instantly. Holy cow. That is interesting. The 13 of us, we split up. Qin Feng, you go to the surrender faction. You are the best at leading people to slack off. Li Mo, go to the resistance faction. You have got a loud voice. Caiyan Duojiu, you go to the aid faction. Your family has the most money. He quickly made the personnel assignments. Caiyan Duojiu, a round, chubby guy who had been named, wore a sorrowful face. Why is it always me? Zhao Qing ignored him and continued. We infiltrate every faction, and then, at the fastest speed possible, we become their leaders. Fight fire with fire. Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Exactly, Zhao Qing nodded. Once we have the say, we will lead our respective groups and go together to force the hand. Force the hand? Yes, a strange glimmer appeared on Zhao Qing's face. The 13 of us, joining forces, challenging Sister Xinru's position as commander-in-chief in front of everyone. Everyone present held their breath for a moment. This script was too thrilling. 13 lackeys rebelling against their master. And then, Qin Feng pressed, already beginning to get excited. And then, Zhao Qing said word by word, we will lose to her in a grand, spectacular way. We will be cleanly and thoroughly suppressed by her alone, or rather, by her and Bo Ling. We are going to put on a show so everyone sees that Chu Xinru possesses absolute authority and strength. Let her establish her prestige in one battle. By then, who would dare question her decisions? The entire hallway fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this crazy yet genius plan. After a long while, Sun Xiaoxia whispered, but would not we lose a lot of face like this? Qin Feng laughed. He walked over and patted Sun Xiaoxia on the head. Face, does anyone like us have any of that in front of Sister Xinru? That one sentence left everyone present in silence. Yeah, others might not know how terrifying Chu Xinru is, but how could they not? Since they were kids, the 13 of them prided themselves on being prodigies. But what happened? They were either being beaten by Chu Xinru or on their way to be beaten by her. The shadow cast by that wolf named Bo Ling on their childhood memories could cover 3 Chu family manors. They might grumble about Chu Xinru's decisions, but deep down, they believed in her more than anyone else. Let us do it. Qin Feng downed his juice and set the cup on the table next to him. Damn, it has been so long since I have acted. I am getting rusty. I am heading down first. Brothers of the surrender faction, I will be your king. He straightened his collar, put on a compassionate expression, and was the first to walk down the stairs. The rest of them looked at each other and took action as well. Zhao Qing headed towards the resistance faction. Caiyan Duojiu sighed and headed toward the aid faction. A large-scale team-building activity aimed at strengthening the core leadership's authority had kicked off in a completely ridiculous way. The atmosphere in the lounge underwent a strange transformation over the next half hour. The 3 factions, originally a mess of loose sand, had actually each coalesced a core. Brothers, why should we risk our lives? We are beast tamers, noble beast tamers. Our beasts are partners, not cannon fodder. Qin Feng stood on a coffee table, shouting with his arms raised, his face filled with just the right amount of righteous indignation. I hereby announce the official formation of our slacker development faction. Our motto is, better to play cards in the back than to be cannon fodder on the front lines. You can fail the exam, but you have got to keep your life. Yeah. The young man in the floral shirt led the applause. He had found his organization. He had found kindred spirits. On the other side, Zhao Qing stepped on a chair, sounding passionate and fervent. Boycott the exams? That is too weak. We must resist. We must make those who set the rules pay. I propose we all go sit in front of the Ministry of Education building. Bring our beasts. Let the whole world see how they bully us and our cute little animals. The people in the resistance faction were worked into a frenzy. Right, bring my little piggy. It is the best at crying. And my lop-eared rabbit, let it shiver in front of the cameras. Let us trample those people's consciences. And in the corner, Caiyan Duojiu was holding a small notebook, calculating with a pained expression. No, we cannot let those black market intermediaries make a profit. A beast tamer's money should be spent on our own people. I propose we set up a cash power mutual aid fund, we pool our money together, and we hire top-tier mercenary groups. Clear out the exam venue directly. Style, get it? We may lose the battle, but we will not lose the flair. The rich guys and gals of the aid faction nodded one after another, thinking this was a great idea. The three factions, under the guidance of their respective leaders, grew increasingly high-spirited. Finally, Qin Feng jumped off the coffee table and met up with Zhao Qing and Qian Duoduo in the center of the lounge. The meeting of the three leaders made the whole hall quiet down instantly. Qin Feng cleared his throat and said in a sorrowful tone, "Our demand in the slacker faction is to refuse meaningless sacrifice." Zhao Qing continued, righteous and stern. "Our demand in the resistance faction is to defend the dignity of beast-tamers." Qian Duoduo added last, his face full of heartache. "Our demand in the pay-to-win faction is to solve all problems with money. But we have discovered that our problems, in the final analysis, are all one problem." Zhao Qing suddenly raised his volume, pointing to the ceiling. "And that is our commander-in-chief, our leader. Where is Chu Xinru? She gathered us here and then disappeared. Does she even have a solution? Has she already given up on us?" Three questions in a row, like three thunderbolts, exploded among the crowd. Even the people in the mainstay faction began to grow restless. All the anxiety, dissatisfaction, and fear found a vent at this moment. "Yeah, where is Chu Xinru? Make her come out and give us an explanation. If she is not capable, she should not be commander-in-chief. Step down, step down." The crowd was in an uproar, with waves of voices getting higher and higher. Other members of the 13 talents, hidden in the crowd, chanted along with the slogans, while inwardly going wild with praise for Zhao Qing and Qin Feng. What acting, absolutely incredible. What lines, totally spot on. This is what they have dreamed of saying, but never dared to voice out loud. Today, they are getting it all out under the guise of acting. Feels good. As they kept chanting, a strange new sentiment began to stir within the hearts of the 13 servants. Seeing everyone united as one, seeing the collective spirit, seeing the way the tide was turning. Zhao Qing and Qin Feng exchanged a look, and deep within each other's eyes, they saw a spark. That was the spark of revolution. If the Chu family's Xinyu is noble, then are they born to serve? Now that they held real power, why could not they have a real, heated showdown? Even if the uprising failed, they could just reveal their true motives afterward to show their loyalty, claiming it was all for Sister Ru's own good and that they were being perfectly faithful. They were just forced into a corner by the geniuses from other beast-taming families, having no choice and being the real victims. Just as the atmosphere in the reception hall was being whipped up to a peak and nearly spiraling out of control. Creak. The main door leading from the second floor to the reception hall was slowly pushed open. The bustling hall went dead silent in an instant. Everyone froze in place as hundreds of eyes turned in unison. Chu Xinyu stood in the doorway, all by herself. She was wearing a sharp black combat suit, her long hair tied high, and there was no extra expression on her face. She just stood there quietly, facing all those angry, questioning, and fierce faces below. Facing a situation where she was being blamed by everyone. Qin Feng, who had been standing on the coffee table shouting and waving his arms, had his arms frozen in midair. Damn! Such a presence. He felt his masochistic genes, which had been dormant for years, beginning to wake up frantically. That was not just a person appearing, it was the embodiment of painful memories. It was the childhood of running all over the courtyard chased by that wolf named Bowling, the teenage years of being silenced by a single word from her, and the youth of being crushed by her absolute power. Among the 13 talents, every single one of them had been whipped by Bowling's tail at some point, had not they? That thing should count as a controlled weapon. This was a fear carved deep into their bones, encoded into their very DNA. The other members of the 13 talents hidden in the crowd also stiffened. The louder they had been chanting for her to step down just a moment ago, the more panicked they were now. We are done for. Sister Ru seems a bit angry. Did we blow the performance? The reception hall was silent, even breathing seemed to have stopped. Chu Xinyu's gaze swept across the room and finally landed on Qin Feng, Zhao Qing, and Qian Duoduo, who were standing in the front. She moved. She walked slowly down the stairs, her leather boots making soft clacking sounds on the wooden steps. Every step struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Qin Feng felt his legs trembling. But seeing the intense gazes gathering around him, Qin Feng felt this was his once-in-a-lifetime chance. A real man, born between heaven and earth, how could he settle for being under someone else forever? Just as the leaders were struggling internally. Chu Xinyu walked to the center of the hall and came to a stop in front of the 3 faction leaders. She ignored their leadership posturing and did not respond to the hostility from the crowd. She spoke, issuing an order as if it were only natural. "Have you all printed your admission tickets?" And the entire hall fell into a bizarre silence again. "What? Admission tickets? We are here staging a revolution, and you are asking us about admission tickets." This non sequitur completely collapsed the tragic atmosphere they had just been building. Qin Feng's brain stalled for 3 seconds before he forced himself back into character, craning his neck to respond. "Printed, so what? Chu Xinyu, we are here today." He did not get to finish his sentence. Chu Xinyu cut him off directly. "Then be prepared to print them again." Qin Feng stumbled over his words. "Huh?" It was not just him. Everyone let out a confused sound. "Print them again? What do you mean?" Zhao Qing, as the leader of the resistance faction, forced himself to calm down and tried to steer the topic back on track. "Chu Xinyu, that is not what we need. We need an explanation. We need an answer." Chu Xinyu did not look at him, but instead asked a second question. "Did you all bring the money I told you to bring?" Kaiyan Duojiu, representing the PW faction, nodded subconsciously. I brought it." As soon as he said it, he wanted to slap himself. Why did I answer? I should be questioning her. Zhao Qing's face went dark. How are we supposed to talk like this? They are completely on different channels. They are acting out Les Miserables, while Chu Xinyu is acting out back-to-school preparations. Very good. Chu Xinyu got her 2 answers and nodded in satisfaction. Then, she did something that left everyone petrified once again. She turned around and started walking toward the door. As she walked, she left behind one sentence. "Follow me." She left. She just walked away like that. No explanation, no crackdown, no negotiation. She asked 2 baffling questions and then told everyone to follow her. Her demeanor was natural and beyond dispute. In the reception hall, 100 people, a bunch of beast-tamers who considered themselves the proudest of heaven, a bunch of revolutionaries who were just shouting for her to step down, all stood there dazed. Who are we? Where are we? What were we doing just now? Qin Feng and Zhao Qing exchanged glances and saw 2 words on each other's faces. Clueless. Seeing Chu Xinyu about to walk out the door, Zhao Qing finally snapped back to reality. If today's act ended just like this, the 13 talents would not be able to stay in the alliance anymore. Their prestige would be ruined. Stop right there. Zhao Qing shouted and lunged forward 2 steps. Chu Xinyu stopped, but she did not turn back. Zhao Qing felt his heart pounding. He risked it all and shouted with all his might. Chu Xinyu, you have not responded to our demands. You cannot just leave like this. His shout finally ignited the remaining gunpowder in the crowd. Yeah, you cannot just leave it like this. Give us an answer. Zhao Qing was emboldened by the support. He pointed at Chu Xinyu's back, his voice trembling with excitement. There are over 100 of us here. We are all the future of the alliance. What can you do by yourself, even with bowling? We admit you're strong, very strong. But Zhao Qing's voice reached its limit, shouting a line even he thought was absurd. Before you work yourself to death, you might not be able to take all of us down. When his voice fell, the whole hall went silent. Everyone was stunned by this tragic and yet defeatist remark. Qin Feng stood to the side, completely dumbfounded. Wow, old Zhao is something else. Courage undefeated. Just wonder if he will get to see the sun tomorrow after shouting that. In the deathly silence, Chu Xinyu slowly turned her body halfway. She did not look at the horse Zhao Qing, but tilted her head and calmly uttered 2 words to the empty air. Bowling. A buzz went off in Qin Feng's head. Just 2 words. Devoid of any emotion, devoid of any killing intent. It even sounded a bit casual, like telling a pet to go out for a walk. But Qin Feng felt his back molars chattering. Zhao Qing, standing next to him, who just moments ago looked like a revolutionary leader filled with lofty aspirations and the courage to change the world, now saw the muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. She is about to flip the table. Zhao Qing and Qin Feng exchanged a glance, both seeing the same 4 words on the other's face. Riding a tiger, impossible to dismount. What do we do now? Back down. That was indeed their original intention, but if they did that, without even putting up a fight, then the 13 of them would become the biggest joke in the entire Beast-Tamer alliance today. The The emotions they had just stirred up and the leader image they had just built would instantly collapse into a mess. Not back down. Go head-to-head with Chu Xinru. Qin Feng recalled his childhood experience of being chased and bitten on the backside by that wolf, and felt a certain spot starting to ache again. But today, is not this the best opportunity to overcome that shadow? They had originally planned to quietly let Sister Xinru know their intentions, but she did not give them the chance. Or perhaps Sister Xinru disdains their cooperation. Forget it. They have a backup plan anyway. Surely Sister Xinru can understand their good intentions, right? Attack. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and squeezed the word out from between them. Act. Must keep acting. Even if we get beaten to death today, we have to finish this performance. Qin Feng understood perfectly. He took a deep breath. Damn it, go all out. Brothers, she looks down on us. Let us show her our determination. Qin Feng was the first to respond. He waved his hand sharply, and a complex magic circle unfolded at his feet. Roar! A male lion over 5 meters long, burning with golden flames, appeared out of thin air and crushed that poor sandalwood tea table to pieces. Flaming golden-maned lion, the signature phantom beast of the Qin family. That is right, for the alliance. Zhao Qing also roared, slamming his hands onto the floor. Boom! The ground cracked, and a 3-meter-tall giant made of black rock rose up, its fists larger than millstones. Obsidian golem. Money cannot buy dignity either. Qian Duoju had a miserable look on his face as he threw out an ancient copper coin. The copper coin hit the ground and transformed into a giant lizard covered in golden scales with wings on its back. Golden wyvern. Sun Xiaoxiao Limo. The remaining members of the 13 heroes could only bite the bullet and follow suit. In an instant, the entire reception hall was filled with bright light and roar after roar. In the blink of an eye, 13 phantom beasts of various shapes, each radiating a powerful aura, tightly surrounded Chu Xinru in the center. There were giant eagles soaring in the sky, black panthers lurking in the shadows, tree monsters controlling plants. Each one was a top-tier phantom beast that ordinary beast tamers could only dream of. Every single one was massive, with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The young beast tamers in the hall, who had been stirred up, were absolutely boiling with excitement at this scene. Woo-hoo-hoo. Well done, Brother Qin, Brother Zhao. Go for it, show them that we beast tamers are not to be bullied. As expected of our leaders, they actually dared to step up. Even if they are afraid, facing the aura of the commander-in-chief, they did not look back. So cool. Cheers and whistles rang out everywhere. Everyone felt they were witnessing history. This was the first time the younger generation of beast tamers had issued their roar at those in power. It was also the first time the 13 servants, long bullied, had issued a challenge to their master. However, Qin Feng, who was being treated as a hero, just wanted to cry. He watched his awe-inspiring flaming golden-maned lion, internally screaming in madness. Brother, we are acting, just put on a good show of force. Do not actually pounce on her, you cannot afford the damages if you break anything. Zhao Qing's obsidian golem had also just taken a defensive stance, circling Chu Xinru without moving an inch forward. Qian Duoju's golden wyvern even turned its massive head aside, pretending to admire the scenery. The 13 leaders' phantom beasts, with great tacit understanding, only surrounded her without attacking. To outsiders, this was a standoff with the tension of a gathering storm. To the performers themselves, it was a massive display of passive resistance in a workplace bullying scenario. But the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The golden flames on Qin Feng's flaming golden-maned lion suddenly began to flicker unsteadily. It pawed the ground uneasily and emitted a low, whirring whine from its throat. And it was not just that one. Zhao Qing's obsidian golem's hard, rocky body actually began to tremble slightly. Qian Duoju's golden wyvern simply buried its head under its own wings, curling its massive body into a ball. Huh? Qin Feng froze. What is going on? I did not give you that command, brother. Your acting is over the top. I told you to act fierce, not scared. Then, something happened that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. His flaming golden-maned lion let out a strange shriek, abruptly turned around, and its 4 legs moved so fast they blurred, smashing through the crowd as it fled frantically out of the manor. It was faster than someone in a 100-meter dash, as if it were being hunted by a natural predator. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The flight of the flaming golden-maned lion became a signal. Ow! Hiss! Goo! The remaining 12 phantom beasts, as if they had seen a ghost, instantly went haywire. The obsidian golem abandoned its sturdy defense and turned to run, its giant body crashing through half a wall. The golden wyvern flapped its wings, trying to fly away, but in its panic, it slammed into the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, showering debris everywhere. The other phantom beasts were in total disarray, scattering in all directions. The reception hall instantly turned into a chaotic zoo. Tables and chairs were knocked over, the crowd was scattered, and screams mixed with the wails of the phantom beasts. The people who had just been cheering for the 13 heroes were all stunned. Qin Feng, Zhao Qing, Kai and Duoduo, the 13 leaders were all frozen in place. They watched their companions, who would not listen and only cared about saving their own skins, with their minds completely blank. What is going on? Even if Chu Zhenru is indeed scary, these phantom beasts are not ordinary creatures either. There is no reason for them to surrender without a fight. How could this be? Bai Ling alone could not have scared these phantom beasts. Could it be? Did Chu Feng go through a super evolution? Every plan, every script, every line had vanished into thin air at this moment. All that remained was endless awkwardness and a foreboding feeling. In the center of the noisy, chaotic reception hall, a strange vacuum zone appeared. Chu Zhenru was still standing there. A giant wolf stepped slowly from behind her. It was even larger than Qin Feng's flaming golden-maned lion, and its dark red fur glimmered with a sinister sheen under the fading light of the crystal chandelier. Grim, black bone spikes grew from its limb joints, like those of a heavily armored divine general. Its long, sharp claws shimmered with a dark light. Most unnerving of all was the dark golden totem on its back, and those pupils burning with dark red flames. It did not roar, and it did not threat. It just paced, leisurely, walking beside Chu Zhenru. But with every step it took, the air grew heavier. An aura mixed with bloodlust, frenzy, and judgment silently enveloped the entire hall.